A gentle sea breeze swept across the slightly slicked deck for this stretch of sea in the New World. Today was a remarkably fine day. A pirate warship bearing the flag of the Big Mom Pirates was sailing through these waters, its destination not far ahead. The island of Tyrian already clearly visible to the naked eye before the bow. Standing at the fore of the deck, Katakuri gazed at the hazy outline of Tyrian Island, reminiscence flickering in his eyes, as every now and then a hint of hesitation and confusion passed across his features. This sight rather surprised Cracker, who stood beside Katakuri, for as the foremost sweet commander of the Big Mom Pirates, and the second son of Charlotte Lin Xiao, Katakuri had always existed in the eyes of his younger siblings as a flawless elder brother. Confidence and composure were what his face had always proclaimed, to the point that Cracker had almost forgotten when he had last seen such an expression on his brother's face. Katakuri. Cracker at last could not contain his curiosity and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Hearing the call at his side, Katakuri drew his thoughts back from the past. He casually raised his hand to rub Cracker's head and then said, "I was thinking of some things from a very, very long time ago." Charlotte Cracker, 17 this year, was by the standards of this world only newly come of age. Yet as the blood of the great pirate Charlotte Lin, he was far from an ordinary youth and had already earned a modest reputation as a pirate in the New World. Of course, because this fellow always liked to wrap himself in biscuits, few outside certain brothers and sisters in the family knew what Cracker actually looked like. They only knew that rumor painted him as exceedingly brutal. Yet this very youth, so reputedly vicious, now had his head under Katakuri's hand, a faintly shy, yet faintly content expression appearing on his face. Such was Charlotte Katakuri. In the pirate family bearing the name Charlotte, there was no such role as a father. Perhaps because of this, the overly perfect Katakuri had in a vague way become in the hearts of his younger siblings a figure carrying a certain fatherly weight. The saying that the eldest brother is like a father was perhaps what this feeling was. Though Katakuri was not actually the eldest of the Charlotte family, he himself was only 20 years old. After briefly savoring the affection from his Katakuri, Cracker quickly continued, "Were you thinking about that, Ortolan?" Katakuri's hand, which had been rubbing Cracker's hair, paused for a moment before he naturally withdrew his palm and lightly tapped Cracker on the head as he said, "By blood, you should also be calling him Knees and Cracker. But that guy's family name isn't Charlotte, it's Bane." Cracker retorted. As Katakuri's deputy on this journey, Cracker naturally knew whom they had come to Tyrian Island to meet. Bane Ortolan, an 18-year-old youth, was in theory the fifth son of the Charlotte family, after the eldest Perispero and the trio of full brothers that included Katakuri, thus the fifth son of the great pirate Charlotte Lin. Yet judging from the situation, for certain special reasons, this fifth son had not grown up together with the Charlotte family at all. He bore the surname Bane rather than Charlotte. Whatever his surname, maybe Cracker. Katakuri fixed his gaze on Cracker's eyes, then said in a solemn tone, "He carries the blood of Mama within him, and that is something no one can deny." Here his tone softened again, and with a faint hint of regret, he added, "And it wasn't his fault. It was ours." Seeing the lingering doubt and confusion in Cracker's eyes, Katakuri did not explain further. Instead, he smiled once more and said, "In the end, I believe that one day he will willingly become a Charlotte." Looking at his gentle Katakuri, Cracker shrugged a little awkwardly and said, "Anyway, I'm not going to easily acknowledge just anyone as my brother." Katakuri merely smiled and did not continue arguing with Cracker over this matter. Soon, with the sea breeze at its back, the pirate ship, flying the Big Mom Pirates flag, glided slowly into the harbor of Tyrian Island. As the ship docked, the pier of Tyrian Island grew noisy. Cries rang out, "It's the Donut, Lord Katakuri's flagship." The Donut was the flagship of the fleet under Katakuri's command, its exterior resembling a gigantic donut floating upon the sea. It seemed that the various vessels of the Big Mom Pirates all possessed a strangely adorable style, like ships that had sailed straight out of a fairy tale. Soon the gangplank was lowered and Katakuri's towering figure came into view before the crowd at the harbor. The once clamorous harbor seemed to fall silent in an instant. Now Katakuri radiated a cold and ferocious aura, utterly different from the gentle presence he had shown while speaking with Cracker moments before. His high upturned scarf concealed half his face, and his eyes were filled with a stern majesty. Katakuri descended the gangplank at an unhurried pace. Behind him followed Cracker, already encased in biscuits, along with a band of lesser pirates from the Big Mom crew. Tyrian Island had roughly half a year earlier hoisted the flag of the Big Mom Pirates, formally incorporated into the seas of Tado land and becoming one of the territorial islands under their rule. Thus, well before Katakuri's arrival, certain officials of Tyrian Island had already been waiting at the harbor for some time. Unlike most pirate forces, the Big Mom Pirates were developing their structure in the direction of a pirate nation, and within this organization a bureaucratic class had arisen. Generally, islands that raised the Big Mom Pirates flag would swiftly have their original names changed to something like Jam Island, Butter Island, or Candy Island, then be incorporated into the realm of Tado land, as part of this vast pirate nation's territory. Tyrian Island, however, was clearly an exception. Though its flag had long borne the emblem of the Big Mom pirates, and it had been drawn into the realm of Tato land, its name had never been altered. At the same time, no chief minister had ever been assigned to govern this island. Katakuri did not exchange many words with the officials who had come to greet him. In a cool tone, he gave a few instructions, then waved them away. Afterward, he briefly surveyed the changes in the harbor town, and once he seemed to have found the direction he led Cracker and the others off, in that way soon disappearing from the docks. Near the outskirts of the harbor town, at its rural edge, stood a small farmhouse courtyard. There, Katakuri, relying on his height of over 5 meters, was peering over the courtyard wall into the yard within. From within the yard came the clang of metal on metal. A powerfully built man, bare-chested and wielding a blacksmith's hammer, was forging something as he called over his shoulder. Without turning his head, "The door's not locked." "Torin, you look even stronger than before," Katakuri replied with a smile upon hearing this. Perhaps he had just finished his work, or perhaps he stopped because guests had arrived. In any case, the man whom Katakuri had called Torin set down his hammer, placed it on the table beside him, took a towel from the wall to wipe the sweat from his brow, and then turned around. He had dark brown, medium short hair that looked scarcely tinted, the slightly messy ends resting on his shoulders in a way that lent him a wild, rugged charm. Judging by his features, he seemed even more mature than Katakuri, nothing at all like an 18-year-old youth, exuding instead the air of a man in his mid-20s. His facial features were sharply cut, and at first glance one could only think him strikingly valiant. Though nowhere near as exaggerated as Katakuri, he too stood just over 3 meters tall. Combined with his sturdy sun-brown muscles, his bare torso, black work pants, and heavy brown high-top boots, anyone who saw him would deem him worthy of being called a true warrior. Really, time has gone by so fast that I barely noticed. But I have grown a bit taller. The last time I saw you, I was only 2.8 meters. Now I'm just over 3 meters, so I probably just look a lot sturdier, right? Ortolan tossed the towel onto the table and spoke in a boisterous, unconcerned tone. As his words fell, he happened to see Katakuri push the door open and enter a man of unknown identity, following behind him, looking mature and steady as if he were already in his 40s. There was no doubt that this man, who had disguised himself with biscuit armor and followed behind Katakuri, was Kelly Jia, yet Ortolan did not care about his identity in the least and did not even bother to ask a single question. "I thought you'd grown quite a lot. I wonder if you'll have the chance to surpass me, or even surpass Mama." Katakuri spoke with a smile, then sat down on the stone bench in the courtyard. As he casually beckoned for Kelly Jia to sit, as well he introduced him to Ortolan, saying, "His name is Kelly Jia, your younger brother by 1 year. Kelly Jia. Only then did Ortolan truly pay attention to the fellow. A hint of surprise flashed through his eyes before something seemed to occur to him, and an expression of sudden understanding appeared. He did not ask anything more, he merely nodded as a greeting. Kelly Jia had just been about to say something when he saw Ortolan apparently lose interest in him and turn his gaze back to Katakuri instead. "Forget it," Ortolan said. "I think my height is already more than enough. Any taller, and it would go beyond what I can accept. I really hope I don't grow any more in the future." Katakuri stood over 5 meters tall, and Charlotte Lingling was even more outrageous at 8.8 meters, nearly 9. Ortolan might admire the style of hulking brutes, but there was no need to go that far. He would rather politely decline that fate. That isn't something you get to decide. Bloodlines determine such things. You've inherited Mama's bloodline, so perhaps. Katakuri noticed that Ortolan did not seem inclined to continue on that subject, so he abruptly changed tack and smiling asked, "Were you forging just now? Was it with the materials I had delivered to you last time?" At the mention of this, Ortolan's interest was immediately piqued. "That's right. You came at just the right time today. It's just finished. I was just now hammering in the last edges and corners, pulling everything together." As he spoke, Ortolan reached out toward the forging platform and picked up the object that had been resting there. It was a long-handled warhammer. Ortolan stood a little over 3 meters tall, yet when he held the warhammer in his hand, its sheer size was still palpable. The hammerhead was a square rectangular block with sharp edges and ridges. On both striking faces and around the side, studs had been cast as part of the whole. Katakuri made a rough estimate. The hammer must have been nearly 4 meters in length. The entire warhammer was of a deep dark tone, its surface a matte black. Upon the hammerhead, however, faint golden patterns had been carved, and if one looked closely, they resembled the horns of a bull. At the end of the shaft, 2 square pyramids had been cast, one atop the other, likewise etched with patterns in muted gold as a base. Overall, the warhammer was not gaudy, but simple and imposing, understated and profound. "It's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to find such suitable materials, especially the Qianjun stone." Ortolan's tone carried a hint of genuine gratitude as he addressed Katakuri. Seeing that Ortolan seemed to be in a good mood, Katakuri said, "Those materials were ones Mama helped you procure. I was merely the messenger." Ortolan froze for a moment, then smacked his lips, sounding a little reluctant as he said, "All right, then thank her as well." At last, noticing the shift in Ortolan's attitude, Katakuri's brows softened with a faint hint of relief. Smiling broadly, he asked, "By the way, how much Qianjun stone did you add?" "Not much, just 5 pieces," Ortolan replied carelessly. Katakuri's expression went briefly blank at those words. Then he looked again at the war hammer in Ortolan's hand, which he wielded, as if it were utterly effortless. Beneath his scarf, the ferocious mouth at his throat twitched a few times as he sighed in admiration, "As expected of you." Qianjun stone, as its name implied, was as heavy as 1,000 jun. Though the name contained the character for stone, it was in fact a rare metal with a terrifying density and thus an equally terrifying weight. Katakuri had delivered to Ortolan 5 pieces of Qianjun stone, each the size of a gold brick. Merely transporting those 5 pieces had nearly caused his flagship to ride so low in the water that it could barely sail. One could well imagine how monstrous its weight was. Impossible. A warhammer forged from Qianjun stone, and you can just toy with it like that. Do you think your mama? Kelly Jia suddenly jumped in, voicing his objections. Perhaps it was because he was only 17 this year, a naturally rebellious age. Or perhaps it was because he was suspicious of this brother who had suddenly appeared just over half a year ago. Of course, it might also have been because over the past half year, both Mama and Big Brother Katakuri kept mentioning this Ban Ortolan in their mouths, which left a sour taste in his heart. Whatever the reason, Kelly Jia harbored an instinctive dislike for Ortolan. Faced with his objections, Ortolan did not bother to respond. He casually set the warhammer back onto the solid, heavy forging platform, then sat down opposite Katakuri. Seeing this, Kelly Jia grew even more irate and was about to speak again when Katakuri, sounding slightly displeased, called his name, once forcing him to fall silent. Then Katakuri could only give a helpless smile and say to Ortolan, "This guy's temperament is a bit foul, but I don't mind him." "There's no need to explain," Ortolan said, waving his hand magnanimously. "In both looks and disposition, you don't seem like someone of this age at all," Katakuri remarked with emotion. "Haha, listen to you. I've never thought you were like a 20-year-old either, so that's only normal," Ortolan replied with a hearty laugh. "Fair enough, but thank you all the same," Katakuri said after a moment's thought, chuckling. "It's thanks to you that I could personally forge a weapon I'm satisfied with. I should be the one thanking you. What are you thanking me for?" Ortolan waved his hand as he spoke, then grabbed the plain kettle on the table, something a farmer would normally use for boiling water, and used it as a teapot, pouring Katakuri a large mug full of hot water. Though Katakuri was the son of a pirate in the New World, he was undoubtedly of exalted status. In theory, he could be considered a prince of Totland, and in food, drink, and daily use he was accustomed to lavish top-tier things. Yet at this moment, faced with this large mug of plain boiled water from Ortolan, he did not show the slightest dislike. He even casually tugged off his scarf, revealing the ferocious mouth beneath, and took a couple of swigs without a care. Only then did Katakuri continue. "Thank you for not letting your temper flare like before, this time for not beating Kelly Jiao up and throwing him out." It had to be said that when Katakuri and Ortolan first met, the scene had been nothing like the harmony of today. Hearing this, Ortolan let out a somewhat troubled sigh and shook his head. "The full moon is approaching. I'm deeply uneasy, so I've been deliberately restraining my temper lately," he said. "Just take it as a form of spiritual cultivation for me." "Oh, spiritual cultivation. Do you have any good methods? Would you mind sharing them with me? You know I have a natural gift for Kenbunshika hockey, and its training just happens to require," Katakuri asked with curiosity. "Ahem. Forging, fishing, and next I plan to read more books," Ortolan replied, sounding a little embarrassed. Hearing his answer, Katakuri was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. "That really is a straightforwardly brutal answer that suits you perfectly." The answer was simple and rough, yet he did not ask how effective it was. After all, the fact that Kelly Jia was still able to sit here said enough. Clearly, in this period of time, Ortolan's temper had remained relatively stable. Thinking of this, Katakuri could not help glancing at Ortolan's forehead once more, where a pair of horns jutted skyward like those of a mighty bull. Indeed, Ortolan was not a pure-blooded human, but a mixed-blood child of Charlotte Lingling and a bull-type mink from the Makomo dukedom. With the full moon drawing near, Ortolan as a mink-blooded hybrid would enter the Sulong form on that night. For the minks, this was nothing more than a berserk unleashing of their bloodline's power. In the early years of their lives, most minks were unable to resist this berserk state and would lose their reason, rampaging out of control. Yet after experiencing the Sulong form a few times, the vast majority of minks could master this power. But Ortolan could not. It was not because he was a mink hybrid. In truth, he was far from the only mink-blooded hybrid in this world. Those hybrids too were able to control the power within them after going through Sulong a few times. The reason he lost control was that within his body, he also carried the blood of the monster Charlotte Lingling. For reasons unknown, once he entered the Sulong state, Ortolan would become like Charlotte Lingling when her sudden hunger pang struck, completely losing his sanity and transforming into a raving monster. As he gazed at the majestic horns, Katakuri's thoughts once again drifted afar, reminiscing about some secrets from many years ago. It was 18 years ago when Ortolan's birth took place. At that time, Katakuri was only 2 years old, and of course, he couldn't remember much. These secrets were told to him by his mother during this time. 18 years ago, Charlotte Linlin was still mingling with the Rocks pirates. However, just 2 or 3 years later, the War of the Gods Canyon erupted, leading to the dissolution of the once dominant Rocks pirates, with major shareholders going their separate ways, essentially shaping the current chaotic landscape of the New World. So theoretically, the 20-year-old Katakuri and the 22-year-old eldest son of the Charlotte family Perospero had both worn diapers on the Rocks ship, and possibly even urinated on the legendary figures like the Golden Lion Shiki, Edward Newgate, and Kaido of the Beasts, not to mention being flicked by them. Ahem. Bane Ortolan was also born on the Rocks ship. He should have shared the last name Charlotte, spending a brief infantile period on the ship. If luck were on his side, he might have even tugged at Whitebeard's beard or urinated on Shiki's head. His father's name was Bane Cyrones. Nowadays, there's hardly anyone on the seas who remembers him. However, 20 years ago, he was quite a renowned pirate in the new world of Bulltype, from the fur tribe, known for being a fierce character from the furry kingdom. He ventured out to become a pirate and earned a bounty of 300 million berries. It's important to note that this was not during the 20 years after the era of great pirates began, when bounties were rampant, and it seemed like anyone with a bit of skill could easily earn a bounty exceeding 100 million. This was 20 years ago, when bounties were still very substantial. A bounty of 300 million berries was enough to classify him as a notable pirate. Then one day, this pirate named Bane Cyrones challenged the Rocks pirates and was subsequently defeated by the combatant Charlotte Linlin aboard the ship. At this time, Charlotte Linlin was only in her 20s, at the pinnacle of her beauty, but she had already initiated her Charlotte family plan and was well on her way, having given birth to 4 children. Indeed, Charlotte Linlin had her first child at the tender age of 18, who was none other than the eldest son of the Charlotte family Perospero. In summary, Bane Cyrones, who was defeated by Charlotte Linlin, became a trophy of sorts for her. At that time, Charlotte Linlin happened to be in a vacant period, and as a member of the fur tribe, Bane Cyrones, who had decent strength, naturally became Charlotte Linlin's new husband for the purpose of expanding the Charlotte family. Whether it was beauty or strength, Charlotte Linlin at that time could be said to be the most outstanding woman on the seas. Initially, Bane Cyrones, who was forced into this marriage, resisted for a while, but later, he naturally became a subordinate beneath Charlotte Linlin's skirts. In Ortolan's memory, this quirky old father, until his death, still harbored deep feelings for Charlotte Linlin, seemingly never having resented her. This shows just how charming young Charlotte Linlin truly was. Although Bane Cyrones loved Charlotte Linlin deeply, she merely saw him as a tool. 18 years ago, Ortolan was born, and Charlotte Linlin, experiencing the fur tribe for the first time, was very much looking forward to the birth of this child. However, the outcome was quite embarrassing. Ortolan seemed to have been cursed by the bloodline of the fur tribe, as he only had the tender horns on his forehead, symbolizing the impurity of his bloodline, with no other traits connecting him to the fur tribe, resembling a mere human. Yet this human-like child possessed no wisdom, with murky eyes and behavior akin to that of a wild beast's cub, and his body was exceptionally frail, lacking any inheritance of Charlotte Linlin's monstrous bloodline, seemingly having no relation to the combat-strong fur tribe. Initially, Charlotte Linlin thought it might be due to the child being too small and not fully developed, so she patiently nurtured him for almost 6 months. Eventually, she confirmed that Ortolan was indeed a defective product, unable even to be classified as a sentient being. In her embarrassment and anger, Charlotte Linlin almost killed Ortolan, and it was only due to Cyrones' desperate intervention that Ortolan survived. Subsequently, an angry and humiliated Charlotte Linlin expelled both Ortolan and Cyrones from the Charlotte family and the Rocks pirate ship. Thus, Ortolan was taken away by Bane Cyrones for upbringing until he could see clearly and faced the full moon for the first time. On that day, the beast-like muddled Ortolan died, and a soul from beyond this pirate world was reborn within him. In the eyes of Bane Cyrones, after that full moon, his poor and pitiful son Ortolan seemed to have received a blessing from the moon goddess, awakening his intelligence, and his originally frail physical condition underwent a terrifying transformation at a frightening speed. However, after this, he did not take Ortolan to seek out Charlotte Linlin. Instead, he took his child to an inconspicuous island and lived in seclusion. Until Ortolan turned 10, he could no longer suppress Ortolan's moon lion during the full moon with his strength. That year, the island where they had lived in seclusion for 10 years was turned into a hellscape by Ortolan overnight, with heavy casualties. Afterward, they moved to Tyrian Island, and every year, whenever the full moon approached, Cyrones would take Ortolan away from Tyrian Island to a nearby small deserted island, allowing Ortolan to destroy everything on the island, waiting for the full moon to pass before returning to their peaceful lives. The full moon comes twice a year, and throughout the years they lived on Tyrian Island, they had never made any mistakes until about a year ago, when Cirones, this old father, finally aged. Indeed, he did not possess the extraordinary talents of monsters like Charlotte Lin, who could become famous at a young age. Therefore, when he became a great pirate, he was already over 40. Coupled with the hidden injuries from years of battling at sea 3 days before his 62nd birthday, sitting by the fireplace with Ortolan, he ended his sinful life with a gentle smile. Yes, although he had lived in seclusion for over a decade during the last years of his life, he was once a renowned great pirate truly deserving of a sinful life. After burying his old father, Ortolan was about to face his first full moon alone. He methodically prepared the ship and set out to the deserted island that had been ravaged by him for many years a few days before the full moon. That day at dusk, he quietly sat beside a massive rock on the deserted island waiting for the moonlight to descend to release himself and reward the island. However, just at that dusk, the deserted island welcomed a fleet flying the flag of the Big Mom pirates. They seemed intent on seizing Tyrian Island, which belonged to the great pirate Shiki, and incorporating it into the territories of Topland. And the leader among them was none other than Charlotte Linland's most proud son, Charlotte Katakuri. On that day, Katakuri planned to use this desolate island as a forward base for the attack on Tyrian Island, making final preparations. On that day, the supreme masterpiece of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Katakuri, encountered a frenzied monster on the island and was nearly defeated. Then, after many years, Bane Ortolan returned to the site of his biologically significant mother, Charlotte Linlan. Though Katakuri is regarded as the pinnacle of the Charlotte family, he is quite steady in his dealings and possesses exceptional talent, yet at the core, he is merely 20 years old, lacking any protagonist aura or extraordinary advantages. Thus, while his strength is commendable, it can only be considered decent at this moment. The current Big Mom pirates seem incredibly formidable, yet in reality, they find themselves in a somewhat awkward position, with only Charlotte Linland truly able to bear the flag. In such circumstances, Katakuri encountered Ortolan. If Katakuri is extraordinarily gifted, then Ortolan is a true monster in every sense. As a hybrid of the Fur tribe and Charlotte Lin Ortolan not only inherited the power from the Fur tribe, allowing him to enter a moon lion berserk state during the full moon, but he also inherited Linland's fierce bloodline. The main reason why his father Ben Cirones could not contain Ortolan's rage during the full moon of his 10th year is primarily due to Ortolan's monstrous bloodline inherited from Charlotte Linland. Indeed, on that year's full moon, Ortolan awakened his innate divine strength and steel-like bones. This power comes from Charlotte Linland. It is well known that at the age of 5 she defeated the giants, and then set sail as a pirate rampaging through the seas for many years, earning the title of monster. The foundation of her formidable strength lies in this innate divine power and steel-like bones. Perhaps due to still possessing half of the Fur tribe's bloodline, Ortolan may not have fully maximized these two monstrous talents, but his strength is sufficient to crush the giants. Consequently, he wields the heavy warhammer forged from 1,000-pound stone as if it were light. As for his steel-like bones, Ortolan, based on his memories, cannot ascertain whether he has reached Charlotte Linland's level. After all, the so-called steel-like bones are not absolute defense. During Charlotte Linland's conquests, if she encountered a powerful foe, she would still be broken through and suffer injuries, otherwise she would be invincible, and how could she ever face defeat? The lower limit of steel-like bones essentially means being impervious to ordinary swords and bullets. In other words, if the minions of the sea lack skill and unique abilities, they wouldn't even be able to break his skin. Ortolan has confirmed through repeated studies and experiments that he fully possesses this capability. Ordinary sword strikes and firearms cannot breach his defenses even when he is sound asleep and completely unguarded. However, his father Cirones could break through Ortolan's steel-like bones, but the issue is that Cirones, bold enough to challenge Charlotte Lin despite aging and frailty, still possesses considerable strength, which does not truly gauge the significance of those steel-like bones. After all, according to his father's accounts, he had once broken through Linland's steel-like bones during their fierce battles. What? Cirones couldn't contain his madness at the age of 10. How could he be that strong? The answer is that suppression is one thing, but inflicting heavy injuries to defeat is another. Cirones is not a good person. He wouldn't hold back for the sake of avoiding destruction to the island towns while heavily injuring his beloved son. At that time, Ortolan had completely gone berserk, and to stop his actions it was necessary to inflict injuries severe enough to incapacitate him. Cirones was unwilling to go that far, so upon realizing he couldn't contain his beloved son, he gave up on stopping him and merely observed as Ortolan transformed into pure violence, unleashing the terrifying power within. Possessing both steel-like bones and innate divine strength in his full moon state, Ortolan's strength further surged when his Fur tribe moon lion went berserk. The young Katakuri encountered Orderin under such circumstances, and the outcome can easily be imagined. Recalling this painful experience, Katakuri finally snapped back to reality, instinctively touching his abdomen, as if the pain from Orderin's heavy punch to his stomach had yet to fully dissipate. At the same time, he was also relieved that Orderin did not have any suitable weapons at that time. What are your plans for this full moon? Katakuri withdrew his gaze from Orderin's imposing horns and asked, looking into Orderin's eyes. Orderin casually replied, what else could I plan? The usual routine, of course. When the time is right, I'll go to that deserted island to cultivate. Katakuri nodded initially, then continued, but you can't keep doing this, can you? That's true. Orderin acknowledged this and smiled, saying previously it was because my old man was nearing the end of his life. This life was ultimately given by him, and I cannot turn a blind eye to the grace of being raised by him. That is why I stayed here to accompany him in his twilight years. Now that he has passed, and I've crafted a suitable weapon for myself, I plan to leave Tarion after this full moon. To be honest, Orderin is quite patient. He has been in this world for over a decade, and has yet to venture out, mainly due to his attachment to his old father. Now that he feels unbound, it is time to explore this pirate world, to witness this beautiful yet cruel world of violence. Where do you plan to go? Katakuri seemed to have something to say, but suppressed his thoughts, softly inquiring. Orderin stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, then shook his head, saying, to be honest, I haven't really thought about this while working with metal. But if I were to speak roughly, I want to see the world since it is so vast, right? Cake Island should be one of those places, right? Katakuri's eyes brightened, and he eagerly said, Mom has been mentioning you. If you haven't decided where to go yet, why not come back with me to Cake Island? Upon hearing this, a look of disdain appeared on Orderin's face. To be honest, although Charlotte Lin abandoned herself and her old father, perhaps due to the nature of his soul's transmigration, Orderin has questioned his own heart multiple times, arriving at the conclusion. He actually holds no contempt or hatred towards Charlotte Lin, who is his mother by blood. He feels more like she is a stranger. As for his sycophantic father, although he too is an abandoned individual, he can truly flatter. Even at the end of his life, he harbored no resentment towards Charlotte Lin and seemed to cherish the idea of being buried on Cake Island, always watching over the one he loves. With the parties involved holding such an attitude, Orderin would not interfere or add any familial drama or grievances. The disdainful expression on his face primarily arises from his belief that Cake Island and the Big Mom Pirates do not align with his current expectations. Although he has hardly ventured far from Tarion, Orderin has a rough understanding of the current situation in the New World, which is experiencing a surge of heroes and power struggles. Take Tarion Island, for instance. It once flew the flag of the flying pirate crew, led by the Golden Lion Shiki, but now it has fallen to the Big Mom Pirates, indicating that a clash of interests has already erupted between Charlotte Lin and Shiki. Moreover, not only Shiki but Charlotte Lin is also a woman who aspires to become the Queen of the Seas. Given her ambition, every hero in this new world can be considered her actual or potential enemy. Thus, joining the Big Mom Pirates would undoubtedly entangle him in the ongoing chaos of war in the New World. However, Orderin is eager to see how vast the world is. He does not have much real experience with war and does not reject it, but there must be a sequence to things, right? Seeing the disdain on Orderin's face, Katakuri chuckled, saying, Mom recently set out to personally find you a gift you've been wishing for. Orderin's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this, revealing a thoughtful demeanor. Then Katakuri continued, Mom also mentioned that she might have a way to help with your moon lion that is bound to go out of control after the full moon. Even if I go, I never said I must join the Big Mom Pirates. Don't worry, Mom just wants to see you. If you want to leave, you can do so at any time, I guarantee it. Katakuri said earnestly. While Orderin does not take Charlotte Lin's credibility seriously, he believes in Katakuri. A true man is worth trusting. Since she claims to have a solution for my situation, there's no need to wait for the full moon this time. Orderin mused. Originally, he planned to spend another full moon here before leaving, but now that Charlotte Lin said she might be able to cure this ailment, why not head directly to Cake Island? He could experience a full moon on Cake Island and verify her claims. Of course, Orderin wasn't someone who would blindly trust whatever Katakuri said. After all, Charlotte Lin herself had an eating disorder and would occasionally suffer from intermittent psychotic episodes. Could she really have a way to treat him, Orderin? However, considering that he had nothing to lose, even if he lost control on Cake Island after spending a full moon, it would still be a loss for the Big Mom Pirates, so it didn't matter. Moreover, Charlotte Lin had a history of mental illness for many years. Who knows, she might actually have some experiences to share with him. As the saying goes, a long-standing illness makes one a doctor, and although a doctor cannot heal themselves, she might not be able to govern her own condition, yet perhaps she could heal me. Orderin tried to find an excuse to absolve Charlotte Lin, and it was definitely not because he was coveting the gifts she prepared for him. Speaking of which, when Katakuri first invited him to Cake Island, he casually came up with a bunch of excuses to decline and proposed many unreasonable demands. Charlotte Linlin first brought him a 1,000-pound stone, so what gifts has she prepared this time? Thinking about it, he actually felt a bit excited. All right, when are we leaving? Katakuri asked with a hint of excitement upon hearing Ortolan's complete agreement. Ortolan had nothing to delay, so he slapped his thigh and said, "There's no time to waste. If it's convenient for you, shall we leave today?" Katakuri was also worried that Ortolan would change his mind later. Moreover, his main purpose for coming to Tarian Island was to bring Ortolan back, so he immediately replied, "There's nothing inconvenient on our side, so let's leave now." "All right, wait for me a moment. They'll go tidy up and see what I need to bring along," Ortolan said as he stood up and walked towards the house in the courtyard. Once Ortolan entered the house, the smile on Katakuri's face remained. Big brother Katakuri, is that guy really that powerful? Krika, who had been ignored all along, finally had a chance to speak up and couldn't help but ask, "Isn't his war hammer right there? If you don't believe it, you can try it yourself," Katakuri said, picking up the large water jar on the table and taking a sip. Krika was really a bit skeptical, rolling his shoulders and saying, "Trying is trying. The weight of 5,000-pound stones is as heavy as a conventional 3-masted sailboat. I refuse to believe it." As soon as he finished speaking, Krika got up and walked to the forging platform, grabbing the hammer handle. He yanked it hard, and the war hammer wobbled slightly. This indicated that Krika, as a descendant of Charlotte Linlin, possessed considerable strength. Seeing that his hard pull didn't lift the hammer, Krika's expression darkened, seemingly believing in Ortolan's innate strength. He then gripped the hammer handle with both hands, his muscles bulging beneath the cookie armor. Taking a deep breath, he exerted a tremendous force to lift it. The heavy war hammer was indeed moved a bit by him, but after 3 to 5 seconds, Krika's face turned red as if he was holding his breath and about to burst his capillaries. But out of pride and dignity, he didn't simply drop the hammer. He bore the heavy weight, carefully placing it back in its position. Once he released the hammer handle, Krika finally let out a huge sigh, panting for a few seconds. Turning his head, he saw Katakuri looking at him with a somewhat amused expression. This made Krika, already red-faced, feel even more embarrassed. He complained in a somewhat pouting manner, "Brother." With a 40-year-old middle-aged man's appearance making such a pose, it was only because Ortolan had entered the house. Otherwise, if he saw this, he would surely slap him twice. However, Katakuri seemed to have long been accustomed to his sibling's innocent behavior in front of him, laughing heartily. "Now you know, right? Just this kind of strength is enough to make him powerful. Moreover, he has also inherited our mother's iron bones." Hearing this, Krika was somewhat convinced. The bloodline of the Charlotte family was generally strong, but even Katakuri, who was called the highest masterpiece, had not truly inherited the innate strength from their mother. Krika was well aware of this. And regarding their mother's iron bones, it could be said that so far none of the descendants of the Charlotte family had inherited this talent. Only this band, Ortolan, who does not bear the Charlotte surname. The Charlotte clan is a family of pirates inherently believing in the concept of the strong being respected. The reason Katakuri is so loved by his younger siblings is partly due to his personal charm, and on the other hand, because he is sufficiently powerful. At this moment, Krika had not realized that he had somewhat acknowledged this previously unfamiliar brother. Of course, Ortolan was unaware of this, but even if he knew, he would think it was meaningless whether Krika acknowledged him or not. What significance does it have? As long as he doesn't provoke him. Otherwise, if he truly got angry, he would just grab him to be a fairy boy, and if the ship was not well taken care of, he would break his legs. While Katakuri and Krika were chatting idly, Ortolan emerged from the house, holding a long knife with a delicate sheath, seemingly carrying nothing else. Noticing Katakuri's somewhat puzzled gaze, Ortolan said somewhat awkwardly, "I looked in the house and saw it was bare. There didn't seem to be anything else to bring, just this knife. It's a relic from my father. When I get to Cake Island, I'll give it to her as a meeting gift." When Ortolan lived with his father here, he had completely abandoned all means of production. After all, his old man was a great pirate. Even in hiding, it was impossible for him to go out and work. With his father as a role model, Ortolan naturally wouldn't be a good person either. He had once raised the idea of working at the docks to earn money, but his father told him that this was a lack of ambition. A real man should rely on robbery. What kind of skill is moving bricks? Ortolan attempted to argue with him, saying that laborers are the most glorious, which almost made Cerrones cough up blood from his old injuries in anger. Unable to win the argument, Ortolan decided to drop the subject. The source of livelihood for the two of them on Tarian Island was largely based on Cerrones, this old father being a bully at the port, collecting protection fees and such. Now that he has passed away for some time, the family's savings had been mostly consumed by Ortolan during this period. After all, the two of them had no awareness of saving money, so one could say that Ortolan was truly living hand to mouth at this time. Meeting gift. Katakuri was delighted to hear this. Ortolan still had such thoughts, which indicated that his feelings towards their mother were perhaps not as terrible as he had imagined. Little did he know this matter was actually a dying wish from Ortolan's obsessive father. When he was on the verge of death, he grabbed Ortolan's hand and said that in the future, if he had the chance, he hoped Ortolan could give this knife to Charlotte Linlin. In this way, he could protect his goddess in another way. Ortolan did not wish to dwell on his father's peculiar mindset. Over the years, he had become accustomed to this guy's absurdity. Whatever happens, happens. Since it was one of his wishes, he might as well take care of it this time. Do not be fooled by the flashy appearance of Katakuri's ship, which looks like a donut. It seems utterly ridiculous at first glance. However, this absurd vessel is remarkably fast, leaving Ortolan's mind filled with questions about how a life preserver-shaped contraption could achieve such speed. Yet he quickly cast aside these thoughts, realizing that such matters were best left to shipbuilders and had little to do with him. Turian Island is not too far from the Big Mom Pirates' headquarters, Cake Island. Given the peculiar speed of Katakuri's donut ship, it only took 2 weeks to catch sight of the giant castle of Cake Island on the horizon. On the deck, Ortolan remained bare-chested, seemingly displaying his robust physique intentionally. This time, however, he wore a special shoulder strap slung diagonally across his back, with a heavy war hammer resting behind him. The gentle sea breeze brushed against his cheek, causing his wild brown hair to dance freely. "Is this your first time traveling far?" Katakuri had appeared by Ortolan's side without him noticing. He held a plate of donut pastries in his hands, and upon seeing Ortolan glance over, he revealed a rare look of reluctance, ultimately raising the plate, as if asking Ortolan if he wanted to try one. Ortolan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Their interactions during the journey had given him greater insight into Katakuri, such as his obsession with donuts. Breakfast consisted of milk-flavored donuts, lunch was chocolate-flavored, and dinner was green tea-flavored. Aside from regular meals, as long as he wasn't busy with something, most of the time if you saw him, you would also see a donut in his hand. This made Ortolan wonder if this guy had donut blood flowing through his veins. "I don't eat, thanks," Ortolan said with a look of disdain. "You should know that sharing donuts with you is already my highest honor." Katakuri couldn't help but explain upon seeing Ortolan's expression of disgust. "I believe you, donut alien," Ortolan retorted. "If such a planet really exists, I must go." "Of course," Katakuri said without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them couldn't help but laugh. After the laughter, Ortolan said, "It's not exactly my first time. I recall, when I was 10, my old man took me out to sea, and we sailed for quite a while, maybe 3 to 4 months. Why did you choose Turian?" Katakuri casually asked. "My old man never mentioned the reason, but now that I think about it, it might be because Turian is relatively close to Cake Island." Ortolan pondered for a moment and teased, wondering why his father was so infatuated with the goddess Ling Ling. Katakuri didn't press further on the matter. After eating a few bites of donut, he continued, "When I was on the phone with my mom, she originally planned to hold a grand tea party for you, but unfortunately we received some intel that it seems Shiki is rallying a fleet of the flying pirate crew, possibly heading our way since we are currently at war, so the tea party couldn't take place." "That's quite unfortunate," Ortolan muttered. However, he felt a bit puzzled. This year is the year 1495 of the Sea Circle calendar. If there's any major event in the New World this year, he indeed has some recollection. A grand naval battle that would change the entire layout of the New World is set to erupt this year. That would be the Battle of Edver. Looking at the current situation in the New World since the fall of the Rocks Pirates and the departure of various stakeholders, the New World has been in a state of contention among heroes, and now among these heroes, the one who holds absolute dominance and stands at the peak is none other than the Golden Lion Shiki. He is known as the Pirate Overlord. Compared to Shiki's current achievements, the Whitebeard pirates seem much lazier. They roam the world, and rumors occasionally circulate about Whitebeard Edward Newgate adopting another son in some sea area. It appears they are not eager for dominance, though as long as no one provokes them, they are disinterested in stirring trouble. Pirates following Whitebeard like Silver Axe and Wang Ji are still doing well, but compared to Shiki, who is ambitious and determined to seize the world, they indeed fall short. As for Kaido, Ortolan hasn't inquired about his news. Considering the timeline, he should be headed to wreak havoc in Wano soon, right? The development of the Big Mom Pirates in comparison to Kaido and others is relatively decent, but still falls short compared to Shiki. Fortunately, Shiki's domineering ways have made him many enemies among the current sea heroes, so Charlotte Linlin dares to provoke him. If the situation in the New World is characterized by one supreme and many strong, then Shiki is that supreme, while the Big Mom Pirates are merely among the strong. Based on Shiki's current momentum, he should be the most likely man to stand at the pinnacle of the pirate world after Rocks. Normally, he should be expanding his forces and eliminating or recruiting Kaido, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, Charlotte Linlin, and others to restore the glory of Rocks. But Ortolan knows that Shiki's unmatched momentum is about to come to an end this year. Shiki's gathering of his large fleet may not be to trouble Charlotte Linlin, but rather to confront his destined rival. GOLD. Roger. Shiki's large fleet will block the Roger pirates in the Edver Sea, and when both sides fail to reach an agreement, a fierce battle will erupt. Then a sudden superstorm will pin Shiki to the pillar of disgrace and defeat. Not only that, but his formidable fleet dominating the New World along with many strong fighters under him will be engulfed in this superstorm. His path to unifying the pirate forces in the New World will be abruptly cut short, and he will suffer irreversible injuries, with a ship's helm lodged in his head, greatly diminishing his strength. Perhaps it is precisely because of the fall of this pirate overlord Shiki that the remaining pirate forces in the New World reaped great benefits, and both Kaido and Charlotte Linlin should have gradually solidified their unshakable positions as overlords in the New World after this event. Thinking of this, Ortolan couldn't help but curiously ask, "Do you know where the Edver Sea is?" Edver. Katakuri found Ortolan's question a bit strange, but quickly replied, "If you head directly east from Cake Island at a normal sailing speed, you can reach it in 2 months. Is that part of the territory of Tato Land?" Ortolan exclaimed in surprise, realizing that 2 months' journey from Cake Island isn't too far. Of course not within Tato Land's territory. All seas are renamed Tato Land. Katakuri waved his hand with a smile and continued, "That area is currently unclaimed land, and beyond Edver is Shiki's territory. That place is not too far from his headquarters, the secret realm of Melview." Ortolan said, "I see. It seems I need a geography-related book to understand the distribution of sea areas in this world." Ortolan chuckled. After gaining some information from Katakuri, Ortolan began to feel that Shiki's gathering of his fleet may not be aimed at the Big Mom pirates, but rather in search of Roger. But where is Roger? The Roger pirates are not easy to find, as they follow an elite route traveling with a single ship, and with such a vast ocean, it is challenging to discover their whereabouts. As Ortolan and Katakuri chatted idly, while contemplating these various matters, the donut ship gradually sailed into the port of Cake Island. The name Cake Island may sound a bit unreliable, but in reality it is a large island renowned as the headquarters of the infamous Big Mom pirates in the New World. Both its geographical location and island resources are quite impressive. As Ortolian disembarked, he immediately noticed several coastal defense cannons built near the port. However, as a pirate stronghold, the port was not desolate at all. Instead, it was exceptionally prosperous, with numerous transport ships and merchant caravans coming and going. Maintaining this order were a small number of pirates from the Big Mom pirates, but more were the homies that Ortolian had heard about, but was seeing for the first time today. These soul creations originated from Charlotte Linlin's terrifying and powerful soul fruit ability. The port had arranged for homies' carts to pick up people. Katakuri quickly took Ortolian onto a cart, leaving the port and heading towards the depths of the island along a straight pathway. Not long after passing through the forest, when the branches and leaves parted, one could see the castle located in the central region of Cake Island, resembling a gigantic cake from a fairy tale. There stood the residence of the great pirate Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. The cart stopped in front of the castle, and a servant set up the ladder as Katakuri and Ortolian got down together. At this moment, the eldest son of the Charlotte family, Paraspero, was also waiting there. Upon seeing Katakuri and Ortolian, he stepped forward and said, "Mom has been waiting for you in the castle for quite some time." After saying this, he carefully scrutinized Ortolian and teased, "So this is our dear new little brother. Is he really only 18? He looks older than me, hee." Although Paraspero's tone seemed a bit strange, Ortolian oddly felt that there was some goodwill in his words. Thus Ortolian smiled and nodded at him, saying, "Nice to meet you, my name is Bane Ortolian." Paraspero did not comment further on the surname Bane. Instead, he patted Ortolian's shoulder and said with a smile, "Let's go, Mom is waiting for us. By the way, would you like to try my lollipop? Is it a habit of the Charlotte family to promote their signature sweets upon meeting someone?" Ortolian politely declined Paraspero's recommendation, and soon the group entered the grandiose castle. After passing through the castle's foyer and corridors, just as Ortolian was getting dizzy from the winding path, they arrived at a massive door. Paraspero then stepped forward and knocked on the heavy-looking door. To Ortolian's astonishment, the 2 door rings suddenly transformed into eyes. Subsequently, the homies inside the door seemed to awake and glanced outside, greeted Paraspero and Katakuri with a chuckle, and then operated on their own to slowly open the door. As the door opened, a rush of air from the closed room surged out, and Ortolian was immediately enveloped by a sweet aroma. It was as if this place was a warehouse filled with all kinds of desserts. But it was not. The room was brightly lit with a tall throne placed at the center, and in front of the throne was a revolving round table laden with an abundance of sweets. At that moment, a figure sat on the throne, casually grabbing desserts from the table and stuffing them into her mouth. Without a doubt, that was Charlotte Linlin, the woman determined to become the queen of the seas. Ortolian's impression of Charlotte Linlin could be marked as old hag, a plump fat pig, intermittently mentally unstable, and a patient with manic disorder. Although it was known that Charlotte Linlin was actually a rare beauty in her youth, captivating even her useless old father with unending affection until his death. However, now that he truly saw Charlotte Linlin, Ortolian seemed to understand why his father was so infatuated with her back then. Considering her age, she was not exactly young anymore. If Ortolian remembered correctly, Charlotte Linlin was 41 this year, which should categorize her as a middle-aged individual. But perhaps due to her extraordinary talents. In any case, Charlotte Linlin appeared to be at most in her 30s at that moment. Furthermore, her previously plump figure now had substantial curves with an alluring silhouette. Though seated on the throne, her posture was quite wild and open, with a long leg clad only in shorts and high heels resting directly on the table, which was littered with remnants of desserts. Overall, this first impression shattered Ortolian's preconceived notions of her. As if she heard the noise at the door, Charlotte Linlin hastily stuffed a piece of cake into her mouth, wiped her lips with her hand, and directed her gaze toward the entrance. Then a smirk appeared at the corners of her mouth, and a proud smile graced her face. Before Katakuri and Perispero could speak, Charlotte Linlin had already begun to talk. I had completely forgotten what your father looked like, but seeing you suddenly reminded me of his face. For a fur tribe member, he was indeed quite handsome. Haha, little brat, you've grown up. Charlotte Linlin fixed her gaze on Ortolian, laughing heartily. It seemed the devoted admiration of his father for her had not left much of an impression on her. But upon reflection, given Charlotte Linlin's experience, his status, and wild personality, it seemed quite reasonable. Thanks to him, I managed to survive, Ortolian replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Charlotte Linlin stuffed another snack into her mouth, chewing, while nodding thoughtfully. If there's one thing that guy is better than me at, it would probably be his foresight and patience towards you. I'm sorry, little brat, for being so short-sighted back, then causing you to suffer all these years. Ortolian did not respond, but instead took down the saber hanging at his waist, weighing it in his hand, and said, it's nothing. There are countless abandoned souls in this vast sea. My experiences are nothing special. This knife is my father's relic. Before he passed, he entrusted me to deliver it to you, if I ever had the chance. Just as Ortolian finished speaking, Charlotte Linlin picked up a pre-prepared warm towel from the table, saying, hand it over. As Ortolian walked a few steps closer to Charlotte Linlin, he increasingly felt the powerful aura that she casually exuded. Seemingly aware of this, Charlotte Linlin quickly reined in her natural aura and took the saber from Ortolian's hand. Memory is a peculiar thing. Before I saw this knife, I had no impression of it at all, but now as I caress its hilt, I feel as if I can recall it and its owner. Charlotte Linlin remarked, then asked, little brat, would you like to return to my embrace? This question merely inquired whether Ortolian was willing to become a Charlotte again to join the Big Mom Pirates. Before Ortolian could respond, Charlotte Linlin continued, as long as you agree, I'll make you the first of the Sweet Commanders right now. Without a doubt, the leader of the Big Mom Pirates is Charlotte Linlin, but following her, the high-ranking officers are referred to as Sweet Commanders. There is no strict limit to their number, but it is usually 4, and they can only be her blood relatives. Currently, the Big Mom Pirates have 4 Sweet Commanders. Interestingly, the 3 siblings of Katakuri occupy 3 of the spots, while the last one is the eldest son, Perispero. However, the status of a Sweet Commander is not fixed. If any Sweet Commander suffers a defeat in external battles, they will immediately lose their position. Originally in the story, only Kakuri, who was known to be invincible, maintained his position as a Sweet Commander, while the other 3 had changed many times. As for Katakuri's previous defeat at the hands of the insane Ortolian, in Charlotte Linlin's eyes, that did not count as a defeat in external battles, since Ortolian also bore her blood. In any case, the status of a Sweet Commander is extremely high within the Big Mom Pirates, and the first among them is even more so, ranking just below her. The conditions proposed by Charlotte Linlin were fairly decent, yet Ortolian had little interest. Although he felt no resentment towards Charlotte Linlin for being abandoned, he also did not wish to casually become someone else's son, having to call her mother at every turn. Thus Ortolian did not think much and immediately shook his head, saying, I refuse. Before Charlotte Linlin could say anything, Ortolian continued, the reason I came to Cake Island was not to join the Big Mom Pirates. Kakuri said you have a way to help me with my uncontrollable state during the full moon. Ortolian's blunt words surprised Perispero behind him, who could not help but glance at Katakuri, who could only respond with an expression of helplessness. After hearing Ortolian's refusal, Charlotte Linlin showed no signs of anger, merely shaking her head slightly with a hint of regret, saying, you refuse. What a pity. Ortolian expected her to persist, but unexpectedly this woman who aspired to be the queen of the seas did not press the issue further. Once Ortolian declined, she let it go. After expressing a sentiment, Charlotte Linlin continued, I do have a method regarding your uncontrollable frenzy during the full moon. What is the method? Ortolian's expression became serious as he inquired. Ultimately, your frenzy during the full moon is no different from the moon lion of the fur tribe. It is a talent derived from your racial bloodline. The reason you cannot control this power like the other members of the fur tribe is partly due to your mixed heritage. The amount of fur tribe blood within you is minimal. This is evident from your appearance, Charlotte Linlin stated. Although Ortolan was said to be a mixed breed of the fur tribe, in reality only the two horns on his forehead indicated he was not a pure-blood human. In other respects, he was almost indistinguishable from humans. If one did not know better, they might even mistake him for a Oni from Kaido's lineage. Thinking of this, Charlotte Linlin felt a sense of pride. After all, her bloodline was indeed more potent, overshadowing that of the fur tribe. After a brief pause, Charlotte Linlin continued, aside from that reason, another is that there is also my blood flowing within you. Kadakuri told me that you not only inherited my innate divine power, but also my steel-like physical constitution. This is something unique among my many offspring. Ortolan, do you understand what this means? It was like a question, but in reality there was no need for Ortolan to answer. Charlotte Linlin, after a self-satisfied smile, continued. This means you have almost perfectly inherited my talents. Within you my bloodline is more pure and powerful, but because of this you have also inherited my madness. The food frenzy, let's call it, that is a disease, a talent, or something else, it matters not. In such a state, I too would go mad and berserk. So I think your inability to control yourself during the full moon may be due to the power of the fur tribe bloodline within you, which on that day merges with my bloodline power. The full moon not only activates your moon lion, but also thrusts you into this state of food frenzy. The two combined mean you cannot control yourself. Ortolan was not surprised by Charlotte Linlin's explanation, as he had come to the same conclusion himself. Intermittent insanity mania combined with the moon lion equals his uncontrollable state during the full moon. Thinking of this, Ortolan asked, if you cannot cure your own food frenzy, how do you think you can cure mine? Ha ha ha. Charlotte Linlin laughed heartily, and then looked at Ortolan, saying, my food frenzy was cured at one point, little brat. This revelation genuinely surprised Ortolan, and he looked at Charlotte Linlin in astonishment, asking, when? How was it cured? Although during the full moon his strength would increase due to the madness and mania, who would want to be a lunatic when they could be normal? Thus Ortolan truly wanted to cure this problem of his. A nostalgic glimmer appeared in Charlotte Linlin's eyes, as if recalling her past. After a long while she spoke, that was many years ago on Rock's ship my food frenzy was cured. On Rock's ship? Their ship's doctor. Ortolan immediately thought of this. No, it had nothing to do with the ship's doctor. Charlotte Linlin chuckled, waving her hand. Then, Ortolan pondered for a moment before asking, was it technology? I heard that the great scientist Vegapunk Stussy was also with you. Before Ortolan could finish his sentence, Charlotte Linlin looked disdainful and said, what kind of scientist is she? Although she claimed to be a scientist, in reality, she was just a useless leech. But perhaps because Ortolan mentioned that name, Charlotte Linlin seemed to recall something and said, but it was also because of that useless person that we met the real great scientist Vegapunk. I almost forgot about it until you mentioned it. Vegapunk indeed said that through biotechnological means it might be possible to cure my food frenzy. He mentioned something about genes, but I know nothing about that technology. I later forgot about it. Ortolan silently noted this information. The lineage factor seems remarkable. It might be worth a try. While contemplating this, Ortolan did not show any unusual reaction and continued to ask, so what exactly was it? Was it some kind of devil fruit ability? No. Charlotte Linlin smirked, revealing an evil smile. It was violence. Violence. Ortolan was taken aback, seemingly perplexed by this answer. Indeed, violence. Charlotte Linlin said solemnly, violence is a remedy specifically for this ailment. Ortolan looked at Charlotte Linlin, pondering for a moment, and seemed to understand something, his eyes showing a look of astonishment. Seeing this, Charlotte Linlin smiled and said, perhaps you have already figured out the reason. After all, you erupted with food frenzy on Rock's ship. That indeed was not a pleasant scene, Ortolan said with a smile. Charlotte Linlin was extraordinarily gifted and immensely powerful. If she erupted with food frenzy in most areas of this world, it would be utterly uncontrollable. However, those areas certainly did not include Rock's ship. After all, although Charlotte Linlin was formidable, that ship was filled with monsters. Imagine one day Charlotte Linlin suddenly suffered an outbreak of food frenzy, launching indiscriminate attacks on everyone around her, but among those people were Rock's Whitebeard, Shiki, Kaido, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and many of the most vicious marauders of the sea. What would the outcome be? The answer is evident. A Charlotte Linlin would be beaten up by this group. What uncurable food frenzy? A good beating would suffice. If it's not cured, then let's beat you again when it flares up. Recalling the events of the Rocks era seemed to leave Charlotte Linlin somewhat displeased. However, her emotional regulation abilities should be quite good, as she quickly regained her composure after eating 2 pieces of cake. She did not speak further, sipping her juice while observing Ortolan, who stood there deep in thought about these matters. As if remembering something, Charlotte Linlin looked towards Katakuri, waved her hand, and did not speak. Yet Katakuri understood her intention, immediately nodding before leaving the place quickly. Perispero seemed unconcerned about these secrets. He appeared quite curious and stood by listening to the idle chatter. After a moment, Ortolan looked at Charlotte Linlin and asked, "So what you mean is if during the full moon I fall into a state of violent chaos, having someone to forcibly pull me out of that state with absolute violence could allow me to find an opportunity through repeated experiences, thus gradually mastering this uncontrollable power?" Charlotte Linlin smiled and nodded, saying, "Exactly, that is my answer for you, little ghost." Upon reflection, it did seem possible. He recalled that before the age of 10, due to his father's ability to suppress him, Ortolan indeed felt he had a grasp on the Moon Lion. However, after turning 10, that feeling vanished. Instead, he became increasingly wild and irritable, the sense of losing control becoming more severe. Is this the consequence of pampering? Ortolan mumbled to himself. Perhaps it was precisely because his father indulged him and was reluctant to hurt him that it led to his condition worsening over the years rather than improving. Indeed, Ortolan wanted to resolve this issue quickly, not only because he would lose control during the full moon, but also because his condition was worsening over time. In recent years, he had felt his temper becoming increasingly violent, constantly wanting to unleash his aggression. He worried, concerned that his condition would extend beyond the full moon after all. Charlotte Linlin's outburst of food addiction did not discriminate between full moons. If he could not control his situation in the future, would it also evolve into the current state of Charlotte Linlin? Even if not during a full moon, would he inexplicably enter a completely mad state at times? The thought was somewhat terrifying. When Charlotte Linlin's food addiction erupted, she truly lost all rationality, killing even her own son. Without hesitation, she might even eat people. If his situation developed into this, it would be too frightening to harm those around him, possibly even those he cherished, and perhaps even consume them. During this time, Ortolan had been engaging in so-called spiritual practices through blacksmithing and fishing, hoping to curb his violent temper from worsening. So far it had some effect, but it was far from a cure. While Ortolan was contemplating these matters, Charlotte Linlin put down her juice, smiled, and said, "This world is very dangerous and cruel, Ortolan." This was the first time she referred to Ortolan by name since their meeting. Ortolan looked up at her, and Charlotte Linlin continued, "Perhaps you were proud of defeating Katakuri, and undeniably Katakuri is indeed very competent. However, in my eyes, both he and you are still merely seedlings." After their first encounter with Katakuri, an awakening, Ortolan indeed felt proud for a time. After all, defeating Katakuri was no small feat. Although he had done so in a mindless state of frenzy, Ortolan believed that even without that frenzy, his strength was not inferior to Katakuri's. At 18, defeating Katakuri was indeed worth celebrating. Yet Ortolan also agreed with Charlotte Linlin's words. Now, at 20, Katakuri would likely not be able to withstand even a single hand of Charlotte Linlin, who was at her peak. As for Ortolan, facing a top powerhouse like Charlotte Linlin, he could probably last only a short while longer than Katakuri. Thinking about this, Ortolan reflected as Charlotte Linlin continued, "You all need to keep growing continually, making yourselves stronger, mastering greater powers to gain the strength to protect yourselves in this cruel and dangerous world." At this point, Charlotte Linlin paused slightly, her gaze carrying a strange depth, as she softly said, "And you, my son Ortolan. The stronger you become, the rarer the violence that can match or surpass you will be, and the scarcer that violence is, the harder it will be to cure your violent condition." "What do you want to say?" Ortolan interrupted Charlotte Linlin's insinuation. Charlotte Linlin smiled, unfazed by Ortolan's rudeness, and continued gently, "I want to tell you that I, Charlotte Linlin, possess the violence that can crush you. My violence is your remedy, Ortolan. In this sea, there are many who possess violence that can crush me. You are not the only one. There are many who are equally strong, and even some who are stronger than you." Ortolan replied. There were indeed many powerful individuals in the sea. Although Ortolan had some strength now, it was limited. Far too many could defeat him. And there were indeed those with strength comparable to Charlotte Linlin's, such as Shiki, Whitebeard, and Roger. But can you trust them? Would you dare to entrust your life to them, Ortolan? Charlotte Linlin asked calmly. Without waiting for Ortolan to respond, she continued, "Those people are outsiders. They are not to be trusted. As for me, though we have had many unpleasant and regrettable experiences, you cannot deny that my blood flows through you. I am your mother, Ortolan. Whether from a bloodline perspective or an interest perspective, I need you. If you return to my embrace, the stronger you become, the stronger our Big Mom pirates will be. We are family. We are blood relatives worthy of mutual trust." Ortolan had to admit that Charlotte Linlin's words made a lot of sense. Indeed, there were many who could rival Charlotte Linlin's strength, but would Ortolan dare to entrust his life to them? What if he was killed? Compared to that, Charlotte Linlin was unlikely to kill him. In that regard, she was indeed more trustworthy than the others. At that moment, Katakuri returned from outside, seemingly carrying a small box. Upon seeing him, Charlotte Linlin nodded, then said to Ortolan, "You need not rush to make any decisions. Whether to refuse or accept, you should think it over carefully. The full moon is only a few days away. You can stay here and experience it firsthand, then draw your conclusions on whether my method is effective." Ortolan paused for a moment, then nodded, saying all right. Indeed, since it was all about Charlotte Linlin's words, he needed to verify the specific situation himself. With the full moon approaching, he would take a beating on Cake Island to see if there were any signs of improvement in his condition. After drawing a conclusion, he would consider Charlotte Linlin's earlier words. Katakuri stepped forward and handed the small box in his hand to Ortolan. Ortolan looked at him with some confusion, but before Katakuri could speak, Charlotte Linlin, sitting on the throne, directly said, "Take it, it's a gift from me for our first meeting." Ortolan was not one to be polite. Hearing this, he raised his hand and accepted the small box from Katakuri. Perispero arranged for Ortolan to settle in and also let him familiarize himself with our surroundings, Charlotte Linlin said. Perispero smiled, licking his lips, nodded, and called to Ortolan. "Let's go, there are plenty of rooms here. You can choose one you like. If none appeal to you, I particularly recommend my candy house. Don't worry, with my abilities I can create it in an instant, and I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Ortolan imagined the candy house made by Perispero's abilities and felt a bit uneasy, quickly saying, "There's no need for that, I have no particular requirements. Just take me to any room you find suitable." As the two chatted, they soon left the room. After the voices of Perispero and Ortolan gradually faded, the large door of the room automatically closed and Katakuri looked towards his mother. "Mom, Ortolan doesn't seem to feel a strong sense of belonging to us. I've talked to him many times before, and I doubt he will stay." Katakuri pondered for a moment before speaking. Charlotte Linlin grabbed a pastry from the table, took a couple of bites, and then nonchalantly said, "Whether he stays or leaves, it doesn't matter, Katakuri." Katakuri's expression showed some confusion, as if he couldn't understand his mother's meaning. For her favorite son, Charlotte Linlin still had a lot of patience. After swallowing the food in her mouth, she explained, "What matters is my attitude, our attitude, which is one of goodwill." After a brief pause, Charlotte Linlin continued, "Ortolan left me at a young age. It proved to be my mistake, a misjudgment on my part. I initially thought he would harbor hostility towards me. However, today's meeting was somewhat unexpected, it seems. That kid does not harbor hatred towards me for abandoning him." Katakuri nodded, saying, "Yes, I've discussed this issue with him as well. He clearly stated that his feelings towards you, Mom, cannot be described as hatred or animosity, nor can they be called friendship. He said it feels more like a stranger. That for us is already a good start. Whether it's the words I just spoke or the gift I gave him, they all come from goodwill. This goodwill can bring some positive changes to our previously distant relationship. That alone is enough to tilt the balance of fate in our favor." Charlotte Linlin said softly. Katakuri pondered for a moment and nodded. Charlotte Linlin continued, "If he chooses to stay, that would be wonderful. I can keep him by my side and cultivate him personally. With his potential and talent, he will eventually become my true right-hand man and a real member of our family. But what if he chooses to leave?" Katakuri asked again. "Then it shows he is more stubborn than I imagined, and he possesses even more spirit and courage, Katakuri." Charlotte Linlin smiled slightly. In this situation, Ortolan was akin to a poor boy suddenly found by a billionaire's mother who promised him that if he was willing to return to her embrace, he would enjoy boundless wealth and glory. A leap to success. Normally, most people would be overjoyed to accept this recruitment, returning to the embrace of a billionaire mother and living a life of luxury. If Ortolan were to refuse, it would indeed prove that he is more stubborn, valiant, and courageous than the average person. Of course, it could also be said that he is arrogant and foolish. It all depends on how one perceives it. Stubbornness, spirit, and courage are elements highly favored by the sea. Coupled with his excellent talent and potential, even if he chooses to refuse, I still have high hopes for his future, Katakuri. If he chooses to stay, he will receive training from our Big Mom pirates. If he chooses to leave, he will be nourished by the storms of this world. A flower has its own nobility and beauty, but a wildflower also has its own wildness and romance. Who is to say which is superior or inferior? Charlotte Linlin said this with a hint of anticipation in her smile. "A family flower and a wildflower," Katakuri whispered softly, murmuring. Whether it's the large hammer forged by Ortolan himself or the gift his mother just gave him, Katakuri felt that this already represented Ortolan's future, destined not to be an ordinary life. He said the world is vast, and he wants to see it. To truly understand this beautiful yet cruel world, one must continually climb upward. Only by standing higher can one see further and clearer. And only by truly standing at the pinnacle of this world can one see the entire picture right. To achieve this, his journey will inevitably be filled with storms and rain, where storms and rain serve as both hammering and nourishment. At this moment, Katakuri understood that even if Tolerant chose to leave, the storms and rain would still guide him along the thorny path of climbing the world's spine. When one day he reaches a sufficient height, he will naturally reunite with the Big Mom pirates, who are already standing at a high point with his mother and with Katakuri. At that time, the goodwill that started this journey may bring about unexpected wonderful results. Seeing a look of understanding on Katakuri's face, Charlotte Linlin smiled with even more satisfaction. Then Charlotte Linlin suddenly grabbed the strong liquor on the table, took a few gulps, and with a bang slammed the cup heavily onto the table, laughing loudly. Besides, I already owe him so much, so what reason do I have to stop my son from heading out to sea? After finishing the topic about Tolerant, Charlotte Linlin changed the subject, asking with a slightly heavy tone, "How is the intelligence from Shiki coming along?" "It's not very clear," Katakuri replied immediately. Relying on the connections Charlotte Linlin had built over the years, as well as her shocking marriage alliances, others seek suitable candidates for marriage alliances from their own families for mutual benefit, and although Charlotte Linlin also shows signs of moving towards this trend in the future, she is more ruthless, using her own marriages to continuously wed enough to form a powerful team with her ex-husbands. Yet during this period, Charlotte Linlin's peak beauty had not yet waned, and there were still many sycophants like Tolerant's father. Even if they had already divorced from Charlotte Linlin once, she spoke, these eager individuals were still willing to contribute their strength. In addition, Charlotte Linlin was also keen on hosting tea parties to continuously maintain her interpersonal relationships, leveraging these connections to deepen ties with various underworld figures. Because of this, the Big Mom pirates have developed rapidly in the field of intelligence over the years, and even dared to claim the title of the #1 intelligence force in the pirate industry. However, even so, the Big Mom pirates still found it difficult to gather extensive intelligence about Shiki, as Shiki's core team mainly consists of those flying in the sky, while his base, the secret realm of Melview, towers into the clouds, making it hard for intelligence personnel to reach. Understanding these difficulties, Charlotte Linlin would not make things difficult for her intelligence organization, but rather said with some helplessness, "Regardless, Shiki has already begun gathering his fleet, and we cannot sit idly by. We cannot let the war reach the core area of Cake Island. Let our fleet gather towards the Tato land front line." After Charlotte Linlin gave her orders, Katakuri furrowed his brows, slightly seeming a bit concerned. "Mom, when facing Shiki, we can only give it our all, only then do we have a chance to win. This fleet gathering will surely drain the core strength of our Totland kingdom. Could this lead to any other consequences?" Katakuri hesitated and asked, "Are you worried about someone ambushing our base?" Charlotte Linlin chuckled, saying, "Shiki is formidable. Whether it's Wang Ji or Silver Axe, or even that kid Kaido, they all see that if we continue to let Shiki run rampant, we will all end up in trouble. After all, that lion is a solitary ruler, and he will not let us off the hook. But even Rocks back then could not make us submit, let alone him." Back then, although everyone was a member of the Rocks pirates, there was actually no hierarchy. We gathered for the same purpose, not as subordinates under Rocks. These heroes are all ambitious and unruly. How could they truly submit to anyone? To be fair, Charlotte Linlin acknowledged that while that bastard Rocks was arrogant and reckless with various flaws, he was indeed not a solitary ruler. It was precisely because of this that they could sail together for so long. But Shiki is different. That guy has a proud and solitary nature when on the ship. If he wants to unify the pirate forces of the New World, he will definitely not treat everyone as companions like Rocks did. He will find ways to make everyone submit beneath him. And this is something that neither Charlotte Linlin nor Kaido, or even Wang Ji and Silver Axe can accept. Because of this, Charlotte Linlin believes that in the current situation, once she clashes fiercely with Shiki, Kaido, Wang Ji, and the others without needing to communicate, will likely join forces to take down Shiki together. In fact, this is also the reason why Shiki has not yet fully taken over the New World. When he remains inactive, although his old friends often clash with him, they also shed blood amongst themselves. But once he takes action, those old friends can instantly put aside their grudges and unite against him. This has truly disgusted Shiki. Although he is currently the most dominant pirate in the New World, he does feel a bit like a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Charlotte Linlin has grasped this situation, which is why she dares to concentrate her forces at the front line and leave the surrounding areas of Cake Island empty. Because she knows that once she clashes violently with Shiki, those powerful figures like Wang Ji and Kaido who threaten her will not choose to attack her. On the contrary, they will definitely lend her a helping hand to avoid being eliminated by Shiki themselves, as they would be the next to suffer. This is an unspoken understanding between them. Shiki, caught in this situation, will certainly rack his brains for ways to break this awkward standoff in order to fulfill his ambitions and dreams. In fact, he has come up with a plan to ally with Roger. Back then, Roger and Garp joined forces and by sheer coincidence defeated the Rocks Pirates Hedon. Now if Shiki were to ally with Roger, wouldn't that be even more formidable? Especially since Shiki knows that Roger is searching for the historical texts everywhere and has acquired some key information that may lead to the ancient weapons buried in history. Ancient weapons are a terrifying power, once grasped, coupled with Shiki's manpower and strategy, wouldn't that allow him to sweep the world instantly. At that time, Charlotte, Lin Whitebeard, Kaido, and others would no longer be able to become obstacles to Shiki's rule over the world. Ironically, while Shiki is proud and solitary, there is one person who can make him set aside this arrogance and be willing to share the throne equally. That person is Roger. Now Shiki is thinking that he can negotiate with Roger with utmost sincerity, allowing Roger to share the kingship with him. Splitting the world between them is no problem. He believes that such a sincere offer would surely tempt Roger to some extent. The pirates of the New World are filled with such schemes, while Charlotte Lin has her consideration. Shiki is also plotting how to break the deadlock. In any case, under Charlotte Lin's orders, although Kakuri felt a bit worried, he quickly conveyed the orders, allowing the fleet and family fighters near Cake Island to begin gathering towards the front line in an orderly manner. In this era, Charlotte Lin has not yet suffered a loss from being ambushed, so in the waters of Totland, it is not as terrifying as it will be 20 years later. The waters are filled with monitoring sea slugs, and any movement could be detected by the Big Mom pirates. At this moment in the waters near Cake Island, a ship is stealthily making its way towards the headquarters of the Big Mom pirates. This ship is none other than the famous Oro Jackson. It is the vessel of the great pirate Gold Roger. Indeed, at this time, Roger is not yet known to the world as the Pirate King. Within the pirate community, he is currently called Gold Roger, a nickname derived from a playful phonetic interpretation of his name. On the deck, Roger is sitting cross-legged with a nautical chart spread before him marked with a red circle indicating the lair of Charlotte Lin Cake Island. Surrounding Roger are his companions such as the Dark King Rayleigh and Spack Jabba, along with two young boys, one with red hair and the other with a red nose. These two fiery characters later became one of the four emperors. Of course, one relies on strength while the other also relies on strength. The luck is part of strength too. That Lin has a piece of the road poneglyph, and that is our target. As long as we secure this historical text and find the last piece, we can ascertain the coordinates of Laugh Tale, and the secrets of the final island will be unveiled to us. Roger slapped the nautical chart, speaking somewhat excitedly. That said, the Big Mom pirates are not easy to deal with. The Charlotte Lin is as strong as a monster. Rayleigh stroked the stubble on his chin and reminded him, "Captain, we are also quite strong. We are not afraid of them." Shanks patted his chest, speaking boldly. As soon as the words left his mouth, the surrounding crew burst into laughter. Although Shanks still has a long way to go, just as he said, Roger's pirates are indeed very strong. However, there is one thing that must be taken into consideration: Roger's physical condition. If we can avoid a direct confrontation, we should. Roger's body cannot endure any overly intense actions, as it could affect his future. Dr. Kurokas spoke with a hint of concern. Roger is incredibly powerful, standing at the pinnacle of the world, and very few can match him. Even Charlotte Lin is slightly weaker than Roger. But the problem is Roger's physical condition is quite concerning. He suffers from an incurable disease, which causes him to have periodic episodes severely affecting his combat abilities. According to Dr. Kurokas, if he does not engage in combat, he could live for several more years. However, once he fights a strong enemy, the more intense it gets, the more his vitality diminishes. Simply put, he is shortening his lifespan. What's even more worrying is that if his illness flares up during a fierce battle with a strong enemy, it could lead to serious trouble, and he might be taken down directly. The doctor is right. We should find a way to devise a plan to sneak in. If we can steal the historical text, that would be the best outcome. Wouldn't that affect our image, first mate? Shanks asked, a bit troubled. Doesn't that make it seem like Roger's pirates are afraid of the Big Mom pirates? Rayleigh reached out and ruffled Shanks' hair, laughing. What image? We are pirates. What image do pirates need? Cunning and despicable is our label. In front of the guest room door on the second floor of Cake Island Castle, Perispero was trying to squeeze his head through the door. At this moment, Orderling was inside the room, pushing against the door to stop Perispero's antics. To be honest, if he exerted more strength, he could close the door, but he was afraid of smashing Perispero's head. Aren't you going to invite me in for a bit? I'm your big brother after all. You're not enchanted by Katakuri, are you? Perispero struggled to say. His strange long tongue was almost drooling. Are all you members of the Big Mom pirates this enthusiastic? Orderling dodged that tongue in disgust and couldn't help but retort, I just want you to join my faction. Suddenly, Perispero stopped trying to force the door open and said, What? Orderling was taken aback by this remark. Has the power struggle between the Charlotte family and the Big Mom pirates reached this point? Undoubtedly, as the eldest son Perispero and Katakuri, the most favored son of Charlotte Linlin, both stood a good chance of inheriting Charlotte Linlin's legacy and power in the future within the Charlotte family and the Big Mom Pirates. However, in Ordeling's memory, Perispero should have significantly lower support compared to Katakuri after 20 years. Could it be that this eldest son has already realized his disadvantage? After noticing Ordeling's excellence, is he trying to pull him in as an ally? Wouldn't that bring some benefits? Ordeling thought this in his heart, and his grip on the door loosened a bit. After all, he was just a struggling country boy, and compared to these princes from around the world, perhaps there really could be some benefits. Though he had no interest in such things, it didn't hinder his enjoyment of free perks. What faction? Ordeling's tone became serious as he asked. Seeing this, Perispero's expression also turned serious. He adjusted his collar with both hands, and said with utmost seriousness, "Of course it's the Candy faction." Huh? Ordeling looked at Perispero in confusion, and then asked, "Is that the name of your faction? What does this faction mean?" "Of course it is the name of our faction. As for the meaning, it is dedicated to uniting those who love candy to oppose the sweet tyranny of Katakuri and his 3 brothers." Perispero said seriously, "We strive to make everyone fall in love with eating candy." Ordeling's expression twitched slightly, and he slammed the door shut, angrily shouting, "Ghost." Perispero was also dumbfounded, looking around and muttering in confusion, "Where's the ghost?" Unwilling to give up, he knocked on the door again, provoking Ordeling's curses before finally leaving reluctantly. On his way out, he thought that Ordeling, this new brother, truly had a terrible personality, and his attitude towards his big brother was just too awful. As soon as I mentioned donuts, he closed the door. Could it be that he has already been bewitched by Katakuri? How infuriating! Perispero muttered to himself while going downstairs. On the other side in the room, Ordeling sat on the sofa looking at the closed door and couldn't help but ponder, does the Charlotte family really have hereditary mental issues, eh? That guy Katakuri never sleeps lying down, claiming that lying on one's back is a disgrace for a man and a brother, so he never sleeps lying down. He usually stands or leans against the wall while sleeping. Once when Ordeling couldn't sleep on the ship, he came out to enjoy the sea breeze and was startled by Katakuri, who was snoring while standing in the corridor like a ghost. To be honest, Ordeling could never understand how not lying on one's back relates to the bedboard. When you sneakily ate donuts, weren't you lying down? That guy named Cracker always wraps himself in cookies like a person trapped in a casing, which looks extravagant. Isn't that a form of mental illness? Fearing that others would see his true appearance is a classic case of paranoia. And this Perispero too has issues, meeting for the first time and going on about some candy faction. Does he have no sense of boundaries? Doesn't he feel embarrassed? Thinking of this, Ordeling felt a chill run down his spine, hurriedly clearing those chaotic thoughts from his mind before looking at the small box that was just on the table. Before coming, Katakuri mentioned that Charlotte Linlin had a gift for him. Now it seemed to be true. But what exactly was in this box? Without making any futile guesses, Ordeling quickly reached out to open the small box, and then he saw a fruit adorned with bizarre patterns inside. A devil fruit. This is a specialty of this ocean-themed world, incredibly magical, possessing the unique effect of granting the eater bizarre abilities, but also cursed by the ocean, making them unable to swim and causing them to sink in water. Devil fruits, as common as they are said to be truly, are everywhere. It seems that any random pirate in the New World might possess some strange abilities. However, when it comes to rarity, they are indeed quite precious. This thing is known as the treasure of the sea, and in the black market, no matter how useless the ability, as long as it's a devil fruit, the starting price is calculated in hundreds of millions. Ordeling had been in this world for quite a while, over 10 years, yet he had never seen a single devil fruit. He had come across ability users like small pirates and some gang members near the docks, occasionally encountering a couple of lucky ones with strange abilities. But even without having seen one with his own eyes, Ordeling had long heard of the infamous reputation of devil fruits, so when he opened the box, he immediately recognized its identity. Looking at this devil fruit, Ordeling's expression became quite complex, filled with surprise and shock, and finally, as if recalling something, a hint of understanding appeared in his eyes. She is truly generous. Ordeling clicked his tongue and sighed. If it were a lowly devil fruit, Ordeling wouldn't be able to discern the corresponding fruit ability and value without having seen the relevant devil fruit guide. But at this moment, the devil fruit placed in the box was so famous and powerful that Ordeling couldn't forget it. It was the kind you could recognize at a glance as a top-tier devil fruit. At first glance, this devil fruit resembled a spiky hedgehog hairstyle, entirely golden in color, but upon closer inspection, the patterns resembling hedgehog spikes actually carried a certain beauty reminiscent of lightning slicing through dark clouds. Indeed, this devil fruit is said to possess the invincible ability, which is also the most frustrating plot-killing ability in the original story. It is the legendary natural type thunder fruit. Vaguely remembering that after Katakuri first met him, he wanted to recruit him into the Big Mom Pirates, Orderling also took the opportunity to tell him about his background and proposed a bunch of absurd reasons, including the Qianjun stone for making hammers and the devil fruit ability. Back then, Orderling had just casually mentioned that according to his father's dying wish, there was an island in the sky, called Baika, over 10,000 meters above the sea, where the so-called invincible thunder fruit was located. If there was sincerity, why not bring the thunder fruit to him? The Qianjun stone was sent, but Katakuri never mentioned the thunder fruit again. Orderling thought they hadn't paid attention after all. Who would really believe such baseless words and go through all the trouble to bring him the fruit? Even if they really believed this nonsense and managed to get it, would they genuinely give it to him? Surprisingly, Charlotte Linlin is indeed quite generous. Regardless of whether she believed it or not at the time, she really went and found this thunder fruit and actually gifted it to Orderling. Lin, are you serious? For a moment, Orderling's favorability towards Charlotte Linlin increased significantly. After observing the rumble fruit for a while, Orderling carefully placed it back into its box and closed the lid. He had no intention of consuming it immediately, partly because several crucial considerations remained unresolved, such as whether he should even become a devil fruit user. Becoming the rumble fruit's user would undoubtedly elevate his power to extraordinary heights, yet it would also render him a landlubber utterly vulnerable at sea, a severe disadvantage in maritime life. Rumor has it that most devil fruit users meet their ends in maritime disasters. Though the veracity of such tales remains uncertain, the climate of the New World is indeed chilling. While sailing calmly upon the open sea, one might suddenly find an iceberg plummeting from the sky, an unnerving prospect to say the least. Beyond this landlubber dilemma lies another concern, the ever-shifting meta of devil fruits. It is widely known that in the beginning, Logia-type fruits were considered the ultimate meta. Their formidable elementalization ability rendered them nearly invincible, unless opponents discovered effective counters. Then came the emergence of Haki, whose power directly nullified the greatest advantage of Logia users, their elementalized forms. Later, Whitebeard's entrance with the Quake fruit shook the world, earning him the title of strongest man. Many assumed Paramecia types would now dominate the meta. After all, both the strongest man and the Straw Hat protagonist wielded Paramecia powers. Follow the strongest may carry risk, but surely follow the protagonist is foolproof. Yet reality struck hard. Kaido of the beasts, the undisputed apex predator of sea, land, and sky, arrived, instantly elevating the mythical Zoan type to unprecedented prestige. Even the long-standing Paramecia protagonist, after years of dominance, abruptly cheated, awakening the very same mythical Zoan power. Thus, the current meta clearly favors mythical Zoan types. Once revered Logia fruits now seem 2 generations behind, outdated, even obsolete. Of course, these musings are tongue-in-cheek. To Orderlin, while broad devil fruit categories may differ in relative strength, the rumble fruit, crowning pinnacle of Logia abilities, remains peerless across every era. Indeed, the rumble fruit stands out as exceptionally well-rounded. It grants devastating lightning-based defense, dramatically enhances observation Haki, enables near-instantaneous movement, akin to teleportation, over vast distances without requiring light refraction like Boros glint fruit, and further permits self-administered electrotherapy, including cardiac resuscitation and neural recalibration. Orderlin suspected that this capacity for self-modulation via electrical stimulation was in fact the fruit's most terrifying aspect, one that might catalyze profound physiological evolution, perhaps even unlocking legendary lightning release level mastery. Comprehensive enhancement across strength, speed, explosive power, offensive capability, area effect, reach, and perceptual acuity. Such overwhelming versatility confirms the rumble fruit's supremacy over conventional Logia powers, and explains why seafarers universally hail it as one of the invincible devil fruits. Orderlin held deep admiration for this fruit. Should he choose the path of a devil fruit user, he felt confident he would accept its power without hesitation. Yet, setting aside personal preference, the primary reason he delayed consumption was the approaching full moon. If he ate the fruit now, he'd only escalate Charlotte Linlin's volatility, complicate Whole Cake Island's affairs, and invite unnecessary trouble upon himself. Linlin's immense strength could certainly withstand such added pressure, but if she unleashed her madness as a rumble fruit user, Whole Cake Island would suffer catastrophically. Having invited him with exceptional generosity, bestowing gifts and honors alike, Lin had earned Orderlin's genuine goodwill and respect. He owed her this courtesy. I'll wait until the full moon passes. If I do choose this path, then I'll consume the rumble fruit. These next few days will give me time to reflect thoroughly. After all, this decision shapes my entire life. Orderlin clicked his tongue, softly murmuring to himself. Having withdrawn his attention from the fruit, he turned his thoughts back to Linlin's earlier words. Whether brute force could serve as effective therapy for his own madness remained uncertain. He would need to assess the treatment's efficacy after enduring that beating. As for joining or rejoining, the Big Mom Pirates and the Charlotte family, careful deliberation was essential. Before arriving, Ortolan held little interest in the proposition, even though he knew full well that under Charlotte Lin's command the Big Mom Pirates would steadily ascend to the pinnacle of the New World, ultimately becoming one of the four Emperor's fleets. They would stand atop the pirate hierarchy, the supreme maritime power since Gold Roger himself. The allure was undeniable. Accepting Lin's offer would grant him access to elite training regimens and unparalleled cultivation resources, likely accelerating his growth far beyond expectation. The advantages were manifold, yet these seemingly cost-free benefits carried profound weight. Like the famous line from Marie Antoinette, she was too young to know that all the gifts of fate are already priced in secret. Ortolan, though young, lived 2 lifetimes, and thus understood such truths more deeply. Once he accepted Lin's invitation and enjoyed the privileges bestowed by the Charlotte family and the Big Mom Pirates, he would be irrevocably bound to serve Lin's ambitions, to become her vanguard, her standard-bearer, her sword and shield across the seas, proclaiming the Charlotte name to the heavens and raising her throne to the firmament itself. Is this truly what I desire? Ortolan whispered inwardly. He possessed a steadfast habit. Whenever confronted with pivotal decisions, he paused, stilled his mind, and questioned his heart, guarding against seduction by glittering external enticements. No, this is not my desire. Not yet, at least. His answer, swift and certain, echoed his earlier conviction. Joining Lin's ranks was unthinkable, not when he hadn't even decided whether to embrace piracy at all. This world stretched infinitely wide. This ocean gleamed with untold majesty. The ships that dared sail its turbulent waters need not fly the Jolly Roger alone. A distinguished adventurer, a razor-edged bounty hunter dancing on the brink of peril. Even the Navy had crossed his mind, perhaps rising to Fleet Admiral or even Admiral-in-Chief. Though he wondered, given his background, would he pass naval vetting, if such a process even existed? Pondering further, he realized such a path might prove extraordinarily compelling, becoming a rare sovereign who commanded authority across both sides of the law. What if he ascended to the Navy's highest echelons, while Lin conquered the seas, crowned pirate king or sovereign of the ocean? Who then would dare challenge them? Should wrath stir or disdain for the world government arise, a single decisive gesture might place them upon the celestial throne itself. At this thought, Ortolan's eyes gleamed. This truly is fascinating. He mused aloud. I wonder, if I shared this idea with my adoptive mother, would she find it intriguing? If so, could she assist me in clearing naval vetting? Though, does the Navy even conduct such screenings? Ortolan pondered enthusiastically. Was this the moment when I had no choice before, but now I wished to be good? In the following 2 or 3 days, Ortolan hardly left Cake Island, nor did he see Charlotte Lin again. In fact, he had not seen any of his other siblings apart from Perispero and Katakuri. Even Cracker was nowhere to be found. It was as if Charlotte Lin had no intention of introducing him to the others, and judging by Katakuri's description, it seemed that only a few of them knew about his identity. Ortolan did not find anything unusual about Charlotte Lin's absence. After all, it seemed that the Big Mom Pirates were quite busy at the moment, as she needed to deal with the war threat posed by Shiki with all her might. Moreover, unlike the rough style of most pirate crews, the Big Mom Pirates were progressing towards nationhood. As the Queen of Tado Land, Charlotte Lin had many busy affairs to attend to. Of course, Ortolan had no desire to meet Charlotte Lin. He was currently engrossed in the Grand Library within the castle. Ortolan's understanding of this world primarily came from his knowledge of his past life and some anecdotes narrated by his father after arriving in this world. He had previously taken them lightly, but after a few exchanges with Katakuri on the way, he realized that he was quite ignorant of many common knowledge aspects here. For instance, he knew that the seas of this world were roughly divided into 4 major regions: the North Sea, South Sea, East Sea, and West Sea, along with a grand line separated by the calm belt. However, when it came to knowledge about the seas, he only knew this much. The rest was a complete blur. He recognized the names of some islands and knew which sea they were in, but the specific locations remained unclear to him. So upon learning that there was a grand library in the castle where Charlotte Lin had collected various knowledge, Ortolan decided to reside there. In front of a bookshelf in the grand library, Ortolan was sitting cross-legged on the floor, surrounded by stacks of books, while he held one book in his hands, reading it intently. Not only that, but there was also a small table in front of him with a notebook on it, and whenever Ortolan came across important points to note, he would jot them down. From the front, one could see that the title of the book Ortolan was holding was Hockey from Introduction to Mastery. The title of this book was quite unreliable, and the content was equally mixed. It started from the basics of hockey's power and went all the way to advanced techniques offering unique insights into armament haki, observation haki, and conqueror's haki. Logically, this should have been a very impressive book, but it was interspersed with many topics completely unrelated to the main subject, including, but not limited to, Whitebeard's secret lover. Kaido's crush is probably Lin, that bastard Shiki always wants to ride on my head and take a dump. I suspect that John's treasure is buried somewhere. How to change Katakuri's diapers. Lin's fourth husband has a bad temper, and is there a chance that GOLD Roger would let me become a son-in-law of Snake Island? Among other nonsensical things. The reason for this jumble was that the author of the book was not a professional, but rather the legendary pirate Rox D. Zebek. That's right, the captain of the Rox Pirates. This morning, Ortoleran accidentally discovered this book and, driven by curiosity about the mysterious power of Rox and his pursuit of haki, opened it. Then the mysterious, powerful, cold, cruel, and tyrannical image of Rox that had existed in his mind underwent a dramatic transformation. Given how gossipy he was, even to the point of having the leisure to write a book and include these gossips in it, Rox might indeed be very powerful, but at his core he was likely a bit of a jokester. Is there really no normal person in this D clan? Ortoleran couldn't help but mumble after flipping through the detailed explanation of how to change Katakuri's diapers. After flipping through these chaotic descriptions, he soon saw Rox addressing the topic, providing some explanations about haki. Speaking of which, Ortoleran was actually not unfamiliar with the power of haki. After all, he had been exposed to it before. On the contrary, he currently possessed both armament haki and observation haki. While he was uncertain whether he had conqueror's haki, at least it had not awakened yet. This thing depends on fate. If you have it, you are born with it, and it awakens when the time comes. If you don't have it, no amount of seeking will help, and you cannot master it through training. Ortoleran possessed two forms of haki, because his father was also a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million and was mixing in the New World. As everyone knows, haki may be relatively rare outside the New World, but in this most brutal sea region, anyone daring to navigate the seas likely possesses at least some form of it. Even the Navy lackeys in the New World can be said to have armament haki at their disposal. However, because his father was not very educated and not suited to be a teacher, combined with the fact that he had not reached the peak of his strength and was not a renowned haki master, the haki training he imparted to Ortoleran was only slightly more potent than that of ordinary individuals. As a result, although Ortoleran had mastered the power of haki, he was not particularly proficient. At this moment, the explanations of haki recorded in the book by Rox, a top-tier powerhouse, truly opened Ortoleran's eyes, allowing him to occasionally have thoughts such as, so that's how it is, and I didn't know it could be like this. According to Rox, the degree of mastery over haki could be said to be 30% destiny and 70% hard work. Though everyone could cultivate armament and observation haki, Rox believed that in essence they were still related to conqueror's haki, which was entirely reliant on innate talent. Some people are born very sensitive to armament haki, capable of quickly comprehending this power and advancing rapidly. Similarly, the same applies to observation haki. Ortoleran pondered for a moment, referring to some examples from his recollections, and found that it indeed made sense, such as the legendary pirate Red-Haired Shanks. Also known as Red Count Bartholomew, his observation haki was exceptionally terrifying, capable of listening to people's hearts, and this was an innate power that he was able to achieve since childhood. Relying on this talent, even Rox praised the Red Count's observation haki highly in the book. Ortoleran hadn't met the Red Count, but another talented individual, Katakuri, was someone he knew. According to Katakuri, he had been very perceptive since childhood, and his observation haki was now close to awakening and advancing. From time to time, he could use his observation haki to foresee the future, and Ortoleran was well aware that in the future Katakuri would turn this into a normal state, stabilizing the ability to foresee the future through his observation haki. As for armament haki, Rox mentioned a talented individual from the Navy, Admiral Zifa. Although in his past life Zifa's reputation was not as widespread as that of veteran Navy powerhouses like Garp or Sengoku. However, in this book, Rox held Zifa in very high regard. Considering that Zifa achieved the title of Black Arm solely relying on his fighting skills and haki powers, and ascended to the position of highest combat power among admirals, his talent in armament haki was indeed quite formidable. Moreover, this fellow was also known as the Admiral who doesn't kill, as his actions never resulted in death. He always subdues his opponents, which further reflects Zifa's impressive prowess. Flipping a few pages further, Ortoleran came across Rox's further interpretation, which stated that the mastery of haki was indeed 70% hard work. Armament haki and observation haki do have a certain talent threshold, but this threshold is not very high. Rox believed that even individuals with ordinary talents could break through their shackles in these two forms of haki through daily hard work. This is what he referred to as 70% hard work, and his original words were Haki is the fairest power granted by the sea to everyone, regardless of whether one possesses extraordinary talent or is an ordinary person. To reach the top on this path requires enduring patience and focus. While the starting point may vary, everyone can ultimately reach the end point. So that's how it is. Haki of armament and Haki of observation are two forces that grow steadily stronger with persistent cultivation. They demand patience and time. The longer one trains, the more profound they become. In general terms, age itself becomes an advantage. Orderon jotted down these key points in his notebook and pondered them further. Later rocks offered evaluations and summaries of various power systems, including Haki Qigong and Devil Fruit abilities. Indeed, the notes even mentioned the Qigong arts, a system that surprised Orderon at first. Upon closer reading, he learned it was a relatively rare discipline originating from the flower country of the West Blue. Rock's familiarity with it stemmed from Wang Ji, a crewmate aboard his ship who excelled in this art. Orderon paused to recall. Wasn't there an elderly officer named Rao Ji in Don Quixote da Flamingo's family back in the original narrative? That man wielded a force known as Qi, but what was the name of his martial lineage? Ah, right, the Earth Elder Fist. It allowed practitioners to store their youthful Qi within the body, then release it in old age to reclaim the strength accumulated over decades. What a dazzling, multifaceted world this is. I've scarcely paid attention to such wonders before, Orderon murmured awestruck. Rox concluded from his analysis that Haki was the most universally adaptable force, capable of seamless integration with virtually any other power system, thereby elevating its upper limits. In other words, whether one's primary path lay in swordsmanship, devil fruit powers, or even the rarefied Qigong arts, adding Haki cultivation as a complementary discipline would invariably yield substantial gains in overall strength. And even without integrating it into another system, mastering Haki alone could carry one to the pinnacle of power, forging a true top-tier sovereign. Only Haki reigns supreme above all else. At this line, Orderon instinctively thought of Kaido, the future master of the sea. Unsurprisingly, Kaido's near-devotional reverence for Haki likely originated from teachings passed down from Rox himself. What an extraordinary tome. Even with scattered digressions, it remains an unparalleled manual for cultivation. Orderon gazed at the book in his hands, sighing once more in admiration. Just then the library doors swung open, and Katakurisu strode in. Hearing the sound, Orderon turned, and Katakurisu smiled warmly before approaching. You've been holed up here for 2 days. Time to step outside and breathe some fresh air, don't you think? Katakurisu greeted him with a grin. I'm just desperate to improve, Orderon laughed lightly, teasing in return. Still remember to balance diligence with rest. Katakurisu offered the gentle admonition first, then added somewhat sheepishly. I've been swamped lately. Neglected you a bit. Truth is, most of our siblings have already departed for the front lines. You haven't met them yet, but I'll introduce you properly when the chance arises. Is it because of that planned confrontation with Shiki? Orderon asked casually. Yes, originally Mother and I were due to depart for the front ourselves. Katakurisu nodded. His words subtly extended a gesture of goodwill toward Orderon. By the way, it'll be full moon tonight. Let's hope her method truly works, Orderon said, eyes alight with anticipation. Exactly. That's why I came to fetch you. Better not miss tonight's full moon. The next one won't come for another month. Katakurisu chuckled warmly. Orderon's full moon affliction wasn't inevitable. The simplest countermeasure was to hide during the full moon, in a place utterly shielded from moonlight, until the perilous phase passed. Years ago, Orderon had tried that approach, but it merely treated the symptom, not the cause. It did nothing to help him overcome the madness that surged with each full moon. Without resolving this, his temperament, mood, and very character would gradually succumb to the influence of his frenzied blood. After 1 or 2 attempts, he chose instead to face the full moon heat-in and seek a lasting solution. Glancing at the homie's clock mounted on the library wall, Orderon realized, lost in the ocean of knowledge, he'd spent the entire afternoon. Dusk would soon descend. Already so late, he closed the book gently and placed it upon the small square table. Let's go now. Dine together, rest briefly. Then I'll take you to the forest behind the island's mountains. Their mother will intervene directly to suppress your frenzy. Let's hope it proves effective. Katakurisu spoke calmly. Soon the two left the library for the dining hall. As usual, Katakurisu insisted on accompanying his meal with donuts. Meanwhile, along the treacherous cliffside coast behind Cake Island, the Orlon Jackson sailed past Big Mom's outer defenses and anchored precariously, its hull poised above jagged reefs. The anchor dropped, securing the vessel against the restless current. On deck, Roger's pirate crew held their final briefing. Why not stay aboard, Roger, ready to extract us if needed? After all, our objective isn't open war with Charlotte Lin's crew, it's infiltration. Once inside, locate the road Poneglyph, take it if possible, if not make a precise rubbings. Fewer people means greater stealth, and greater safety. Sambel the fisherman helmsman voiced the suggestion. As he finished Spade Jabra, wielding twin axes, nodded in firm agreement. But Roger, restless thrill-seeking, immediately objected. Without me, who among you can pinpoint the poneglyph's exact location? This mission demands my presence, no exceptions. Rayleigh hesitated slightly before replying. He's right. We're all aware only Roger can hear the voice of the poneglyph guiding him unerringly to its hiding place. Indeed, Roger possessed extraordinary observation haki, a rare gift known as listening to all things. It was precisely this ability that emboldened him to plan the theft of Lin's poneglyph from Cake Island, to sense through resonance where she had concealed it. And it was this same talent, combined with masterful observation haki, that enabled them to slip undetected through Tato Land's maritime defenses, evading every patrol. Partly too because Big Mom's elite forces had recently been redeployed to the front lines. After brief deliberation, the team was finalized Roger Rayleigh Jabra and the two youths, Shanks and Buggy. Roger's irreplaceable voice listening ability made his inclusion essential. Rayleigh and Jabra, strongest among the remaining crew, would serve as anchors in case of unforeseen danger. As for Shanks and Buggy, their small frames gave them unique advantages: tight passages, dog doors, narrow windows, spaces where adults couldn't pass, but they could slip through first to unlock doors. Shanks' quick wit and Buggy's split and scatter ability further enhanced their utility in such delicate operations. With roles confirmed, the five began scaling the sheer cliffs behind Cake Island, stealthily ascending toward the forest, then onward to the castle itself. As they climbed, Roger cautioned softly, Lin's power is uncanny. Her homies, creations of her ability, may be lurking anywhere in this forest watching. Stay close to me, don't break formation. Not a single misstep. Traversing through the undeveloped primal forest on the back mountain of Cake Island, Roger suddenly came to a halt, nearly causing Rayleigh, who was following him, to bump into him. Noticing their captain's action, the others became extremely vigilant and looked around. Rayleigh cautiously inquired, "What's wrong? Is something off, Roger?" Roger raised his hand to rub the corner of his eye, and then said, "My eyelid has been twitching. I have a feeling something's about to happen." Hearing Roger's unreliable answer, Rayleigh twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Stop with these nonsensical things. It's about to get dark, we should act quickly." Upon hearing this, Roger looked up at the sky. Through the obstructing branches, he caught sight of a thick cloud dispersing with the moonlight, faintly accompanied by the last glow of sunset. "It might rain tomorrow." Roger smiled as he said, "Speaking of which, today is a full moon." Jabba also chuckled and added. Without lingering further, the group quickly resumed their journey through the forest. The perception of a strong individual is exceptionally sharp, so Roger and the others dared not extend their observation haki too far, lest they inadvertently bump into Charlotte Lingling and be detected. Thus, they maintained their perception within a few hundred meters, largely relying on Roger's talent for listening to the voices of all things, constantly assessing the surrounding situation. Meanwhile, deep within the dense primal forest, Charlotte Lingling stood with her arms crossed, leaning against a large tree. The last rays of light from the sky fell perfectly on the tips of her pink hair. Today, Charlotte Lingling wore a brown pirate captain's hat, with a blue scarf adorned with light yellow spots wrapped around the brim. She had a cherry earring dangling from her ear, and her beautiful face, combined with her exceptionally voluptuous figure, made it hard to believe she was a woman in her 40s who had given birth to several children. One must admit that at this moment, Charlotte Lingling was indeed one of the few female heroes at sea possessing both strength and beauty. Not far from Charlotte Lingling, Ortolan sat cross-legged on the ground, his upper body bare, showcasing his strong muscles and robust physique. He wore a pair of black cargo pants and high-top leather boots, exuding a wild and domineering style. A warhammer with its head resting on the ground lay beside him. It was evident that Ortolan seemed a bit agitated. A flicker of crimson occasionally flashed in his eyes, and his normally composed and heroic face occasionally displayed a fierce expression. With the full moon approaching, Ortolan was beginning to lose control, and he was utilizing his willpower to combat the frenzy stemming from his bloodline. Perhaps in an attempt to calm Ortolan's volatile emotions, Charlotte Lingling glanced at the warhammer and casually asked, "By the way, I haven't asked you yet, what name did you give it?" I haven't thought of one." Ortolan struggled to control his emotions as he replied. "Then how about calling it the Rampaging Bull? What do you think? It suits you well, right?" "Ha ha ha." Charlotte Lingling laughed heartily, teasing him. "Shut your mouth, old hag." Ortolan suddenly cursed rudely. Charlotte Lingling was taken aback for a moment, then a fierce smile spread across her face as she said, "It seems your sanity is starting to crumble, my dear son. Just wait, this old hag will teach you a lesson." Ortolan did not respond further. He clenched his fists tightly, trying to resist the primal rage surging from deep within him. As he did so, the exposed muscles on his body tensed and veins bulged on his forearms. At the same time, Charlotte Lingling could sense that her dear son was emanating an increasingly powerful aura, and the fierce volatile energy around him grew even denser. This made Charlotte Lingling's expression gradually turn serious, as if she sensed the pressure in the area. Even the wind passing through the forest was no longer so boisterous. In the next moment, the cloud covering the full moon completely dispersed, and the last hint of sunset sank into the ocean. The bright moonlight descended, filtering through the dappled leaves of the forest, falling upon Ortolan. In an instant, the wild madness within him could no longer be suppressed. Ortolan's eyes suddenly turned crimson, and the power of the full moon surged into his body, causing the bloodline from the fur tribe to erupt. The moon lion has arrived. In almost an instant, Ortolan's originally dark brown short hair was turned white, and it rapidly grew, transforming into a mane resembling that of a lion cascading down to his waist. Simultaneously, the two horns on his forehead seemed to have been stimulated, growing larger, once more resembling those of a demon. His already imposing physique appeared even more robust and domineering, as if his muscles were about to burst forth with life. Roar! Ortolan let out a low growl, which seemed to signify that the rationality of his intelligent being had dissipated. At this moment, he was a beast, a monster. Within his crimson pupils, a hint of madness filled the air, signaling murder and destruction. In an instant, Ortolan's gaze locked onto Charlotte Lingling across from him. Then he swiftly grabbed the handle of the war hammer that had been resting beside him. At the moment, Ortolan moved, a rich dark hue of haki surged around Charlotte Lingling's arm. In the next second, Ortolan's figure lunged at Charlotte Lingling like a ferocious beast, the war hammer in his hand, descending without hesitation towards her head. Perhaps due to the sheer speed, or perhaps because of the overwhelming force, the war hammer sliced through the air, as if crushing everything in its path, emitting a thunderous roar. This strike was immensely powerful, amplified by Ortolan's innate strength, his current berserk state, and the weight of the warhammer itself. It could likely crush even a warship with a single blow, and even a giant warrior known for his brute strength would be killed in one hit. But Charlotte Lingling would not be defeated. Even though Ortolan was incredibly fast, she still precisely raised her hand and seized the head of the warhammer. Bang! A muffled sound erupted, and a violent shockwave burst forth from the point of contact between the two, bending several nearby trees. The ground beneath Charlotte Lingling's feet shattered like spider silk, sending debris flying and stirring up a large cloud of dust, showcasing the immense strength of the impact. Is this all the power you inherited from me? It's far from enough, Ortolan. A fierce smile lingered on Charlotte Lingling's face as she even began to taunt Ortolan. However, it was of little significance, as Ortolan had long since lost his sanity and could no longer comprehend any words. But the instinct of battle drove him. After one strike was blocked, Ortolan roared and yanked the war hammer back, swinging it in a half circle before bringing it down again, still aiming for Charlotte Lingling's head. Waiting for a beating was one of the reasons Ortolan remained here. Charlotte Lingling clearly had not forgotten this matter. Ortolan's speed was already quite fast, even though he wielded a representative heavy weapon, the warhammer. Yet in the eyes of a top-tier expert like Charlotte Lingling, his speed was still not remarkable. Therefore, before Ortolan could swing that hammer back down, Charlotte Lingling had already made her counterattack. She pressed down on Ortolan's heavy hammerhead with one hand, immediately stopping his motion, while her other hand formed a fist infused with haki's power and struck down towards Ortolan's nose. With just one punch, Ortolan's head seemed to deform, his facial features twisting under the impact. The bridge of his nose shattered, instantly blood gushing forth, while the powerful force coursed through his body, lifting his robust form off the ground, his feet leaving the earth. The tremendous impact then exploded forth. With the hammerhead gripped in Charlotte Lingling's single hand, Ortolan was unable to maintain hold of his weapon, and he was sent flying like a cannonball by her punch. How's that? A mother's loving punch. Huh? Charlotte Lingling's strike was powerful and forceful, sending Ortolan flying over 10 meters before he crashed to the ground, shattering the surface once again. His robust body was propelled upward by the impact, and he flew back another 10 meters, crashing into a tree that two people could barely embrace, finally halting his momentum. Even with the enhancement from the Moon Lion, at this moment the frenzied Ortolan was somewhat dazed, his body stiff on the ground, his ears seemingly unable to hear any sound, while his mind was filled with chaotic noise. However, the crimson hue in his pupils did not fade. After a brief moment of stupor, he let out another furious roar, struggling to get back on his feet. Yet upon seeing that he showed no signs of regaining his senses, Charlotte Lingling did not give Ortolan a chance to recover. With a push of her legs, she agilely pursued him to his location. At that moment, just as Ortolan stood up, he saw the iron fist still enveloped in a powerful and domineering force looming before him once again. However, unlike the previous punch, the angle of this strike had changed. It was not intended to send Ortolan flying. As expected, the next moment the fist came crashing down onto Ortolan's already bloodied nasal bone. Instead of being knocked away, he was instead slammed directly into the ground. With the back of his head hitting the ground relying on his so-called steel bones, he shattered the surface, while also spitting out a mouthful of filthy blood. Charlotte Lingling seemed to think this was still not enough, or perhaps she believed that this blow would not deter Orderon's madness and awaken his reason. In any case, after knocking Orderon down, Charlotte Lingling's movements did not cease. Her punch as big as a sandbag rained down on Orderon like a torrential storm. Bang, 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 bang. Chest, shoulders, arms, head. Within the blink of an eye, Orderon was brutally beaten into the ground with 30 to 40 punches. His steel bones, which could shatter the ground without a scratch, seemed utterly ineffective against Charlotte Lingling's iron fists. After those 30 to 40 punches, Orderon's ribs were broken in 7 or 8 places, and his firm muscles were nearly pounded flat. As if sensing the impending danger of life and death, Orderon's frantic instincts kicked in again. Ignoring the intense pain, he exerted strength from his waist, lifted his feet, and kicked Charlotte Lingling's knee. Using this force, Orderon slid 3 to 4 meters on the ground. Then, regardless of the pain in his body, or rather in this frenzied state, he hardly felt any significant discomfort. He quickly got up from the ground, forcing himself through the discomforting soreness, and let out a meaningless roar, charging at Charlotte Lingling with a wild rush, his horn leading the way. Charlotte Lingling grinned, a sinister smile creeping across her face. "Your fighting spirit is quite resolute, little brat." Meanwhile, not too far away in another part of the forest, Roger and the others naturally noticed the unusual commotion. "What's going on?" Shanks asked, somewhat puzzled. Roger frowned slightly and said, "It seems someone is fighting here." "Could it be someone causing trouble for Charlotte Lingling on Cake Island?" Jabba murmured with curiosity. "It doesn't seem like it, right? When Charlotte Lingling starts fighting, it's all fire and thunder. Quite terrifying." Rayleigh pushed up his glasses with a hand. Roger pondered for a moment and then said, "It's none of our business. Don't worry about it too much. If someone can draw Lingling's attention away, it would actually be a good thing for us. Let's go." Without the intention of watching the excitement, Roger and his group headed toward Cake Island again. But before they could go far, a dull sound erupted from the distant battle area. Those present experienced as they were immediately recognized it as the sound of a heavy punch hitting flesh. Then Rayleigh saw the trees in the distance being knocked down as if something had crashed into them, and the force was unrelenting, breaking through several hundred meters of jungle heading toward them. "Damn it, it's coming our way. Run," Rayleigh shouted in a low voice. "Too late," Roger said, his expression turning serious. Indeed, it was too late. Just as he finished speaking, Charlotte Lingling's furious voice came from afar. "Who is there?" Unlike Roger and the others who did not dare to unleash their observation haki casually, Charlotte Lingling, being in her homeland, had no such reservations. As she sent Orderon flying hundreds of meters with a heavy punch, she naturally activated her observation haki to check on Orderon's condition. As a result, she not only noticed Orderon, but also spotted a group of suspicious individuals hiding deep in the jungle, clearly up to no good. When facing Orderon, Charlotte Lingling did not go all out, barely using her abilities, relying solely on her haki, innate divine strength, and combat experience to suppress Orderon thoroughly. After all, she just wanted to beat Orderon up to cure his madness, not to kill him. However, when confronted with these unknown suspicious individuals, Charlotte Lingling had no intention of showing mercy. She took off her captain's hat and activated her powers, transforming it into a long knife. This hat was none other than Napoleon, one of Charlotte Lingling's 3 homies. "Mom," Napoleon murmured in confusion. But Charlotte Lingling had no intention of conversing with Napoleon. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes, and she raised her hand to unleash a slash, aiming at the group of people hundreds of meters away. This strike was exceptionally swift, the slash slicing through the jungle before her in an instant. On the other side, Roger was the first to sense the threat. Without a second thought, he drew his sword ace from his waist and unleashed his own slash. "God's avoidance," Roger shouted. The 2 slashes collided, sending the surrounding forest and dirt flying, and Roger's God's avoidance first shattered Charlotte Lingling's slash. Indeed, although she did not hold back, Charlotte Lingling was not going all out either. Compared to Roger's God's avoidance, her slash lacked power. Yet because of this, Charlotte Lingling recognized the attacker and roared angrily, "Roger." In the next second, as God's avoidance surged toward her, having been previously obstructed, its momentum was not overly fierce. Charlotte Lingling's eyes flashed with anger, her haki coiled around her hand, and without dodging, she lunged forward, grabbing the slash directly. She crushed it with sheer force. "It's Lingling, we've been discovered. Run," Roger shouted. The originally stealthy group no longer concealed anything and began to race toward Cake Island. Since their original plan to steal had already failed, they would just have to forcefully seize it. At that moment, Rayleigh took the lead, pushing through the thickets and weeds before him, wanting to climb over a small hill. As soon as his feet hit the ground, he saw a bloodied man, heavily injured, but with eyes full of crimson, pulling up a war hammer that had also been sent flying. Undoubtedly, the man suddenly appearing before Rayleigh was Orderon. In normal circumstances, Orderon would certainly recognize Rayleigh at a glance, but right now he was in a frenzied and irrational state due to the Moon Lion's influence, and having just been beaten by Charlotte Lingling, he was in a fierce rage. So upon seeing someone suddenly jump in front of him, Orderon had no time to think and swung his hammer back. Rayleigh was also somewhat dazed. The situation had changed too quickly. He hadn't even managed to unleash his observation haki to assess his surroundings. This encounter almost caught him off guard, but it was just a close call. As a top-tier expert, how could his on-the-spot adaptability be lacking? As Orderon's hammer came crashing down, Rayleigh summoned his haki to block. However, the moment his palm made contact with Orderon's war hammer, his expression suddenly shifted. Why is it so strong? Why is it so heavy? Indeed, facing Orderon, who appeared severely injured, Rayleigh had not taken it seriously and merely reacted instinctively, not using all his strength, resulting in. With a loud thud, Rayleigh, who had just rolled down the slope, was sent flying back by Orderon's hammer. There's another expert. What? Jabba exclaimed in shock upon seeing Rayleigh being sent flying. Rayleigh was sent flying by a tremendous force, flipping twice in the air. Drawing on his extensive experience, he dissipated the impact and landed on his feet, taking a few steps back to steady himself. Before he could even speak, the frenzied Ultoran charged at him, warhammer in hand, roaring with fury. At that moment, Shanks, wielding his sword, shouted, "Vice Captain, I am here to help you." As soon as the words left his mouth, he lunged directly at Ultoran. "No!" Rayleigh exclaimed in alarm, rushing to stop him, but it was already too late. Having lost his rationality, Ultoran would not choose his targets for sustained attacks. Naturally, he would strike whoever was within his range. As soon as Shanks approached, Ultoran roared fiercely, his beast-like aggression smashing into Shanks' face. In the next moment, Shanks swung his sword to meet the oncoming warhammer. In just a single strike, the brutish strength seemed unreasonable. Shanks struggled to maintain his grip on the sword, blood oozing from his palms as the hilt slipped from his grasp, sent flying. Then with a loud bang, the warhammer struck Shanks' arm. His small frame was sent tumbling like a ball kicked away by someone, and he was smashed into the distance. Fortunately, in this critical moment, he unleashed the power of Busashoka Haki to block the hammerhead, and luckily Ultoran was in a frenzied state, completely unable to utilize any haki. Yet despite this, Shanks' arm, which had been smashed, was twisted in an abnormal way, clearly indicating a fracture. One of his arms had been broken in a single blow. Jabba, quick on his feet, yanked the injured Shanks down from the air and asked, "Hey kid, are you all right?" Shanks, ever tough, gritted his teeth and replied, "It's not a big deal." Meanwhile, while Ultoran had incapacitated Shanks, he turned his gaze toward Rayleigh, who was closest to him, and then let out a roar, swinging his heavy hammer at Rayleigh. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Rayleigh's eyes as he drew his sword from his waist, in an instant transforming himself into a blade that sliced past Ultoran at a speed far beyond Ultoran's reaction time. Only moments ago, he had been startled by Ultoran's unexpected, overwhelming strength, but now as Rayleigh's blade passed over Ultoran's body, astonishment filled Ultoran's eyes once more. Because something felt off. This man before him, who appeared utterly deranged, not only lacked a coherent fighting style, swinging his warhammer haphazardly in a state of madness, but it was also clear he was not using any haki. Thus, Rayleigh believed that this strike should severely wound the madman, or perhaps even slay him outright. However, when that blade had struck him, it felt as if it had collided with steel or some hard stone. Though his fierce assault had broken through Ultoran's defenses, the effect was not as significant as Rayleigh had imagined. Ultoran, even in his frenzy, possessed a remarkably strong and domineering physique. At this moment, Ultoran had a wound slashed open from his abdomen to the upper left chest, a cut that was neither light nor particularly severe, yet it was still visible, with exposed ribs showing through torn flesh. Yet it seemed Ultoran had lost all sense of pain. Instead of being defeated by this injury, it only made him more furious, his eyes glinting with an even more intense crimson light. The instincts of a beast compelled Ultoran to suddenly turn around, and he brought the war hammer crashing down toward Rayleigh's head from above. Rayleigh, of course, would not be distracted by such minor feelings. As Ultoran struck, he was already prepared to counterattack. But at that moment, someone was faster than him. It was Roger. Roger had also crossed over the small hill, aligning himself directly with Rayleigh and Ultoran. He seemed to have no intention of confronting Charlotte Lin and was focused on making an escape. Thus, as he crested the hill and spotted Ultoran, he struck out with his sword ace. "Don't waste time, hurry up and go." As Roger swung his sword, he shouted. As his voice fell, the sword struck Ultoran's shoulder, the powerful force, an edge of the blow slicing through flesh and hitting bone, causing Ultoran to topple over under the impact. At the same moment, from the rubble of the hillside, Jabba emerged, holding Shanks with one arm and pulling the crying Buggy with the other, shouting, "What's going on?" "She's coming." No one had time to respond before Charlotte Linlin burst forth from the smoke, holding Napoleon, which was engulfed in flames, her eyes filled with a fierce aura. In an instant, Rayleigh made a decision. You all go first, I'll hold her off. Currently, they were still unaware of the situation with the historical text, so Roger, acting as the radar, could not stay behind. With Jabba carrying two liabilities, they certainly couldn't hold off Charlotte Linlin, so he had to step in. This was also good, as long as he could entangle Charlotte Linlin here, it would expedite Roger and the others' actions. Indeed, in the eyes of Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba, among the entire Big Mom pirate crew, only Charlotte Linlin was deemed a worthy opponent. The others were not even qualified to be compared. As soon as Rayleigh spoke, Roger and Jabba did not hesitate. After all, they were partners whom they could entrust their lives to, and they understood Rayleigh's intention in a blink of an eye. Thus, without a second thought, Roger and Jabba prepared to make their escape. Yet just as Roger was about to move, he suddenly felt someone grasping his ankle. Looking down, he saw the muscular man he had just knocked down now struggling to rise, while still firmly gripping his ankle with one hand. This caused Roger to be a step slower than Jabba, and as a result, Charlotte Linlin caught up, swinging Napoleon imbued with violent and fiery power directly at Roger's face. Roger raised Ace to block Charlotte Linlin's ferocious strike, and at the same time, an incredibly powerful aura erupted from him. Conqueror's Haki. However, this Conqueror's Haki was not aimed at Charlotte Linlin, but at the Old Tauren beneath him. The moment he struggled, Roger had already sensed the terrifying strength wielded by Old Tauren. He realized he could not break free from this restraint quickly with sheer strength alone, so, without hesitation, Roger used Conqueror's Haki to intimidate Old Tauren, intending to escape. As the saying goes, time waits for no one. From the moment Rayleigh made his statement to now, it had been but a flash of lightning. The terrifying aura of Conqueror's Haki surged into Old Tauren's mind. Thanks to this Conqueror's Haki, Old Tauren, who had been devoid of reason and in a frenzy from the beginning, now showed a flicker of pain in his eyes. The intense crimson light seemed to dim significantly, and the grip he had on Roger slackened, allowing Roger to seize the opportunity to break free. With the force of Charlotte Linlin's strike behind him, he tumbled backward for dozens of meters and escaped without looking back. Charlotte Linlin wanted to pursue, but Rayleigh had already taken over the fight, standing directly in her way and engaging her in combat. Originally, the brief assault of Conqueror's Haki could not restore Old Tauren's sanity, but at that moment, as he was intimidated by the Haki, the pain from his injuries sent shockwaves through his mind, nearly causing his head to explode. In that instant, his eyes briefly regained clarity. Feeling the pervasive pain throughout his body and recalling the memories of his previous madness, Old Tauren was left bewildered, asking himself, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? This is not what I signed up for. Can anyone tell me why I was being beaten up by Charlotte Linlin, Rayleigh, and Roger together? Is this world too violent? The brief moment of clarity for Altalin did not last long. After the sudden explosion of pain subsided, his body adapted somewhat, but the chaotic and frenzied thoughts began to take over once again, and soon red light flickered in his eyes. Getting up from the ground, Altalin picked up the warhammer and roared as he charged towards the fiercely battling Rayleigh and Charlotte Linlin. He couldn't distinguish friend from foe, he would strike anyone he saw. At that moment, Charlotte Linlin was too occupied to pay attention to her dear son. As Altalin rushed forward, he saw Charlotte Linlin unleash a powerful punch enveloped in Conqueror's Haki, striking him squarely on the head. This blow was far more brutal than the previous gentle ones. It left Altalin no chance whatsoever as he was knocked to the ground and fell into unconsciousness. After all, the gap in strength between him and these top-tier experts was still vast. Charlotte Linlin was not like Rayleigh and the others. She understood the situation better, so her strikes were more precise, directly ending Altalin's full moon trial. Rayleigh seemed to notice something. While blocking Charlotte Linlin's fierce assault with one hand, he spoke up, although I don't know what that irritable little brat is to you, it seems he's quite important to you. Charlotte Linlin didn't respond, but the ferocity in her eyes intensified. Then I can only ask you to practice with me here. Otherwise, if you want to chase after Roger and the others, I will take this little brat down. Rayleigh added one after another. Do you all think of me as a soft persimmon? Before long, chaos erupted over at the castle as the elite forces of the Big Mom pirates had mostly left Cake Island. The only significant fighting force left on the island was that guy Katakuri. But the problem was Katakuri's strength was about on par with Altalin, perhaps even slightly weaker, so how could he possibly stand against the two ruffians Roger and Jabba? Fortunately, Roger and his crew had no intention of making a deadly enemy of Charlotte Linlin and did not kill indiscriminately. After defeating Katakuri's squad, they quickly continued searching for their target. This chaos did not last too long. In Charlotte Linlin's treasury, Roger and the others found the Crimson historical text, but they couldn't take it with them. The longer they delayed, the greater their unknown risks became, so they hurriedly made a copy and swiftly retreated. It turned out that Charlotte Linlin really couldn't do much against them. Her strength was not enough to contend against the combined might of Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba. In the end, she could only watch in fury as Rayleigh was escorted away by Roger and the others. The next afternoon, Altalin frowned as he woke up from his unconscious state. As he opened his eyes, he felt pain all over his body. "You're awake." Katakuri's gentle voice came from beside the bed, and then he seemed to instruct someone nearby to leave. Altalin looked up and saw that Katakuri had bandages wrapped around his neck and his arm was secured with a splint, clearly bearing the marks of having been injured. Looking down at himself, he was covered in bandages, and there were faint traces of blood seeping through. He looked far worse than Katakuri. Altalin recalled the events of that time, and couldn't help but ask what exactly happened. "Why do I have memories of Roger and the others?" "Your memory isn't wrong," Katakuri replied, then continued. "Last night the Roger pirates invaded our Cake Island and made a copy of a historical text from Mama's treasury." "Historical text?" Altalin feigned ignorance in his response. Katakuri nodded and said, "Yes, it's one of Mama's collectibles. It is said to hide a great secret, possibly an ancient weapon capable of destroying the world. The historical texts have long been banned from dissemination by the world government. Mama has had it for quite some time, but so far she hasn't been able to decipher its mysteries. Not to mention that, how are you feeling?" Katakuri eventually asked. "I feel this world is too violent." Altalin first teased a bit, but then quickly became excited and said, "Last night, for the first time during the full moon, I briefly regained clarity." "Really?" Katakuri was also a bit surprised. "That's great. It shows Mama's method is indeed effective." Just then the maid who had gone to deliver the message opened the door, and Charlotte Linlin walked in with a face full of displeasure. Unlike the miserable appearances of Altalin and Katakuri, Charlotte Linlin clearly hadn't suffered any injuries and was in a vibrant state. However, judging from her complexion, her mood was evidently quite unpleasant. "Mama." Katakuri attempted to stand up, but was pressed back down by Charlotte Linlin. "If you're hurt, just sit down." Charlotte Linlin called to Katakuri before directly sitting down on Altalin's bed and asking, "How are you?" Altalin hadn't finished speaking before being interrupted. Charlotte Linlin continued, "The doctor has already examined you. Although a few of your ribs are broken and your arm is quite severely injured, it's not a big deal. Your physical constitution has inherited my excellent bloodline. A mere small injury will heal in 10 days or half a month." Altalin nodded, but before he could speak, Charlotte Linlin carried on. "Last night, there were some unexpected events. That damned Roger, I don't know what kind of medicine he took." Then she launched into a long string of crude remarks, spitting venomous words and cursing Roger's ancestors, wishing him a painful demise. Whether Roger's ancestors sensed it or not, Altalin did not know, but Charlotte Linlin's curses were sure to be effective. After all, that guy Roger truly did not have many years left to live, and it could be said he would not die a good death. "One day I will settle this score with him." Charlotte Linlin grumbled a few more curses before getting to the point. "Last night, I saw that you seemed to briefly awaken from the state of the Moon Lion. Yes, it could have been just a few seconds, or even shorter." Altalin pondered for a moment, then added, "But even so, this was my first time regaining clarity on a full moon night. It should also be related to that bastard Roger's conqueror's hockey. Of course, originally, I also planned to use this power to conduct experiments on you. Even without that bastard Roger, the same effect could have been achieved." Charlotte Linlin nodded in agreement. After a brief pause, Charlotte Linlin continued, "Although there were some mishaps, overall it still met my original expectations. It seems that this treatment method is indeed effective for you. Back in the day, I was on Rock's ship, and it was like this. You recovered quite quickly this time, but if you do this a few more times in the future, the results will be even more significant until you can feel that wild and violent change and gradually learn to master this power." For so many years, Altalin had been trapped in this affliction, but now he finally saw the dawn of hope. Just as Charlotte Linlin said, this time might not have even lasted a minute, but with more repetitions, wouldn't that time only get longer? Wouldn't he be able to control his state by then? As long as he persisted with the treatment, he would eventually return to normal and become a regular man. Ahem. Altalin cleared his throat, awkwardly feeling somewhat embarrassed, and then said awkwardly, "In any case, thank you." This was the first time Altalin thanked Charlotte Linlin. Indeed, upon hearing this, the originally somewhat gloomy Charlotte Linlin's face revealed a slight smile of relief as she softly said, "It's nothing. It's something I owed you." After saying that, Charlotte Linlin stood up and said, "Your matters have come to a pause. I still have things to take care of. That bastard Shiki is getting more active. I need to go to the front line. If there's anything, we can discuss it when I return." After saying that, she looked at Katakuri and said, "Take good care of him." Clearly, Katakuri, who should have followed Charlotte Linlin to the front line, had to stay behind as a Styathome child due to being injured by the Roger pirates. Charlotte Linlin left that day, directly heading to the port after visiting Ortolan, boarding her ship, the Queen Mama Singh, to depart Cake Island. It is evident that while the front line of the Big Mom Pirates and the Flying Sky Pirates has not officially engaged in battle, the atmosphere is tense with the Big Mom Pirates feeling more pressure. However, as an outsider, Ortolan can clearly see that this situation is actually a good opportunity for Charlotte Lin. In the original story, Totland's strength and expansion were likely benefited from this event. After Charlotte Lin left Cake Island, Ortolan began to contemplate the current situation, noting that the Roger Pirates had appeared on Cake Island and had made a copy of a historical text. Shiki has gathered a large fleet preparing to take on the Big Mom Pirates. If nothing unexpected occurs, the next developments in the situation should see the Roger Pirates sailing eastward after escaping Cake Island, aiming to leave the waters of Totland as quickly as possible to avoid being caught or blocked by a large fleet assembled by Charlotte Lin. That direction is precisely towards the Edver Sea. Shiki is likely to learn about the attack on Cake Island soon and discover news of Roger coinciding with his gathering of his own large fleet. Clearly, Shiki is more interested in Roger than in fighting Charlotte Lin. As long as he can deal with Roger and establish cooperation with the Roger Pirates, leveraging the information Roger has about ancient weapons along with his own forces and fleet, Shiki will no longer face obstacles in dominating the New World. Once he unites the various factions in the New World, Shiki will have the power to challenge the world government. Thus, the next events will likely see Shiki abandon Charlotte Lin, gathering his fleet in the Edver Sea to block the Roger Pirates attempting to pass through. Subsequently, the Battle of Edver erupted, a great storm that utterly destroyed Shiki's ambitions and his massive fleet that had been rampaging through the New World. Coincidentally, at this moment, the only one prepared to battle Shiki is the Big Mom Pirates, and Charlotte Lin has also arrived at the front line. Under these circumstances, as long as Charlotte Lin is not foolish, she will surely seize the opportunity to be the first to take a bite of Shiki's juicy profits. A feast of gluttony as a pirate overlord. Shiki's downfall. Well, it's not exactly a downfall, but he will certainly sustain heavy injuries. Being severely wounded will undoubtedly cause the forces in the New World to reshuffle, as various powerful factions will inevitably seek to tear Shiki apart, further preventing this ambitious fellow from climbing back on top. After roughly deducing the likely developments based on what he knows, Ortolan is uncertain about the accuracy of his predictions. Nevertheless, his mood has calmed significantly. Once he is able to get out of bed, he immerses himself in the Grand Library, continuously reading various books to fill in his shallow understanding of this world. Just as Charlotte Lin said, Ortolan inherited her excellent bloodline and possesses outstanding physical qualities. Although his injuries are considerably worse than Katakuri's, his recovery speed is much faster. In just over a week, on the day before Katakuri removed his bandages, Ortolan was fully healed. Perhaps compared to special ability users like Marco the Phoenix, Ortolan's recovery speed is nothing exceptional. However, in this vast sea, his vitality is sufficiently vigorous, garnering Katakuri's envy. At the back mountain of Cake Island, Ortolan is currently training beside a not-so-high cliff. He is bare-chested, drenched in sweat, his muscles constantly moving as he throws punches at the rock wall, which visibly bears numerous fist imprints resembling a honeycomb pattern. Indeed, Ortolan is honing his Busashoko haki according to the methods described in Rock's book. Before long, footsteps were heard from the jungle behind him. Katakuri appeared carrying a plate of donuts. Perhaps due to the absence of anyone in the dense forest, he did not bother to maintain his image, pulling down his scarf to reveal his fearsome mouth, looking satisfied as he munched on the donuts. Upon seeing Ortolan, he made no attempt to interrupt, casually standing in the back, eating and watching. After waiting for about half an hour, when Katakuri reluctantly finished the last small piece of donut, Ortolan suddenly threw a powerful punch, with strong haki energy enveloping his fist, creating a massive pit in the cliff wall. Casually picking up a towel left on a nearby wooden post, Ortolan wiped the sweat from his body and turned around with a grin, saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting." "Indeed," Katakuri remarked, looking Ortolan up and down, inexplicably stating this. "Don't you notice? Before the full moon, your temper was rather peculiar. Even when you tried to control your volatile emotions, it still came off as cold. However, after the full moon, it seems that you have vented your frustrations over the past few days, and that troubling emotion has vanished. Your character has become much more peaceful," Katakuri said with a smile. "Is that so?" Ortolan pondered for a moment, but did not delve deeper, shrugging and saying, "Perhaps. What did you want to discuss with me? Speaking of which, how have you considered our previous proposal?" Katakuri approached Ortolan and sat on a rock, inquiring. Ortolan patted a small box resting beside the towel, saying, "I've made up my mind to become a devil fruit user, so I plan to eat this Goro Goro no Mi. However, since I have no experience, I heard that the first time one eats a devil fruit, due to unfamiliarity, it may cause the ability to go out of control. I wanted to ask you, someone with experience, for guidance." Katakuri rolled his eyes at this remark, helplessly saying, "I don't know where you heard such rumors. Is it possible for you to eat a second devil fruit?" As for your mention of ability going out of control, that doesn't exist, but you might experience a slight loss of control due to sudden physical changes. For instance, if you eat the Mera Mera Nomi, you might find yourself unable to control your powers and set yourself ablaze due to unfamiliarity with the sudden strength. However, for you who would be the embodiment of flames, it poses no real harm. I see. Ortolan stroked his chin, then smiled, and said, that puts my mind at ease. However, I haven't directly consumed the fruit yet. After casually tossing the towel on the wooden post, Ortolan added, regarding the previous proposal, I've also made up my mind. Compared to the Goro Goro Nomi, Katakuri is evidently more concerned about Ortolan's decision, and he asked seriously, so, are you going to stay? No, I plan to leave. Ortolan shook his head, speaking calmly yet firmly. Hearing this, Katakuri's eyes flashed with a hint of regret as he said, is that so? Well, that's truly. Tisksai. Ultimately, it's your choice, and I will support you. Quickly adjusting his emotions, Katakuri revealed a brotherly smile and asked, so what do you plan to do after leaving Cake Island? Of course, no matter what you do, we will always welcome you back to Cake Island. You may not agree, but I still want to say this is your home. If I were to join the Marines, would I still be welcomed back? Ortolan laughed and asked. Katakuri laughed heartily, saying, join the Marines. You really know how to joke, ha ha ha. Huh. As he laughed, noticing Ortolan's expression seemed somewhat serious, he immediately stopped laughing, looking astonished, and asking, you wouldn't actually want to join the Marines, would you? Ahem. Ortolan cleared his throat, a bit embarrassed, and said, I do have such a thought, so I wanted to seek your opinions on it. Katakuri. Although it may not be good to speak poorly of one's own family, the Charlotte family indeed engages in pillaging and is notorious for their evil deeds. Possessing such a wicked bloodline, you actually want to become a messenger of justice. In the first half of the Grand Line at the Marine Headquarters Marineford, at the top level of the Justice Fortress in Marineford, is the office of the Fleet Admiral, who is currently Steelbone Kong, later to become the Supreme Commander of the world government's military forces. At this moment, Fleet Admiral Steelbone was sitting at his desk listening to a report from Chief of Staff Ai. Just then the office door was pulled open and Carp, Sengoku and others walked in. Seeing that there were no other Navy members in the office besides Chief of Staff Ai, Carp and Sengoku did not stand on ceremony. Steelbone, what is it? Sengoku asked first. Indeed, everyone present was from the same era of the Navy and had fought on the battlefield together as old comrades, so in the absence of others their private titles were quite casual. Ahe has received new intelligence, and you all happen to be here to listen. Where is Zephyr? Fleet Admiral Steelbone casually asked. That guy is not in the headquarters. Is there any new intelligence? Carp replied with a big grin, and Ahe with a calm expression said, previously we investigated that Shiki was gathering his fleet. Is it true that he is going to war with the Big Mom pirates? Do we have any specifics? Sengoku casually inquired. From the direction Shiki is gathering his fleet and the response measures of the Big Mom pirates, it is highly likely that they will engage in this confrontation near the Edver Sea. Edver. Sengoku stroked his braided beard, pondering for a moment, deep in thought. Carp then directly asked, what about the other bastards? No movement from Kaido and Wangji. Didn't they band together to deal with Shiki when such troubles arose before? There is movement. We intercepted communications between Charlotte Linlin and Wangji. Although it is not very clear, it has been confirmed that Wangji will cooperate with Charlotte Linlin's actions and Kaido and others will likely do the same. Ahe spoke with a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Carp waved his hand dismissively and said, isn't that just like before? Shiki can't handle them. Sengoku nodded in agreement, saying, in a direct comparison, Shiki is the strongest, but his old rivals are not easy to deal with either. However, we recently intercepted new intelligence at Cake Island, Ahe said solemnly. This time her expression grew somewhat serious. Seeing her expression, Carp and Sengoku frowned simultaneously and asked, what is the intelligence? The Roger pirates, which disappeared after re-entering the New World from Fishman Island recently, had some conflicts with the Big Mom pirates at Totland's Cake Island. The specific reason is unclear, but Charlotte Linlin did not capture them. Ahe reported. Carp couldn't help but scoff, saying, Charlotte Linlin might be formidable, but she absolutely cannot be a match for Roger and his gang. It would be strange for her to capture Roger. That's not the point. Ahe shot Carp an annoyed glance for interrupting her, then said, after Roger and the others escaped from Cake Island, our tracking investigation found eyewitness reports of them heading towards the Edver Sea, where Shiki's fleet is located. Do you understand? What? Carp exclaimed, aren't they going to collide? As soon as Carp's words fell, the office door was suddenly pulled open in a hurry, and a tall, beautiful female Navy officer entered. The shoulder insignia she wore indicated her rank as a Commodore. Boss, it's bad. The latest intelligence indicates that Shiki's fleet is moving, seemingly heading towards the Edver Sea. We intercepted a frontline communication from them, which is not very clear, but it mentioned the Roger pirates, which are currently being closely monitored. The The beautiful female officer reported with a very anxious expression. Jiyuan, is there any more specific information? Karp abruptly stood up from the sofa, urgently inquiring. Indeed, the person who suddenly came to report the latest news was later known as the Marine Headquarters Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit Jiyuan. Though she was significantly younger than Chief of Staff Ahe, she had been personally mentored by Ahe since joining the Navy, and they were very close, referring to each other as sisters. Of course, it was also because of her close relationship with Chief of Staff Ahe that Jiyuan was also quite close to Karp Sengoku and Fleet Admiral Steelbone. For example, although Karp was much older than Jiyuan, she often affectionately called him Little Karp. In the Navy system, to advance one indeed needs sufficient strength, but relationships and connections among the upper echelons are equally important. Would any other Commodore dare to casually barge in during a small meeting with high-ranking figures like admirals, fleet admirals, chief of staffs, and Navy heroes? However, on the other hand, if one lacks sufficient strength, talent, and ability, those high-ranking figures would not bother to socialize with them. Ultimately, one's own skills are the most important. There is no more specific information, but we speculate that with Shiki's current war mobilization, once he finds Roger, it is highly likely that he will. Jiyuan spoke with some urgency. But before she could finish her sentence, the transponder snail on her person rang. Not bothering too much, she directly answered the transponder snail in public. Then a voice from the intelligence department staff member came through, sounding very anxious, saying, latest intelligence, latest intelligence. The monitoring ship has tracked the movements of the Roger pirates. They seem unaware of the changes in the Flying Sky pirates and are heading towards the Edver Sea, consistent with the direction of Shiki's fleet. They are expected to meet soon. Before the voice from the transponder snail could finish, Karp directly said, I can't wait any longer, I need to check it out. Isn't it too late now, eh? Jiyuan asked with some hesitation. Whether it's too late or not, I still have to check it out. Karp replied without hesitation. Hey Karp, Shiki's matters have always been my responsibility. Sengoku also stood up, speaking in a deep voice. Meanwhile, Fleet Admiral Steelbone couldn't help but say, I called you here for another matter. Sengoku held Karp's shoulder and said, didn't you hear that the Fleet Admiral has something else to say? Shiki's business is left to me. As soon as Sengoku finished speaking, he opened the door and walked out. Karp was taken aback, then cursed, Roger is under my responsibility. As he spoke, he was about to chase after him, while Fleet Admiral Steelbone shouted, Hey Karp, I haven't finished talking regarding your promotion to Admiral. Karp, without looking back, stepped out of the door, responding assertively, even though you haven't finished, I've already heard enough, ha. As he finished speaking, Karp slammed the door shut. This made Fleet Admiral Steelbone's facial muscles twitch unnaturally. Then he looked at Chief of Staff Ahe and said, you should also go and help me persuade that bastard Karp. It's not good for the Admiral position to remain vacant. If he could persuade him, this position wouldn't have been vacant for so many years. I say, why not consider someone else? Chief of Staff Ahe teased with a smile as she stood up and walked out. Jiyuan, hearing this, flushed with embarrassment, quickly bowed to Fleet Admiral Steelbone and then hurriedly caught up with Chief of Staff Ahe, leaving the office together. After everyone in the office dispersed, Fleet Admiral Steelbone lit a cigar, shaking his head with a bitter smile, saying, that bastard. The Navy's tradition has always been to have 3 admirals as the highest combat powers symbols. In this generation, there are indeed qualified candidates among the Navy, such as Sengoku Zephyr, and the last one, that bastard Karp. However, Karp is stubbornly unwilling to be promoted to Admiral, and if he doesn't take that position, others with capability find it hard to step up. Of course, to some extent, this is also because aside from these few, the Navy currently does not have anyone truly strong and qualified to sit in the Admiral's position. However, Fleet Admiral Steelbone is not worried because the Navy still has a promising future with many excellent candidates emerging from the younger generation, all of whom are potential stocks to become admirals. Jiyuan, mentioned earlier by Ahe, is one such candidate, and there are even more outstanding ones like Akainu, Kazuru, and Kazan. Thus, as long as the succession is orderly, the Navy's future combat power can be assured. Fleet Admiral Steelbone is currently neither anxious nor in a hurry. A flash of lightning streaked across the back mountain of Cake Island, followed by a pillar of thunder rising into the sky, which quickly dissipated as if it had never appeared. At this moment in the back mountain, where Orderin and Katakuri were located, arcs of crackling electricity occasionally flashed through the air. Orderin was sitting cross-legged on the ground with occasional sparks of electricity flickering at the tips of his hair. Meanwhile, the small box that had been beside him was now open, and the thunder fruit inside had vanished. Sensing the thunderous power within him gradually calming, Orderin slowly opened his eyes. His pupils, originally black, had undergone a noticeable change, perhaps due to consuming the thunder fruit. The former black pupils had transformed into indigo, imparting a slight sense of mystery that subtly elevated Orderin's overall demeanor. You said there wouldn't be much commotion, Orderin remarked with a hint of sarcasm. As he spoke, arcs of electricity also shot from his mouth, looking quite comical. Not far away, Katakuri expressed his surprise, saying, "I truly didn't expect this. The commotion is quite significant. No wonder it's called the invincible thunder fruit." Just a moment ago, that rapidly dissipating bolt of lightning Katakuri had felt only for an instant, yet the power it contained was terrifying enough. If it had struck a ship or a building, it could have obliterated everything nearby. However, Katakuri soon curiously inquired, "How does it feel?" "I don't feel any change," Orderin replied, standing up and hopping from side to side, somewhat puzzled. "Try to communicate with the thunderous power within you. The feeling of becoming a devil fruit user is quite wonderful. In short, it feels like you've gained an additional organ or suddenly acquired an innate instinct. You need to think, you must dare to think. Only then can you mobilize it, familiarize yourself with it, and develop it." Katakuri, as a senior devil fruit user, instructed Orderin. Orderin nodded silently at his words, then closed his eyes again quietly and earnestly, perceiving the new power within him. Then Katakuri observed that a layer of thunderous light gradually emerged around Orderin, and his body occasionally twisted in unnatural ways, a movement impossible for an ordinary person, a manifestation of elemental transformation. Next, Orderin, with his eyes closed, raised his palm. Soon a rich surge of lightning elements gathered in his palm, and with a loud bang, a shockwave of condensed lightning elements shot forth, crashing into a tree not far away. As if struck by nature's lightning, the tree exploded, and the core area that was hit even ignited in flames, which quickly extinguished, revealing a charred, blackened surface. At this moment, Orderin opened his eyes, looking at his palm, then glancing at the tree that had been struck. He smacked his lips and said, "So that's it." This feeling was indeed quite similar to what Katakuri described. The elusive power of becoming a devil fruit user was truly fascinating. It's like how an ordinary person imagines shooting terrifying heat rays from their eyes like Superman. Although you wouldn't actually release heat rays if you were a user within the range of your abilities, you could indeed do it just by instinctively operating your internal energy. Thinking of this, Orderin's eyes gleamed with lightning, and the skin around his eye sockets faintly showed thunderous patterns. Suddenly, his eyes shot out two solid beams of thunder straight toward the focal point of his gaze, directly shattering the tree that had just been struck. Katakuri watched this scene, his eyes filled with astonishment, unable to help but exclaim, "You just ate the thunder fruit," and immediately developed a usable attack method. That was quite fast, wasn't it? At this moment, Orderin became excited, his eyes scanning for suitable targets. Rocks and soil were obliterated, shattered into pieces by the laser-like thunder he conjured. After experimenting a few times, Orderin laughed and said, "Why are you so surprised? It's just that this attack method is the simplest to develop, extremely crude, and lacks any technical skill. What I just did was very simple. First, I imagined it, as I already had a familiar template in my mind, so that step was easy. Then I mobilized the seemingly endless thunderous power within me, gathering it in my eyes. Relying on the essence of the thunder fruit, this process was incredibly fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, I could charge it in my eye sockets. Then I didn't need any extra techniques, just focusing my attention and releasing the energy gathered in my eyes was enough. Following this entire process, one could say there was no technical difficulty at all. Thinking further, I have a steel body, right? Am made of iron. Super strength. I have innate divine strength. Super speed. Am already a user of the thunder fruit, so teleportation should be no problem. Heat rays. I just did that. Flying. That's a fundamental ability of the thunder fruit, no problem at all. Goodness, I'm basically a superhero now. Well, that might be a bit exaggerated, but calling myself Azu should be fine, right? Should I say I don't eat beef next? Clearing the chaotic thoughts from my mind after discussing a bit with Katakuri, Orderin looked at him with anticipation and said, "Next, please let me enjoy the basic treatment of being a natural type user." Elementalization. Katakuri chuckled and replied, "That's not something only you natural type users can enjoy." If someone else had said this, it might have seemed boastful and arrogant, but Katakuri's words were entirely reasonable because his abilities were uniquely special. He was a user of the mochi fruit, a superhuman type, but due to the unique transformations of this fruit, he could freely alter his form, thereby achieving effects similar to elementalization like natural type users. Thus, his mochi fruit was one of the few considered a special superhuman type devil fruit power. Indeed, after teasing Orderin, Katakuri's arm transformed and a trident emerged from it. In terms of length, this trident was certainly longer than his arm, yet it could still emerge from his arm, showcasing Katakuri's unique development of his special ability, creating a storage space within him akin to a natural type user's swamp fruit. This was something that Orderin's thunder fruit simply could not achieve, as it was determined by the nature of the fruit's abilities. Orderin suspected that the reason Katakuri developed this ability was likely so he could store a large number of donuts within him, ready to enjoy his favorite food at any time. Holding the trident, Katakuri wasted no time thrusting it directly at Orderon's chest. The trident was menacing, but it did not condense any overwhelming power, and Orderon naturally had no intention of dodging. With a piercing sound, the trident in Katakuri's hand pierced Orderon's body. However, at the point of impact, arcs of electricity crackled, and the flesh in that area transformed into thunder elements. This was the effect of elementalization, and because of this effect, Katakuri's strike had no impact on Orderon whatsoever. However, Katakuri did not relent. Instead, he leaned on the trident and looked at Orderon, saying, "Imagine how you would escape from my strike." Orderon nodded, taking a deep breath, seemingly sensing something. Then a flicker of electricity flashed at the tips of his hair, and in that instant his ability activated. Like a flash of lightning appearing out of nowhere, Orderon's figure suddenly flashed to that location. Instantaneous movement. Compared to his previous laser eyes, this ability clearly had a greater technical difficulty. When Orderon landed, his body was still unaccustomed to balancing at such high speed, causing him to stagger and almost fall. However, Katakuri nodded in appreciation, saying, "Not bad. I thought it would take you several attempts to achieve this kind of transfer, but you succeeded in one go. It seems you have a high compatibility with the Thunder Fruit. You might not believe it, but I had imagined this power countless times before acquiring the Thunder Fruit, so I probably have a full set of development ideas in my mind, which makes me more experienced." Rich imagination experience. Haha. Katakuri laughed and teased. "Did you not just say that the development of Devil Fruit abilities relies on the imagination of the user? Isn't that what imagination is?" Orderon retorted. As the son of the top ability user Charlotte Linlin, and also an ability user himself, Katakuri's words were quite insightful. The power of the Devil Fruit is indeed very mysterious, and its development greatly relies on the user's imagination, giving it a very, I think this ability can be used like this feeling. After Aordelin consumed the Thunderfruit, the back mountain of Cake Island was thunderous for 3 consecutive days. Only a select few knew of Aordelin's true identity, and even many of Charlotte Linlin's children were unaware of his existence. Furthermore, the incident involving the Thunderfruit was kept under wraps, leading the people of Cake Island to believe that the back mountain was experiencing some peculiar weather. Although somewhat puzzled, this was not particularly unacceptable in the New World, and no one delved deeper into it. On the 4th day, the Adverse Sea battle, which would shift the dynamics of the New World and impact the world's landscape for decades to come, began to unfold. In the Adverse Sea, on the deck of the Oro Jackson, all members of the Roger Pirates were gathered. Looking at the dense fleet of pirate ships in the distance, Roger couldn't help but laugh heartily, teasingly asking, "Is it too late to turn the ship around now?" Jabba crouched on a barrel, sharpening his hand axe with a whetstone. Hearing Roger's teasing question, he shrugged and said, "Thanks to Tom, our ship is incredibly fast, but we're up against the Golden Lion. Can we outrun those flying beasts?" "Is that so?" Roger feigned realization, then patted his sword ace at his waist, his face breaking into a bold smile. "Then it seems we have no choice but to fight that bastard right here." Just as Roger said this, the flagship of the flying pirate crew, led by the Golden Lion Shiki, slowly approached the Oro Jackson. Seeing the situation, Roger immediately commanded, "Prepare to engage." As the rookie crew member, Buggy's mindset had already crumbled in the face of this situation. He cried out in panic, Wait, Captain Roger, that guy clearly has something to say, right? I've heard that guy's nonsense before." Roger retorted disdainfully. The Roger Pirates were not dealing with Shiki for the first time, and Roger knew what was on Shiki's mind without needing to listen. "As long as we have the Green Mountains, we don't have to worry about firewood, Captain Roger." Buggy shouted, helplessly holding his head. Though Shanks had a splint on his arm, clearly still healing, he cheerfully pressed his other hand on the hilt of his sword and said to Buggy, "Aren't you invulnerable to harm now? What are you afraid of?" "Idiot, I can't even count how many weaknesses I have myself." Buggy couldn't help but curse back upon hearing Shanks' voice. If it weren't for that bastard, how could he have become a Devil Fruit user? However, now was not the time to argue with Shanks. After cursing him, Buggy hurried to Coloca's and asked, "Mr. Coloca's, how is Captain Roger's condition? Isn't it better if we don't engage in battle? Hurry and stop him." As Coloca's wiped his fishing spear, he laughed and said, "Unfortunately, thanks to the warm-up on Cake Island not long ago, Roger is in excellent shape, right now perfectly suited for a big showdown." Seeing the ship doctor so eager for battle, Buggy felt even more helpless and quickly turned to the first mate, Rayleigh Senpai. "You idiot, after knowing each other for so long, don't you understand? When can we ever stop Roger from doing something foolish?" Rayleigh responded with a calm smile, folding his arms, but then a serious look flashed in his eyes. "Besides, trust the ship Tom built for us, it must be the best in the world." However, there was one thing Rayleigh did not say, which was, Roger's time was short. Rayleigh was well aware of what Shiki wanted to say, which was nothing more than to join forces with the Roger Pirates to dominate the world. It sounded utterly uninteresting. The purpose of their gathering was not world domination, Roger's time was limited, and it was impossible to play such strategic games with Shiki. Their primary goal was the legendary Raftel. They couldn't waste precious time on Shiki. As the Roger pirates prepared for battle, Shiki's flagship stopped ahead, and soon everyone saw a figure walking from the deck to the bow. The figure had wild, wind-blown golden hair and wore a distinctive golden-striped outfit from Wano. Perhaps due to years of sailing, his skin appeared unhealthy, somewhat darkened and dried out. But this did not detract from his charisma. On the contrary, it added to his fierce, pirate-like presence. The man was currently biting a half-burnt cigar, his eyes filled with a sharp glare. Just standing there exuded an oppressive aura that even the elite members of the Roger Pirates could feel. It was as if they were facing a ferocious beast, a lion king roaring across the seas, exuding unparalleled arrogance. Without a doubt, this man was the legendary flying pirate, the Golden Lion Shiki, who now commanded the pinnacle of pirate power. In Shiki's eyes, it seemed there were no others. His gaze was solely fixed on Roger. After a brief moment of silence, Shiki grinned, revealing a smile as he said, "Long time no see, Roger. I don't want to see you at all, Shiki. What are you doing blocking our way? I have nothing to say to you. Step aside." Roger did not spare Shiki any mercy, cursing him as he spoke. Shiki's face twitched slightly. How could this bastard not give him any face? After all, he was one of the top pirates in the New World, right? However, Shiki's tolerance for Roger was surprisingly high. It was as if Roger were a goddess above while he was merely a loyal dog. So even after being insulted by Roger, Shiki did not explode in anger. Instead, he took a deep breath, slightly adjusting his emotions. Then Shiki looked at Roger with fiery eyes and said, "Although I've said this countless times, Roger, since we've run into each other again today, let me say it once more." After a brief pause, Shiki said solemnly, "In our youth we did many things together, but those are all trivial matters. I'll let them drift away with the wind. Now I have a very good proposal for you, Roger. Let's join forces. You have the information on the ancient weapons capable of destroying the world, and with the strength of my crew and the meticulous plan I've devised, if we join hands now, immediately, we can seize the entire world. Doesn't that sound tempting? I've told you countless times I will not cooperate with you, Shiki. I have no interest in ruling the world. Pretending to want to do something, but not doing it is meaningless for a pirate. We are not of the same kind." Roger immediately rejected Shiki's proposal without a second thought. As a dominant figure, Shiki, though highly tolerant and appreciative of Roger, still cared about his pride. He had brought his elite crew with him, and if he were to be humiliated by Roger and remain silent, how could he maintain his authority? Moreover, Shiki was genuinely worried that Roger and his crew might really find the ancient weapon. Assuming that he found it, Shiki believed he would eliminate all his opponents. Therefore, if he allowed the Roger pirates to continue growing, they might become a significant obstacle to his ambitions of world domination. Rather than allowing that, it was better to eliminate them here. After all, the current forces were 800,000 against 600,000. The advantage was mine. "So your answer is to let me kill you here?" Shiki's eyes darkened as he replied in a low tone. Meanwhile, Roger smirked, a confident smile appearing on his face as he declared, "Don't misunderstand, you bastard. My answer is to take down all you bastards right here." As soon as Roger finished speaking, Shanks ignited the cannon at the bow, and the Oro Jackson let out a furious roar, firing a shot toward Shiki. And thus the Edver Sea battle officially commenced. Under normal circumstances, the Roger pirates could never win against Shiki's airborne pirate fleet in the Battle of Edver. It's not just a difference in numbers. Shiki, as the pirate overlord, has many formidable subordinates under his command. Otherwise, how could he single-handedly suppress ambitious figures like Kaido, Charlotte, Lin Wang Ji, and Silver Axe? Therefore, whether in terms of combat forces or elite quality, Shiki holds the advantage, and it is precisely because of this that he feels the advantage is on his side. However, Shiki is truly unfortunate. During the Battle of Edver, he could have won against any opponent, even against the navy known as the Sea Overlord. This is his confidence, but unfortunately none of those opponents include the Roger pirates. If one were to ask why, it might be because the Roger pirates possess incredible fortune. Not only is the era's protagonist Roger aboard, who bears the weight of initiating the era of great pirates, but there is also the great lucky figure Buggy, who possesses the strongest conqueror's haki across the seas. If these two individuals were not together, they might have had a chance, but with the protagonist teaming up with the luckiest person, how could they possibly lose? It's akin to the next era's protagonist Monkey D. Luffy, who with his strength should never have been able to storm the impelled down prison and escape with a large group of prisoners. Yet with the protagonist's luck combined with Buggy's fortunate halo, he managed to achieve the impossible. So in a certain sense, the Battle of Edver and the later impelled down incident may have been caused by the same fundamental factors. The combination of the protagonist and Buggy is something no one can withstand. In this naval battle, Shiki was fortunate enough to experience the dire consequences of opposing both the protagonist and Buggy. At first they fought quite well, and just as Shiki anticipated, they had gained overwhelming advantages. With this advantage, as long as they surrounded the Roger pirates and prevented them from escaping, this maritime encirclement victory would be all but assured over time. But just as Shiki was feeling triumphant and began to fantasize about how to reap the fruits of victory, even pondering whether to spare Roger's life, a sudden change occurred. The climate in the New World changes rapidly and drastically, but it is not without signs. As the user of the Paramecia-type float fruit, Shiki is very aware of his weakness. He fears storms. Once he finds himself in a storm, his abilities are suppressed to their limits, and his personal strength cannot be exerted, akin to a fruit user falling into the sea. He won't drown, but will be rendered as weak as a flotsam caught in a violent gale. Therefore, Shiki sought out many skilled meteorologists and navigators to ensure that he could avoid encountering storms while at sea. Before coming to the Edver Sea to surround Roger, Shiki's top meteorologists and navigators conducted rigorous calculations and extensive surveys of the surrounding waters. In the end, everyone reached a consensus there would be no major storms in the vicinity of the Edver Sea for a long time. It was precisely because of this conclusion that Shiki confidently chose to take action. However, suddenly an intense storm formed and covered the entire Edver Sea in mere seconds, arriving at the battlefield amidst the confusion of everyone present. Roger, this storm is terrifying. Staying here will definitely get us torn apart. We must break through. Jabba shouted urgently after taking down one of his opponents. Storms at sea are indeed terrifying. Even in the past of Ortolan, during the era of more advanced navigation technology, the catastrophic disaster caused by a major storm could destroy all ships within the area and even threaten large coastal cities. Moreover, this is the New World, and most of the ships here are still at the level of wooden sailing warships. Even the Oro Jackson, made from atom tree materials, would still find it difficult to withstand the might of nature. Given the intensity of this storm in Edver, it can be considered a superstorm that is rare to encounter in the New World for over a decade, or even 20 or 30 years. Faced with Shiki, who showed no fear, Roger looked panicked and said quickly, "Our ship is leaving. That bastard Shiki is too preoccupied with himself. Oh, as long as we run faster than them, we win. Let's escape." Most of Shiki's ships relied on their abilities to operate, moving in and out with ease. But now, faced with a storm, it became a huge problem and was no match for Roger Pirate's Oro Jackson. Shiki braced himself against the raging wind, standing beneath the mast, watching Oro Jackson drift away, his eyes filled with unwillingness and anger. "Roger!" Shiki roared at the receding figure. As a result, whether it was due to the loud sound or not, a nearby ship's rudder was suddenly torn off, which then flew towards Shiki's head, knocking him to the ground. Then a gust of wind swept by, directly lifting Shiki into the air, quickly vanishing into the storm. With Shiki's mishap, his fleet was left leaderless, and coupled with the storm's force and the performance issues of the ships, a devastating disaster arrived. 3 days later on Totland's Cake Island. Today, Ortolan did not go to the back mountain to train, but instead dove back into the library. However, this time Ortolan did not read the book, Hockey from Introduction to Mastery, written by Rox, but was instead studying an unnamed book titled A Brief Discussion on the Development of Devil Fruit Abilities. Initially, Ortolan just opened it casually, but upon reading, he found the insights within quite reasonable, touching upon many situations he currently faced. The book categorizes devil fruit abilities into 3 traditional types: Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia, and provides a brief discussion on each. While the depth isn't high, it suits a newcomer like Ortolan perfectly. His understanding of devil fruits mostly comes from impressions within the original story, where he fantasized about many related development directions, yet when it comes to the most basic fundamentals, he realized he had a blank slate. Initially, he sought clarification from Katakuri for those initial confusions, but Katakuri was always busy, and he felt he owed too many favors by constantly asking. Therefore, being able to find answers in this book made Ortolan quite satisfied. So that's it. The energy contained within Logia-type fruit abilities is infinite, but the energy that can be controlled by the user depends on one's own capacity. The main influencing factor is physical strength. By comparison, among Logia-type users of the same level, those with greater physical strength can utilize much more energy than others. Ortolan nodded at the analysis in the book. This is the container theory. After consuming the thunder fruit, the thunderous power Ortolan possesses is limitless, akin to the ocean, but how much he can use depends on how much he can hold as a container. If his physical strength is insufficient, he is like a cup fetching a cup of water from the sea. Once used up, it's gone, and he's exhausted. But if he were a water tank, he could naturally unleash more power. Therefore, what limits the energy of Logia types isn't the ability itself, but the user. Ortolan murmured. After pondering this question, Ortolan looked at the classification of Logia types. Clearly at the forefront stands the Thunder Fruit user with no so-called superior abilities. Instead, he has many inferior abilities, such as the Electromagnetic Fruit and various others. At the same time, Ortolan also noted the introduction to the Flame fruit. The book's unknown author indeed ranked the Flame fruit as a lower tier compared to the magma fruit. And his theory isn't just some crude statement about the flame temperature being inferior to magma. After all, the temperature limit of flames is much higher than that of magma. The rationale for this hierarchical arrangement is that magma is a more advanced form born from flames, meaning that most abilities that can be developed from the flame fruit can also be achieved by the magma fruit, often with greater potency. Perhaps because magma is born from flames, it can more effectively counter flames in most situations, which is why the magma fruit is categorized as a superior type to the flame fruit. Upon closer inspection, not only these two abilities, but the majority of the ability hierarchies in this book are based on this logic, much like how ice is considered more advanced than snowflakes. Just as Ortolan was contemplating these theories, Katakuri hurriedly pushed open the door and entered, saying, "A big incident has occurred. I need to leave Cake Island to join Mom at the front lines. Do you want to come along?" "Huh? What happened?" Ortolan looked at Katakuri bewildered. Katakuri, with a serious expression, said, 3 days ago Shiki engaged in a skirmish with the Roger pirates in the Edver Sea, and at the same time a superstorm broke out in the Edver Sea, resulting in the complete annihilation of Shiki's fleet. At the dock of Cake Island, Ortolan once again boarded Katakuri's eccentric donut-shaped vessel. The outcome of the Edvil naval battle has sent shockwaves across the entire New World, and perhaps the entire world, reshaping the maritime balance of power and realigning factional hierarchies. Mother is currently on the front lines, as she will not return anytime soon. Thus, your earlier intention to discuss joining the Marines with her must now be raised directly before her in the field. As Katakuri directed his subordinates to raise the sails, he addressed Ortolan. Ortolan nodded and replied, "That is precisely why I am accompanying you." After a brief pause, Ortolan added, "Given the current situation, are we preparing to wage war against Shiki's territory and seize his spoils?" "Partly yes. Opportunity knocks, but once. Shiki controls the most expansive and prosperous dominion in the New World. His forces have suffered catastrophic losses. Rumors claim he himself was gravely wounded in that tempest, nearly perishing. Many of his elite officers vanished or fell at Edvil, and his famed New World fleet lies shattered, reduced to little more than wreckage. This is the perfect moment to strike." Katakuri spoke with palpable excitement, then paused to catch his breath before his gaze hardened with cold resolve. "And secondly, Mother intends to move against Wang Ji." "Oh." Ortolan blinked in surprise. Wasn't Wang Ji previously considered an ally of the Big Mom pirates? Ortolan recalled clearly Charlotte Linlin had departed for the front lines precisely to rendezvous with Wang Ji and jointly confront Shiki. An ally? Hardly. Merely a temporary partner, bound together only by the shared threat posed by Shiki. In truth, our factions have clashed frequently, even in peacetime. Katakuri shook his head dismissively. Pirates rarely forge true alliances. The Big Mom pirates have never formally ratified any pirate coalition through binding oaths. Ortolan understood immediately when Shiki loomed supreme, none could stand against him alone, so pragmatic cooperation became inevitable. Now, however, Shiki could scarcely defend himself, let alone oppress others. To speak of him as a threat would be laughable. Thus, this so-called partnership had long since dissolved. With Wang Ji conveniently positioned nearby, Linlin sought to eliminate a rival and ensure he played no part in carving up Shiki's vast domain. Hence, she chose direct confrontation. Ortolan sighed inwardly. The pirate world was indeed brutal, rife with treachery, deceit, and ever-shifting betrayals. Yet Wang Ji is a legendary pirate, a veteran of the Rock's pirate crew. Surely he anticipates such moves. Ortolan murmured thoughtfully. Still, Katakuri added, Mother has already resolved to act in concert with Kaido. Kaido? Ortolan arched an eyebrow. Is he truly more trustworthy than Wang Ji? At least in Mother's eyes, yes. Among Wang Ji's silver axe, and John Kaido commands her deepest trust. Back aboard the Rock's pirate ship, he was closest to her, her dearest comrade. Katakuri affirmed. In those days, Linlin had treated Kaido like a younger brother, nurturing, protective. Even after seizing the mythical Zoan fish fruit Azure Dragon model in the Valley of the Gods, she bestowed it upon Kaido magnanimously upon the dissolution of the Rock's pirate group. According to gossip chronicled in Rock's private logbook, Ortolan had strong reason to suspect Kaido harbored genuine, unspoken affection for Linlin. Physically, they were well matched, emotionally bonds existed, chronologically their ages aligned, and in strength, they stood as equals. Yet Linlin clearly did not reciprocate. A woman determined to reign as sovereign of the seas, her decades-long pursuit of husbands revealed her fundamental requirement: she would accept only those weaker than herself, ensuring absolute dominance within any union. Kaido possessed all the right qualities, yet his formidable power and unwillingness to submit rendered their union improbable. Setting aside personal dynamics among the New World's ambitious warlords, Kaido remained one of the rare figures capable of forging a foundation of mutual trust with Lin, deep enough to sustain strategic collaboration. So this time she plans to join forces with Kaido to devour Shiki's domain whole. Orderon asked. Yes. Though I have not yet spoken with Mother Face, my lifelong understanding of her leads me to conclude this is certain and undoubtedly the optimal course for both parties. Katakuri replied. Orderon fell silent, contemplating deeply, then realized with sudden clarity this cataclysmic event might well become one of the cornerstones upon which the future for Emperor's Order would be built. Why among the Rock's pirate crew's elite survivors did Silver Axe and Wang Ji fail to ascend to the rank of Emperor, even 2 decades later? Why did even John, the fabled treasure captain, meet his end? Before Edvil, they had all stood on equal footing, united only by their shared subjugation under Shiki. How then did their fates diverge so drastically? The chasm between them likely opened here, precisely at this turning point. Shiki lay broken. Lin and Kaido seized chaos as opportunity, gorging themselves on the spoils, rapidly expanding their influence. Meanwhile, Wang Ji and Silver Axe likely claimed scant gains, if any. Indeed, they may even have suffered losses. Thus, Wang Ji never rose to become an emperor, languishing instead on Beehive Island, until over 20 years later, he was finally undone by Teach. Silver Axe's fate was likely no different. Kaido and Charlotte Lin would emerge as the undisputed victors of this upheaval. History would confirm the Edvil Sea's reverberations reshaped the world. Marine Headquarters Marineford Admiral Akiji, who had been away on assignment, returned 2 days prior, and now sat in the Fleet Admiral's office conferring with Sengoku. They arrived too late after all. Fleet Admiral Sengoku mused. Though they had departed several days ahead of schedule, the Edvil naval battle concluded far sooner than anticipated, catching everyone off guard. Victory was decided in less than half a day. Prior intelligence estimated that though the Roger pirates would inevitably fall against Shiki's armada, subduing such top-tier warriors, still in their prime, would require weeks of grueling combat. These were apex fighters, masters of endurance, seasoned in prolonged warfare. Such a protracted engagement would have granted the Marines a golden opportunity to arrive at the climax strike while both sides lay exhausted and annihilate both the Roger pirates and the Sky Pirate fleet in one decisive blow. Alas, reality proved far less accommodating than theory. Admiral Akiji sipped steaming tea and chuckled softly. Perhaps it is just as well we missed it. That storm's magnitude would have devastated even our superior warships. Indeed, Shiki's misfortune proves our fortune. With him fallen, no single pirate remains in the New World capable of restraining the second-tier contenders. What follows will be a brutal internecine war among pirates. Sengoku lit a cigarette. Do not forget Whitebeard. He possesses both the qualification and the power. Akiji offered gently. Whitebeard is undeniably formidable, but unlike Shiki Lin or Kaido, he lacks ambition. That distinction is decisive. Sengoku replied without hesitation. The Whitebeard pirates were mighty. Over the decades since leaving the Rock's pirates, Edward Newgate had roamed the seas seeking family, adopting scores of sons, many of whom were fearsome warriors in their own right. In sheer scale of influence, his crew rivaled Shiki's. Yet the Marines feared Newgate far less than Shiki, not because of weakness, but because decades of observation confirmed Newgate was no conqueror bent on seizing the world through brute force. So long as one avoided provoking the Whitebeard pirates, they remained quiet. No grand schemes, no world-shaking upheavals. Unlike Shiki, who fired indiscriminately, boasted of raising Marine headquarters, storming Mariajoa, slaughtering the celestial dragons, and dragging the 5 elders like dogs. The atmosphere in this office indicates that the current situation brought about by the Edver battle is still quite favorable for the Navy. Admiral Steelbone and General Zifa are here chatting and laughing, both feeling a weight lifted off their shoulders. After all, the notorious Shiki, once seen as the greatest threat to the Navy, has suffered a significant setback, which surely brings joy to the Navy. After some light-hearted banter, Zifa took another sip of hot tea and suddenly said, now that the issues with Shiki have mostly been resolved, we aren't in such a rush anymore. Steelbone paused slightly upon hearing this, quickly reacting, you aren't going to bring up that matter again, are you? Isn't it more about discussing it with you again? I'm not exactly young anymore. Zifa replied with a smile. If I'm not mistaken, you're only 50 this year, right? Steelbone directly interrupted Zifa, looking somewhat annoyed. 50 years old, what does that even count as? On the sea, whether you're a pirate or a Navy officer, that's prime time. Ahem. Zifa coughed awkwardly, and then said, but you know my health condition. Upon hearing this, Steelbone fell silent for a moment. Zifa might not be old, but he suffers from severe asthma, which flares up from time to time, making things quite difficult. Moreover, I haven't said I want to leave the Navy, I just want to step back from the front lines. Haven't I been focused on training new recruits for our Navy these past few years? You can see the results are quite good, right? So I'm thinking, how about I step down from the admiral position and concentrate on this? As Zifa spoke, he took out a folder from beside him and placed it in front of Steelbone. Steelbone picked up the folder, opened it, and indeed found a detailed plan inside. He first glanced at Zifa, then sighed, slightly studying the plan. In summary, Zifa believes that the current training of fresh blood in the Navy headquarters has many deficiencies. After years of practice and reflection, he feels that a comprehensive, systematic elite training model is needed for the Navy headquarters. This involves selecting talented and gifted young individuals from the Navy for systematic training, directly advancing toward a military direction. The proposal mainly suggests establishing an officer training camp at the Navy headquarters to handle these matters, and Zifa naturally volunteered to oversee this plan. Initially, Zifa wanted to create a full-fledged naval academy, but he feared it might be too ambitious. If it fell short, it wouldn't be good. So he proposed this training camp plan as a test. If it proves effective, transitioning this training camp into a naval academy later could also be feasible. It is clear that Zifa has prepared thoroughly this time. Steelbone, at least from the paper, saw no issues, and over the years Zifa has indeed accumulated considerable relevant experience. Several years ago, Zifa had mentioned stepping down as an admiral, but Steelbone had rejected the idea. Considering Zifa's health condition and mental state, his entire family was wiped out by pirates. Steelbone had appropriately lightened Zifa's workload, delegating many tasks to Sengoku under the pretext of training him as the next generation of Navy admirals. Of course, given the current situation of the Navy's high command, Steelbone indeed sees Sengoku as a candidate for the next admiral. After that, Zifa became relatively leisurely, thus, he began focusing on cultivating new recruits, launching several training sessions which indeed brought some new changes and promising talents to the Navy. Notably, future admirals like Akainu, Kizuru, and Akiji all emerged from Zifa's training just a couple of years ago. Moreover, many well-known vice admirals from the Navy headquarters like Admiral Rat and Admiral Fireburn also followed a similar path. So currently, Zifa is not merely talking nonsense. He possesses years of practical experience in this regard, and his results are indeed impressive. For a moment, Steelbone found himself somewhat tempted, but also quite hesitant. The temptation comes from his hope that if Zifa can genuinely implement the plan, the Navy would continuously receive a stream of backbone forces, officer candidates, and exceptional talents. The hesitation stems from the fact that the current generation of Navy admirals is still lacking personnel. That rascal Karp refuses to budge. If Zifa were to resign from his admiral position, the Navy's so-called highest combat power would truly rest solely on Sengoku. This would undoubtedly place immense pressure on Sengoku. Steelbone also finds it difficult to explain this to Mariewa. You really put me in a difficult position, Zifa. Steelbone exhaled a puff of smoke, tapping the ash off his cigarette, speaking hesitantly. Seeing Steelbone's slight change of heart, Zifa's eyes brightened as he smiled, saying, "Then how about we each take a step back? I won't resign as admiral, but I can transfer some of my responsibilities to Sengoku privately, while I focus my main energy on this matter, cultivating more elites for our Navy. What do you think?" Asking for a high price to negotiate down, Zifa understands this principle. I first raised my demands knowing you would disagree, but through this negotiation process, I can retreat a bit, making many things easier to discuss. Are you trying to play mind games with me? Steelbone chuckled as he looked at Zifa. He wasn't foolish. How could he not see through Zifa's tactics? Zifa laughed heartily, unembarrassed, and took a sip of tea, saying, "Given my current situation, it's best to avoid the front lines. If I don't go, I can still be a capable combat general. After all, the fame from 2 years ago is something those guys shouldn't forget so quickly. But if I go and my asthma flares up mid-battle, that would genuinely be embarrassing, wouldn't it, Marshal?" Given Zifa's condition, his status as a Navy admiral is highly confidential. In fact, only a few high-ranking Navy officials are well aware of it. The outside world is virtually unaware. Thus, as Zifa said, him not taking action means he remains the Navy's top combat power, which is quite intimidating. If this condition were to accidentally be exposed, his deterrent power would undoubtedly plummet, which would not bode well for him or the Navy. Therefore, staying back to focus on training is quite good, and it's best to minimize frontline involvement. If anyone else said such things, Steelbone might suspect they were afraid, but given Zifa's track record and strength over the years, he has no reason to doubt Zifa. Just as Steelbone was about to say something, the door suddenly knocked again. After he responded, a Navy major entered, clearly from the intelligence department. "Report. The latest intelligence indicates that the Big Mom pirates have teamed up with the Beast pirates and are now at war with Wang Ji's pirate crew," the Navy major quickly reported. Steelbone was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Zifa and said, "It seems we can't let our guard down against those bastards in the New World. Look, isn't trouble coming again? In that case, I will carefully consider your proposal, but let's wait until this wave of chaos settles before discussing it." Zifa understood that now was not the right time to bring it up again, lest it seem inappropriate, and nodded, saying understood. After speaking with Zifa, Steelbone turned to the Navy major, Instead, aren't Carp and Sengoku at the front lines in the new world? Let them decide their actions based on the situation. As Shiki fell, the new world instantly descended into chaos. The instigators, the Roger pirates, vanished without a trace, but aside from them, virtually all powerful pirate crews in the new world were now engaged in battle. Even the Whitebeard pirates were caught up in the fray. After all, battles were erupting everywhere in this new world, and wherever they went they encountered troublesome matters. When Altalin joined forces with Katakuri and the Big Mom Pirates' Grand Fleet, Charlotte Linlin had already clashed with Wang Ji once. In terms of strength, Charlotte Linlin held no significant advantage over Wang Ji. However, luck was on her side this time. Originally, she had mobilized all her elite forces to confront Shiki, going all out for this battle. Wang Ji, on the other hand, was merely there for support. It was impossible for him to gamble everything against Shiki just for Charlotte Linlin. Therefore, in terms of fleet size, he was far inferior to the Big Mom Pirates. Thus, in this first clash, the Big Mom Pirates gained a considerable advantage. Moreover, it was rumored that behind Wang Ji, the Beast Pirates led by Kaido were also making relentless advances in the battlefield. Interestingly, this was Altalin's first time boarding the Queen Mama, the ship of Charlotte Linlin. The entire vessel had been imbued with life by Charlotte Linlin's Suru no Mi, allowing it to navigate without needing many crew members. Following Kakuri across the deck and into the second-floor cabin, Altalin soon spotted Charlotte Linlin engaged in conversation with Perospero. Whether due to bad timing or Charlotte Linlin's deliberate arrangement, Altalin found that none of his so-called blood brothers were on board this time. Have the surveillance ships from Armin's side stay close. We cannot let Wang Ji escape, Charlotte Linlin instructed in a low voice. As she finished speaking, she heard a commotion and turned her gaze towards Katakuri and Altalin, saying, "You've arrived." "Mom," Katakuri greeted, and Altalin nodded in response. Charlotte Armand, if Altalin remembered correctly, should theoretically be his sister, the third daughter of Charlotte Linlin. Without engaging Katakuri and Altalin further, Charlotte Linlin continued to give orders. Maintain frequent communication with Kaido's side, always keep track of our positions, and strive to encircle Wang Ji, trapping that bastard in this sea area. If he makes it back to Hive Island, it will be much harder to deal with him. Clearly, the ruthless Charlotte Linlin intended to seize this opportunity of Wang Ji being alone to eliminate him. Though Altalin was unclear about what happened next, it seemed that the plan did not succeed. Wang Ji was not an easy opponent, and he ultimately returned to Hive Island to reunite with his main forces. After waiting for about 10 minutes alongside Kakuri, Charlotte Linlin finally finished her conversation with Perospero. Perospero, being busy, had no time for small talk with Altalin, merely nodding and greeting before hurriedly leaving. "I'm starving." After finishing her business, Charlotte Linlin grabbed some pastries from the table and stuffed them into her mouth. Regardless of where she was, Charlotte Linlin always had a variety of pastries on hand, otherwise her craving for food would become quite troublesome. After sizing up Altalin, Charlotte Linlin asked, "Did you eat that devil fruit?" Altalin nodded and replied, "Not yet, thank you." "You're always so polite, making it seem like we're strangers." Charlotte Linlin interrupted Altalin directly. Altalin felt a bit awkward as he found it hard to respond to such statements. However, despite knowing Charlotte Linlin's ruthlessness and her lack of kindness towards her children, Altalin still appreciated her care and attitude towards him during this period. Without planning to let Altalin respond, Charlotte Linlin continued, "I heard from Katakuri that you're considering joining the Navy." Altalin finally spoke. "Yes, that's a consideration." Charlotte Linlin fixed her meaningful gaze on him, silently observing Altalin for a long while, then raised an eyebrow and asked, "What are your thoughts on this?" With that, she gestured for Altalin and Katakuri to sit down. Seated on the couch, Altalin continued, "Initially, I hadn't decided what to do. I even considered becoming a pirate, since you all are pirates." Charlotte Linlin could understand that this "you all" referred to her and Altalin's father. In this context, Altalin could be considered well-rooted in the pirate world. Then why not become a pirate? Charlotte Linlin asked with a smile. "Initially, I considered this because I didn't feel much connection to you all, to the Big Mom Pirates and the so-called Charlotte family," Altalin candidly replied. Before arriving at Cake Island, he indeed had no extra feelings towards Charlotte Linlin, merely seeing her as a stranger. But now for the solitary Altalin, Kakuri was a good friend and a considerate older brother. While Charlotte Linlin had yet to reach the point of being recognized as a mother, she could no longer be seen as a stranger. Whether it was human sentiment or ties, Altalin honestly acknowledged that there was indeed some. Hearing this, a rare expression of comfort appeared on Charlotte Linlin's face as she said, "It seems I now hold some status in your heart. At least my efforts with the rumble fruit weren't in vain." Altalin didn't mind her bluntness. On the contrary, he appreciated this straightforward approach. If Charlotte Linlin had only spoken about blood ties and familial bonds in an attempt to manipulate him, he would definitely not fall for that. But while Charlotte Linlin spoke of these things, she genuinely invested her heart and benefits, so Altalin wouldn't act ungratefully. After a brief smile, Altalin continued, "So from the current perspective, if I were to dive into piracy, the competition between us would only grow as time goes on. Overall, this isn't a wise choice. In piracy, one either becomes the so-called pirate king or a Yonko, but regardless of which position, there would be strong competition with Charlotte Linlin unless they merged into one. But circumstances dictate thoughts. If Altalin were to join the Big Mom Pirates, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, if he were to reach Charlotte Linlin's level, the height of a Yonko merging would not be a simple task. Who would take the lead? Who would take a back seat? How would their respective subordinates react? There were numerous issues at play, and trouble was indeed trouble. So you think the Navy is a good direction for your development? You becoming a Navy officer while I become a pirate, and once I become the Pirate Queen and you ascend to the rank of Admiral, or even Fleet Admiral, then we would not only have no competitive relationship, but also a vast space for cooperation." A sly smile appeared on Charlotte Linlin's face as she looked at Altalin and asked, "From this perspective it indeed seems so, doesn't it?" Altalin did not hide his thoughts, calmly responding, "You're not wrong. Considering it this way, your joining the Navy is indeed the most beneficial choice for both of us." Charlotte Linlin nodded in agreement. Charlotte Linlin was extremely confident she wanted to become the ruler of the seas and firmly believed she could achieve that. In this battle for supremacy among pirates, she considered herself the one who would reach the end and emerge victorious. To be frank, this was a confidence that a strong person, a leader of a power, must possess. If one lacks even such confidence in competition, it would be better to dissolve early. If she became the Pirate Queen, and Altalin, her son, stood at the pinnacle of the Navy, who else in this vast sea could obstruct their ascent to that supreme throne? As for who would ultimately sit atop Charlotte Linlin did not clarify, though everything depended on the circumstances at that time. Even now, thinking about so much was futile. Who could determine how far they could go in the future? With this thought, Charlotte Linlin asked, "How do you want me to help you?" Indeed, Altalin's primary reason for visiting Charlotte Linlin this time was to seek her assistance. Without her help, his background would make it difficult to enter the Navy. Aortalin expressed his hope that Charlotte Linlin could advise him on how to join the Navy. After Charlotte Linlin agreed, she said she needed to think it over, and then asked Aortalin to rest for now. As for Katakuri, he stayed behind because he had matters to discuss with Charlotte Linlin. After Aortalin left, Charlotte Linlin inquired of Katakuri, "What do you think of his proposal?" "From a future perspective, Aortalin's considerations are indeed quite good," Katakuri replied without hesitation. "Is that so?" Charlotte Linlin pondered for a moment, and then said, "Then let's help him out. How should we arrange it?" Katakuri seemed to have anticipated his mother's thoughts, and asked without surprise. After contemplating for a moment, Charlotte Linlin spoke, "Do you think his identity can truly be concealed from the Navy?" Katakuri shook his head and replied, "If he were quite ordinary, there would be nothing to investigate. However, his talent is evident, and now he is also a user of the Thunder Fruit. According to the Navy's usual practice, someone like him would inevitably be swiftly assigned to the Navy headquarters upon joining, and would certainly be a key training prospect. How could the Navy possibly not conduct a thorough investigation into his identity and background? If the Navy wanted to investigate Aortalin's identity with their intelligence capabilities, it would be impossible for them not to uncover the truth. They would certainly discover that he is a bloodline of Charlotte Linlin. This is the difficulty. Aortalin has also considered this, which is why he came to see if Charlotte Linlin had any solutions. Indeed, how could they not find out?" Charlotte Linlin murmured softly, "What if we eliminate all those who are in the know?" Katakuri's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness as he said, "Even wipe out Tarian Island." His tenderness and thoughtfulness were directed towards his family. Essentially, the education and environment that Katakuri received since childhood destined him not to be a kind person. A fierce and cruel character towards the outside world was to be expected. That would be too deliberate, and it might not necessarily be concealed. If it is destined to be uncovered, then there's no need to leave so many flaws. It would be better not to hide it from the start. Charlotte Linlin shook her head and said solemnly, "Then what should we do?" Katakuri said, somewhat troubled, "Let the world government come to find Aortalin themselves." Charlotte Linlin said solemnly, "The world government themselves, eh?" Katakuri asked, somewhat confused. "How would that be implemented?" "Spread some information without hiding the relationship between Aortalin and us. Clearly tell those on the seas that he is my son, inheriting my bloodline and talent." After thinking for a moment, Charlotte Linlin smiled and said, "Fortunately, we have never had contact with Aortalin before. Such matters the Navy can also investigate on their own. What they discover themselves will be believed without doubt. Then we can spread some messages saying that you by chance discovered he is my bloodline left outside, and try to bring him into our Big Mom pirate crew, but it failed." "And then, oi?" Katakuri asked. Then let those people know that Aordelin cannot merge with us, and that due to his father and being abandoned, he holds a great grudge against us and wants to take revenge on us. Isn't this plot too cliché? Will the Navy really believe this? Katakuri said with some skepticism. As the child of a pirate abandoned due to a broken family, he thus despises his mother, vowing to become a righteous Navy officer to take revenge on her. Whether the Navy believes this scenario is not important. The crucial point is whether Aordelin has enough talent and potential, and from what I see he does. After a brief pause, Charlotte Lingling continued solemnly. As long as Aordelin is excellent enough, with even a seemingly cliché reason, the world government will not miss out on him. This I have experienced deeply. When Charlotte Lingling was young, she almost got sold to the world government. If not for those unforeseen circumstances, she might have become an excellent Navy admiral or a CP agency ace. And not just her, when she later encountered Kaido on the rock ship, she found that Kaido had a similar experience. Originally the strongest warrior of the Wok Kingdom, Kaido was forcefully traded by the world government, making the king of the Wok Kingdom offer Kaido as a combat asset to the world government. Kaido had initially escaped, but had he not, he might also have become an excellent Navy officer. From this, it can be seen that when the world government seeks combat power, as long as your talent and potential are remarkable enough to be seen as promising, they do not care much about the willingness of the other party or their background. What does this indicate? It shows that the world government is very confident and has strong backing in such matters. They believe they have enough means to control those unwilling potential seedlings that have been forcibly taken. For example, brainwashing of thoughts, control of weaknesses, and the bonds between companions. Various methods can be described as shackles. Therefore, from Charlotte Lingling's perspective, rather than expecting the Navy to uncover Aordelin's identity through investigation, it is better to take action directly from the world government. The world government has a dedicated organization for such matters. By conveying the information to them, Aordelin can be inserted seamlessly. This way it becomes sufficiently simple and straightforward, as the world government does not investigate those things, but only assesses if you are qualified. Once Aordelin can be recognized by them, he can be directly parachuted to the Navy headquarters, achieving success. However, although this method is simple and straightforward, it also carries a strong uncertainty. The first point is whether Aordelin can actually join the Navy as he wishes. The world government's search is not limited to joining the Navy. If something goes wrong, it is also possible for Aordelin to be sent to the CP agency. However, this is not too bad. At worst, he could find an opportunity to defect later and return as a pirate to inherit the family business, never thinking about the Navy again. The more important second risk is what means and methods the world government uses to control these forcibly taken seedlings. Will Aordelin fall victim to this? What if he truly becomes a weapon under the control of the world government? That would be troublesome. It would be losing both a son and an army. However, Charlotte Lingling thought to herself, what endeavor is without risk? The higher the potential reward, the greater the risk. This principle is well known among everyone on the seas. If you do not want to take risks, how can you achieve great benefits? In the end, she would clarify these risks to Aordelin and see if he has the courage to take a chance. Even now, Charlotte Lingling finds her concerns somewhat amusing. If Aordelin truly succeeds in joining the Navy, might he turn against her? Is he genuinely seeking to join the Navy for mutual benefit, or does he, like the cliché, reason harbor resentment towards her, only hiding it until now to gain her trust and use her assistance to join the Navy and then come back for revenge? Or perhaps he is truly untainted by the mud, genuinely wanting to become a messenger of justice. These possibilities are not out of the question. Although Charlotte Lingling wishes to win Aordelin over and has taken concrete actions, she will not blindly trust him just because of these actions. This is the self-cultivation of a great pirate. To become outstanding among pirates in an environment filled with betrayal and conspiracy, she will never fully trust another person. Ultimately, it is just about giving him an opportunity, planting this unknown seed, and taking a gamble. What the final result will be is uncertain. With this thought, Charlotte Lingling's mind became clear. After all, she is not Aordelin's babysitter. Whatever Aordelin wants, she will give him. What she needs to do is simply give Aordelin an opportunity. How things unfold afterward depends on Aordelin himself. If Aordelin truly walks towards the future he envisions, it will be a joyous outcome. If not, Charlotte Lingling is confident and unafraid of these changes and challenges. In the New World on Pori's Island. This place was originally under the control of Shiki, but recently the remnants stationed here were wiped out by the Big Mom pirates, and it has now been incorporated under their banner. Of course, this is only temporary. Until the Great War in the New World has fully concluded, no one can say for certain whether this island will be seized by other pirates from the Big Mom pirates, or even if due to the war, there will be no troops stationed here at all. At this moment, Aordelin stood at the port of the island, having just disembarked from Katakuri's ship. So is this where we part ways? Aordelin, shouldering his warhammer, looked at Katakuri and smiled softly as he asked. Katakuri's eyes showed a hint of reluctance, then he nodded and said, "Yes, this is where we part. After all, this is the path you have chosen. From now on, you must walk it on your own. Mother has created some opportunities for you and spread news about you in the dark world. After this, as long as you find a chance to showcase your strength and talent, there should be search officers from the world government coming to find you." "I understand," Ortolan nodded and added, "I wish you a smooth journey ahead." "Katakuri." "I thought you would call me brother or something like that," Katakuri teased. "Sorry, I'm a bit pretentious. If we meet again, maybe I'll be able to say it." Ortolan laughed heartily. Katakuri didn't mind and patted Ortolan on the shoulder, saying, "I've left you a ship. You can go anywhere you want. The new world is in chaos, so I think you will have plenty of opportunities to show your skills." After giving a few instructions, Katakuri turned and boarded his ship, the Sweet Command. Soon the vessel slowly departed from the port, and after watching it for a while, Ortolan turned and left. The people living in the new world seemed to have become accustomed to this chaotic situation. Even though this island had recently experienced a pirate war, the towns on the island had basically returned to normal business operations. Ortolan's first step was to find a tavern on the island, hoping to hear some interesting news. While wandering around the town for a short while, Ortolan spotted a tavern that was open for business. He didn't hesitate, walked up, and pushed the door open. The tavern had a rather dim style, seemingly designed to create an evening-like ambience even during the day, allowing people to forget the time and drink heartily. Ortolan initially thought that there wouldn't be many customers at this time, but upon entering, he found the tables nearly full, with only one table available in the corner. Looking at the patrons, most were burly men, each carrying either knives or firearms, exuding a fierce local vibe. However, this feeling strangely gave Ortolan a sense of familiarity. When he lived on Tarian Island, the atmosphere in the taverns was similar. Most of these armed men were people making a living at sea. Some were dockside thugs, others were fishermen, and some were guards for merchant caravans. In the new world, if you go out without a weapon, aren't you just looking for trouble? Moreover, without a robust physique, it's unlikely to find a job. After all, at sea, any risk could arise, and those with better physical fitness have a greater chance of survival. Some people in the tavern naturally noticed Ortolan walking in, but seeing his towering height of over 3 meters, the heavy war hammer on his back, and his muscular build, he didn't seem like someone easy to provoke. Thus, no one acted rudely towards him. Most just glanced at him before returning to their food and drink. Ortolan sat down at the corner table, and a tavern attendant quickly approached him. "1 barrel of malt liquor, some of your signature snacks, and the latest newspaper, please. If there is any interesting information, feel free to share it with me," Ortolan said, while taking a gold berries coin from his pocket and placing it on the table. "Copper coins, silver coins, gold coins are still in use here. Of course, relying on the system and credit established by the world government over the past 800 years, at least the paper currency issued by the world government currently holds sufficient credibility and purchasing power. The purchasing power of gold berries is quite impressive. Ortolan could spend 3 or 4 days here, as long as he doesn't go overboard, with just 1 gold berries coin being enough for all his expenses." The tavern attendant, surprised, picked up the gold berries coin from the table and quickly said, "No problem, sir. Your drinks and food will be ready shortly, and I'll go get your newspaper right now." Soon the attendant returned from the bar with a newspaper and handed it to Ortolan. A moment later, he also brought over a barrel of liquor. Ortolan opened the newspaper and began to read the information on it. The recent big news was still about the Battle of Edver, with Shiki the pirate overlord being defeated, which would likely dominate the headlines for a while. This newspaper was still discussing his situation. Ortolan found the information he encountered in the Big Mom pirates much more interesting than what was in the newspaper, so he quickly skimmed past Shiki's details as they were of no use. The Silver Axe pirates encountered a naval fleet in the Nighter Sea, leading to a 2-day intense battle, ultimately resulting in the Silver Axe pirates' defeat. The notorious pirate bloodhand Lin Xiao, with a bounty of 260 million berries, was killed on the spot by Admiral Sengoku of the Navy headquarters. The bounty of 300 million berries pirate bloodhand Lin Xiao, who had been missing in the Edver Sea under Shiki's command, has reappeared at Wallenic Island. The Wonder Elephant has been sighted in the New World, moving towards Pori's Island. Ortolan was momentarily stunned when he saw this information. A wonder. The Wonder Elephant. Considering the sight of the Wonder Elephant moving across the sea, it indeed qualifies as a rare spectacle. If he remembered correctly, his father's hometown, the Fluffy Kingdom, was on the back of the Wonder Elephant, and there seemed to be a signpost there with a historical text. And moreover, isn't Pori's Island the very island I'm on right now? Will the Wonder Elephant pass by here? Ortolan pondered. Should I go check it out? Speaking of the Navy, Ortolan felt that Charlotte Linland's method was hardly reliable. He could only hope for the best, but during this time, if possible, he needed to think of a more practical way. From what he read in the newspaper, Admiral Sengoku of the Navy seemed to be involved in this war. He wondered if there would be any opportunities related to him. While Ortolan was contemplating these matters in the same Veroni, the Roger Pirates Oro Jackson had just sunk a naval warship. Hey Roger, didn't you just say this morning that there hasn't been any news lately and that it was hard to see the newspapers? Well, here's the latest newspaper I just got from that warship this morning. Jabba casually stuffed a newspaper into Roger's arms. At that moment, Roger was sitting under the mast wiping the blood off his sword with a cloth while casually glancing at the newspaper. Then he exclaimed in delight, Hey. The Wonder Elephant is right in our sea area. Should we go check it out? Didn't you say we need to find historical texts? Rayleigh rolled his eyes and complained. Maybe the Wonder Elephant has historical texts on it. Roger immediately retorted, then said, although I've heard rumors about the Wonder Elephant for a long time, I've never seen it. A giant elephant that can roam freely in the New World seas must be more magnificent than even the largest sea kings, right? Let's go check it out. After all, Pori's Island isn't very far. We can wait there for a bit and just rest up. Meanwhile, at the G3 Navy base in the New World, Carp's dog-headed battleship was resting here. In the base commander's office, Carp was having tea with the base commander, Vice Admiral Gomir. I heard you're being transferred to G2 to be the commander after the new year. Carp asked, casually crossing his legs. It was clear that he and Gomir were familiar friends. Yes, G2 allows me to leave this fierce front line and go to the paradise for retirement, so I plan to work until retirement in G2. G3 is in this hellish place of the New World, while G2 is in the first half of the Grand Line, so Gomir's move there is indeed much easier than here. Just as the two were chatting and laughing, a naval colonel suddenly barged in without a greeting, looking panicked, and said, Vice Admiral Major General Horrent's ship encountered the Roger Pirates near Pori's Island and was sunk. What? Carp suddenly stood up and exclaimed, the Roger Pirates. Are you sure it's them? In the following days, Ortolan remained on Polaris Island, hoping to witness the appearance of the Elephant Master and see the legendary spectacle. Moreover, it seemed that due to the Elephant Master potentially appearing near Polaris Island recently, Ortolan could clearly sense that the number of people on the island was increasing. Considering the mysterious whereabouts of the Elephant Master, despite his enormous size in the grand scheme of the New World, he was merely a small boat, making the chance of encountering him truly rare. It is said that many renowned adventurers and pirates who have mingled in the New World for years have not necessarily had the opportunity to meet the Elephant Master. This time, the Elephant Master was spotted by a reporter from the World News after many years, leading to his whereabouts being published in the newspaper. Thinking of it this way, it was reasonable for some to come join the excitement. After all, Ortolan was one of those people. As more people arrived at Polaris Island, the town, which had previously suffered from pirate chaos, began to regain its former glory. Such is the New World. Those who can survive in these waters, whether they be people or towns, possess an unexpected vitality. Early in the morning, Ortolan was having breakfast in the inn's restaurant, biting into a bun, preparing to order a cup of local specialty milk tea, when he suddenly heard conversations from a few tables nearby. Have you heard? The dojo of the Heavenly Sea Style was challenged to a duel last night. Heavenly Sea Style? You probably don't know much since you just arrived on the island. It's a local swordsmanship faction, but you must have heard of its dojo master, the legendary swordsman known for splitting the sea with a single sword, Holton. Isn't he the one rumored to have been appreciated by the Golden Lion Shiki due to his swordsmanship, thus exempting Polaris Island from taxes? Yes, that's him. But isn't this place under the territory of the Big Mom Pirates now? When the Big Mom Pirates took over here, why didn't Holton stand up? Stand up for what? Isn't it always like this in the New World? Today it's Shiki's territory, tomorrow it could be Big Mom's, and in a few days, who knows, it might be Whitebeard's. If he stood up every time, Holton wouldn't be able to handle it. Hiss. You make a good point. By the way, who is challenging Holton? I think it's a swordsman who just emerged last year, something like Mihawk. He wasn't well known before, but I've heard that from last year to this year, he challenged 6 renowned swordsmen and won them all, even arrogantly claiming he would become the world's greatest swordsman. I wonder if that's true. I've heard about him. They call him Hawkeye, and he supposedly has eyes sharp as a falcon, capable of unleashing sword energy that can kill with a glance. Yes, that's him. They say he can fly with his sword and take people's heads from 1,000 miles away. Ortolan listened as their conversation grew increasingly absurd, pulling his attention back. Is Mihawk on this island as well? Ortolan was somewhat surprised. He quickly finished his bun and gulped down the milk tea, stood up, and left the restaurant. The dojo of the Heavenly Sea Style was not a secluded place. Ortolan had passed by it while wandering the island. However, he had no particular interest in swordsmanship and preferred using the heavy hammer on his back, so he hadn't paid much attention. He hadn't expected that there was a renowned master on this island, but that guy named Holton was unfortunate to encounter Mihawk. Speaking of Mihawk, Ortolan was quite interested in him, as he was a man who would eventually rise to become the world's greatest swordsman. From the rumors, he seemed to have just debuted in the past 2 years, continuously challenging various swordsmen to refine his swordsmanship while climbing towards the pinnacle of swordsmanship. If memory serves, this guy was later placed under a bounty by the Navy labeled as a Navy hunter or something. Considering Mihawk's actions now, it was highly likely that he had been frequently challenging the swordsmen within the Navy, ultimately earning the ire of the Navy and being marked as a troublesome pirate. The dojo of the Heavenly Sea style was not hidden away, or in fact it was located in the central area of the town, as the dojo master was a famous swordsman capable of running a dojo, thus likely a wealthy individual. As Ortolan left the inn planning to join the excitement, he had just crossed through Market Street when he heard a roaring sound in the distance. Taking advantage of his height, he looked up and saw the tall building of the Heavenly Sea style dojo being cleaved in half by a single strike, crashing down within the dojo. Then a fierce slash shot into the sky, and the surrounding people began to panic and scream as they fled. Ortolan even saw a few unfortunate souls struck down by the slashes that surged out from the dojo. In an instant, Ortolan seemed to understand how Mihawk, who spent his days on a deserted island living in a ghostly castle and befriending monkeys, was viewed by the world as a villain and a pirate. This battle between swordsmen erupted quickly and ended just as swiftly. Ortolan hadn't even approached before he saw the dojo's grand door being cleaved open and a figure stained with blood and seemingly missing an arm stumbled out in a terribly disheveled state. Then a young man with sharp black hair, a cold expression, and eyes like those of a hawk stepped out from the dojo's shattered door. As he walked, he shook off the blood from his enormous black sword knight and looked at the swordsman who had lost an arm, saying with some displeasure, "With your skills, how could Shiki possibly take notice of you? Bastard." Holton gritted his teeth, holding his severed arm and glaring at Mihawk with hatred. But Mihawk seemed to have lost interest in him, not sparing him another glance, as if he had no intention of finishing him off, sheathing the black sword knight behind him and turning to leave. As he turned, he happened to catch sight of Ortolan, who was standing nearby and watching the commotion. Another expert. Mihawk's eyes lit up, not knowing how he recognized Ortolan as an expert, but he seemed to take an interest. Ortolan was taken aback for a moment, then laughed heartily, saying, "I'm not a swordsman at all." "It doesn't matter, swordsmanship is not limited to such constraints. My path can be honed with a sword, and it can also be honed with a hammer." Mihawk immediately responded. Ortolan finally understood why Mihawk in the original story was always alone with few friends, getting along only with Shanks. With this kind of temperament, he must have offended many in his youth. Just as Ortolan was about to say something more, a voice suddenly came from the opposite street. "Hurry, Buggy. If we wait any longer, we won't catch the excitement. Idiot, if you want to watch, just go. Why drag me along? I don't want to go." "But that's a duel between swordsmen. Aren't you interested? I might learn something." Just as that voice fell, a red-haired kid wearing a straw hat came around the corner, pulling a big-nosed Buggy along. Without a doubt, it was Shanks and Buggy. Though Shanks was a good friend of Mihawk, he was actually 4 years younger than him. At this moment, Mihawk appeared as a fierce young swordsman, while Shanks, whether due to not being fully grown or for some other reason, gave off an unreliable childlike aura. From this time frame, one could perhaps see a hint of Mihawk's future as the #1 swordsman, but it was hard to believe that Shanks could be compared to the likes of Kaido, Charlotte, Lin, or Whitebeard. Ortolan spotted Shanks, and at the same time Shanks noticed Ortolan freezing in place. 2 seconds later, Shanks shouted, "It's that monster. You're the monster." Ortolan felt anger rise at these words, combined with the previous grievances from being inexplicably beaten on Cake Island. Without needing to elaborate, he swiftly pulled off the heavy hammer on his back and charged toward Shanks. Shanks, who had previously fought Ortolan and even had an arm broken, had just recovered from the injury a few days prior. Knowing he was no match for Ortolan, he screamed and grabbed Buggy to escape. However, at this moment, Ortolan was no longer the person he used to be. He had evolved into a person of his homeland. Could he still allow Shanks to escape? In a flash of electricity, Ortolan's figure appeared above Shanks, and without a word, he brought his warhammer crashing down onto Shanks' head. Though Shanks was still an apprentice pirate, he had seen quite a bit while following the Roger Pirates. His reaction speed was incredibly fast. Sensing the threat, he wrapped his armed hockey around his hand, pushing Buggy away and lunging forward like a ferocious dog. While the movement may not have looked elegant, it was indeed effective, akin to the evasive skill of a lazy donkey rolling over. He narrowly dodged Ortolan's heavy hammer with a hair's breadth, then drew his sword and slashed backward. Ortolan's move was also swift. With one strike, missing, the heavy hammer never touched the ground, and with a flick of his wrist, he halted the weapon, showcasing his immense strength and perfect control over the heavy weapon. As he stopped the warhammer, he simultaneously defended against Shanks' counterattack. Ortolan's eyes flashed with electric light, and 2 beams of laser light shot out. This time Shanks wasn't so lucky to dodge a caught off guard. He was struck directly in the chest by the laser infused with powerful lightning energy, surrounded by black smoke, as he was blasted away, crashing into Buggy's back. You truly are a master. Mihawk's voice came from behind Aodolin. At the same time, Aodolin instinctively sensed a sharp aura. Without hesitation, he spun his warhammer, twisting his body halfway around, and swung it backward. With a loud clang, Aodolin's warhammer blocked Mihawk's black blade Yuru. Don't you know how to pick your battles? Can't you see him in the middle of a fight? Aodolin cursed at Mihawk. Mihawk, unfazed, instead revealed a hint of excitement, saying, "What's the point of treating that red-haired brat as an opponent? If you want to fight, then fight me." Calling him a brat. That was your only close friend, yet you dare to say that. On second thought, Shanks was indeed a brat at this moment. Mihawk continued to insult Shanks while his movements didn't pause. The blade slid along the head of Aodolin's warhammer, avoiding it, and aimed a slash directly at Aodolin's chest. Generally speaking, such a weapon as a warhammer, especially the long-handled type in Aodolin's hands, is meant for muscle-bound individuals, typically requiring both hands to wield properly. However, Aodolin possessed innate strength, allowing him to wield it with one hand. As Mihawk's blade came crashing down, Aodolin released the hammer's handle with his left hand, wrapped his armed haki around it, and abruptly grasped Mihawk's blade, unleashing a torrent of chaotic lightning energy that surged through the sword toward Mihawk. Nonetheless, Mihawk appeared to have substantial combat experience and skillfully mastered his haki. With a push of his armed haki, he resisted Aodolin's lightning power while stepping back forcefully, creating distance between himself and Aodolin. This series of actions occurred swiftly. After retreating 3 to 4 meters, Mihawk swung his black blade Yuru, sending a slash through the air. As he unleashed the slash, Mihawk continued, "I wanted to ask earlier, are you the legendary Thunder Fruit user? But it seems your ability isn't very refined yet." Just then, Aodolin's body flickered with electric light, disappearing from his original position, just as the slash came reappearing behind Mihawk, gripping the hammer with both hands and bringing it down. This strike achieved the feat of forcing the future world's greatest swordsman to use a lazy donkey roll. One has to say Mihawk truly deserved to become good friends with Shanks later on. One adept at fierce dog lunges, the other at lazy donkey rolls. Indeed, from the moment they exchanged blows, Mihawk sensed Aodolin's terrifying power, making him reluctant to directly face Aodolin's warhammer. As the powerful strike approached from behind, he disregarded his composure, slipping away and executing a lazy donkey roll to dodge the hammer. Meanwhile, Buggy pulled the smoke-filled Shanks up from the ground, anxiously asking, "Hey, are you okay? Are you alright? I almost got fried by that guy. Do you think I'm okay? How did he suddenly become a user of a devil fruit?" From Shanks' ability to still speak, it seems that the earlier strike from the Thunder fruit did injure him, but it wasn't severe. "While that guy is occupied, let's hurry and regroup with the captain. We'll be safe then," Buggy urged. Shanks had no objections and immediately continued to flee with Buggy. Aodolin had no desire to engage Mihawk here. It was pointless, as there was no animosity between them. Thus, as Shanks ran, Aodolin feigned a strike with his warhammer to fend off Mihawk, while flickering with electric light, and in the next moment, he directly chased after Shanks. But Mihawk too was caught up in the excitement, unwilling to miss the opportunity to face Aodolin, and without a word he chased after him again. Thus Shanks and Buggy fled ahead while Aodolin dealt with the clingy Mihawk behind him, chasing the red-haired man and the red-nosed Buggy. The three parties directly caused a huge commotion in the town, scattering the surrounding crowd and creating utter chaos. Just as Aodolin seized the opportunity to strike Mihawk's sword with his hammer, using that powerful force to send Mihawk flying dozens of meters, he turned ready to deliver a heavy blow to Shanks when a slash even more fierce than Mihawk's came swiftly slicing through the air before him. Hey, stop targeting the kids on our ship." Aodolin raised his warhammer in front of him, pushing forward to block the slash. However, the force behind the slash was substantial. Even though Aodolin was incredibly strong, he was still pushed back 2 steps, shattering the hard stone-paved ground beneath him before he could stop the attack. The one who struck was none other than Silver's Rayleigh, the first mate of the Roger Pirates. Looking over, Shanks and Buggy had already hidden behind Rayleigh, both displaying expressions of relief. Compared to Aodolin, Buggy, and Shanks, who were mere nameless individuals, Rayleigh's reputation was quite renowned. Even Mihawk recognized him, halting his assault and looking on with some confusion at the current situation. "You bunch of bastards, I still haven't settled the score from that Cake Island incident with you." Upon seeing Rayleigh, Aodolin erupted into a tirade. Rayleigh had a good-natured personality and wasn't angered by Aodolin's insult. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Clearly you were the one who attacked us first when you were out of your mind. We were merely acting in self-defense." "Self-defense? You pirates talk about laws." Aodolin was initially taken aback, then retorted, "Then I must raise the banner of justice. Scoundrel pirates like you deserve to be eradicated. Take this hammer." As the words left his mouth, electric light flashed in Aodalin's eyes, and with a sudden movement, he transformed into lightning, appearing directly in front of Rayleigh, slamming his warhammer down. Though he knew he could not defeat Rayleigh with a top-tier expert right in front of him, the atmosphere demanded action. How could he possibly retreat? He wanted to gauge the extent of the gap between himself and these renowned top-tier experts of the sea. Rayleigh did not dodge or avoid. The blade in his hand glimmered with a dark hue of armed hockey as he stood his ground, raising his blade to block. With a loud thud, Aodalin's warhammer crashed against Rayleigh's blade. The powerful force erupted from his hand. Even though Rayleigh was prepared and aware of Aodalin's innate strength, he still furrowed his brow as the ground beneath him shattered into a web-like pattern. Following that, crude and violent lightning energy erupted from the warhammer, cascading toward Rayleigh like a silver curtain of water. The dazzling electric light even made it impossible for the nearby onlookers to discern the situation, feeling only the light dimming suddenly, revealing Aodalin's robust figure being sent flying backward. Indeed, in that instant, Rayleigh moved swiftly, kicking Aodalin in the chest and sending him flying. At that moment, Mihawk also moved. This guy was truly fierce. When Aodalin clashed with Shanks, he targeted the stronger Aodalin. Now that Aodalin was facing Rayleigh, he aimed for the strongest in the field. Essentially, he fought whoever was strongest. As soon as Aodalin's feet landed and he steadied himself, Mihawk was already swinging his blade at Rayleigh. That guy Mihawk can really handle things. He genuinely gets involved when it matters, Aodalin thought to himself. Meanwhile, over at the harbor, Carp's dog-headed warship was slowly docking. He caught sight of the bursts of slashes and electric light erupting in the town center and felt a bit puzzled, wondering what's going on. Kapu was initially puzzled, but given the chaos of the new world, he was not particularly surprised. Instead, he instructed the navy around him, go check the other sea exits and hidden ports of this island, and see if the Oro Jackson is here. Generally speaking, an island cannot have only one exit to the sea. Some islands also build hidden ports specifically for illegal businesses catering to the wicked of the dark world and various vile factions. Pirates, for instance, prefer to dock their ships at hidden ports. After finishing his command, the ship's ladder on Kapu's side was lowered. He swaggered down from the warship, ready to check on the situation in the town. As a righteous Navy officer, if there was a pirate riot on the island, he needed to intervene. As Kapu's iconic dog-headed warship docked here, Jabba, who was buying liquor in the trade street of the port, noticed Kapu's movements. That guy's nose is still as sharp as ever, Jabba muttered, then immediately left, planning to inform his companions and evacuate the island. As for the Elephant Master, he probably wouldn't have the chance to see him this time. Over the years, the entanglement between the Roger Pirates and Kapu has been extensive, but countless encounters ultimately ended with the Roger Pirates fleeing. It's not that Kapu was strong enough to single-handedly pressure the entire Roger Pirates into a fight. Rather, the Roger Pirates simply didn't want to be entangled with someone like Kapu. It is quite normal for pirates to choose to flee when encountering the Navy. Once entangled by Kapu in a certain location, a continuous stream of Navy reinforcements would rush in from all directions like sharks scenting blood. If caught in that situation, escape would become quite difficult. On the other hand, Orderin and Mihawk launched a fierce attack on Rayleigh, but both were inexperienced. While their potential was impressive, they were no match for Rayleigh. Even when working together, they were pressed and beaten by Rayleigh, who appeared to be at ease and not even exerting his full strength. On the rooftop of a distant high-rise, the members of the Roger Pirates sat on the eaves. Roger, holding a bottle of liquor, took a couple of swigs and laughed heartily. Didn't expect to see the legendary Thunder Fruit user here. Is this the little hothead you mentioned who appeared on Cake Island? Last time, he wasn't even a user, right? Kalokas asked, watching the intense battle on the street with great interest. Right, last time he shouldn't have been a user, but he didn't seem like he is now. He seemed out of control. If I remember correctly, he was in the form of the Moon Lion. That kid is most likely a hybrid of the Fur tribe. Roger nodded immediately. After taking another swig of liquor, Roger sighed. I didn't really fight that kid, but he broke Shank's arm with one move. Rayleigh, being careless, was also sent flying by him with a single strike. Later, Rayleigh said that kid had ridiculous strength. Moreover, he struck that kid once, and based on the feel, that kid's physical quality is astonishing. Now, having consumed the Thunder Fruit, if he can grow without dying prematurely, give him a few more years, and there will be another formidable character on this sea. He felt regret because he probably wouldn't be able to witness such a powerful character. Kalokas glanced at Roger and said, if you know your life is short, you should drink less. Not at all. Roger laughed heartily. It's precisely because I know my life is short that I should drink more. Otherwise, I will definitely regret it later. Ha ha ha. Bloop bloop bloop. Bloop bloop. While the members of the Roger Pirates were watching the commotion, the transponder snail Roger carried began to ring. He pulled it out and looked at it, puzzled. Jabba, that guy can't be lost while buying liquor, right? Among us, you're the one who is the worst at finding your way, Kalokas retorted. Roger ignored him and answered the transponder snail. Jabba, the observation of the Elephant Master's plan can be cancelled. I saw Kapu's warship here at the port. He's coming. Jabba said directly through the transponder snail. Kapu, you can't be mistaken, right? Roger asked, somewhat confused. Idiot, how many times have we dealt with him? Who would mistake that dog-headed ship? Jabba retorted directly. What a buzzkill. Roger's tone was somewhat helpless as he said, then let's meet directly on the ship. You go raise the anchor first. As long as we leave first, Kapu's warship won't catch up to our Oro Jackson. Understood, just don't let him get entangled with you. Jabba reminded before hanging up the transponder snail. The transponder snail was on speaker, so Roger didn't need to say anything else. The other members of the Roger Pirates had already stood up as soon as Jabba spoke. You all go ahead while I'll go inform Rayleigh. Roger waved his hand, and without giving anyone a chance to speak, leaped from the rooftop towards the nearby street. Kalokas and the others were already accustomed to such behavior. They waved their hands, and a group of people quickly evacuated from the roof, heading towards the hidden port on the other side of the island. On the street, Orderin slammed his heavy hammer against the wall of a nearby building, causing the solid stone wall to collapse. As he missed his target, a flash of electricity flickered in Orderin's eyes, and two rays of laser-like vision shot out towards the front. Rayleigh held a sword in one hand with the power of armament hockey in the other, and met Orderin's laser-like vision with a slap, dissipating the overwhelming lightning force effortlessly in the face of such formidable hockey. At the same time, Mihawk's sword fell, parried by Rayleigh's long blade. You both are quite good. Train for a few more years, and this old man might not be able to handle it, Rayleigh said with a relaxed expression teasingly. Mihawk's hawk-like eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, I originally thought this island was a wasted trip. I didn't expect to be able to spar with the infamous Dark King. This trip has been worthwhile. Orderin propped his warhammer on the ground, stretching his shoulders as his massive muscles rippled like waves. Then Orderin looked at Rayleigh with piercing eyes and said, don't boast too much, the warm-up is over, now it's just the beginning. As soon as he finished speaking, the surface of his skin began to seep with rich thunder energy, which was quieter than Orderin's previous wild outburst. It adhered to his body without exploding outward. With the attachment of this thunder, Orderin's momentum gradually climbed. His arms quickly became covered with armament hockey, and faint lightning patterns began to appear on the skin around his eyes. The Fur Tribe has a unique talent that allows them to generate large amounts of static electricity through friction. They use this static electricity to enhance their attack power. Although Orderin is a hybrid of the Fur Tribe, he does not possess the thick fur of his kind, making it impossible for him to generate static electricity through friction, rendering this talent useless in his hands. However, now that he has mastered the power of the Thunder Fruit, the situation is different. This is a power far stronger than static electricity. With his innate talent, he seems to have developed a somewhat intuitive control over this lightning, making it flow naturally and effortlessly. A massive amount of thunder energy gathered on the surface of his body, simultaneously stimulating his cellular structure, giving Orderin significant boosts in power, speed, and reflexes. His gaze locked firmly on Rayleigh. 2 seconds later, he suddenly exerted force with his feet. This time, he didn't use the fruit's ability to teleport, but charged at Rayleigh like a tiger descending the mountain. With his hands clawed and surrounded by electric light, the domineering power combined with the dense thunder energy seemed as if his fingertips could tear apart space itself. Just as Rayleigh prepared to deal with Orderin's so-called official start, a sudden slash came flying from another direction. It was Roger. God avoid! Roger shouted. The target was naturally Orderin, who instinctively sensed the threat and immediately changed his offensive posture, crossing his arms with hockey and lightning to defend his side. In the next moment, the slash named God Avoid struck Orderin's arm directly. The powerful slashing force instantly lifted Orderin's feet off the ground and pressed his crossed arms down in front of him, sending him flying. Damn, no honor in this attacking from behind. Orderin could only curse as he was sent flying. As one of the top masters in the sea, Roger's surprise attack on Orderin was simply unavoidable. Just as Aodalan was sent flying by this slash, a hand strong and powerful landed on Aodalan's body that was tumbling backward. With a thud, Aodalan's backward momentum was halted and the force of the slash dissipated, yet blood flowed from his arms. Undoubtedly, even with the support of armed color hockey, his iron bones could not withstand Roger's divine avoidance. Not bad, kid. Not many can endure a strike from Roger, especially not someone your age, although that bastard didn't use his full strength. Kapu stood behind Aodalan, a faint smile on his lips. Aodalan looked back at Kapu in surprise and replied, If you hadn't pushed me from behind, I wouldn't have been cut. The force is mutual. Just now Aodalan was ready to release the force, but he was pushed by Kapu and had no choice but to take the blow, resulting in wounds on his arms. Kapu paused for a moment and then scratched his head a bit embarrassedly, saying, sorry, it seems I inadvertently helped you, but don't worry, I will help you get revenge right now. After saying that he no longer paid attention to Aodalin, his gaze shifting forward. At this moment, Rayleigh stood side by side with Roger, while Mihawk lay in the ruins, his eyes vacant and a slash wound on his chest. Clearly, with Kapu's arrival, Rayleigh had no time to continue playing with Mihawk. "Why do I keep running into you, you bastard Kapu?" Roger raised his hand to stroke his prominent beard, speaking somewhat irritably. Kapu laughed heartily, saying, "Doesn't that just show we are fated? Roger, I'd rather not have this kind of fate. Thanks to you, that guy Shiki suffered a big loss, and our navy has also eased up quite a bit. As a gesture of gratitude, I invite you to come back to Marineford for some tea." Kapu yanked off the justice cape draped over his shoulders and casually tossed it into the hands of the bewildered Aodalin. Aodalin looked at the justice cape with the rank insignia of a vice admiral in his hands, then glanced at Kapu. Just as he was about to speak, a fierce aura rushed towards him. It was Kapu. His expression was no longer the carefree manner from before, but instead shone with excitement. Kapu flexed his wrist, then stomped down hard, and the solid ground instantly shattered. His robust figure shot forward like a meteor, rushing directly towards Roger and Rayleigh. "Fist-bone meteor strike," Kapu bellowed. The armed color hockey on his fist was aimed at Roger, yet Aodalin, standing still, could feel an overwhelming pressure, as if the air in front of him had thickened. Just being soaked in this dispersing aura made him feel breathless. Although he had sensed earlier that neither Charlotte Lingling nor Rayleigh or Roger had used their full strength against him at this very moment, Aodalin finally felt the true disparity between himself and these top-ranking powerhouses standing atop the sea. Instinctively, Aodalin's answer told him that if this punch were directed at him, it could very well take his life. Still as spirited as ever, Kapu. Roger's eyes also sparkled with excitement as he drew his saber ace, ready to meet Kapu's punch with a slash. "Divine avoidance," Roger uttered in a low voice. "One strike, taste the heavens." The power of divine avoidance was proportional to Roger's seriousness. Clearly facing Kapu, his formidable old rival Roger held nothing back this time and was fully committed. Vaguely, Aodalin seemed to see Roger's slash cleave through space. The overwhelming power generated a counterforce before their attacks even met. It was as if two invisible forces were holding them in place. Kapu's punch hung in the air and Roger's slash stagnated ahead, as if there were a massive barrier in their way. But there was nothing, only their overwhelming hockey clashing. Dark lightning shot out from the void where the two met, followed by the crackling sounds reaching Aodalin's ears. This time it was no illusion. Aodalin clearly saw that at the center of the hockey clash, the air. No, the space seemed unable to withstand the pressure from the two, forming dark cracks. Just as he thought it would take longer from Kapu's strike to this moment of clash, it was merely a breath's time. Before Aodalin could sense more, the airflow generated by the clash of their overwhelming hockey burst forth like a tsunami, spreading from the center and instantly toppling the nearby sturdy buildings. Simultaneously, it swept up rubble and debris like a shockwave, forming a ring that expanded in all directions. A cloud of dust rushed into Aodalin's face. He held Kapu's justice cape, swinging it forward to clear the dust, while firmly grounding his feet to resist the shockwave emanating from the dispersing hockey. Meanwhile, Kapu changed his attack. He dodged Roger's divine avoidance, landing both feet on the ground. In the blink of an eye, he was already beside Roger, grabbing his shoulder. "Undersea drop," Kapu said with a smirk of triumph, yanking Roger straight up from the ground. In the next moment, he was about to slam Roger down hard into the ground. Roger's reaction was equally swift, the ace in his hand slashing with a fierce intent towards Kapu's armpit. With this strike, if Kapu did not let go, he would surely lose an arm. Right. Reluctantly, Kapu had to change his technique. Originally meant to smash down Roger's arm, he retracted it, using his ribs and bicep to block Roger's blade in his armpit. At the same time, Kapu's other hand was already brimming with powerful hockey, launching a punch straight at Roger's head. At this moment, Roger also held the sword with one hand, leaving the other free. He quickly seized Kapu's wrist, stopping Kapu's punch with a power struggle. The two seemed to be in a stalemate at this moment, but it was only for a moment. After a brief struggle, Kapu and Roger simultaneously launched their attacks. Roger raised a leg, knee slamming into Kapu's abdomen, while Kapu also lifted his leg, thrusting forward. Their knees collided violently, producing a dull thud, and the shockwave again swept away the surrounding dust. Without any pause, as the strike landed, the two quickly created a distance of 3 to 4 meters. Roger's long knife followed through with a slash, while Kapu, imbued with hockey, did not hesitate to press down on Roger's blade. In that 3 to 4 meters, their figures seemed to transform into flowing light, almost turning into shadows, exchanging dozens of blows. Even Aodalin, having unleashed his observation hockey, still found it hard to discern their movements. At the same time, he was surprised that Rayleigh did not take the opportunity to assist Roger, but instead retreated without pause, taking Shanks and Buggy with him. What the heck is the captain covering the rear? Is that the pirates' rule? Aodolin pondered for a moment and decided to continue watching the battle here with no intention of chasing after Rayleigh. At such a time to pursue would be somewhat ungrateful. Earlier, with no external pressure, Rayleigh had no murderous intent towards him, and his actions were quite casual, a bit playful in nature. But now if he went to block Rayleigh's path, he estimated that Rayleigh would not be so casual as before, and he might really get killed. Moreover, this was a full-scale duel of true top masters. Such opportunities are rare. Aodolin wished he could grow a pair of extra eyes to observe more closely. How could he bear to waste this chance chasing after Rayleigh? Meanwhile, Aodolin also noticed that a large number of Navy personnel were helping civilians evacuate the area. In a few minutes this place would be cleared. Given Kapu's character, he should still be mindful of the surrounding situation and not truly unleash his full-strength right. Sure enough, after the last onlooker was evacuated, the Navy swiftly launched a signal flare into the sky. Then Aodolin saw Kapu's figure soar into the air, flying dozens of meters high. Fistbone galaxy shatter. Kapu roared, delivering a punch that came crashing down from the sky. Aodolin was left dumbfounded. I haven't boarded yet. No, I haven't evacuated yet. In an instant, the haki on Kapu's fist spread across the sky like a galaxy, directly descending upon him. This force is not directed at Aodolin, yet Aodolin is indeed within its range. Without hesitation, a rich electric glow began to flow out from Aodolin as he intended to use the power of the Thunder Fruit to teleport away from this area. However, as he focused his mind to elementalize, he discovered a serious problem. The powers of Carp and Roger were far too strong. In this space, their domineering energy was spilling everywhere, preventing Aodolin from even elementalizing. To the naked eye, Aodolin's figure was continuously twisting, the electric glow on his body crackling and bursting as if struggling to enter an elemental state, but alas, he simply could not. Aodolin tried to mobilize the domineering energy within him to resist, realizing it was indeed effective. His own domineering could to some extent withstand this situation. Unfortunately, compared to the other two monsters, his power was simply insufficient. Just as he thought, everything happened in an instant. Carp's iron fist, resembling a galaxy, descended from the heavens while a glint appeared in Roger's eyes. He widened his stance, the ace in his hand shimmering with a sharp radiance, not dodging nor avoiding, for there was no escape. Carp's strike had already locked onto Roger. Sky flying feather. Roger's gaze was also fixed on Carp, and just before the galaxy fell, he swung his long knife. Aodolin had witnessed many slashes today, including those from the future world's greatest swordsman Dracul Mihawk and the Dark King Silver's Rayleigh, as well as Roger's god avoidance. Yet at this moment, all the slashes he had seen before paled in comparison to this one. If Carp's descending punch was akin to a galaxy falling, a sky full of stars, then Roger's strike seemed to be splitting heaven and earth apart. The fierce, domineering energy erupted in the air, and then an overwhelming sense of oppression exploded from this collision. Within a radius of hundreds of meters in the entire battle area, the houses on the streets were first cut into pieces like a puzzle and building blocks by the scattered fragments of the slash, and then under the might of Carp's punch, all debris and ruins were turned to dust. Aodolin's body shimmered with a rich electric glow as he exerted all his strength to release his domineering energy. Under such extreme pressure, he could even clearly feel a significant enhancement in his armament haki. That was a breakthrough under tremendous pressure. But it was to no avail. After merely 3 to 5 breaths, the domineering energy on Aodolin's body collapsed, followed by his thunderous power being pushed back into his body, and then the powerful impact surged in from all directions, penetrating his body without any blind spots. Ugh! Aodolin roared in anger, struggling. Then his vision went black and he lost consciousness. His robust body seemed to lean forward, about to fall to the ground, but in the next instant he stumbled and managed to stand. At this moment, Aodolin's eyes were still rolled back, appearing to be in a state of unconsciousness, yet he could withstand the clash of these two overwhelming domineering forces, standing there as steady as a mountain. However, at that moment, neither Carp nor Roger noticed this anomaly as their fists and blades crashed violently together. Immediately, the heavens and earth shattered, and the wild shockwaves could no longer be contained, sweeping across the entire island. In an instant, it seemed as if the whole island was engulfed by the raging winds, causing even the massive warships in the harbor to sway. Simultaneously, the seawater surrounding the island appeared to be squeezed by powerful forces, first sinking the surface of the sea, dropping several meters in an instant, followed by the compressed seawater surging outward, quickly transforming into towering waves that spread out from the island. Then in the sky, dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Yet in the next moment, Carp and Roger's soaring, domineering energy tore it apart, as if the sky itself was being ripped apart. And just as the two fists and blades met, as the heavens and earth changed color, a wild aura suddenly erupted from Aodolin. In an instant, both Carp and Roger's attention was drawn to it. Conqueror's haki. A look of surprise appeared in Carp's eyes. A smile of appreciation appeared on Roger's lips as he said, "Aha, the so-called invincible thunder fruit, unparalleled physical prowess, and this kingly aura, which is rare among millions on this sea, that little brat is truly impressive." Indeed, what erupted from Ortolan's body at this moment was the rarest conqueror's haki. As Roger and Karp's domineering energies clashed under such immense pressure, although Ortolan's consciousness fell into a stupor, his body instincts and soul erupted with conqueror's haki, as if roaring at Karp and Roger. After a moment of reflection, the two suddenly locked eyes, and then Roger reacted first, sliding his foot, retracting his domineering energy, completely ignoring Karp, evading that punch, and swiftly rushed towards Ortolan. This little brat is truly one in a million. Whether it be physical prowess fruit abilities or his conqueror's haki, which is rare among millions, all three combined, once he grows up, he can undoubtedly become a top-tier powerhouse. Roger, feeling a sense of appreciation for talent, wanted to take him under his wing during the final moments of his life, hoping to nurture such a good seedling and show him the truth of this world. Roger felt this way, and so did Karp. How could such a prodigy be allowed to fall into the hands of pirates? Especially in the hands of Roger's extremely dangerous pirate crew. If he were truly nurtured by Roger's pirate crew, the Navy would have another significant headache. In contrast, if he could be guided onto the right path and join the Navy, there was a great possibility the Navy could gain a top-tier combat, force a master at the level of an admiral. This entrance and exit represented a twofold difference. "Bastard, don't think you can take him away," Karp shouted angrily and chased after Roger, throwing a punch. Roger also retaliated with his sword, and the two of them tugged and restrained each other, preventing anyone from getting close to Ortolan. A few minutes later, on the other side of the island, fireworks erupted as Roger glanced over reluctantly, looking at Ortolan, and said begrudgingly, "Bastard Karp, consider yourself lucky." Then Roger deflected Karp's iron fist with his sword, slipped away, and rushed towards the direction where the fireworks had exploded. Having fought against Roger so many times, Karp naturally knew that was the signal for the Roger pirates to set sail, indicating that those bastards' ship had already departed. If he wanted to keep Roger from leaving, he had to stop him from boarding. Otherwise, with his dog-headed warship speed, he would truly be unable to catch up to the top-tier Oro Jackson. But he also understood that stopping Roger was a very difficult task, as he had never succeeded even once in the past. Moreover, Ortolan was still here, so after a flash of hesitation in Karp's eyes, he took a few steps forward, but then quickly returned to Ortolan's side. At that moment, Ortolan's conqueror's haki seemed to be fading, and the aura around him rapidly diminished, returning to normal in the blink of an eye. Following that, his robust body tipped forward, and just as he was about to crash to the ground, Karp caught him. The more Karp looked at Ortolan, the more pleased he became, unable to help but say, "It was worth coming here, it was worth coming here. I actually stumbled upon a treasure, aha." The dog-headed warship remained docked at the port, with numerous naval officers assisting the island's residents in some basic reconstruction efforts, while also providing aid to the wounded. However, there was only so much the Navy could do. As a violent organization, they have always operated with a policy of killing rather than burying, especially since this island isn't under the jurisdiction of the world government. Inside the cabin, Karp was holding a den mushy, engaged in a conversation with Chief Advisor Ahi. Yes, Bane Ortolan. I don't know if that's his real name or a pseudonym. I learned about him from the owner of the inn where he stayed. He looks to be around 23 or 24 years old, but I'm not sure about the specifics. He's 2 meters and 24 centimeters tall. A rare user of the thunder fruit. In any case, please check his information as soon as possible and see what the situation is. Karp spoke with a light-hearted tone, chuckling. Got it. Although I've already guessed the answer, I still have to ask. What about Roger? Chief Advisor Ahi inquired from the other end of the den mushy. If you've guessed the answer, there's no need to ask further. Isn't it also your grace to give me some face? You're really not behaving like a Lady Xiao, Karp said casually. What kind of grace can I expect from a rough guy like you? I've already finished discussing with the Marshal and the higher-ups about the New World operation. The specific guidelines have been arranged, and Sengoku will be in charge. If you have nothing else going on, you shouldn't linger in the New World any longer and should return quickly. Is that so? Has it been confirmed so soon? What are the specific arrangements? Karp asked curiously. To completely take over the gateway waters of the New World, stabilize it, and further compress the living space of the pirates. The remaining issues will be left for them to consume each other. Chief Advisor Ahi explained. The so-called gateway waters of the New World are actually defined by the red line as a baseline extending into a specific maritime range towards the direction of the New World, with Mariawa being the reference point. For a long time, the Navy has referred to this maritime area as the gateway waters, much like the gate to Mariawa. Originally, this maritime area was long controlled by the Navy and the world government, but during the Rocks era, the Navy lost part of its control here. By the time of the Shiki era, Shiki further intruded into this area to enhance his prestige in the pirate ranks, seizing many islands and squeezing the Navy's sphere of influence considerably. Before the Battle of Edver, the Navy's plan included a counterattack against the gateway waters of the New World, but that became unnecessary since Shiki had already made a significant blunder, eliminating the need for the Navy to spark a major conflict. They really lack ambition. Shouldn't we seize this opportunity to beat up those bastard pirates in the New World? Carp casually remarked. According to Sengoku's analysis, if we ease the pressure on them, they can continue to fight among themselves. On the contrary, if we adopt a too aggressive stance, it will force these pirates to set aside their internal disputes and unite against us, the Navy. Chief Advisor, he added. After a brief pause, he continued. And you also know we currently lack sufficient manpower and combat strength. Then I must mention the good seed I found this time. If we can have him join the Navy and train him, well, he could be a powerhouse comparable to Sakazuki Kazan and Borisolino in the future. Carp said, his spirits lifted. We'll have to see his potential first. Chief Advisor, he replied briefly, then said, I'll go investigate first. You should return quickly. Understood. Carp responded a couple of times before hanging up the den mushi. Afterward, Carp sat back at his desk studying the strategic maritime map concerning the New World, which contained numerous recent intelligence updates, as well as projections of possible actions the pirates might take and the Navy's arrangements and deployments. He moved a few strategic pieces on the board, and after simulating some scenarios based on the situation, Carp stroked his chin and said, Big Mom and Kaido, If left unchecked, the two of them might become the ultimate beneficiaries of this incident on the pirate side. Looking at it this way, after Shiki, the leading pirates of the New World will be structured around the Big Mom pirates, the Beasts pirates, and the Whitebeard pirates, right? Based on the current situation, it still appears that the Whitebeard pirates hold an absolute advantage, followed by Charlotte Lin, with Kaido being the weakest. As Carp pondered these matters, his door was pushed open and a Navy officer wearing a hat walked in. This was Carp's Bogard. Bogard was quite strong. He had once followed Carp to participate in the Battle of God Valley and performed well in a battlefield filled with experts, ultimately surviving. In simple terms, he possessed the strength to compete at the pinnacle level. Logically, with his strength and experience, it would be no problem for him to casually hold the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy. However, it was unclear whether he was influenced by Carp's personality and thoughts. In any case, Bogard remained unusually low profile within the Navy to the extent that many young naval officers were unaware of his caliber. Moreover, he himself also had little interest in promotion, having followed Carp for many years in the capacity of a Commodore, repeatedly refusing orders for promotion. Bogard was extremely familiar with Carp, so there was no need for much formality or preamble. After entering, he directly said, The guy you brought back, the ship's doctor, says he's about to wake up. Is that so? Carp tossed the strategic pieces he was holding onto the table, then stood up and walked toward the door, asking, How is he doing? It's nothing serious. He has superficial injuries on his arm. The doctor said his physical condition is extremely robust and will recover quickly. If it weren't for me applying hockey, even the needle wouldn't have pierced his skin. He is somewhat mentally exhausted, but that's a normal response to the awakening of Conqueror's hockey. Bogard replied calmly. Carp reached the door, picked up the war hammer that had been lying on the floor, and said, Have you tried it? No. Bogard glanced at the war hammer and shook his head. It's incredibly heavy, like a warship. I wasn't paying attention at the time. I just grabbed it casually and nearly hurt my back. Carp complained. Naturally, Bogard wouldn't believe Carp's exaggeration, as he was well aware that Carp's strength was also monstrous. Or rather, pure hockey users who specialize in physical techniques tend to possess incredible strength. After all, if you lack strength, how can you claim to be a master of physical techniques? Soon Carp and Bogard arrived at the medical cabin where Ortolan was located. Carp barged in only to see Ortolan sitting on the hospital bed conversing with the ship's doctor. Upon seeing the warhammer, Carp was holding Ortolan visibly relaxed, indicating that he was deeply concerned about the loss of his weapon. After briefly inquiring, the ship's doctor told Carp, Admiral Carp, there's nothing wrong now. He just needs to rest for a couple of days to fully recover his spirit. After a brief exchange, the ship's doctor left, and Carp sat down in the chair opposite Ortolan, smiling as he asked, Kid, what's your name? Bane Ortolan. Ortolan replied after looking at Carp. He had once imagined that if he wanted to join the Navy, having a big shot within the Navy vouch for him would make many issues moot, including his identity and background. However, at that time, he could only think about it. After all, who was he? How could he meet a big shot in the Navy? Individuals who could be considered big shots in the Navy were roughly of the caliber of Carp or Sengoku. Their whereabouts were highly confidential within the Navy, and only those with sufficiently high ranks or those directly related to their actions could know. There was no way Ortolan could casually inquire about their whereabouts unless they were on vacation, in which case there might be a chance to see them mentioned in the newspaper. Thus, even if he wanted to meet these big shots, there was no opportunity. Previously, he even considered waiting for Carp in Windmill Village in the East Sea, but unexpectedly he encountered him on Poros Island. If Carp was willing to lend him a hand, then his problem of joining the Navy would be easily resolved. Ortolan, huh? That's a nice name. How old are you this year? Carp continued to ask with a warm smile. 18, almost 19. Ortolan replied honestly. Carp was taken aback for a moment, then his expression turned even more surprised. You're only 18. I thought you were already 23 or 24. What does being 18 represent? It signifies that he is younger, and the potential he displays is naturally more astonishing. Furthermore, being younger means he is more likely to embrace the beliefs and ideals of the Navy, making him more worthy of cultivation. Don't underestimate this 5 or 6 year age gap. Such differences and experiences in youth often have the power to change a person's life character and aspirations. After a brief moment of surprise, Carp composed himself, still wearing a kind smile, as he said, speaking of which I haven't introduced myself yet. Ortolan rolled his eyes and retorted, Vice Admiral Carp, you don't really think you're not famous, do you? Ha ha, you little rascal, you're quite rude, but I like it. Carp laughed heartily. After a pause, Carp continued, as a user of the Thunder Fruit, I must say I've never heard of you before. It seems you're new to the seas, aren't you? To be precise, I haven't set sail yet, Ortolan nodded in response. Is that so? Carp's eyes lit up. Would you be interested in joining our Navy? Speaking of which, our Navy has great benefits. You're still young and may not realize that the job market is quite tense nowadays. Public service positions like ours are highly sought after, and the Navy headquarters is known for its excellent treatment. After Carp rambled on for a while, Bogard, standing nearby, could no longer bear it, and quickly cleared his throat as a reminder to Carp. Carp then realized and quickly said, however, before discussing this, we should get to know each other better. Are your parents still alive? How is your family situation? How did you come into conflict with the Roger pirates? My father has passed away, but my mother is still alive. Ortolan said, his expression slightly awkward. Your father has passed away. That's truly regrettable. Carp sighed slightly and continued, but the situation in the new world is like this, it's very chaotic. However, if you join the Navy, it will be different. You can bring your mother to live at Marineford, where we have a safe living area for Navy families. Ortolan was silent for a moment before saying, my biological mother is Charlotte Linlin. Are you sure she can live in Marineford? Carp was taken aback for a moment, then curiously asked, Charlotte Linlin. Which Charlotte Linlin? Naturally, the one you're thinking of, the notorious pirate, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin. Ortolan stated bluntly. If the previous meeting with Charlotte Linlin brought Ortolan any gain, it was the reminder from her not to underestimate the Navy's intelligence capabilities. Once they wanted to investigate, Ortolan's identity could not be concealed. Originally in the story, Ace had almost no connection to Roger as his mother passed away at his birth. Yet, even in such circumstances, if the Navy took note of him and conducted a thorough investigation, they could still uncover his identity even with Carp's cover. Therefore, Ortolan had no intention of deceiving anyone this time. Upon hearing Ortolan's answer, Carp was completely stunned. What is this? The promising talent he thought he had found turned out to be Charlotte Linlin's son. It was as if he discovered he had won the lottery, only to find that the deadline to claim the prize was yesterday, and it was already void. Aren't you a Bane? Carp snapped back to reality and asked with a pained expression. I was abandoned as a child, so my father raised me. I carry my father's surname. Speaking of which, my dad was also a pirate named Bane Salonis. I don't know if he was boasting, but it seems he was once a notorious pirate with a bounty of around 300 million berry, though that was all before I was born. Ortolan delivered another blow to Carp. Goodness, both sides of his parents were notorious pirates. However, Carp didn't seem to mind Ortolan's deceased father. Instead, a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes as he said, So you mean you didn't grow up in Big Mom's pirate crew? I grew up on Tarian Island, Ortolan said. Have you ever met Charlotte Linlin? Carp asked eagerly. If Ortolan hadn't met Charlotte Linlin, there was still hope, as Ortolan's talent was evident. Even if there were some flaws, they could be overlooked. Yes, the reason I clashed with the Roger pirates is that we had an unpleasant encounter on Cake Island before. Ortolan replied candidly. Some things could be half-truths mixed with lies which might help him get through for a while. But Ortolan decided to be upfront. Since his background was problematic, he needed to ensure his foundation was clean. If he tried to deceive now, and was later found out, how embarrassing would that be? In fact, I got my thunder fruit only recently from her, Ortolan added. Carp was left speechless this time. He rubbed his temple, feeling a headache coming on, and said, So you are already considered part of Big Mom's pirate crew, just not yet famous. A prospective pirate. He thought he had found a fine candidate for the Navy, only to discover he was a potential pirate. Previously, he had been contemplating how to bring Ortolan to the Navy headquarters, but now Carp was considering whether to send Ortolan to Impel Down. But it seemed procedurally incorrect. After all, Ortolan had not been wanted and had seemingly not committed any piracy. Not at all. Ortolan said firmly. Although Charlotte Linlin has high hopes for me and invited me to join her pirate crew, even promising me a position as a star, I declined. You declined, and she still gave you the thunder fruit. Are you not trying to fool me? Carp looked at Ortolan with suspicion. To be precise, the thunder fruit is my father's legacy. He found its location but never retrieved it because it was originally on Sky Island. Later I told Charlotte Linlin about it, and she helped me get it. As for why, perhaps it was because she wanted to win me over, or maybe she felt guilty for abandoning me back then. Ortolan pondered, stroking his chin. I see no wonder the thunder fruit has been missing for so many years. It was on Sky Island all along. Carp's eyes gleamed with understanding as he looked at Ortolan and said, Charlotte Linlin is a renowned pirate in the New World. If she values you so much, why did you ultimately refuse her? I don't want to be a pirate, and my father doesn't want me to follow in his footsteps. Is that reason sufficient? Ortolan replied calmly. In truth, his father had no such demands, and even hoped Ortolan could carry on the pirate legacy, but this was something that could never be uncovered. Ortolan mentioned it now to enhance the credibility of his reasoning. I see. Carp crossed his arms, looking conflicted and helpless. After a moment, he couldn't help but ask, what do you feel about Charlotte Linlin? Is it because she abandoned you that you harbor hatred towards her? Not really. Ortolan shook his head decisively and continued, I've only met her twice. Though I knew she was my biological mother, I had no emotional connection. If I had to describe it, it would be like with a stranger. But during those 2 meetings, she took good care of me, treated my illness, and even gave me the thunder fruit. So how should I put it? I should have a fairly good impression of her rather than hatred. In matters that can't be verified, you could easily say some pretty words to deceive me. Carp rolled his eyes. There's no need for that, he'll speak plainly. It's my I actually intend to join the Navy, so to avoid some future troubles, there are some things and words that should be clarified from the beginning to prevent making things difficult for everyone later. Ortolan sighed slightly. You intend to join the Navy? Carp was surprised. I thought the things you said earlier were meant to discourage me. You actually have such thoughts despite your background. Ortolan looked at Carp with an angry gaze and questioned sternly. So as a Navy hero, are you also a supporter of bloodline theory? Nobility is born noble, and the children of pirates can only be pirates. Carp was taken aback by this statement. After a long moment, the hesitation and doubt on his face gradually faded away, and his gaze became resolute as he said, No, I firmly believe that good and evil, nobility and lowliness should never be predetermined by birth, but by the choices that people make. After saying this, Carp stood up and said, You should take a good rest. Since you aspire to be a just Marine, I cannot turn a blind eye to it. It is also my duty as a senior Marine. Ortolan did not respond, but a smile appeared on his face. Carp turned around and walked to the door with Bogard. Just as he placed his hand on the doorknob, he suddenly froze and asked without turning his head, By the way, what do you consider justice? Ortolan was silent for a moment before answering, I don't know. Is that so? Carp's face once again bore the friendly smile from earlier. He still did not turn around, but continued to speak to himself. Well, someone like you probably hasn't found the answer yet. But it's fine, you can take your time to find that answer later. With that, he opened the door and walked out. Ortolan felt his head still clouded. At this point, he had done all he could do. As for the outcome, Carp seemed to want to help him, so he would just wait quietly. Even if things didn't work out with Carp's personality, he wouldn't just throw him in prison, would he? Shaking off these thoughts, Ortolan lay back down on the hospital bed and soon fell asleep. Meanwhile, Carp and Bogard were walking down the corridor of the ship's cabin when Carp suddenly asked, What do you think of that kid? I don't know him well, so I have no comments, Bogard replied calmly. Not knowing him, huh? Carp chuckled and said, But precisely because we don't know him, we shouldn't be quick to dismiss him, right? So you're planning to give him a chance? Bogard pondered for a moment before asking, As a Marine, if I see a promising talent wanting to join us, why should I reject him? Carp retorted, But his identity is complicated. If he were just an average person with a lot of passion, that would be one thing. However, his talents and abilities are quite exceptional. If he truly joins the Marine, what if he has ulterior motives? What kind of consequences could that bring in the future, Mr. Carp? Have you really thought this through? Bogard's tone remained calm, but his words were powerful. Yes, with his talents and abilities, if he joins our Marine, it won't be long before he makes a name for himself and even reaches high positions. If he has ulterior motives, that will bring great losses and troubles to our Marine, you're right. Carp nodded in agreement. But if he's not that bad and we reject him out of concern, wouldn't we miss out on a lot? Compared to the potential he has shown, I believe taking some risks is worthwhile. Moreover what? Bogard asked casually. Moreover, we must trust our Marine and the beliefs we hold dear, right? If even we as Marines do not believe in the power of our convictions and the influence of justice, that would be the real problem, Bogard. Carp laughed heartily, patting Bogard on the shoulder. Bogard did not respond immediately, but after taking a few steps said, You make a very valid point, Mr. Carp. Upon returning to his office, Carp took out the Den Mushi and quickly dialed a number. Before long, the Den Mushi on the other end picked up, and the somewhat helpless voice of Chief Strategist Ahe came through. Don't you know I'm busy? Or do you think too highly of me believing I can find the information you want in such a short time? I am here to relieve your work pressure, little Ahe. Carp laughed heartily before saying, regarding the matter I just entrusted you with, there's no need to continue the investigation. I already know the answers I need to know. Really? So it seems that kid you mentioned is awake. Did you get the information you wanted from him? Does that information put your mind at ease? Chief Strategist Ahe countered. I did find out the so-called information, but on the contrary, it makes me quite worried. That kid is Charlotte Linland's son. He probably. Isn't that interesting? Carp quickly told Chief Strategist Ahe about Ortolan's situation, laughing as he spoke. Chief Strategist Ahe was momentarily stunned before asking, so you don't plan to let him join our marine anymore? Therefore there's no need to continue the investigation? Is that the conclusion? No, quite the opposite. I want to bring that kid into the marine. Speaking of which, isn't Zifa planning to set up some officer training camp? Or something else? In short, it's an institution responsible for nurturing talented new blood for our marine. I'm planning to let that kid go there for further training. Carp said boldly. Do you even know what you're talking about? Chief Strategist Ahe asked softly. After a brief silence, Carp stated emphatically, of course I do. Since this is your decision, then do as you please. Chief Strategist Ahe smiled and replied. I thought you would come up with a bunch of reasons to persuade me, haha. Carp laughed heartily. Although you're usually quite unreliable, you're not a fool. Chief Strategist Ahe teased, then seemingly too lazy to say another word to Carp, directly hung up the Den Mushi. Carp looked at the Den Mushi that had been hung up in his hand and shook his head helplessly, saying, really not considerate at all. I think Chief Strategist Ahe is quite considerate, Bogard said seriously from the side. On the other side, in the Marine headquarters at Marineford in the Intelligence Department of Justice Fortress, the busy Chief Strategist Ahe put down the Den Mushi and said, Jiun, regarding the matter I mentioned to you earlier, hurry up and conduct a detailed investigation. Jiun, sitting opposite Chief Strategist Ahe, looked up with some confusion and asked, Ahe, didn't you just tell little Carp to do as he pleases? That's because I could tell that he is determined to bring that kid back, and I also know that once Carp makes up his mind, he won't listen to anyone else's words. Chief Strategist Ahe replied calmly. But you are old comrades. Surely he can listen to some of it. Jiun said with a smile. Precisely because we are old comrades, I can be even more certain that he won't listen. But it doesn't matter. As I said, he is not a fool. Let's first investigate that kid. If he really has any problems, Carp will make the right judgment. So Chief Strategist Ahe, you actually oppose it. You oppose that person whom little Carp values joining the Marine? Jiun asked curiously. No, why would I oppose it? Whether he is Whitebeard's son or Charlotte Linland's son, as long as he truly wants to join the Marine and become our like-minded partner, these things are irrelevant. On the contrary, I welcome it. If Carp has elevated that kid to the heavens, if even half of it is true, he can be considered a rare talent, and I certainly support and welcome anything that strengthens our Marine's power. Chief Strategist Ahe continued calmly. Then is there still a need to investigate? Jiun shrugged. Precisely because I welcome and support it, there is a need to investigate thoroughly. It is responsible for our Marine, for our intelligence department, for me, for Carp, and for that kid. Only by investigating clearly can everyone feel at ease. Otherwise, there will definitely be some misunderstandings and conflicts in the future. Chief Strategist Ahe smiled and explained to Jiun. After thinking for a moment, Jiun finally spoke. Indeed, compared to little Carp, Chief Strategist Ahe, you are more meticulous and think more deeply. Jiun understood Chief Strategist Ahe's meaning. If they just listened to Carp now and stopped the investigation, if something really happened in the future, the responsibility would fall solely on Carp because it was his decision to do this. However, if the intelligence department conducted a thorough investigation and there were issues, then this matter could not proceed. If there were no issues, it would go as Carp wished, but the nature would be different. If any trouble arose in the future, the intelligence department would also have to take responsibility. From the outside, it seemed unchanged, but it would alleviate the pressure and accountability Carp would face later. Perhaps this is the bond between old comrades. Filling in the gaps and taking care of everything behind the scenes, is this the restraint and thoughtfulness of a mature woman? Truly charming, Chief Strategist Ahe. Jiun silently gave a thumbs up to Chief Strategist Ahe. It is uncertain whether it was the intimidating presence of Carp's warship or simply good fortune, but for a long stretch of time thereafter their journey was remarkably smooth, devoid of any troubles. Notably, it was on the third day after the warship departed from Polaris Island that Altalin remembered to inquire about Mihawk. However, Carp had not noticed Mihawk at all and was unaware of his situation. It seemed there were no issues, and that fellow would likely continue to challenge great swordsmen around the world. In the training room aboard the warship Talisman was currently enveloping his fists in haki, striking fiercely at the training pole before him. The usual training poles are made of wood and are wrapped in cotton cloth or fur for cushioning. However, this pole was clearly made of metal. Talisman did not know what type of metal it was, but it definitely wasn't ordinary steel, as he couldn't even leave a fist imprint on it. Moreover, this was Carp's training pole. That's right. To significantly advance one's armed haki, you must constantly push your limits and strike things harder and more difficult to break than your own haki. Carp watched Talisman throw punches with satisfaction, occasionally offering pointers. Mr. Carp, how did you cultivate your haki to such a formidable level? After throwing a series of punches, Talisman picked up a towel soaked in medicine and wiped the swelling on his knuckles, inquiring. Year after year, diligent practice is all it takes. If there's any key secret, it would be belief. Carp pondered for a moment and generously revealed to Talisman. Belief. Talisman looked puzzled. Indeed, belief. Although it sounds somewhat mystical, the power of a punch filled with belief is vastly different from a hollow casual punch. However, belief cannot be taught. You must find it yourself. But do not worry, this vast ocean holds all the answers you seek within its depths. Carp laughed heartily, patting Talisman on the shoulder. I understand. Talisman replied, then resumed his assault on the training pole. After watching for a while, Carp casually pulled up a stool and sat down, then took out a bag of snacks that appeared to be sunbae. A large bag of sunbae should last a person a long time, but for Carp it was like pig feed as he munched away. Talisman hadn't thrown 50 punches yet, and Carp had already finished an entire bag. Nearby, the Navy soldiers on duty seemed to have already grown accustomed to Carp's behavior. As soon as Carp started munching, they promptly rolled over a cart of sunbae and brewed a pot of green tea, placing them neatly beside Carp. Then Talisman watched as Carp devoured one bag after another like a glutton. After throwing over 100 punches, Talisman paused again, wiping his hands with the medicated towel, and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Carp, do you know my mother? Charlotte Lin. Carp asked, his mouth full of sunbae, responding indistinctly before swallowing hard and saying, Of course I know her, I even fought her when you were little. Oh wait, you must have been abandoned by her by then, so you wouldn't have seen me. Talisman clarified, What I mean is aside from that opposing relationship. Talisman tried to ask again. Carp thought for a moment, then shook his head. Not really, but I've heard that her tea party pastries are quite good. I've always wanted to try them, but she never invited me. Charlotte Linlin's tea parties were famous. If you were sent an invitation, you absolutely could not refuse, or else you would face fierce retaliation from the Big Mom pirates. Later, as Charlotte Linlin's status at sea rose, her tea parties gradually became a legend of the ocean. However, there is a clear logic here. Invitations to Charlotte Linlin's tea parties would never be extended to individuals like Whitebeard, Kaido, or Shanks. The reason is simple. If they were busy and couldn't attend, would Charlotte Lin seek revenge or not? Not seeking revenge would tarnish her reputation, while seeking revenge would be difficult to accomplish given their strength. Therefore, Talisman could well understand Carp's statement that Charlotte Lin had never invited him for tea. Even if you weren't a Navy, she probably wouldn't invite you. After grumbling a bit about the regret, Carp asked curiously, What made you suddenly ask these questions? Talisman replied, Nothing much, it was just seeing you eat sunbae that reminded me of an old acquaintance. Who? Carp asked, a bit curious. My brother Charlotte Katakuri. When I was developing the thunder fruit on Cake Island, he was just like you are now, though he was eating donuts instead. Talisman chuckled. If it weren't for Carp's age being a bit off, Talisman would have suspected that he had some blood ties to the Charlotte family just by watching him flaunt his sunbae. From your tone, it seems you have a good relationship with that Katakuri. Carp asked casually while chewing on sunbae. Well, in terms of relationships, I don't have many friends. He should be my only friend at the moment. Talisman thought for a moment before replying. A friend, huh? Carp pondered, then laughed heartily. You can't let anyone else hear this. You are going to become one of our Navy elites. Don't you mind? Talisman retorted. I'm quite open-minded, and I also have pirate friends. Carp replied nonchalantly. Is it Roger? Talisman chuckled. Carp did not shy away from his complicated relationship with Roger, nodding candidly. Pretty much, but if I get the chance, I will definitely capture him and send him to Impel Down to atone for his sins. By the way, if I recall correctly, you mentioned that Charlotte Lin helped treat your illness, right? Carp suddenly asked, as if recalling something. What illness do you have? Talisman replied. I suffer from a hereditary mental illness in my family. He then slammed a fist against the pole, speaking seriously. Carp. Carp lifted the green tea beside him, took a couple of gulps, and looked at Talisman. If you don't mind, you can tell me more about it. Speaking of which, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm not purely human. Talisman began. I noticed that you're from the Oni clan, just like Kaido. Carp confidently interjected. Long before Talisman had fainted, Carp had confirmed that the horns on his head were not decorations, but truly grown naturally. Thus, Carp had always regarded Talisman as a member of the Oni clan. Considering Charlotte Linland's peculiar tastes and philosophies, it made sense. If Aaltalin hadn't mentioned that his father was named Saroni's Carp, would have suspected he was a hybrid of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. No, I'm a member of the bull race from the fur tribe. Aaltalin directly shattered Carp's confidence. Off. Carp looked at Aaltalin in disbelief, having difficulty accepting it, as he saw no fur on him. Aaltalin did not explain further, but continued, it might be due to her eating disorder. In any case, as I approach the full moon, my temper and personality become exceedingly irritable. Once the full moon arrives, I transform into a moon lion and completely lose my rationality, driven by a violent desire to destroy everything in sight until the full moon passes. Carp's expression grew serious as he asked in a deep voice, that's quite a serious issue. What kind of medicine did she prescribe? Violence. Aaltalin looked at Carp and said, more powerful violence than my own frenzy. This violence is used to awaken me from the madness of the full moon. According to her theory, as long as I am awakened enough times, I should gradually be able to control this frenzy and cure my condition. That woman is just a pirate, yet she knows medicine. What gives her the right to say that? Carp asked with some skepticism. He even felt that this might be the reason and excuse Charlotte Linlin wanted to keep Aaltalin by her side. Aaltalin remained silent for a moment before speaking. Based on her experience, she claimed she almost cured her own eating disorder while on the Rock's ship. Carp fell silent upon hearing this, and after a long pause awkwardly said, don't worry, if our navy can be quite violent too. On the home-to continent, Aaltalin beheld a marvel he had never seen before: scarlet cliffs rising from the ocean floor, breaching the waves, and climbing relentlessly toward the heavens until they vanished beyond the reach of the clouds. How tall is the home-to continent? Aaltalin suddenly asked Kapu at his side. Kapu clearly did not know the precise answer. He rubbed his chin and said, I have no idea. I never asked, but it must be at least several thousand meters, right? If you compare it to Uran Island, it might be close to 10,000 meters. Aaltalin asked again. Kapu laughed heartily. Ha 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 ha, that would be true in a sense, but if it were 10,000 meters, you'd be well into the Bye-Bye Sea. That belongs to the realm of Sky Islands. I have never seen that from Malikia, so it certainly isn't 10,000 meters. Kapu chuckled. The Bye Sea is the first layer of Cloud Sea, roughly 7,000 meters above the ocean surface. Once you reach the Bye Sea, you are already into the heavens. To reach the true Sky Island domain, you must climb another 3,000 meters to enter the Bye-Bye Sea. Baika Island, where the rumble fruit once lay, lies within that Bye-Bye Sea. When the dog-headed warship docked in Malikia's harbor, Aaltalin asked, are we getting off the ship now? To transfer to the other side, right? He knew a little of the lore and practicalities surrounding the home-to continent and Malikia. Kapu shook his head. Not necessary. Our navy and several agencies under the world government are exempt. We can simply ferry our ships over the home-to continent and reach the first half of the Vita Honglu and the adjacent seas directly. Ferry over it. Is there a secret waterway? Aaltalin exclaimed in surprise. For as long as the pirate world had fantasized about an engineering miracle, a tunnel through the home-to continent. If such a tunnel could be opened, it would benefit the whole world. Yet such an undertaking would undermine the world government's monopoly on maritime passage, so no one had achieved it in all these years. In Aaltalin's experience, there were only two ways to cross the home-to continent. The first was through Uran Island, submerging 10,000 meters and risking life and death. The second was to pay a passage fee, moor your ship on one side of the Vita Honglu, transport personnel and cargo across by land, traverse the home-to continent, and board another vessel at the port on the far side. In simple terms, it was like changing buses at the same station. Yet Kapu told him the Navy's warships did not need to do that. Seeing Aaltalin's astonishment, Kapu grinned and explained, unless a mission is urgent, we will occasionally transfer, because both naval harbors maintain ready fleets to dispatch at any time. That is far quicker than moving our own ships over the continent. But most of the time, lacking the budget to build excess ships, we use wind-chancable systems to ferry vessels across the home-to continent. Just then, a handful of burly giants strode out of the naval harbor. One of them carried a thick steel cable, and with practiced and swift motions began rigging it to the warship. A few minutes later, the installation was complete. The leader of the giant crew seemed on friendly terms with Kapu. He waved and called out, Vice Admiral Kapu, next year I might be your peer. Kapu roared with laughter. Ha 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 ha, who knows? If I am in a good mood next year, I might just become an admiral myself. The giant's eyes lit up. If that happens, the marshal will surely reward me. He believed that if Kapu were promoted, the marshal would commend those who had aided him. After exchanging a few jokes, the giant crew departed. Soon Aaltalin noticed the previously slack cable beginning to strain and rise get tightened as it pulled the moored warship, lifting it from the water. Within minutes, the vessel hung entirely suspended in the air. Kapu explained with a smile, those are giants from the Navy reserves. They train here to learn our regulations and lend their strength. Once they understand naval discipline and pass the exams, they can go to Lin Xiao to serve and receive the rank of Vice Admiral. That fellow likely thought he would graduate from here next year, hence his boast. Kapu laughed as he finished his explanation. Seeing Lin still focused on the cable, Kapu went on, there are also giant colleagues at naval bases atop the Hongda continent. Twin winches, one above and one below, turn together and draw the cable. Ships fastened to the cable are hauled across, just as you see now, reaching the naval harbor on the opposite side. It really opens my eyes, Lin said in awe. Indeed, the resources and privileges enjoyed by naval institutions were worlds apart from those available to idle elements like pirates. Pirates might never enjoy such services in a lifetime, but the Navy could have its vessels ferried across the Hongda continent and avoid the hazards of diving to Uran Island. For experts, especially those endowed with devil fruit powers, getting into trouble underwater is often a death sentence. Trouble in high sky is rarely so final. Long-distance flight is exceedingly rare. Decades hence, perhaps only 5 are widely acknowledged. But short-term hovering and controlled descents are skills many possess. If transferring ships, Kapu said, 2 bubble elevators would suffice, fast and efficient. Yet the winch method took over 3 hours before Kapu's dog-headed warship finally descended into the waters of the Vida Honglu's first half the paradise. The distance between the sanctuary Malikiea and the Navy headquarters at Lin Xiao was not great. At naval speed, it could be reached within an hour along a dedicated straight channel maintained by the Navy. As Kapu's warship sailed that route, it often met naval escort fleets protecting that passage. According to Kapu, those fleets exist to guarantee absolute smoothness between Lin Xiao and Malikiea. Although the voyage took about an hour, within half an hour the hulking silhouette of Lin Xiao rose above the horizon from the deck, a scene of grand, imposing scale. Lin could even make out the colossal structure at the island's center, the so-called Fortress of Justice, with the characters for justice emblazoned on its rear. He knew the fortress's front bore the word Navy in great letters. Lin had visited 2 major strongholds, the Big Mom pirate crew's headquarters, Totlan Cake Island, and now he was approaching the Navy headquarters at Lin Xiao. No matter how he compared them, the Navy headquarters had a far more solid, resonant presence than Totlan Cake Island. Even from a distance, it projected an awe-inspiring pressure that radiated outward across the empty sea from Lin Xiao as its center. Is this the hegemony that 800 years of the Navy has condensed into? Lin gazed at the towering island and felt profound emotion. At that moment, he came to understand more clearly Doflamingo's appraisal of the Navy in the original tale. Who rules these seas? Is it one of the 4 emperors who shake the new world? One of the 7 warlords? Or the revolutionaries who are gaining momentum? None of those. The sole power that can truly be called the maritime hegemon is the Navy, which for over 8 centuries has exercised violence in the name of justice and struck terror across the world. Countless forces might have been termed great enemies of the Navy over the years, yet after centuries, only the Navy still stands unbowed. That is the simplest, most direct proof. Only the Navy may claim the title sea hegemon. Even the proud Shiki would not dare make such a claim. At best, he could call himself a pirate hegemon. Kapu noticed Lin's silence and smiled, asking, "How? Are you awed by the Navy's presence?" "Yes." Lin's eyes glittered. "If I were an admiral, or even the marshal, would I stand at the pinnacle of this island?" Kapu laughed and patted Lin's shoulder. "Ha ha ha ha, you are already dreaming of that before formally joining our Navy." His expression then grew serious. "It is not admirals or marshals who stand at the summit of this island. It is justice." "Justice?" Lin stroked his chin and then smiled. "You are right, Mr. Kapu. It should be justice. But if justice must have a living embodiment," Lin thought, then he would gladly take on that mantle. At Marine Headquarters Marineford, on the top floor of the Fortress of Justice in the Marshal's office, Steelbone Marshal stood by the window, gazing at the Justice Harbor at the island's edge, and said, "Kapu's ship has stopped." In the room, there were also 2 prominent figures of the Navy, Admiral Ahe and Admiral Zephyr. Zephyr held a folder that he had just received from the Marshal filled with detailed and thorough intelligence regarding Bane Ortolan. It was evident that this intelligence document was crafted by the Chief of Staff. Overall, it's not much different from what he told Kapu. At least he didn't hide anything from Kapu. Zephyr remarked while looking at the document. "Imagine if you were the child of a pirate and wished to join the Navy, but when faced with Kapu's questions, would you choose to conceal the truth?" Steelbone Marshal asked sharply. Zephyr paused briefly, his gaze towards the Marshal becoming somewhat hesitant. Indeed, he is just a young lad who has just turned 18, aware of his pirate lineage, yet when seeking to join the Navy, he openly admits it. Is this behavior too rational? To be candid is a commendable trait, but does being too forthright render it somewhat unnatural? At that moment, Chief of Staff Ahe put down his teacup and said, "When suspicion falls upon a person, anything they do seems wrong. When trust is given, everything they do can be explained. This is the essence of arrogance and prejudice." Marshal Steelbone Marshal smiled. The sharp expression on his face softened, and he nodded, saying, "As expected of you, Ahe. Are all intelligence officers as wise as you?" Zephyr, seemingly catching on to something, let out a hearty laugh and said, "That's right. From a perspective of suspicion, he appears overly rational, giving off a calculating vibe. But from a standpoint of trust, isn't it also because he genuinely desires to join our Navy with a clean slate, hence considering these matters in depth? Calculating and contemplative. Though they describe the same essence, a slight change in wording can alter the entire narrative. Words are like this, aren't people too? Further, if I as the Marshal appear petty and intolerant, haha, but there are certain things I must remind you, especially you, Zephyr. As a teacher, ensure you guide these new recruits well, as should they err in the future, you shall bear the regret for a lifetime." Steelbone Marshal advised. "Rest assured, Marshal." Zephyr confidently waved his hand and said, "Even if he is a crooked seed, he is still just an 18-year-old sapling. The military camp is the best place for growth." "The furnace," Chief of Staff Ahe added with a hint of a smile. "Exactly, the furnace. Even if there are impurities over the years, they will be melted away, so there's no need to worry." Zephyr glanced at Chief of Staff Ahe with satisfaction, and then continued. Steelbone Marshal looked at Kapu as he brought a strange figure to the base of the Fortress of Justice, then said, "They are coming up, you all can get back to work." Steelbone Marshal was also to continue his own tasks. As for Ortolan, just catching a glimpse from the window was sufficient. He is the Navy's Marshal after all, and he wouldn't rush to meet this new recruit, even if the newcomer was somewhat special. However, since Kapu valued him and intended to introduce him to Zephyr as a disciple, it seems he would have frequent opportunities to meet this new recruit in the future. Zephyr stood up and said, "Then I shall go see whether the seed favored by that fellow Kapu is truly impressive." Chief of Staff Ahe said, "I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." Just as Zephyr stepped out of the office, the phone snail from Kapu had already called in. "Hello, Zephyr. Are you in the office? I've returned to Marineford. Regarding that matter we discussed, I've brought the person to meet you in person," Kapu said boisterously. Zephyr smiled at Chief of Staff Ahe and then spoke to the phone snail. "I just left the Marshal's office and was about to head back. You can come directly to my office." "Understood." After Kapu finished speaking, he hung up the phone snail. Soon Kapu brought Ortolan into the Fortress of Justice. The Marine headquarters itself is the core of the Navy's entire system, and the Fortress of Justice can be considered the core within the core. Only officer-level personnel can freely enter and exit here. Even those standing guard at the entrance hold at least the rank of major. Most of the Navy officers bustling about the hall clutching documents and moving hastily were at least at the rank of colonel, with brigadiers and rear admirals abounding. Occasionally one could even spot a lieutenant general giving orders to a group of Navy officers. Kapu still holds considerable influence. As he entered with Ortolan, no one came to question him, and every Navy officer he encountered treated him with utmost respect, greeting him politely before daring to pass. It's evident that although Kapu is often looked down upon by many high-ranking officials in the Navy scene as a troublemaker wherever he goes and often criticized for his lack of decorum, the title of hero carries absolute weight within the overall Navy atmosphere. The entire Fortress of Justice has 9 floors. The lower 3 floors are bustling with activity, housing the public offices that form the basic structure of the Navy, including the Communication Department, Logistics Department, Support Department, and Security Department. These were the insights Ortolan gathered from looking at the corridor signs. The middle 3 floors are comprised of higher-end offices like the Intelligence Department, Strategic Command Department, Criminal Investigation Bureau, and various meeting rooms. Compared to the noise of the lower 3 floors, it becomes increasingly quiet as one ascends, especially on the 6th floor, which consists entirely of a super-large conference room currently closed. According to Kapu, in the event of a significant situation, the Marine headquarters would immediately summon all members with the rank of Brigadier General or above present in the headquarters to convene here and discuss the current situation. As for what qualifies as a significant situation, Kapu mentioned it varies, meaning there are no set standards. If everyone perceives it as significant, then it is. The upper 3 floors consist of private offices, the 7th floor is for rear admirals, the 8th for lieutenant generals, and the 9th houses the offices of the 3 admirals and the marshal. As for those below the rank of rear admiral, those below rear admiral do not qualify for a private office in the Fortress of Justice. If you're lucky, you might manage to secure a public office director position on the middle or lower floors, enjoying a certain degree of personal space. If unlucky, you'll be assigned to work in other Navy buildings. After all, Marineford is not solely comprised of this Fortress of Justice. There are other buildings. As a vice admiral in the Navy, Kapu's office would typically be on the 8th floor, but he is also a heroic figure in the Navy, and in terms of qualifications holds no significant difference from an admiral or the marshal having repeatedly declined promotions to admiral. It's unclear from which perspective this was considered, but the vacant admiral's office on the 9th floor is currently being used by Kapu. I'm telling you, the treatment in our Navy is no joke, especially for officers at headquarters. Once you hold the rank of major, you can have a single-person dorm allocated, and when you become a brigadier general, you get your own private residence. As for lieutenant generals and above like myself, we even have a standalone courtyard on the back street, but the yard is too large, and I feel uncomfortable living alone, so most of the time I just stay in my office. Kapu spoke as he walked, sharing with Ortolan. Not only that, Kapu previously mentioned that food and accommodation at Marine headquarters are basically free. As long as you don't have any demands that stray from the mainstream, like insisting on eating local specialties at every meal, then it's truly all-inclusive. Of course, there are special treatments. Figures like Kapu can request their own special privileges. Kapu insists on drinking the finest green tea and eating the best senbei every day, although Ortolan wasn't quite sure what the best senbei referred to. As for Admiral Zephyr, it is said he is a cigar enthusiast, and Ortolan suspects his asthma comes from that. As for Admiral Sengoku's peculiar habits, Ortolan is unsure, but previously during casual conversation, Kapu mentioned that Sengoku enjoys raising goats in his office. Those goats either eat a particularly precious herbal medicine or consume the Navy's special document paper, which is also valuable. In any case, Kapu's point is that once you become a lieutenant general, you basically enjoy the privileges that most people cannot access, and when you become a candidate for admiral, or even an admiral, aside from noble privileges in terms of living conditions, most kings do not enjoy better treatment than you. Once you become a marshal, you truly stand at the pinnacle of treatment. The only ones likely to enjoy better treatment than you would be the Gorosei at Mariawa, the supreme commander of the entire military, and certain high-ranking celestial dragons. In summary, being in the Navy is a highly promising endeavor. At 4 in the morning at Marine headquarters in the vast training ground located behind Justice Fortress, a figure was running in circles at a steady pace. This figure was wearing a black athletic vest that clung tightly to his body, showcasing his perfect muscle lines. His lower half was clad in slightly loose work pants, and he wore black leather boots. Honestly, this was not an outfit suitable for exercise, but it certainly exuded a sense of strength. In addition to this, the figure also carried a heavy-looking war hammer on his back. Without a doubt, this person was Ortolan. 4 o'clock in the morning was indeed quite early, but evidently the elites of the Navy were not lacking in the spirit of early morning training. The young squirrel walked into the training ground with weights strapped to his waist and soon spotted the figure running. Usually he and Fire Mountain were the first to arrive for training, but unexpectedly today someone was even earlier than them. Before Squirrel could clearly see who the figure was, a wisp of smoke wafted toward his face. Squirrel waved his hand in disdain, dispersing the smoke, while saying, "I told you not to start smoking your cigar so early." Indeed, the smoke came from Fire Mountain, who wore a warm smile and was biting down on a freshly lit cigar, grinning as he said, "Don't you think it's cool?" "Not at all cool," Squirrel retorted, then asked, "Who is that guy? I feel like I've never seen him before." "I haven't seen him either," Fire Mountain shook his head and said, "but I think I heard that Mr. Carp brought a newcomer back yesterday noon. It seems he personally recommended him to join our Navy, and he is to be placed under Admiral Zifa, so it must be him." "A newcomer? Personally brought by Admiral Zifa?" Squirrel repeated in surprise, then seemingly realizing something, he exclaimed, "If Admiral Zifa personally brought him, doesn't that basically confirm that this newcomer will directly join the officer training camp program in half a month? Most likely, after all, he was brought back by Mr. Carp, which means he is meant to be trained for an officer position." "Why are you so surprised?" Fire Mountain said calmly. "I just feel a bit dissatisfied. Think about us, we've joined the Navy for so long, putting in our utmost effort just to attain the rank of Commodore, and only now do we have the opportunity to join the officer training camp and become Admiral Zifa's disciples. And that newcomer from the very start enjoys the same treatment as us. Although I know if he truly receives such treatment, it means he is at least a monster on par with Kazan and the others. Still, I can't help but feel jealous." Fire Mountain, Squirrel said with a look of envy. "While you are here envying him, you can also consider it from another perspective. You don't know how many others are envious of us for being among the first batch of members in the officer training camp and being able to become Admiral Zifa's disciples. There are countless Commodores in the Navy, but how many can actually make it in here?" Fire Mountain comforted. "That's true. Although Squirrel and Fire Mountain may not have the strength or qualifications to become admirals in the future, they could definitely fulfill the role of elite Navy vice admirals." "What does this position represent?" "It signifies that this group of people, aside from top Navy masters like Kuzan, Sakazuki, Borsellino, Gion, and Kaji, are the main backbone of the Navy. They can play important roles in various situations and will always be active figures in major events." From the Navy scale, this already surpasses the odds of 1 in 10,000, definitely the elite among the elite. While Squirrel and Fire Mountain were curious about Ortolan, he also noticed them. Soon after completing a lap, Ortolan gradually slowed down and finally reached Squirrel and Fire Mountain, stopping in front of them, smiling and waving as a greeting. Though somewhat envious of Ortolan's high starting point, it was merely normal envy. Both Squirrel and Fire Mountain were genuinely good-natured. They certainly wouldn't intentionally trip Ortolan up or show any displeasure because of their earlier feelings. Seeing Ortolan wave, Squirrel also raised his hand and waved a couple of times, then took the initiative to speak. "I'm Squirrel, and this guy is Fire Mountain. We are both Commodores at Marine Headquarters. I haven't seen you around before, but I heard Mr. Carp brought a newcomer yesterday. Is that you?" "Yes, that's me. I'm Ortolan Bane, Ortolan, 18 years old. Well, I am indeed a newcomer, but technically I haven't formally joined the Navy yet, so I have to wait for half a month." "I knew it." Squirrel interrupted Ortolan with a look of envy, saying, "I knew it. You are a specially recruited monster, just like Kazan and Sakazuki. You will directly join Admiral Zifa's newly established officer training camp in half a month, right? After graduation, you'll be granted the rank of Commodore, correct?" "How infuriating. I'm so jealous." "Indeed." Ortolan smiled, but found it hard to respond to Squirrel's comments, so he just smiled kindly in acknowledgement. Indeed, yesterday, he had accompanied Carp to meet the Navy's big shot Admiral Zifa. Ortolan noticed how close Zifa and Carp were, and at that moment Zifa seemed prepared to open a military academy and take on the role of principal. As soon as Carp spoke, Zifa agreed, without hesitation, ready to arrange for Ortolan to enter the officer training camp that would officially open in half a month at Marineford. Once he graduated with full marks from there, he would be granted the rank of Commodore if below that level, and a Rear Admiral rank if at Commodore level. As for above Commodore, there was none of for now. Those above Commodore would not participate in this project, at least not for the first session. Squirrel kept talking nonstop, and after a while Fire Mountain finally found a chance to interrupt, smiling and asking, "Waking up this early shows you are both talented and hardworking. I hope we can progress together in the future." Ortolan smiled and nodded at Fire Mountain, then said, "Actually, it's mainly a matter of time zone. I rushed back with Mr. Carp from the New World and haven't adjusted well to the time difference, so by almost 3 o'clock, I just couldn't sleep." "So you just started running not long ago?" Squirrel asked curiously, then, without waiting for Ortolan to reply, he said with some confusion, "But how come you're already sweating? Like that Sakazuki guy running for 2 hours might just be the warm-up, right?" Ortolan stroked his chin and pondered. "Because I was bearing weights," Ortolan replied. Squirrel laughed heartily, patting the metallic weights strapped to his abdomen, grinning. "Don't joke around. That's just a warhammer. Look at mine. It's made of special alloy mixed with rare Kyunjin stone powder. Each one weighs 200 kilograms, and I have 4 of them strapped on. Now that's what I call weight." One must say that everyone in the pirate world is a monster. In the original world, Squirrel's physical strength alone would easily surpass others. However, now Ortolan shyly smiled, removed his warhammer, and gently placed it in front of Squirrel, raising his hand to gesture for him to try it. Squirrel, being straightforward, marched up without a word, grasped the hammer's handle with both hands, and pulled hard, only to find he couldn't lift it. In the past, inheriting the bloodline of Charlotte Lin, although not born with divine strength, he was still incredibly strong, almost unable to lift this thing. Squirrel was indeed inferior to Korea in strength and couldn't move it at all. "What is this? You didn't apply some devil fruit ability to it, did you? How could it be this heavy?" Squirrel asked Ortolan incredulously. 5 pieces of Kyunjin stone, Ortolan replied calmly. Fire Mountain recalled Squirrel's proud declaration about the mixed Kyunjin stone powder and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Squirrel's face turned slightly red, but soon after he patted Ortolan's arm and said, "Impressive, impressive. Just based on this, I completely acknowledge your status as a special recruit. Truly, everyone who gets specially recruited is a monster." Due to not being a registered member, the Navy has temporarily not assigned Ortolan any accommodation. Fortunately, he has Carp to guide him, allowing him to stay directly in the courtyard-level residence enjoyed by Carp, a naval hero and vice admiral. After all, it was vacant, and even Carp, who had always slept in his office, has exceptionally moved back to live there. Upon hearing this news, the flying squirrel was enviously gnashing its teeth. "Damn natural type," the flying squirrel exclaimed in frustration and jealousy. Ortolan's understanding of the Navy was rather superficial, mostly based on his prior impressions. He was unaware of many aspects of it, so when he met the flying squirrel and Fire Mountain, he intentionally sought to befriend them and establish good relations. Faced with Ortolan, a peculiar talent, who was specially recruited, the flying squirrel and Fire Mountain also wished to build a good rapport with him. After all, barring any accidents, Ortolan would certainly be of a higher rank than them in the future. With mutual affection, this brief morning training quickly brought the two sides to a point of close familiarity, at least on the surface. Through this morning's interaction, the Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain learned that Aodolin was indeed known as the Invincible Natural Type, an ability user of the Thunder Fruit. If the previous special recruitment only made the Flying Squirrel a bit envious, then this new ability nearly made him feel like he was being torn apart. What does it mean to have a natural type ability? Although in the eyes of the top-tier powerhouses natural types are not considered exceptionally powerful in comparison, there have appeared many formidable experts in the superhuman and animal types that rival or even surpass natural types. However, in the general consensus of the sea, natural types are fundamentally seen as formidable, ranking among the top. Especially in recent years within the Navy, the trend of admiration for natural types has become even more evident. The reason is that in recent years the Navy has produced 3 natural type monsters, namely the future 3 admirals Kazan of the Ice Fruit, Borsalino of the Glint Fruit, and Sakazuki of the Magma Fruit. Although everyone in the Navy agrees that these 3 are not monsters merely because they became natural type users, but rather they were already monsters who became natural type users, hence their overwhelming might. The causal relationship must not be mistaken, but regardless, the admiration for natural types remains very strong. Everyone fantasizes that if it were not for those 3 but themselves who had consumed those powerful natural abilities, would they also be as formidable as they are now? In short, within the Navy's hierarchy, there is currently great admiration for natural types. Under such circumstances, the emergence of Aodolin claiming to be the pinnacle of natural type abilities as a Thunderfruit user can only be imagined how the Flying Squirrel and the others felt upon learning that he was a Thunderfruit user. At present, Aodolin is just a freeloader in the Navy without an official position and has to wait for half a month before enrolling. Therefore, he has nothing much to do on ordinary days, while the Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain originally had rather busy tasks. After all, they are both Rear Admiral-level naval personnel. Based on the intelligence conclusions drawn from their conversations this morning, the Rear Admirals in the Navy can be said to be the main force maintaining stability at sea, tasked with a plethora of trivial and busy assignments. The real officers above the rank of captain, such as commodores and above, simply do not have the time to handle these trivial matters, while the officers of the rank of captain and below lack the requisite experience and qualifications. Thus, rear admirals stuck in this awkward position between ranks have become the main players in handling these affairs. The Flying Squirrel often complains that his tasks mostly involve fixed patrols in certain sea areas, and in the course of patrolling, any trivial matters encountered by the dispersed fleets often need to be reported to him for screening. Among those deemed more important, he then reports to the higher-ranking commodores, and if they cannot handle it, it goes up the chain until it finally reaches the hands of the admiral. Through the Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain, Aodolin gradually came to understand the entire operational system of the Navy. Fortunately, these 2 guys have already been confirmed to join the officer training camp in half a month, thus freeing themselves from the daily busy work, essentially allowing them to take a paid vacation for half a month before directly enrolling. This provided them the time to leisurely chat with Aodolin for an entire morning. Under normal circumstances, sometimes they could not even make it for the 4 o'clock training and would head straight to work. Because they woke up early, the cafeteria was not yet open at that time, but after their morning exercise, they just managed to catch the timing to go eat at the cafeteria. Soon the Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain led Aodolin to the cafeteria. There are many public cafeterias for the Navy on Marineford, basically one in each building, but the daily meals are quite similar, so the Flying Squirrel and the others would casually enter whichever cafeteria was closer. Just sit here and hold a place for us. Fire Mountain and I will go get the food, the Flying Squirrel said as he firmly pushed Aodolin down onto a chair at a table, clearly assigning him a task. I have to say, this guy is quite enthusiastic. Aodolin did not decline his goodwill. After all, he didn't have a meal card. Carp, that careless fellow, seemed utterly unaware of these trivial details. As a big shot in the Navy, he usually has exquisite meals delivered to him. Unless he occasionally feels like it, how could he possibly come to the mess to fight for food with others? While Aodolin was sitting there waiting for the Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain, a voice with a hint of friendly teasing came from behind him. Excuse me, young man, would you mind if I sit here? Aodolin turned to look and saw a man with a voluminous, explosive hairstyle standing behind him with a plate of food. This man Aodolin recognized at a glance was evidently the youthful Kazan. Aodolin smiled, saying, "Vice Admiral Kazan, please take a seat." Thank you." Kazan placed his plate down and said with a grin, "Is my fame already so well known?" Being called by name by someone he met for the first time made him feel a bit proud. Within the Navy, especially among the elites at Navy headquarters, Kazan and others are quite famous. However, in the grand scheme of the sea, while they are promising talents, they are still merely rear admirals, not particularly dazzling figures. Thus, Kazan's words were not meant to be humorous. He genuinely felt a bit of this sentiment. "Mr. Carp always mentions you while we're on the road. He speaks of you with great pride." Aodolin added in agreement. Kazan was slightly taken aback, and upon looking at Eodolin again, there was more warmth in his gaze. He smiled and said, I met Mr. Carp last night, and he mentioned you quite a bit too. Natural-type thunderfruit user, and your formidable physical prowess among other things. Kazan leaned a bit closer to Eodolin, whispering, Conqueror's Hockey. In short, he said you are the most talented person he has seen in years. Just hearing about it makes me a bit envious. After a pause, Kazan continued, I originally thought given all those accolades you would probably be quite a domineering person. After all, Mr. Carp said you are only 18, but to my surprise you seem rather amicable. Eodolin calculated the time and replied, I can still be friendly for about another month or so. Kazan, what do you mean by that? Is this some kind of favorability task? In the bewildered gaze of Kazan, Eodolin continued, I have a mental condition, so after a month I will probably enter a violent phase and my temperament will be quite. Kazan's face twitched for a moment, then he said, Mr. Carp never mentioned this to me. I will be mindful of that time period and avoid provoking you. At this moment Kazan was quite flustered. What to do? It seems my colleague has intermittent mental illness. The key is that his potential is very strong. If he becomes powerful in the future and his mental illness acts up, won't we weak colleagues tremble in fear under his violence? But soon Kazan thought of an even more serious problem. In half a month Eodolin will enter the officer training camp, and a month later he will start to go berserk. Isn't that directly entering the phase of campus violence? Moreover, according to Mr. Carp, although this guy has not undergone systematic training, yet he is quite strong. Once he enters the officer training camp, the surrounding people who are relatively outstanding and capable, including the flying squirrel, are they really able to handle Eodolin? The officer training camp is situated in a small low building next to the sports field. Originally, this 3-story building served as the Navy's dormitory, but it has become quite old and was unoccupied for some time. Later, Admiral Zephyr chose this location as his desired teaching building, and it recently underwent a series of renovations. After a 2-week wait, Eodolin finally joined the Navy Headquarters Officer Training Camp, becoming a member of its inaugural class. On the very day he established his student status here, he automatically acquired the rank of Colonel in the Navy Headquarters. Once he earns enough credits here and graduates with Admiral Zephyr's approval, he will be immediately promoted to Brigadier General, becoming a naval commander of the same rank as the likes of Weasel. However, by that time Weasel and Fire Mountain are likely to have already become majors. But Eodolin does not mind these things. He joined the Navy halfway through, and being able to start at such a high rank is already quite impressive. This is thanks to Carp and Zephyr not being concerned about his background. As it stands, there are not many people in the Navy who are aware of his identity, probably just a few high-ranking officials. A few days ago, while chatting with Kazan, Eodolin vaguely mentioned this topic. Judging by Kazan's expression, he likely did not know about Eodolin's identity, indicating that the confidentiality level is still quite good. As one of the hard-working trio, Eodolin got up early today to exercise and then met up with Weasel and Fire Mountain. After finishing their workout, the three immediately went to the cafeteria for a meal and then hurried to the school. In the first officer training camp, there is only one class. Admiral Zephyr feels that if all goes well, future officer training camps will only accept one class of members each year until it is officially approved as a higher military academy of the Navy Headquarters. The classroom is not large, it is merely a classroom formed by combining 3 dormitories. When Eodolin and the others arrived, there was no one else in the class. Do you not know who else is joining this training camp? Eodolin casually asked Weasel, who was sitting next to him. Weasel was tidying up his suit, hoping to make a good impression on Admiral Zephyr. After hearing Eodolin's question, he replied, I know a little. I heard that Ghost, Spider, Dalmatia, and Doberman, who are also brigadier generals like me and Fire Mountain, are also first-year students. However, our relations with them are not very harmonious, so we are not very familiar. I also heard that there might be some good candidates selected from outside the headquarters, but I don't know them. As for those below Brigadier General, there seem to be a few from the headquarters, such as Colonel Strollabili, and who else? Weasel glanced at Fire Mountain, who was rolling a cigar. Noticing Weasel's gaze, Fire Mountain slowly said, There's also Colonel Steele and Colonel Kesha, but I don't know anyone else. By the way, why are you rolling a cigar here? It might affect Admiral Zephyr's first impression of you. Weasel chided, exasperated. I heard that Admiral Zephyr likes cigars very much. He might actually appreciate me. Fire Mountain laughed heartily. Seeing Weasel and Fire Mountain arguing again, Eodolin was already accustomed to it. These two fellows are like that. Although they often bicker, their relationship is quite good. However, from Weasel's words, it seems that currently the two of them do not have much understanding of their fellow colleagues who are also rear admirals in the Navy headquarters, and they have not interacted much. But after thinking about it, Eodolin found it quite normal. After all, these individuals are either brigadier generals or colonel officers. Such ranks are quite common in the Navy headquarters, especially in the office building of Justice Fortress, where you can see them everywhere. Only by gradually advancing to the real general ranks, such as Major General, might there be more interactions. Once everyone becomes a Lieutenant General, while they may not be top-tier figures, they will be genuine, high-ranking naval officers. With a limited number of them, they will naturally become more familiar with one another. Moreover, Ortolan could vaguely sense the arrogance from Weasel and Fire Mountain. The reason they could get along well with him is that Ortolan can keep up with, and even surpass their level. For others, if they cannot keep up, they wouldn't bother wasting time making friends. Seeing that Weasel and Fire Mountain had stopped arguing, Ortolan asked again. You just mentioned that your relations with some brigadier generals are not very harmonious. What do you mean? Do you have conflicts? Weasel's attention was drawn back to Ortolan. He shook his head and said there are no conflicts. It can only be said that our thoughts and views are somewhat different, which makes it hard to get along sometimes. Occasionally during meetings we might even argue over these conceptual issues. Is it due to faction reasons? Ortolan chuckled. Weasel was slightly stunned for a moment, then nodded, saying, You could say that. Speaking of which, you seem to know about our Navy's factions. It seems Mr. Carp has talked to you about this. Carp did not mention these things to Ortolan. He probably didn't want to talk about such trivial matters. However, Ortolan did not expose this, but instead expressed great interest, saying, Tell me more. Mr. Carp is not very keen on discussing these topics. Weasel, who was quite chatty, at least in his younger days, became excited as soon as he saw Ortolan's interest and said, Our Navy is generally divided into 3 factions: the Hawk faction, the Dove faction, and the Neutral faction. Each represents different stances and viewpoints. For instance, the Hawk faction holds very firm views advocating for an eye, absolute justice, and so on. This group of Navy personnel tends to be cold-blooded and not very friendly to the grassroots members. In contrast, the Dove faction opposes the Hawk faction's hardline stance. They advocate for more peaceful resolutions to problems through non-violent means and promote timely justice, being less radical and more peaceful. Lastly, there's the Neutral faction, which essentially maintains a certain balance, or to put it bluntly, they just want to muddle through things. From Weasel's description, Ortolan could tell that he was definitely biased and subjective, and he was most likely a candidate from the Dove faction. Who are the upper echelons of these 3 factions? Ortolan asked quietly. Weasel was also cautious about this relatively sensitive question. After glancing around to see if anyone was coming, he continued, The scale of the 3 factions is not large. Only officers at the level of Major General and above can truly interact with and join these factions. As for us Brigadier Generals, we mostly just hear rumors and understand a bit as a reference for future choices. Regarding your question about the upper echelons, I'm just sharing gossip I've heard. You can just listen for fun. Ortolan nodded, indicating it was fine, and then Weasel continued. It is said that the Hawk faction currently does not have a true leader, but before being appointed as Marshal Steelbone was a big shot in the Hawk faction. However, as a marshal he cannot have any bias, so he resigned from the leadership of the Hawk faction. Thus, as of now, the Hawk faction has no true leader, yet it is still thriving by relying on Steelbone's prestige and influence. What about the Dove faction? Ortolan asked. The Dove faction was initially quite strong. Admiral Zephyr and Mr. Carp are both leaders of the Dove faction, but some years ago Admiral Zephyr underwent some changes and seems to have shifted his views. He is now the leader of the Neutral faction. However, at the same time he has lost interest in these factions, so although he is nominally one of the leaders of the Neutral faction, in reality, he does not participate in any factional struggles. So now the strongest faction is the Neutral faction? Ortolan asked in surprise. Yes, the martial stance is certainly that of the Neutral faction, and Admiral Sengoku seems to have started as a leading force in the Neutral faction. With Admiral Zephyr's reputation backing him, everyone believes Admiral Sengoku will surely become the next marshal, making the Neutral faction very strong. Weasel nodded. Political groups, no matter their size, cannot be entirely homogeneous. It is very normal for there to be various views and factions within. Though the Navy is a violent organization, it is also undoubtedly a political group. Given its massive scale and over 800 years of development, how could there not be factional struggles? Today, Ortolan gathered first-hand information about these factions within the Navy from Weasel. He originally wanted to ask a few more questions, but just then the classroom door was opened and several Navy officers walked in together. They must be the new classmates. At first, when he heard the dormouse mention something about classes, Ortolian subconsciously thought there would be dozens of people. However, when all the classmates had gathered and General Zephyr stood on the podium, Ortolian suddenly realized that his impression of a class was completely different from what the dormouse described. The class referred to by the dormouse consisted of only about 10 people. Moreover, Ortolian could recognize most of them. There was no need to mention their trio. The other arriving students included Ghost Spider, Daberman, Dalmatia, Stolo, Belly Steel, Rez, and Kaisha, all members of the Navy headquarters. Following closely behind was a person not from the Navy headquarters, someone they all didn't recognize. However, Ortolian knew him. He looked somewhat sleazy not just because of his appearance, but also due to his habit of hunching his shoulders and lowering his head. His name was Kaji. Among the naval officers from the headquarters, Kaji, who came from a branch, was indeed very inconspicuous. However, Ortolian knew that among these people Kaji would eventually stand out the most. He not only became a vice admiral in the Navy headquarters, but was also a candidate for admiral. Previously, when Ortolian heard the name Colonel Kaisha, he thought it was a girl, and he felt a slight anticipation. However, it turned out that Kaisha was actually a man, and surprisingly, he was a golden-haired handsome guy, the only man in this class who could rival Ortolian's looks. As it stands, the entire class was composed of men. There wasn't a single girl. On the podium, General Zephyr cheerfully took off his sunglasses, looked down at everyone seated, and said, "Is everyone here?" After scanning the room, Zephyr raised an eyebrow and said, "We're still missing one." At this statement, many naval officers in the class were surprised. There was still one missing. Who was so bold as to be late? Even Ortolian was a bit shocked. Usually being late at such a moment was the role of the protagonist in a story, but shouldn't that protagonist be me? There was actually someone more arrogant than me. How careless I arrived early. Just then, as if on cue, the classroom door was pulled open, and in walked a female naval officer in a pink suit, revealing her long legs and a rather provocative figure. She leaned against the door, panting, and boldly declared, Sorry, General Zephyr. I had urgent intelligence to report, so I arrived a bit late." As soon as the female naval officer finished speaking, before General Zephyr could respond, Kaji, who was sitting in the last row, stood up, as if he had taken something, bowed deeply, and extended a hand towards the female officer, saying, "Nice to meet you. I am Kaji, a colonel from the G6 Naval Base. Although I do not yet know your name, I must say, please go out with me." Ortolian instantly recognized this female naval officer as the future admiral candidate, Peach Rabbit Shine. However, he still did not expect Kaji to be such a bold person. Did he confess without considering the situation? After Kaji finished speaking, the naval officers in the class seemed to have reacted. Each one looked at Kaji with admiration and disbelief, and some even had a hint of jealousy in their eyes. Indeed, it was that little dormouse. Damn it, I was the first. The dormouse gritted his teeth. Ortolian quietly asked, "What are you talking about?" "A month ago, I was lucky enough to obtain important intelligence in the outer sea, so I got to personally visit the intelligence office and got in touch with the beautiful Cheyenne to obtain her snail phone." The dormouse gritted his teeth. Beside him, Fire Mountain timely exposed, "It's the shared snail phone of the 2nd Intelligence Department." "What's the difference? After all, it's Cheyenne answering the snail phone." The dormouse shot a glare at Fire Mountain, and then turned to Ortolian, saying, "I was thinking that when the opportunity arose, I would invite her out for a meal or something. I didn't expect to be preempted by someone." Ortolian couldn't help but retort. "Cough." The dormouse said somewhat awkwardly, "Isn't it, because I was under a lot of psychological pressure? Only this kind of naive outsider would dare to be so direct." "So Cheyenne is quite popular?" Ortolian asked. "She is known as the flower of the Navy headquarters. What do you think? Those who want to pursue her can line up from Marineford to Mariehua, but unfortunately, so far no one has succeeded." The dormouse replied without hesitation. At this moment, Cheyenne seemed to have recovered from her shock, looked towards Kaji, and politely shook her head, saying, "Sorry, you are not my type." As soon as Cheyenne rejected him, the male naval officers in the class all became animated, and some even clapped their hands. Ortolian followed the sound, and found it was Ghost Spider. It was hard to tell if this guy had been wearing a cold and aloof expression since entering, but unexpectedly, he was so enthusiastic behind the scenes. Kaji seemed to be very experienced in being rejected. Upon hearing Cheyenne's response, he straightened up with a look of regret, withdrew his hand, and looked at Cheyenne, saying, "Although you rejected me now, it must be because we are not familiar yet. Once you truly understand me, you will realize what an outstanding man I am. I believe that by then you will not refuse me again. Indeed, I will not give up. Whether it takes 1 time or 100 times, I will continue to confess." In this kind of situation, with a naval general standing on the podium, to be able to say such words, Ortolian couldn't help but want to give Kaji a thumbs up. In the realm of awkward confessions, Ortolian would like to call you the strongest Kaji. Zephyr thought to himself, having been a general for so many years, what kind of scenes hadn't he seen? But at this moment, he truly felt a desire to curse. I have never seen such a scene. Just when Cheyenne didn't know how to respond to Kaji, General Zephyr timely spoke up. All right, let's stop the playful antics here. Since there is a reason for your tardiness, we shall forgive you this time. Go find a seat." "Yes, General Zephyr." Cheyenne also took the opportunity to call him teacher, and then looked towards the classroom seats. Kaji was causing trouble again. He very gentlemanly stood up, cleared the seat next to him, and gestured for Cheyenne to sit. Indeed, because Kaji was an outsider and unfamiliar with the people here, he sat in the last row, and thus only he had an empty seat next to him, allowing Cheyenne to sit directly next to him. Ortolian's deskmate, the dormouse, was about to go crazy with envy, pounding the table with a look of jealousy, wishing he could take that spot. If Kaji hadn't suddenly confessed, and made things awkward. Given Shine's character, she wouldn't have done anything disrespectful. But now she truly didn't want to sit next to Kaji, fearing it would affect her studies. Therefore, she scanned the class and seemed to find something, quickly making her way to the position where Ortolian and his group were. Seeing his goddess approaching, the Dormouse was full of joy. Could good luck be falling on me? He even glanced at Ortolian, lightly elbowing his deskmate and saying, if Cheyenne wants to sit here with me, could you please move to the back, good buddy? Fine, you owe me 5 drinks. Ortolian rolled his eyes at the heartless Dormouse. No problem, 50 times is fine. The Dormouse immediately agreed. At this moment, Cheyenne approached the Dormouse with a smile and greeted him. Dormouse, Colonel, long time no see. The Dormouse's heart jolted. Did she recognize me? He forced a very friendly smile and said, Colonel Cheyenne, long time no see. Is there anything I can help you with? Such as helping you get rid of my deskmate? I know you're too shy to ask, but it's no problem, I'm very willing to help. Cheyenne, seeing how accommodating the Dormouse was pleasantly surprised and nodded, saying, yes, I hope you can switch seats with me. My eyesight isn't very good, and I really don't want to sit in the last row. Is that okay? Is that okay? The Dormouse's face twitched slightly. It really wasn't very okay. But looking at Cheyenne's expectant expression, the Dormouse ultimately couldn't bring himself to refuse, forcing a smile and saying, of course, no problem. My eyesight is exceptionally good. I can see the blackboard clearly no matter where I sit. Everyone is an adult and all are professionals. So many things can be passed over with a laugh without any particular grievances. This fellow, the flying squirrel, fulfilled his wish by helping his goddess, sitting in the last row, becoming a desk mate with Jiajian, while Aolchalin directly took over the flying squirrel's inheritance and dreams, becoming a desk mate with Ziyuan. However, it was obvious that this was not the time for communication. After Ziyuan sat down, General Zifa tapped the podium, drawing everyone's attention. I am very pleased to see our naval elites here, still vibrant, full of sunshine and joy. Zifa first teased. The onlookers in the class chuckled a few times as if to give face to General Zifa. However, the previous events were indeed quite amusing. Your selection to join our first officer training camp fully demonstrates that you are all outstanding individuals within our Navy. I hope that you as outstanding individuals can humble yourselves and take on the role of learners to study under me. This training camp has consumed a lot of my energy, and I have even put aside my reputation to invite excellent seniors to teach you on time, including, but not limited to, Chief Staff Ahe, Vice Admiral Karp, and General Sengoku. General Zifa said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone became excited. Among the officers present, although they were all outstanding within the same naval rank, their positions were still quite low, mostly captains and brigadiers. Only someone like Ziyuan with connections to Chief Staff Ahe could frequently interact with big names like Sengoku and Karp to learn something. The rest, including Aolchalin, were mere foot soldiers. On ordinary days, let alone learning from those big names, even meeting them was quite difficult. No admiral would often mingle with unrelated brigadiers or colonels. From this, one can see how valuable this training camp is. Including Zifa himself, the teachers he mentioned earlier, if placed not just in the Navy, but in the whole world, are top tier. Zifa went on to explain some rules, which were basically similar to the Navy's regulations. Everyone had no questions, and Aolchalin also understood the gist with no objections. Then Teacher Zifa began to talk about the core curriculum. What elements do you need to master to become an excellent naval leader? Zifa asked the students present. Strength, powerful strength, the ability to annihilate evil and suppress crime. The guy named Ghost Spider immediately answered. Zifa nodded, and then Fire Mountain spoke up, saying, overall vision, strategic literacy, justice and a sense of responsibility, caring for subordinates. A whole bunch of answers came out, and Zifa nodded in agreement. After a long time, seeing that the class had quieted down, Zifa continued, strength, military literacy, sense of justice, sense of responsibility, overall vision, these are all necessary, and what we are here to learn. After a brief pause, Zifa took out a syllabus and said, regarding strength, the tutorials we will conduct later include, but are not limited to, swordsmanship, hockey, physical techniques, and ability development guidance. You can choose the areas you are good at and interested in for elective courses. Of course, if you believe you have ample energy and have already mastered some techniques, you can also take them all. Teacher Zifa, how can one graduate from these subjects? Asked the flying squirrel sitting in the last row. There is no rigid standard. If I had to say, it would depend on my subjective judgment, Zifa replied calmly, stroking his chin. In other words, if Teacher Zifa thinks you are not capable, then you are not, with no formal reasoning. This may sound unreasonable, but no one raised any objections. This is the Navy style. Then Zifa went on to explain the distinctions among these subjects. In swordsmanship, the Navy has seen many great swordsmen over its 800 years, each leaving behind their essence of swordsmanship. Within the Navy, there are numerous swordsmanship masters. One could even say that due to the tradition of wielding command swords, most leaders of the rank of Rear Admiral and above have some knowledge of swordsmanship. However, Aolchalin remembered that although there were many swordsmen in the subsequent navy, there seemed to be very few top-tier swordsmen. Boris Areno should count as one as he fought evenly with Rayleigh in swordsmanship, but his brilliance and strength mainly manifested through the powers of the devil fruit. Ziyuan should also count as one, right? As for the rest, Aolchalin didn't have much impression. Aside from swordsmanship, hockey goes, without saying it does not differ much from other powers. The classification is as it is with no sex to speak of. Then there are physical techniques, and the most noteworthy among them is the Navy's basic training method known as the 6 styles of the Navy. Indeed, the powerful 6 styles of the Navy is in Zifa's words merely a basic training method. The purpose of this 6 styles is to allow practitioners to deepen their mastery over their own bodies through these techniques. That is the main focus. The flashy techniques like shave moonwalk and pointing gun are merely derivatives. Achieving a deep mastery of the 6 styles, thus gaining control over one's hair and blood, things that normally cannot be controlled by oneself, is where true superhuman status lies. Only by reaching this level can one have an advantage over ordinary people in higher-end techniques like hockey. The 6 styles of the Navy can be considered the basic textbook of the Navy, so its prevalence is very high. Because of this, it has circulated quite a bit, and the level of confidentiality is not very high. Even some pirates know a move or two. However, the Navy has never particularly cared about these. The feeling of letting it circulate is based on the fundamental reason that techniques like pointing gun and moonwalk are not core elements. The core lies in the unity of the 6 styles and the unity of mind and body in various advanced techniques. Advanced techniques for comprehensive mastery over the body. Development of abilities following physical techniques is due to the large base of the Navy with many ability users and a long history accumulating a wealth of various experiences and points about ability development. One could say that almost every recorded devil fruit ability can find relevant development training records within the Navy. It's that exaggerated. Aolchalin had previously asked about this aspect. Does the Navy have any relevant experience regarding his thunder fruit? Teacher Zifa confidently told Aolchalin that throughout the Navy's history of over 800 years, including Aolchalin himself, there have been a total of 3 users of the thunder fruit. The first 2 left behind relevant training notes, and the most recent one was the strongest at sea 200 years ago, who once ranked as an admiral known as the White Yasha. If Aolchalin is interested, he can apply to observe their development notes afterward. It was at this moment that Aolchalin finally appreciated the depth of the Navy. This is not something a conventional force can compare with. Whether it be Shiki's pirate crew or Big Mom's pirate crew, even the Whitebeard pirate crew, which would later be known for suppressing an entire era of the New World, cannot compare to the Navy in terms of depth. It is simply impossible for Aolchalin to obtain any reference manuals or notes on the development of the thunder fruit from them. This is the gap in depth. While strength is important, we do not only focus on strength. Each subject has its own fixed score. There are also scores for tactics, strategy, military literacy, nautical knowledge, and other cultural courses. In fact, as long as you accumulate enough scores to graduate, even if you are weak in strength, I can still approve your graduation, grant you the corresponding military rank, and recommend you to suitable departments. Zifa emphasized again. Graduation here is based on a credit system, not a time limit. As long as you have enough credits, you can graduate quickly, and there are no mandatory credits such as needing to achieve a certain score in a specific subject. Even if you are a complete novice, if you are well-versed in astronomy and geography, and have high military literacy and strategic level, you can still graduate. Similarly, even if you cannot read and are just a hot-headed person, if you are incredibly strong and can accumulate enough credits, you can also graduate through sheer force. In General Zifa's view, whether one excels in combat or in academics, both are talents for the Navy and have suitable positions for them to hold. Teaching according to the individual, cultivating all-around excellent officers and leaders. That is the original intention behind General Zifa's establishment of this officer training camp. Navy Headquarters, Marine Ford, the Fleet Admiral's office. Present were Jean Guakapu Ahe, the chief advisor, and Admiral Zifa. Not only them, but the 3 rear admirals Sakasuki Bulisalinuo and Kazan were also in attendance. Under normal circumstances, such high-level naval councils would not admit rear admirals, yet these 3 were no ordinary rear admirals. They each bore a certain intimacy with the Navy's greats. Kazan, for instance, though not Kapu's adjutant, had long been Kapu's little shadow, and something like a disciple, trailing him on missions and training at his side. Bulisalinuo served directly as Jean was adjutant, a relationship between them as intimate as that between Bagade and Kapu, which spoke to a deep trust. As for Sakasuki, he had ties with Fleet Admiral Steelbone. With the hawkish faction lacking a clear leader, Sakasuki stood as a staunch pillar of that wing, and Steelbone, once a leader among the Hawks, held him in high regard. Ahe, the chief advisor, began handing out reports to the gathered officers. Examine this. The conflict between Luo Jie's pirate crew and Baihuzi's fleet contains many baffling anomalies. Kapu, who had long been fascinated by Luo Jie, quickly skimmed the documents. They fought on that desolate island for 3 days and 3 nights, and in the end Luo Jie's men took Baihuzi's 2nd Division captain with them. Kapu finished reading first and burst out in astonishment. Impossible. Baihuzi is not the sort to allow one of his comrades to be carried off. Ahe replied, that is precisely what makes this situation incredible. First, Luo Jie managed to take a man from Nogoite. Second, to this day Baihuzi's fleet has issued no statement and has acted as if nothing happened. It suggests some agreement may have been reached with Luo Jie, yet they have not stripped the 2nd Division captain of his post. Zifa interjected. This man called Guangyue Yutian. He is said to be the son of Heziguo's general, is he not? Could he have ties with Kaido? Zifa asked the question aloud, seeking clarity from his colleagues. Ahe answered in a low voice, Heziguo is a whirlpool of secrets, a nation that has long kept itself closed. Now it is occupied by the Baisho pirate crew. What truly transpires there, whether their general, yet lives no one can say. But Guangyue Yutian was indeed the general's son. We have investigated the Guangyue clan were the stonemason family, who forged the so-called history text. History text. Kapu's face suddenly registered comprehension. Kapu continued, now that you mention it, Aochaluan once told me that Luo Jie and his crew stormed Cake Island to steal the history text from Xiaoyuo Lingling. He added, and from what I have tracked, Luo Jie's crew has been collecting such artifacts for some time. Zhang Gui stroked his chin. The ancient script on those history texts is said to be indecipherable, but if Guangyue Yutian is indeed heir to the stonemason clan, perhaps he can read it. In that case, Luo Jie and his men may be seeking to unravel the mysteries of the Void Century. Zhang added with a shrug, history to me matters little. Fleet Admiral Steelbone shook his head, though his gaze grew grave. Rumor holds that the history texts record the locations of ancient weapons. That is what worries me. Kapu was quick to reply, without hesitation. I am not saying this from any firm stance, but Luo Jie is not the type to resurrect ancient weapons. Steelbone rapped his knuckles on the table and countered, whether he would and whether he could are entirely different matters, Kapu. He continued, at present it seems Shurji may understand Luo Jie's motives better than we do. His move to block Luo Jie in the Aidwoer Sea likely has ties to these history texts and the matter of ancient arms. Zhang sipped the tea at his side and spoke. In any case, we must raise the threat level regarding Luo Jie's crew. Since this touches on the history text and the stonemason clan, it certainly needs to be reported to higher authorities. Admiral Zifa nodded in agreement. After all, the higher-ups remain ever wary of that Void Century and the so-called history texts. The Void Century sounded mystical, but for many of the Navy's greats it held little personal curiosity. One reason was institutional. As servants of the world government, their stance made probing those matters inconvenient, and over time their interest waned. Another reason was practical. History is history. Men must look forward, the present and the future demand their attention. Fleet Admiral Steelbone finally instructed, Xiao, keep a close eye on Luo Jie's crew. Monitor them without fail. Ahe smirked and complained, Zifa took all my most capable assistants as trainees. I cannot promise the same level of efficiency and intelligence now. The room broke into laughter at that, and Zifa answered with a helpless smile, once she returns trained, she will only be more useful to you, Ahe. At that moment Zhang curious asked, by the way, while I was away, Kapu brought back a remarkable youngster, did he not? How is that child faring? He asked plainly, what has become of that boy? Zifa sighed with admiration. Although I have only taught him for half a month, there is no doubt he is a genius. Not only does he possess extraordinary physical talent and potential in combat, but in academics, he is outstanding as well. His capacity for learning is exceptional. He is both scholar and warrior. Zifa cast a glance at Zhang, for if one were to name the Navy's archetypal scholar-warrior, Zhang himself, lauded as the strategic admiral, would be the exemplar. Zhang's martial prowess was unquestioned, a premier fighting force among admirals and a mythical beast type. Yet he also commanded the reputation of a brilliant strategist, a perfect Navy commander in every respect. Now Zifa confessed that he saw Zhang's shadow in Bane Aochaluan. It was very possible that Aochaluan would become the next admiral to rival Zhang in distinction. Kapu expressed surprise. He excels at the academic side as well. I have been so busy I had not paid him much mind. Zifa described him further. He shows relentless enthusiasm. Most cadets once assigned study tasks manage merely to complete them. This boy finishes quickly and then extends beyond the material. Though broad and rugged in build, he loves books and knowledge. He has taken several of my course books, and when I later quizzed him on their key points, he answered fluently and drew connections at once. Zifa paused, then added, I once thought Ziyuan would be the first to graduate as top of the class. Now it appears Aochaluan may claim that honor instead. Yet Zifa also voiced concern. These past days his temper has seemed off. Yesterday, because Daoboman spoke too loudly in class and disturbed Aochaluan's reading, Aochaluan lost his temper and nearly beat Daoboman for such a trivial thing. Kazan, who had been listening with interest, paused to calculate the calendar and then observed, "Come to think of it, there is barely a month until this year's second full moon. Aochaluan must be entering his manic phase now." Bolusalinhuo peered at Kazan with curiosity. "Manic phase?" he asked, puzzled. Kazan explained. In his own words, he suffers from intermittent psychiatric episodes. About a month before the full moon twice each year his mood grows agitated and he becomes difficult to restrain. "Zifa, you must watch him closely or campus violence might ensue." Kazan's admonition hung in the air like a quiet alarm. No sooner had Kazan finished than Ziwan flung open the Fleet Admiral's office door and burst in breathless and frantic. "Zifa, trouble. Daoboman together with Gazizu and Dermaxia have gone to pick a fight with Aochaluan to settle yesterday's score. They are brawling now at the training grounds." Zifa, momentarily stunned, rose to his feet, glanced toward Kazan, and thought to himself, could it be actual campus violence? The commotion caused by Zephyr would not be overlooked by the returning General Sengoku and the mischievous Carp. Under the guidance of Xion, the three hurried towards the training ground, followed by Kazan, who was equally eager to witness the spectacle. As for the others, they had their own matters to attend to and did not get involved. When Zephyr and the others arrived at the training ground, a large group of students and numerous Navy personnel training there had already formed a crowd around the demonstration area, all watching in excitement. "The general is here, make way," called out a few sharp-eyed Navy officers, quickly clearing a path for Sengoku and the others. Before they even entered, they could already hear the rumbling, thunderous sounds from within. Fortunately, their tall stature allowed them to see over the crowd and catch a glimpse of the situation inside. Inside, Ortolan was wearing a black tank top showcasing his muscular physique and wielding a war hammer wrapped in lightning-like silver radiance, swinging it around powerfully. Wherever the heavy hammer passed, the air let out a sharp, whistling sound. Upon closer inspection, it should have been a three-person team facing Ortolan, but now only Dalmesia and Ghost Spider were frantically dodging Ortolan's hammer, while the instigator Daberman was already lying at the edge of the arena, receiving emergency treatment from several medical Navy personnel. Shiryan grabbed a nearby Navy officer and asked, "What happened? How is Major Dalberman?" As soon as Major Dalberman entered the arena, he tried to take on that muscle-bound man's warhammer Hedon. As a result, with just one swing, he was sent flying. "I'm not too clear on the specifics, but it looked like one of his arm bones was broken and several ribs were likely fractured as well. He coughed up quite a bit of blood and tried to struggle to his feet, but couldn't. The medical personnel rushed to treat him." Shiryan was somewhat astonished. Dalberman was no minor character. Among the headquarters majors, he was a first-rate powerhouse. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen as an exceptional candidate for Zephyr's training camp. Furthermore, Dalberman was quite notorious among the majors, known as Mad Dog. One could tell from the numerous scars on his body that he was quite ferocious in battle, and yet this formidable character was taken down in a single blow by Ortolan. As for Daberman's injuries, neither Shiryan nor the headquarters officer, let alone the two generals Zephyr and Sengoku, were too concerned, because the Navy's medical capabilities were strong and there were plenty of medical specialists available. As long as you weren't killed on the spot, you would definitely recover under the conditions provided by the headquarters. Just as Shiryan was astonished, another change occurred on the battlefield. As Ghost Spider dodged Ortolan's heavy hammer, he swiftly closed in on him, the blade in his hand flashing with cold light aimed at Ortolan's wrist. This indicated that there was still some restraint in their exchanges. Had this been on the battlefield, that strike would have definitely targeted the neck. Ortolan's eyes were fiery and bloodshot, but he hadn't completely lost his rationality like a raging bull during the full moon. Thus, he could still sense the line and did not strike too viciously. As Ghost Spider swung his blade, Ortolan relaxed his grip on the hammer, freeing his hand, which was targeted, and reached out to grab the blade's edge with great force. In the next second, Ortolan grasped the blade, but Ghost Spider remained calm, as if he had been waiting for Ortolan's move. He exerted force, and the two began to grapple directly. This left Ortolan feeling puzzled. Something was off. Daberman's incident had already proven his innate strength, and Ghost Spider's earlier dodging suggested he had some insight. How could he dare to grapple with him now? Before Ortolan could further contemplate, he saw Ghost Spider's long black hair, which had fallen to his waist, suddenly come alive, spreading towards Ortolan like a spider's web or fishing net, swiftly ensnaring all four of Ortolan's limbs. At the moment Ghost Spider succeeded, Dalmesia let out a low growl, his form rapidly changing into that of a dog-human hybrid. Yes, this guy was a Zoan-type devil fruit user, the Inu Nomi model Dachshund. Although not a mythical or ancient type, as a carnivorous Zoan-type user, his offensive capabilities were still quite strong. With a powerful thrust of his legs, Dalmesia lunged at Ortolan like a cannonball, and with a loud thud, Ortolan who hadn't yet managed to break free from Ghost Spider's hair, was knocked to the ground by Dalmesia. His strength is too great, I can't hold him for long. Quickly lock his joints. Ghost Spider said, his voice tinged with pain. With his naturally grim expression combined with his fierce demeanor, he looked like a demon. Why was he in such agony? It was because he could feel the terrifying power of Ortolan continuously swelling, trying to break free from his hair's restraint, nearly pulling his scalp off. Joint techniques to some extent can indeed allow a weaker force to prevail against a stronger one, and Dalmesia thought the same. Though you seem to possess innate strength, I am also a zone-type user known for power. Coupled with joint techniques and Ghost Spider's hair, surely I can restrain you. However, before Dalmesia could make his next move, the sky suddenly darkened. The spectators among the Navy looked up in astonishment. Above the training ground, dark clouds rapidly gathered, resembling a black bowl, directly covering the area. What is this? Shiryan exclaimed in surprise. Thunder burial. Ortolan's furious roar echoed from the arena. The next moment, the dark clouds were instantaneously torn apart by brilliant lightning, and a lightning column with a diameter of over 10 meters descended crashing down at the center of the training ground, engulfing Ghost Spider, Dalmesia, and Ortolan. Although they did not experience the power of the lightning column directly, the Navy present were all elite personnel from the headquarters, each possessing keen observational skills, and they could see that when the lightning struck the ground, the stones had begun to melt from the heat. As for those inside, there was no need to mention. Sure enough, just a few seconds later, Ortolan, not daring to strike too hard, had already broken free from Ghost Spider's hair restraints. He was no longer wielding the warhammer, but instead held two figures engulfed in black smoke struck by the force of the lightning. Those two figures were unmistakably Ghost Spider and Dalmesia. Perhaps due to having vented his frustrations in this campus brawl, Ortolan's expression had calmed considerably. He no longer bore that furious bull-like demeanor. 3 against 1, and all of them were countered. Oh dear, Kazan, standing beside Zephyr, remarked with a look of amusement. What's more critical is that the kid has no combat skills or experience, relying solely on brute strength and the crude application of the Thunder Fruit. Sengoku stroked his braided beard, expressing his sentiments. Whether it was Ghost Spider Daberman or Dalmesia, they were all genuine Navy majors. The Navy was adept at teamwork, and they were also experienced fighters skilled in numerous combat techniques and martial arts. In comparison to these professionals, Ortolan's combat experience was clearly lacking to the point of being nearly non-existent. His mastery of relevant combat techniques was minimal, and his fighting style was primarily rugged blows. How well he had developed the Thunder Fruit was unknown, but that earlier Thunder Burial was evidently a brutal release of energy. Under such circumstances, to take on 3 opponents and eliminate all 3 Navy majors in such a short time, Sengoku considered him a true gem. At that moment, General Zephyr suddenly spoke. Xian, send a few more people and let the Flying Squirrel team join in and continue battling him. My. Shiryan was momentarily stunned. Was General Zephyr afraid the campus wasn't violent enough? But seeing the serious expression on General Zephyr's face, she quickly nodded. Yes, teacher. Sengoku chuckled, saying, Are we already starting to refine his combat skills? It's a perfect opportunity. Let's see just how exceptional this kid's combat instincts are. Zephyr laughed heartily. Simply put, he was eager to obtain Ortolan's foundational data. Originally, the Flying Squirrel and the Fire Mountain were ready to help Ortolan retrieve the scorched Ghost Spider and Dalmesia. The reason they hadn't fought alongside Ortolan before was that he had actively declined their assistance. In fact, from the very beginning of the conflict, the Flying Squirrel and others were prepared to help. After all, besides having a good relationship with Ortolan, their relationships with the Ghost Spider and others were also not harmonious, so if something came up, they would certainly take action. However, before the Flying Squirrel could step onto the battlefield, Yuan hurried over and said, Brigadier General Flying Squirrel. Upon hearing the voice of his goddess, the Flying Squirrel's expression shifted, his steps halted, and he turned with what he believed was the most suave and handsome smile, looking at Zwan and asking, Oh, Brigadier General Zwan, what is it? Has Jiajin been bothering you again? Don't worry, I'll team up with Ortolan to deal with him later. Jiajin was standing behind the Flying Squirrel talking with the Fire Mountain, and upon hearing the Flying Squirrel's voice, he frowned and said, Bastard, we are desk mates after all, how can you treat me like this? Moreover, why don't you come find me for trouble yourself? The Fire Mountain, with a half-burnt cigar in his mouth, chuckled and replied, That's because I can't take you on alone. Jiajin feigned a look of realization and nodded seriously, saying, That's true. The military training camp had been in session for half a month, and the Flying Squirrel had been sitting at the same desk as Jiajin for the same duration. Although they were rivals in love, due to Ziyuan's indifference to both, they developed a camaraderie akin to that of brothers in hardship. Additionally, although Jiajin appeared somewhat lewd, he was actually a very generous and easygoing person. His identity from outside the main department was overlooked due to his strong performance and now everyone in the class recognized Jiajin. In the Navy, it's about whether you can deliver judged by your strength rather than your background. In short, at present Ortolan, the Flying Squirrel, and Fire Mountain formed a close-knit trio, with Jiajin enabling them to exchange harmless jokes without any issue. Ziyuan did not pay attention to the banter among the three, but stated seriously, Teacher Zifa's order is for us to take action against Ortolan and test his limits. Off. The Flying Squirrel was taken aback, glancing at the scorched ghost spider and Dalmesia in the distance, as well as the Doberman being treated by the medical navy, and then said, I think that's unnecessary, right? On the contrary, Jiajin, who was behind him, suddenly opened his eyes wide and said, if it's just one person, I wouldn't dare to say I could take Ortolan on, but if everyone joins in, I'm very interested. The Fire Mountain, with one hand resting on his waist where his sword was sheathed, patted the Flying Squirrel on the shoulder and said, if you're scared, just hide behind me later. However, with Ziyuan standing here, how could the Flying Squirrel admit to being scared? Therefore, he straightened his back and said, what nonsense are you talking about? What I mean is, with so many experts here, I'm worried Ortolan might not be able to handle it. Meanwhile, Ortolan, adhering to the principle of being gentle, placed the ghost spider and Dalmesia in front of the medical navy personnel at the sidelines and said somewhat awkwardly, thank you for your trouble. Before the medical navy could respond, Ortolan suddenly sensed a wave of crisis. His body instinctively reacted faster than his mind could process, and with a flash of electricity, he disappeared from his original spot with a burst of sparks in the air. Looking again, Jiajin, wearing wooden sandals and draped in the justice cloak of a brigadier general, unleashed a claw-like attack, but it fell short of where Ortolan had just been. Is it the ability of the Thunder Fruit that allows for such quick reactions, or is your reaction just that impressive? Jiajin remarked with some regret after his attack missed. This was supposed to be a sneak attack specifically targeting Ortolan when he was the most relaxed. Ortolan's figure had now reappeared in the training grounds, frowning as he looked at Jiajin and said, bastard, what do you want? I'm not someone easy to provoke right now, Jiajin. Although Ortolan had released a lot of his pent-up rage from earlier, he could still become very fierce again. Jiajin deliberately assumed a provocative posture and said, if you're fierce, then show me how fierce you can be, Ortolan. I feel like you're always exaggerating, saying that when you get angry you become extremely violent. Where is it? I don't see your violence. Since you feel so fierce, don't waste time talking, come at me. Such ordinary provoking words were truly stimulating for Ortolan at this moment. His eyes, which had seemingly recovered now, began to redden once more with blood vessels, making them look terrifying, especially paired with his pair of horns resembling a rampaging bull. As Ortolan's momentum grew more volatile, Jiajin swallowed slightly, but still made a provocative gesture, saying, come on, you raging little bull. Once these words were spoken, Ortolan's attention was completely focused on Jiajin. And this was exactly the effect Jiajin wanted. Ortolan roared, electricity crackling around him, preparing to charge at Jiajin, while simultaneously the Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain appeared on both sides of Ortolan's back. You go high and he'll go low, the Flying Squirrel called out. In fact, the Fire Mountain and the Flying Squirrel often fought together. Their coordination was highly synchronized. The Fire Mountain, gripping Ortolan's horns with both hands, yanked them sharply to the sides. Meanwhile, the Flying Squirrel wrapped a seafloor stone chain around Ortolan's ankles at the first opportunity. For those with abilities, the seafloor stone is a dangerous item. At this moment, Ortolan, who was touching the seafloor stone for the first time since becoming an ability user, immediately felt his body weaken. The lightning powers that coiled around him like silver snakes vanished in an instant, as if Ortolan had completely lost the powers of the Thunder Fruit. One has to say that the Flying Squirrel and his companions understood Ortolan better, and when they took action, they were fully prepared, even bringing seafloor stone chains. Unlike the Ghost Spider trio, who rushed in blindly and were easily defeated. This is called targeted action. According to the cooperation between the Flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain, their plan was for the Flying Squirrel to secure the seafloor stone on Ortolan, after which the Fire Mountain would directly apply force from behind to bring Ortolan down. Once this guy was on the ground, it would be a guaranteed victory, leaving him no chance to recover. The Fire Mountain indeed intended to do so, pulling on Ortolan's horns with the belief that due to the seafloor stone, Ortolan would not be able to withstand his strength. But what does innate strength mean? Normally, when an ability user touches the seafloor stone, they become weak and powerless. However, if they undergo rigorous training in this regard, they can develop a certain resistance. This means that even though they lose their abilities, their physical resilience can recover, no longer appearing as powerless as a puddle of mud. In the original story, Luffy and Kid had attended such a practical lesson in Kaido's training class, successfully overcoming the incapacitating effects of the seafloor stone. Ortolan hadn't taken this lesson, but his physical prowess was far beyond that of ordinary people. After the seafloor stone weakened him, he was still immensely strong. At this moment, he pushed with his feet as if they were rooted to the ground, while his head tilted back due to the Fire Mountain's pull, yet his waist remained firm, resisting the Fire Mountain's force. This action appeared simple, but it demanded a high level of physical strength and quality, causing even Zifa, who was watching, to show a hint of astonishment. At that moment, Ortolan's left hand reached down and seized the flying squirrel by the neck, while his right hand went behind him and grasped the Fire Mountain's arm. The reason he could grab them was that the flying squirrel and Fire Mountain hadn't expected Ortolan wasn't knocked down, resulting in them not dodging at all. This oversight directly caused panic to spread across their faces. Wait a minute, The flying squirrel had just prepared to say something when he felt a tremendous force at his neck, lifting him off the ground. In the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the Fire Mountain, who should have been behind Ortolan, now also being grabbed by the arm and swung into the air before crashing down with a bang. Ortolan with the flying squirrel in his left hand and the Fire Mountain in his right, his muscular arms, bulging eyes bloodshot and furious, slammed them down towards the ground. The ground shattered instantly, sending up a large cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the flying squirrel and Fire Mountain were seen like fallen vegetables, their heads planted into the ground, legs dangling weakly, unable to move. At the very moment when the smoke and dust dissipated, Jia-J's pair of squinting eyes had completely opened, shining with a sharp light, and his figure darted forward like a startled rabbit, directly rushing to the front of Aolchuan. At this moment, Aolchuan had just released the weasel and Huashishin from his left and right hands, leaving his chest wide open. Jia-Ji naturally would not miss this excellent opportunity. With one hand formed into a claw, he struck fiercely at the area just below Aolchuan's left rib. This strike, which Jia-Ji referred to as grabbing the stake, was intended as a so-called soft spot attack, aiming to penetrate Aolchuan's abdomen through its weakest area, seizing his rib, which would cause considerable pain. However, despite the good intention, as Jia-Ji's claw landed, his domineering aura nearly caused his fingers to shatter, feeling immense pain in his hand. Upon a closer look, the planned strike that was supposed to dig into Aolchuan's soft rib was a complete failure. Aolchuan's abdominal muscles were taut and solid, and he had inherited Charlotte Lingling's steel-like body, rendering Jia-Ji's attack ineffective. No way, Aolin. You really have a steel-like body. Jia-Ji couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. If you have that ability, why did you avoid my sneak attack in the first place? But Aolchuan paid no attention to him, his eyes bloodshot and filled with rage. Acting swiftly, he seized Jia-Ji by the throat, lifting him up, then slammed his head directly against Jia-Ji's nose. After being grabbed, Jia-Ji reacted immediately, his armed color domineering instantaneously, turning his head black, making him look like a black can. Yet Aolchuan didn't even utilize the power of his domineering aura. Normally, Aolchuan would have suffered greatly, but once again, he truly possessed a steel-like body. With a sudden impact, the sound of their skulls colliding sent chills down the spines of those watching from the sidelines, their jaws tightening with discomfort. Jia-Ji fared even worse. The armed color domineering was shattered by Aolchuan's iron head, his nasal bone collapsing inward, blood gushing forth, his eyes rolling back as he clearly lost some consciousness. Seeing that Jia-Ji seemed to have lost his ability to resist and appeared to have lost interest in him, Aolchuan carelessly tossed Jia-Ji to the ground like discarded trash. However, at that moment, the sounds of the weasel and Huashishin came from behind Aolchuan. The two who had just been lying on the ground now reappeared, one on the left and one on the right behind Aolchuan, their swords already drawn. Indeed, if we don't bring out some real skills, we won't even be able to hurt you, so don't blame my brothers for drawing their blades. A glint of seriousness flashed in the weasel's eyes. As he spoke, he and Huashishin executed a cross-cutting attack, slashing through Aolchuan's lower back. After all, he was an elite rear admiral of the Navy, adept at wielding domineering power, and it was not the case that he couldn't break through Aolchuan's defenses even without using domineering. However, after this strike, the weasel and Huashishin remained in disbelief, as they had overestimated Aolchuan's steel-like body. The reality was that their powerful cuts merely scratched the surface. Indeed, Aolchuan's black vest at the lower back had been cut open, revealing a wound beneath. 2 superficial blood marks were visible, but it hadn't even cut deep into the underlying muscle. After being seriously injured by the sneak attack, Aolchuan ignored the weasel and Huashishin, instead bending down to yank off the sea stone chains wrapped around his ankles, discarding them aside. With the restraints of the sea stone removed, Aolchuan felt his power surging forth once more, and silver lightning, like swimming dragons, reappeared around his body. How are we supposed to fight this? The weasel was left dumbfounded. He knew Aolchuan was strong, otherwise he wouldn't have been specially recruited by Mr. Carp and dropped directly into the Navy's officer training camp. However, he had never truly fought Aolchuan before. Now this guy was overwhelmingly powerful, which was one thing. Encountering opponents with great strength was not uncommon, and with some tactics they could still win. The key was that even when teaming up with Huashishin, they could not effectively break through Aolchuan's defenses. What did that represent? It meant that they were almost impossible to defeat Aolchuan. If you can't deal effective damage, what dungeon will you challenge? What boss will you face? On the sidelines, the joy in Admiral Zephyr's eyes became increasingly apparent as he excitedly said, "Sengoku, do you understand now? It seems he really has inherited that fellow's talent." Admiral Sengoku couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. As an admiral of the Navy, Sengoku was well aware of how difficult Charlotte Lingling was to deal with. He knew how formidable she was. Even a tough character like Whitebeard had suffered losses in the tactics of overwhelming numbers, leaving him with injuries from Navy officers. But Charlotte Lingling had never suffered such losses, being immune to the existence of those low-level attackers with insufficient attack power. Now this kid named Bon Aolchuan was beginning to exhibit this capability. The Weasel and Huashishin were elite among the commanders, and Sengoku could see that they still had considerable room for growth. Otherwise Zephyr wouldn't have absorbed them into this officer training camp for cultivation. In the future, as they grow further, perhaps they could pose some trouble for Aolchuan. However, at present, the average strength level below the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy headquarters had already posed no threat to Aolchuan. Just as Sengoku was contemplating these matters, Zephyr excitedly patted Strawberry on the shoulder, saying, "Shiteliers, Kaisa, you guys go too." Strawberry and the others looked at Zephyr with surprise, and Kaisa, looking particularly dashing, directly said, "Teacher, even the Weasel and the others can't do it. How can we, the majors?" "To be honest, I don't have confidence in breaking through his defenses. That's exactly why you must go. This is not just a trial for Aolchuan, it is also a training exercise for you. Go experience how despairing those sea monsters were when they were young, and remember this despair, savor this despair, and carry this despair to grow stronger." Admiral Zephyr stated without hesitation. With that, Kaisa, Shiteliers, Strawberry, and the others had no choice but to comply, gritting their teeth and roaring to bolster their spirits as they charged into the arena. Next, Zephyr felt it wasn't enough excitement and turned to Jiyuan, saying, "Jiyuan, your strength surpasses theirs, you go too." Jiyuan did not refuse, placing a hand on the hilt of her sword Jinbira, and then somewhat helplessly said, "I'm just slightly stronger than Jiaji. Don't hold too high expectations for me, teacher." As they spoke in less than 2 minutes, Shiteliers, who had just rushed up, struck Aolchuan's shoulder with his sword, but it indeed was of no use, and there wasn't even a scratch. Then Aolchuan's furious punch landed squarely on Shiteliers' abdomen, sending this guy flying like a ripe red shrimp. Meanwhile, the back of his suit was torn apart by the overwhelming force, as if the shrimp's shell had been pierced. Shiteliers spat out a mouthful of foul blood, his eyes rolled back, losing consciousness, his legs buckling as he collapsed to the ground. In the next moment, Major Kaisa leaped high from behind Aolchuan, her elbow glowing with rich armed color, domineering, crashing down heavily onto Aolchuan's temple. Since the sharp blade couldn't breach defenses, was there a possibility that a blunt strike could harm him? As it turned out, no. Kaisa's elbow came down, but Aolchuan showed no intention of dodging, letting her collide directly with his temple, and then there was nothing afterwards. Aolchuan merely tilted his neck slightly with some effort and felt no other sensation. He didn't even feel pain, as if someone had bumped into him while walking. Then Aolchuan delivered an uppercut that directly landed on Major Kaisa's chin, sending her soaring into the air like a crow taking flight, soaring dozens of meters high before crashing down onto the ground, no longer moving. Moon Bunny Falcon Stomp. A delicate shout came from not far away. It was undoubtedly Jiyuan. As Aolchuan turned to look in the direction of the sound, Jiyuan had already appeared in front of him with the agility of a startled rabbit, her famous sword striking sharply against Aolchuan's chest. Perhaps Jiyuan's strength was inherently much greater than that of the Weasel and Huashishin. Perhaps it was because Jiyuan specialized in swordplay with remarkable skill, or maybe it was due to her superior equipment wielding the renowned Jinbira, an absolute famous sword. In any case, this strike genuinely broke through his defenses. A gash extended from Aolchuan's left shoulder to his right abdomen, the skin, torn open, muscle slightly extruded, but it did not reach the bone. This was also the most serious injury he sustained during this campus violence incident. With her successful strike, Jiyuan slid past Aolchuan like a rabbit evading an eagle's strike, then turned around to slash at Aolchuan's back once more. However, just as she raised her hand to swing the sword, a flash of lightning from Aolchuan made him disappear from sight, and naturally Jiyuan's strike missed. Her observation hockey was active, so she immediately sensed the impending danger from behind. There was no doubt it was Aolchuan. Jiyuan swiftly flipped backward, her Jinbira slicing through the air. But it was of no use. The lightning entered Jiyuan's pupils, and Aolchuan had already closed in on her, delivering a punch aimed at her heart. The massive evil force from Aolchuan's punch nearly exploded Jiyuan's heart. The righteous cape behind her was blown outward by the tremendous force, her delicate face contorting in agony as she spat out a mouthful of foul blood, her body flying like a cannonball, crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. "Allah teacher, what do you think about the Navy's future given that a campus violence incident could wipe out the entire army, and it's likely that only a Ultraman will be able to attend school tomorrow?" Kazan, standing outside, asked Zephyr with a grin. Zephyr shot Kazan a glare and replied, "What are you laughing at? You go too." "Huh?" Kazan looked at Zephyr in confusion. At the Marine headquarters, Marineford's Fortress of Justice, Kazan was walking through the hall on the first floor. At the elevator corner, Kazan was waiting for the elevator to go upstairs. After a while, the elevator doors opened, revealing Borsalino holding a stack of documents following Admiral Sengoku, seemingly discussing something. "So, Mr. Sengoku, my task this time is to investigate the MADS Scientific Research Group, right? But shouldn't these matters be handled by the Criminal Investigation Bureau? Am I going to be transferred there soon? Are you getting me familiar with it in advance?" Borsalino asked Sengoku. "No, it has nothing to do with the Criminal Investigation Bureau. You can understand it as the Marshal believes that our Navy should establish an armed force dedicated to scientific research to cope with the unpredictable, turbulent situations in the future, accelerate the update of our Navy's equipment, and maintain or even expand our existing logistical advantages. We shall tentatively call it the Navy Scientific Unit. This is a new department that is likely to be established. If you perform well, I can arrange for you to work in this department. As for the MADS Research Group, there are several formidable scientists in it. The task I assign to you is to investigate and familiarize yourself with them, and see if we can recruit them to work for our Navy." "But this label says illegal research group." Borsalino seemed a bit confused. "It is marked as illegal because it has not been approved and registered by the world government, and the funding for the experiments comes entirely from unknown sources in the dark world, while also conducting dangerous research on chemical and biological weapons. This designation is quite reasonable, isn't it?" Admiral Sengoku remarked casually. Borsalino stroked his chin and nodded, saying, "I see. So the so-called recruitment might also be a way to redeem oneself, right? I understand now. You big shots always enjoy these convoluted expressions." In fact, Borsalino indeed uncovered something significant during this investigation. It turned out that this group of dangerous scientists was researching bloodline factors, prompting the world government to immediately crack down on the MADS Research Group. As Borsalino said this, he stepped out of the elevator and upon raising his eyes saw Kazan. He was quite surprised and exclaimed, "Kazan, what happened to your eye? Did someone hit you?" It was true. Kazan's left eye was surrounded by a noticeable bruise, a classic black eye, clearly from a strong punch. Borsalino's surprised inquiry reminded Kazan of yesterday's events where Ortolan's campus violence had left all his classmates down. He had been assigned by teacher Zifa to step in and quell the chaos. It turned out that as a fellow user of a natural type ability, Kazan, having spent more years in the Navy than Ortolan, and having mingled with the big shots longer, was indeed much stronger than Ortolan at that moment. His intervention directly controlled the situation, but Kazan did not come out unscathed. In the final moments, he seemed a bit careless, receiving a brutal punch from Ortolan, resulting in his current state. Honestly, if it weren't for Kazan's excellent physical condition, that punch could have knocked him down, which would have been quite embarrassing. This physical condition shows that it was not just the ice fruit that made Kazan extraordinary. He was a monster in his own right, and the fruit complemented his capabilities. "Ahem, you know I like to wear an eye mask when I sleep. Last night, I got up to use the restroom, and a bit groggy forgot to take it off and bumped into the door frame. It's nothing serious." As Kazan spoke, he lowered his head, trying to brush past Borsalino and enter the elevator. Borsalino looked at Kazan entering the elevator with some confusion, then curiously asked Admiral Sengoku, "If I remember correctly, when I was on a mission with Kazan, this guy would freeze up even if he needed to relieve himself at night, turning into an ice block to be tossed into the toilet in the morning." I asked him why he was so twisted, and he said he was too lazy to get out of bed. Has he been thinking about dating recently, thus planning to change these bad habits? Sengoku seemed perplexed, as if he had unintentionally stumbled upon a significant scoop. Is Kazan really that sloppy? So how do you handle it if you need to get up at night? Sengoku couldn't help but inquire. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he felt it was somewhat inappropriate. Such a personal question was too rude. To his surprise, Borsalino boldly replied, "I generally just open the window and fly out under the moonlight. How can you even criticize others' bad habits?" Sengoku nodded in silence, thinking that once this busy period was over, attention should be paid to the spiritual and cultural development of the Navy. Or else in the future, all the leaders of the Navy would have bizarre quirks, and the atmosphere in Marineford would be too poor. Speaking of which, there were a few times he returned home from night shifts. Although it wasn't raining, he always felt the air was a bit humid. Could it be? But for some reason, Sengoku couldn't help but think, how did Sakazuki deal with this problem? Images of Sakazuki roaring great eruption flashed in his mind. To protect his mental health from contamination, Sengoku felt he needed to clear these chaotic thoughts from his mind, and then said, Kazan got punched by that ortolan yesterday, which is why his eye looks like this. Alright, enough of this nonsense, let's go. Meanwhile, Ortolan was in the courtyard bedroom of Karp's house looking in the mirror. Outside the door, Karp seemed somewhat impatient, suddenly pushing the door open and saying, What are you dawdling about in there? Didn't we agree to visit your classmates at the hospital together? Upon entering, Karp was taken aback, exclaiming, What are you doing? He was surprised because Ortolan was choosing a suitable pair of glasses from a pile that clearly looked newly bought. Today, Ortolan was not wearing his typical aggressive black tank top. Instead, he wore a white shirt, dress pants, and paired it with a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. It was indeed quite uncharacteristic. Mr. Karp, you're just in time. How do I look in these glasses? Ortolan pushed up the gold-rimmed frames on his nose and asked. Karp's face twitched slightly, then he cursed. You look like a doc thug trying to act cultured. Walking outside like this would seriously damage our Navy's image. What on earth were you thinking? Ahem. Ortolan coughed lightly, feeling a bit embarrassed, and then said, Well, I was worried that yesterday's incident might have strained my relationships with classmates and colleagues, so I wanted to show a more refined side today. And you shouldn't always look at people through colored glasses. Teacher Zifa said I excel in cultural subjects and might one day become a versatile talent like Mr. Sengoku. So as a potential cultured and strategic figure, wearing gold-rimmed glasses is quite reasonable, right? Although he said this, Ortolan still felt a bit of toothache and took off his gold-rimmed glasses after looking in the mirror. They're just too ugly. Then he looked at the pile of glasses on the table and asked Karp, Can these things be returned? What do you think? Of course they can't be returned. Karp said mockingly. What if I say I have Vice Admiral Karp backing me? The shop owner wouldn't dare offend me. Ortolan said very seriously. Don't you dare use my name to pull these stunts. Karp scolded angrily. It will affect my image. Ortolan fell silent for a moment and said painfully, Mr. Karp, while I respect you, I must say that anyone who has known you for more than 7 days probably wouldn't think you have a good image. Kid, don't think that just because you are wearing glasses I won't dare hit you. Karp cursed. Karp cursed Ortolan a couple of times, then seeming a bit guilty, knowing his own shortcomings, he leaned closer to Ortolan and said, So give me some advice on how to improve my image outside, make it brighter and better. Ortolan stroked his chin and said, Hey Race, what you should do when someone praises you as a hero of the Navy, when they say you're amazing and great, you should kindly pat them on the shoulder, give them a thumbs up, and smile brightly, and tell them I'm no hero, but you, my friend, are the real hero. Ortolan said with a serious expression. Karp was momentarily stunned, imagining such a scene, and indeed it seemed like a whole new perspective opened up. I see, Karp said, looking enlightened. Old man knows, Karp said with a face full of understanding. As a maritime enforcement force, the Navy inevitably suffers exceptionally high casualty rates. It is common knowledge that recruits are the most readily available resource across this vast sea. Countless people starve. Offer them mere sustenance and marginally better conditions, and legions will eagerly enlist, serving as expendable frontline conscripts. Veterans, however, forged in the crucible of war, constitute a truly valuable asset. A primary function of the Navy's medical system is to ensure these battle-hardened soldiers survive, recover, and return to duty as seasoned combat-ready personnel. Marineford's central medical infrastructure, serving the Navy's main headquarters, is especially advanced. Those stationed at headquarters are rarely novices. Even enlisted sailors bearing the rank of private are typically veterans transferred from regional naval bases, men with substantial battlefield experience and formidable combat prowess. Consequently, they are regarded as elite assets, warranting the highest possible level of medical protection to sustain their long-term service to the Navy. Thus, the military hospital situated near the edge of the residential district in Marineford stands as the island's second most imposing structure, surpassed in scale and grandeur only by the Fortress of Justice itself. Our naval medical capabilities are truly exceptional, home to many renowned physicians across the seas. Even Drum Kingdom, famed for its medical excellence, regularly invites our naval surgeons for academic exchange and collaborative training. Moreover, we deploy numerous Devil Fruit users specializing in medical disciplines. In short, so long as you are not killed outright on the battlefield, prompt evacuation to our hospital guarantees survival. Provided your injuries do not involve permanent limb loss or irreversible organ damage, full recovery remains highly probable. So when you undertake future combat missions, fear nothing. Just act decisively. Garp declared, leading Ortolan into the hospital building. Then senior officers like yourselves must receive even more advanced and comprehensive medical care. Ortolan asked curiously. Naturally. Flag rank officers enjoy enhanced privileges after every mission. They undergo full physical examinations at headquarters hospital. Latent injuries receive dedicated rehabilitative treatment. We also maintain an extensive corps of psychological counselors. I strongly recommend you consult one. Perhaps they'll even cure that volatile temper of yours. Garp said. Ortolan silently mused, if this hospital is so miraculous, why hasn't it cured Master Zephyr's chronic asthma? Indeed, elite hospitals, wherever and whenever they exist, are invariably overwhelmed with patients. Even the Navy's own headquarters proves no exception. The moment they stepped through the hospital gates, rows of wounded sailors filled the halls, limbless, blinded, disfigured, offering grim testament to the Navy's brutal reality. Garp's earlier levity vanished. His expression hardened and he sighed softly. That is precisely why I loathe visiting such places. Were it not for your unfamiliarity, I would never have brought you here. Are you then a man who practices willful blindness, a self-deceiver who turns away from truth? Ortolan remarked, glancing sidelong at Garp. Garp halted abruptly mid-stride, his face flushing with embarrassment and irritation. Some truths once known cannot be immediately altered. Must one dwell upon them endlessly, tormenting oneself without respite? Change demands timing, especially for deep-seated afflictions. Premature intervention, like excising necrotic tissue before the body is ready, may trigger catastrophic hemorrhage, or worse, total systemic collapse. And if order crumbles, what becomes of the world? Ortolan blinked, momentarily stunned by Garp's sudden intensity. Frowning, he asked cautiously, Master Garp. Garp seemed to awaken from his emotional reverie, pausing briefly before rubbing his temples. My apologies. I spoke rashly, dwelling on unpleasant memories, uttering meaningless words. Pay them no mind. Though his words dismissed the moment, Garp's demeanor had visibly darkened. A profound sorrow weighed upon his features, not born of physical pain, but emanating from deep within his soul. Ortolan nodded, asking no further questions. His earlier query had been mere rhetorical banter, spoken impulsively, unfiltered by thought. Yet Garp's reaction, and those cryptic words, stirred in Ortolan a chilling realization: the Navy was far from the paragon of maritime justice it proclaimed itself to be. Indeed, Ortolan suspected that grassroots sailors often embodied purer ideals of justice, flawed perhaps by petty corruption, yet still comprehensible within any political apparatus. Such flaws held little interest for him. Rather, it was the higher echelons, the admirals and commanders, who bore intimate witness to the Navy's hidden darkness. God Valley, perhaps, was the unhealed wound piercing Garp's conscience. Ortolan knew well what transpired at God Valley, but unlike Garp, he felt no inner turmoil. Nor would he imprison himself in such anguish, having witnessed too many similar tragedies. Perhaps because he possessed no innate sense of justice, at least none that remained. After all, his childhood livelihood came from his father's extortion rackets at the harbor docks. He himself was complicit in oppression. He retained only the barest moral foundation, shaped by a peaceful, stable upbringing in his prior life, while all else had gradually eroded over the past decade. Alternatively, having originated from an age of information saturation, his psyche and spirit were inherently more expansive, more receptive to uncomfortable truths. After all, abandon moral pretense, embrace unscrupulous freedom, reject spiritual exhaustion. When provoked, unleash chaos without restraint. Truly, Ortolan believed such an attitude was essential when confronting such realities. Were it not for his current lack of power, he'd erupt instantly. With Garp's Pikara strength, he'd never succumb to such self-inflicted torment. In Ortolan's view, Garp ought to have lost all composure, to rant and rave here, fabricating flimsy justifications like the greater good, all futile attempts to punish himself. Did the celestial dragons pause to weigh the greater good before sowing chaos? No, they acted without constraint. Was that not evidence of superior ideological clarity? They embodied the very principle: why torment yourself when you can torment others? Men like Garp, idealistic, disillusioned, trapped in moral quagmires, were precisely the ones tormented by those arrogant celestial dragons. Were Garp to truly lose control, his sheer might compel even the world government to placate him, to soothe his emotions. And if the entire Navy descended into madness, the barefoot have no fear of the shod. Who would tremble more? The rank-and-file sailors fearing destitution, or the aristocrats of Marijoa fearing the collapse of their gilded existence? Ultimately, it was the ancient adage, a gentleman may be deceived by propriety, that underpinned their subjugation. For centuries, the ruling class of Marijoa had subtly conditioned the Navy with ideological shackles, the greater good, order, endurance through suffering, successfully transforming them into a compliant instrument of state violence. Even the word justice, bestowed upon the Navy by the world government, was itself a deliberate burden, a carefully crafted fetter. They inflicted agony, not merely physical, but psychological and spiritual, leveraging relentless reality to break resistance, forcing one's moral boundaries to recede again and again. For once habituated to retreat, a person seldom resumes advancing. On this point, Ortolan admired Dragon more. Having witnessed his father's path of patient endurance yield only futility, Dragon chose rupture. He abandoned the Navy entirely, declaring, "Rather than torment myself, I shall found the revolutionary army to torment you, the world government." How gloriously liberating. Ortolan shared that resolve. Once his strength matched his will, he would confront such injustices head-on, unleashing unrestrained fury. After all, he possessed documented psychiatric history, a certified mental patient shattered by the grotesque absurdities of this world. His breakdown would be neither irrational nor unjustified. And should he periodically descend into madness, the world government, reluctant to forfeit such a potent asset, would have no choice but to appease him, accommodate him. How delightfully satisfying. Although Aoltran had his own set of ideas, he had no desire to communicate with Kapu, as it was unnecessary and unlikely to change Kappa's mindset at all. Even Kappa's own son could not convince this stubborn old man to let go of his self-imposed standards and enjoy a life of debauchery. How could Aoltran possibly do so? There are many things that are better done than said. Dorag chose to branch out on his own, establishing a revolutionary army to show Kapu and the others in the navy. Aoltran also planned to take action, but he did not intend to branch out on his own. He would work within the navy. Once I gain strength, I will become a crazed villain. I refuse to eat beef, I won't eat cilantro, and I won't eat donuts either. Let's see how the world government can deal with me. When Aoltran's example starts to have an effect, perhaps Kapu and those unfortunate souls shackled in spirit will respond. If they can respond, the collapse of a 1,000-mile dike due to an ant's burrow may very well occur. When Aoltran arrived on the 6th floor of the hospital, Kappa's mood seemed to have improved. At least his expression was not as gloomy as before. As the two rounded the corner, they heard a nurse on the other end of the hallway, asking what's going on. "There weren't this many brigadier-level patients when I was on leave 2 days ago. How is it that after just 1 day away the wards are all full? Has something terrifying happened at sea recently?" "Sure, don't say that. It's not like that. These brigadiers and colonels are all students from General Zifa's officer training camp. They haven't been on any missions during this time." "Oh, didn't I hear that the officer training camp just started operating not long ago? How did these elites get injured like this?" Indeed, to become someone outstanding, one must endure sufficient hardship. If these elites are struggling like this, what hope do we ordinary people have? That nurse lamented. "That's not the case. I heard it was due to campus violence that erupted in the training camp. Apparently it happened during yesterday's training session and many witnessed it, which ultimately led to a large number of students getting injured." Another nurse explained quickly. "Campus violence? How terrifying. Did they have a massive brawl?" The nurse on leave exclaimed in horror. "I heard from my boyfriend that it seems they were beaten by a muscular guy with horns on his head. That muscular guy took on all of them alone. Rumor has it he is the bully of the officer training camp," said the nurse. Just then they rounded the corner and spotted Kapu, who was stifling laughter, and Aoltran, who looked somewhat awkward. "Ah, the muscular guy." The nurse gasped, her face reddening in embarrassment as she quickly pulled her friend away from the scene. "Kid, you've already made a name for yourself here in Marineford, ha ha." Kapu laughed heartily, patting Aoltran on the back. Aoltran's face twitched, and he replied, "How can this be considered campus violence? It was merely a task assigned by Teacher Zifa. As a Navy officer, I completed it perfectly. Isn't that a reasonable and just thing to do? Shouldn't it even be something to be praised? Who is tarnishing my reputation? I'm almost becoming a school bully." After muttering a few words, Aoltran could only follow Kapu to a hospital room. The first person he wanted to visit was naturally his good friends Weasel and Fire Mountain. However, when he pushed open the door, he was surprised to see everyone there. Weasel, Fire Mountain, Jejia, Storyberry, Ghost, Spider, Doberman, Kaisha, and others were all present. Even Shizuka was sitting by the window. However, each of them was injured. Some had their heads wrapped in bandages, others had broken arms and splints, while some had crutches beside them, and a few were on 4 drips. In short, none of them were unscathed. Fortunately, since it was an officer-level ward, the space was particularly large, so even with everyone there, it didn't feel cramped. Several tables were pushed together, and these officers were gathered around playing cards. Looking around the environment, cigarette butts, liquor bottles, cigars, and snacks were scattered everywhere. It clearly looked like a group of patients, but it felt like a party was happening in the hospital. "Oh, come on, you're having a party without inviting me," Aoltran said with an annoyed expression. Kapu, however, was mingling right in with them, starting to look at Storyberry's hand of cards. "You beat up the brothers so badly, and you still have the cheek to say that," Weasel said, covering his head, which was wrapped up except for his eyes. "Compared to Weasel and Jejia, I was lucky to lay down quickly. This handsome face has been preserved." Doberman, the instigator, touched his face and sighed. "Wait, don't you usually look in the mirror? Where's the handsomeness?" Jejia, who also had his head bandaged and only his eyes and nostrils visible, remarked, reportedly his nasal bone was still in a brace and would take a long time to heal. After being retorted, Doberman slammed the table and said, "In this class, you're the last person who can say I'm not good-looking." Jejia. Ghost Spider lit a cigar sitting next to Fire Mountain. Both of them were holding cigar leaves in their hands, clearly fellow enthusiasts exchanging tips. This scene truly left Aoltran perplexed, and he couldn't help but ask when did your relationship become so good. If I remember correctly, Weasel and Fire Mountain previously encountered Ghost Spider Doberman and Dalmatia in the hallway, and were all cold towards each other, practically spitting in each other's faces out of tension. How did they become good buddies now? Weasel sighed and said, after what happened yesterday, all of us in this class realized a profound issue. Aoltrin. Aoltrin placed the flowers and fruit basket he had brought on a small table beside him, and then plopped down on the vacant bed, saying, what profound issue? Class. There is a class struggle between us. Aoltrin. Weasel suddenly stood up, stepping on the bed, one hand raised dramatically, especially with his head wrapped in bandages, making him look even more ridiculous. We collectively cannot match you alone. This means that we are of the same class, while you, my once friend, are now our enemy. Last night we decided to form the Anti-Ultran Alliance, Weasel said solemnly. Aoltrin was taken aback, glancing at Weasel, then at the other Navy officers. Seeing them puff out their chests, they looked defiant, as if Aoltrin truly were a school bully. Only Shizuka sat by the window, biting a lattice cigarette, looking disdainfully, and said, what are you looking at me for? You don't think I'm sick like them, do you? Well, if you're not sick, why are you hanging out with them? Aoltrin retorted. Everyone's here, and we're all classmates. If I don't come, wouldn't it make me seem unsociable? Besides, it's not interesting to just stay alone. Watching them act crazy is quite entertaining, Shizuka said matter-of-factly. Aoltrin had a decent relationship with Shizuka, mainly because he was a high-quality hybrid male excelling in both literature and martial arts. Although he couldn't be called exceptionally handsome, he was still quite dashing. To Shizuka, this was a plus. Plus, they were desk mates and interacted often in school, naturally building a good rapport. Ignoring Weasel and the others, Aoltrin chatted with Shizuka, which made Weasel bang his thigh and exclaim, damn, Aoltrin, we now have another reason to oppose him. I support it. If you guys ever have any despicable plans against Aoltrin, don't forget to include me. I'm not a decent person, but I'm very enthusiastic. Aoltrin shot a glance at these fools and said, you guys discussing these matters here, don't think about keeping it from me. At least wait until I leave to talk about it. As a Navy officer, being honest is justice, Weasel said in a melodramatic manner. But to be honest, it was this cheerful and manic atmosphere that dissipated the original barriers and distances between everyone. Even though they were verbally discussing forming an anti-Ultran alliance, Aoltrin could sense that even Doberman's attitude towards him had become much more amicable. Could this be the unique spirit of the Navy? In the future, to build good relationships with others, there's no need for any elaborate strategies. We just hit them directly, and that's it. After a while, teacher Zifa suspended classes, mainly because most of the students were hospitalized. Only Ortalaran remained at school, and it was not appropriate for him to give individual lessons to Ortalaran during public classes. However, the advantage was that he could take the time to guide Ortalaran's training and abilities. Not long after the full moon arrived, concerned that Ortalaran might cause widespread destruction to Marineford with the Thunderfruit after going berserk, Ortalaran was unfortunately shackled with Hylu Stone on the night of the full moon. Subsequently, that guy Carp pressed him into the bay on the beach and pummeled him, waking Ortalaran from his berserk state 5 or 6 times throughout the night. The next day, Ortalaran moved into the Navy's military hospital with his friends as he wished. His mental state improved significantly. Seeing his delighted expression, anyone who knew he was hospitalized would think he was getting married. 4 to 5 days later, all the trainees in the officer training camp resumed their previous courses. This time, the atmosphere in the academy was much more harmonious compared to before, and Ortalaran finally began to integrate into the Navy system. Time in a fulfilling learning environment always seems to pass very quickly. The year 1495 in the Sea Circle calendar passed by peacefully and productively for Ortalaran. For a long time thereafter, Ortalaran continued to lead a quiet and easy life with no excessive activities besides being beaten again during the full moon. However, his overall qualities were continually improving during this learning process. Firstly, he made significant progress in his cultural studies. He used to struggle to understand nautical charts, but now he was well acquainted with the locations of various islands that had been explored and recorded across major sea areas. Additionally, he made an effort to understand the various differences and local customs between different sea regions. He also gained a clearer understanding of the vast structure of the Navy, becoming familiar with the locations of various naval branch bases, their current leaders, their main tasks, and how different internal systems operated, including where relevant departments were located. In simple terms now, if he were to be left alone at Navy headquarters, he would not feel lost or confused. He knew who to consult for any issues. He also confirmed and understood the structure of the world government once again. It must be said that the world government is indeed a colossal ruling system maintaining between 170 to 200 member states, with some countries joining every year by paying heavenly gold. Conversely, some countries were expelled from membership due to their inability to pay. Whether it was due to the world government pulling strings behind the scenes, or because the various factions, ambitious individuals, and pirates were particularly astute, the countries expelled from membership often underwent significant turmoil in the following year or two, suffering severe losses, and in some cases faced national extinction. In this regard, Talisman thought about it through a conspiracy theory lens, feeling that the world government was deliberately establishing this dangerous awareness as if to warn member countries of the consequences of disobedience. Aside from these matters, Talisman's strength was also steadily increasing. In just over a month, he had grasped the basics of the Navy's 6 styles. After that, his progress in this area was rapid. It took Westmouse and others nearly 3 to 4 years to fully master the 6 styles and learn advanced techniques like life return, while Talisman succeeded in entering this stage in just 6 months. As a result, his extraordinary talent and effort once again earned him recognition among his classmates, who spread the word that the students here were all elite within the Navy, each possessing their own networking relationships. Talisman's reputation finally spread within the Navy as a non-school bully. He was referred to as another monster among the new blood of the Navy, not inferior to Kuzan Sakazuki or Borsalino. As fellow nature type ability users, he and Sakazuki were privately referred to as the 4 giants of the nature type by the Navy. In April 1496 of the Sea Circle calendar, Talisman saw an interesting piece of news in the newspaper. It reported that former Rear Admiral Monkey D. Dragon, after leaving the Navy, had founded the Self-Defense Army. Due to its unauthorized attacks on member countries of the world government, it was officially designated as a dangerous organization by the world government on this day. They publicly urged Dragon to apologize on behalf of the Self-Defense Army and disband the illegal armed group, and to go to Judicial Island to accept prosecution for his unlawful actions. Since the Self-Defense Army was not large at the moment and Dragon still had a certain status, the world government had not reached the point of openly calling for his execution. Talisman estimated that if Dragon complied with the world government's arrangement and surrendered at Judicial Island, he probably wouldn't face serious charges, perhaps just a few months of imprisonment before being sent to the Navy for ideological re-education. Once the storm passed, if Dragon was willing to continue serving the world government, there was a good chance he could become a valuable ally for the Navy. However, it was evident that Dragon completely disregarded the world government. He openly provoked them in the world news and responded to their previous statements with just one word: get lost. It was clear that the young Dragon was quite a hot-tempered fellow. In the days that followed, Talisman could evidently sense that his roommate Carp was feeling quite gloomy, seemingly filled with guilt and self-blame. Yet occasionally, from the dazed look in his eyes, there was a hint of comfort. It seemed that Carp had very complex feelings about Dragon's situation. However, Talisman found it inappropriate to inquire too much about the issues between the father and son. However, during a gathering with Kazan, he casually brought up Dragon's situation while drinking. It was clear that Kazan had experienced Dragon's Navy era for a while. From him, Talisman learned that Dragon was also exceptionally talented in his youth. As the son of a Navy hero, he had always been highly anticipated by the Navy, with the higher-ups taking great care of him. At a young age, he became a Rear Admiral and achieved numerous remarkable feats, defeating many notorious pirates. If things had continued on this path, even the proud Sakazuki and the new Navy members would have considered Dragon the leader of this generation of young Navy officers. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have naturally become a Vice Admiral and then progressed to the rank of Admiral, ultimately aspiring to the position of Fleet Admiral. Not only Kuzan and the other new Navy members, but also the former admirals like Sengoku and many other senior figures in the Navy had high hopes for Dragon. However, the turning point occurred about 2 years ago in early 1494 of the Sea Circle calendar. That year, Dragon, as an outstanding leader in the Navy, became one of the representatives for the Navy at the World Conference held in Mariewa. Kazan did not know much about this matter, only that Dragon seemed to have encountered some issues in Mariewa, causing quite a stir during the World Conference. Ultimately, after the conference concluded, he chose to refuse the promotion to Vice Admiral in the Navy and directly resigned from his Rear Admiral position, disappearing from Marineford. Not long after, it was heard that he had established the Self-Defense Army outside, recruiting some armed forces and playing his own game behind closed doors. At that time, no one paid attention to him until recently, when the Self-Defense Army attacked member countries of the world government, bringing Dragon's name back into the public eye. 2 months passed quietly. In June 1496 of the Sea Circle calendar, the war in the New World seemed to be winding down. The Big Mom pirates, led by Charlotte Lin and the Beast pirates, had conducted several coordinated attacks, effectively striking Wang, Ji Silver Axe John, and significantly encroaching on Shiki's territory. After this, following the Battle of Edver, Shiki, who had not shown his face for a long time, reappeared at sea. Perhaps because of his residual influence and due to overindulgence leading to complications, Charlotte Lin and other pirate leaders in the New World ceased their encroachments on Shiki's interests. As a result, the once dominant pirate Shiki suffered severe losses roughly on par with Wang Ji and others hunkering down in his old lair Melview and the surrounding seas. Gradually, the power dynamics of the pirate forces in the New World shifted with the Whitebeard pirates dominating, followed closely by Charlotte Lin and Kaido's beast pirates ranking third. Shiki dropped from first to fourth place, followed by Wang Ji's Silver Axe and others. In July of 1496, in the Haiyuan calendar officer training camp at Marine headquarters, Marine Admiral Zifa stood beside Ortolan looking at him with a proud smile. Admiral Zifa had a satisfied expression as he watched Ortolan holding a Navy Justice cape in his hand with the insignia of a Commodore on its shoulder. "I am honored to be your teacher and witness your growth, Bane, Ortolan," Admiral Zifa said with a smile. Indeed, today was the day Ortolan graduated from the officer training camp, having spent just over a year studying here, and he graduated as the top student. In contrast, his closest rival Guion was estimated to take about another month and a half to accumulate sufficient credits for graduation. While the majority of students could have graduated, no one intended to leave early. All were elite Marines, wanting to complete all credits before graduating. Otherwise, with the time advantage accumulated by individuals like Weasel, it would have been difficult for Ortolan to be the first to graduate. "I am also honored to be your student, Teacher Zifa. Thank you for your care over the past year," Ortolan said politely. After over a year of interaction, Ortolan had developed a deep affection for Teacher Zifa, as he could clearly feel Zifa's favoritism and care for him. Teacher Zifa had excellent character and a strong sense of justice, and Ortolan had previously thought that his insistence on resigning as an admiral was due to a desire to focus on education alongside being constrained by his health condition. However, after this year of contact, Ortolan felt that Zifa's health was not as poor as to require stepping down from his admiral position. Therefore, Ortolan speculated that Zifa's desire to resign might stem from deeper reasons, likely because he did not want to face the darkness associated with the higher echelons of the Navy. Zifa gently patted Ortolan's shoulder, then seriously draped the cape representing the rank of Commodore over Ortolan's shoulders, saying, "As your teacher, I have to remind you a few things, Ortolan." "Yes, please go ahead," Ortolan responded quickly. "As the top student of this officer training camp, you are outstanding. Your talents are remarkable, and you will achieve greater things in the future. However, I hope you do not become complacent because of this. As a Marine, your future is just beginning. Once you leave here, your life will not be as peaceful as it is now. You must shoulder the responsibilities of a Commodore. Always remember that holding on to responsibility and justice is essential to being a true Marine." Zifa paused, a hint of regret in his eyes. After a moment, he smiled and said, "Perhaps the future of the Navy lies in your hands. Perhaps you will be able to change this unsatisfactory world." "Let's go, you little rascal," Ortolan said earnestly. "I will not forget your teachings, Teacher Zifa. The Navy is a quagmire. The higher one ascends, the deeper one sinks into its darkness and filth." Ortolan had known this for a long time. Yet it was precisely because he understood this that he chose to join the Navy, for only such a Navy offered him the space and freedom to exert himself. If the Navy were truly bright and just, he would have had no opportunity to make his mark. "As long as the world is dark enough, everything I represent in rebellion is justice, Teacher Zifa," Ortolan silently responded in his heart. Thus, from this day forth, he would become a just Marine. Ortolan's inner thoughts were naturally unheard by Teacher Zifa, yet he still held high hopes for Ortolan, leading the applause to set the atmosphere. Below the stage, classmates like Weasel, Ghost, Spider, Fire Mountain, and Guion also enthusiastically applauded, bidding farewell to Ortolan, the school bully. Without this monster at the forefront, everyone felt much less pressure. At least there was no need to compete so fiercely. Of course, the bonds formed over this year of close proximity among the Marines were quite deep. Like Weasel and Ghost Spider, if it weren't for this joint training, their relationships, due to differing notions of justice and factional tendencies, would have struggled to reach the present state. Even now, there would still be ideological disagreements and disputes in the future, but deep down, the bonds formed today would remain, ensuring that their relationships would not become tense. Ortolan felt the same. He currently had no factional inclination, making it easier to build relationships with these classmates. While the significance of these relationships might not be apparent now, in a few years, as these elites gradually ascended to higher ranks within the Navy, the connections made today would prove invaluable. "Time flies," Weasel remarked from the back row, watching Ortolan express his gratitude on stage. "What do you mean by time flies?" Kaki asked beside him. "When I first met him, it was at the training ground at 4 in the morning. At that time, Ortolan was just a newcomer brought to the Navy by Mr. Karp. He didn't even have formal military credentials, and now, just over a year later, he has already become a Commodore in our Marine headquarters, completely catching up to me." Weasel clicked his tongue. "Well, that guy is a monster. What can you compare with him? Besides, aren't you also about to graduate? Once you graduate, you will become a Rear Admiral, which is still a rank above him," Kaki said, patting Weasel's shoulder. Ha ha ha, that's true. Once I graduate, I will apply to become Ortolan's superior. This might be my only chance in life to be his superior, Weasel said excitedly. He had great confidence in Ortolan. While he might currently rank above Ortolan due to a time advantage, he believed it wouldn't be long before Ortolan became a rear admiral. If all went well, he might even become a vice admiral before himself. Who knows, he might even become an admiral in the future. Although they were elite graduates, they were still only commodores. In the Marine headquarters, they wouldn't stir up much trouble. Aside from Carp, who was already waiting outside, the other bigwigs in the Navy might not even be aware that today was Ortolan's graduation day. When Ortolan said goodbye to his classmates and teacher Zifa and opened the classroom door to leave, he saw Carp leaning against the corridor wall munching on senbei. Oh, you finally finished. Carp laughed heartily, patting Ortolan's shoulder. Don't pat me so randomly, your hands are full of senbei crumbs. What if you dirty my Commodore insignia? Ortolan pretended to act haughty. Little rascal, I am a hero of the Navy. This is encouragement from a senior to you. Accept it humbly. Carp chuckled, scolding him. After teasing each other, Carp and Ortolan walked out of the building together. On the way, Carp said, while graduating as the top student from Zifa is impressive, you are still a rookie in the Navy. I've already talked to the personnel department. You will become my subordinate and accompany me on missions. Be sure to thank me. You should know that many people in the headquarters are dying to become my subordinate, but have no chance. Well, Weasel's dream of becoming Ortolan's superior had not yet been realized before Carp intercepted it. Ortolan had no objections to becoming Carp's subordinate. On the contrary, he was quite looking forward to it. The Navy places great importance on relationships. Now that he was leaving the officer training camp, if he didn't have someone to guide him once he got busy in the future, he wouldn't have many opportunities to interact with bigwigs like Zephyr again unless he was promoted. But if his superior was also a bigwig, it would be different. Carp could take Ortolan to various events, facilitating his interactions with those influential figures. It would no longer be limited to just teacher Zifa. He could also meet people like Admiral Ahe and Admiral Sengoku. Previously, Ortolan could only see these big shots occasionally during public lectures. Thank you, Mr. Carp, for taking such good care of me, Ortolan responded with a smile. There was no need for excessive gratitude. He had been living in Carp's courtyard for over a year. Except when Carp was on a mission, they essentially saw each other every day, and their relationship was quite close. Unexpectedly, Carp was so idle that his subordinate Alteron, after a week of graduation, had nothing to do aside from receiving some benefits. I should have anticipated this. In the Marineford living area in a tavern named Navy Club, Alteron sat across from Kazan, unable to hold back his complaints. When I usually get back from school, Carp is either sunbathing or taking a nap. He looks like a person with nothing to do. Being his subordinate surely means there's nothing to do. At this rate, my ambition to be promoted to Rear Admiral seems like a distant dream. Is there any way to help me transfer my personnel relations? I've heard the Admiral Sengoku is quite busy. I really want to contribute to justice. Kazan poured himself a drink and chuckled, saying, otherwise, do you think I've developed this lazy personality for no reason? However, as someone who has been there, I can say this: don't rush it. Although Carp doesn't have much to do on a daily basis, if something major happens, he will surely be involved. As a high-ranking vice admiral of the Navy headquarters, Carp should indeed be very busy, especially with such a large naval system in place. With Zephyr busy with educational endeavors, Admiral Sengoku must feel the pressure. But according to Kazan, when Zephyr initially stopped managing affairs, Admiral Sengoku had repeatedly dispatched Carp to help out. However, due to Carp's unreliable working style, this caused Sengoku a great deal of trouble. What should have been a relatively simple matter always ended up with some hilarious complications once it reached Carp, resulting in Sengoku not only failing to relieve his workload, but often increasing the burden. Thus, unless it was an urgent matter, Admiral Sengoku would never give Carp any chances. Carp himself was a slacker. Unlike others who might correct their faults, he just continued to loaf around. Whatever, that's just who I am. A major event. Alteron mumbled, taking a swig of his drink, pondering if there had been any significant happenings lately. But after racking his brain, he couldn't recall any important events on the seas recently. The last major incident he could think of was the Roger Pirates, which might occur next year in 1497, when they would successfully locate the legendary final island Raftel and subsequently rise to become the first pirate king in history. However, this major event seemed to have little to do with Carp. I might as well be useless, Alteron thought, shaking his head with a sigh. What's wrong with that? You get a salary, enjoy benefits, and don't have to work. Poliusolino has tried numerous times to work under Carp, but hasn't succeeded. Kazan teased with a smile. Alteron imagined it, and thought if Carp teamed up with Poliusolino, it would be a disgrace to the Navy. I can't compare with you seasoned veterans. You must understand I set sail with great ambitions, but after all this time, I'm just stuck here attending classes in Marineford, and have done nothing. It's urgent now. Do you know what justice is? Justice waits for no one. While I'm here drinking, there could be people out at sea facing misfortune. This is a waste of my sense of justice and an irresponsibility to the world. Alteron rambled on. Speaking of which, although he, Kazan, Pagliusolino, and Sakazuki were now collectively known as the new four monsters of the Navy, he had hardly seen Pagliusolino, just a couple of chance encounters, and he had never met Sakazuki. Only Kazan, perhaps because he was more idle and both were Carp's subordinates, did they meet often. Their personalities also meshed well, and they occasionally went out for drinks. Just as Alteron and Kazan were drinking and chatting, the tavern door was pushed open and Bogard walked in. He scanned the room, and upon seeing Alteron and Kazan waved, saying, "Stop drinking. We have a mission." Bogard was a commodore at the same level as Alteron, while Kazan was a rear admiral, holding a higher rank than him. However, both Alteron and Kazan held great respect for Commodore Bogard due to his extensive experience. He could have been a rear admiral long ago, but chose not to. "Look, isn't this trouble coming our way?" Kazan stood up, placing a gold belly on the table, and said with a smile. Alteron curiously walked over and asked, "Commodore Bogard, has something significant happened?" Kazan had just mentioned that Carp would only be mobilized for major events, so Alteron was puzzled, as nothing significant seemed to be happening at this moment. "It's nothing major, just the Marshal planning to inspect the G1 naval base in the New World to see how things are going. Since Vice Admiral Carp is free, he's taking him along as a bodyguard," Bogard said in a calm tone. Alteron nodded, realizing this was what they meant by being idle is still being idle. Moreover, with the Marshal present, there was no need to worry about Carp causing trouble, and having him around would indeed be safer. Kazan, clearly knowing more, asked while walking, "Is it because of the G1 assessment? About that proposal for the reserve headquarters?" "Reserve headquarters?" Alteron was curious, but didn't ask aloud. Bogard replied as he walked, "I'm not too sure, but I guess the Marshal is heading there for that reason. Normally, the Navy Marshal wouldn't go out, as the influence of a Marshal is too great. Once they leave Marineford, there is bound to be risk, no matter how small that risk may be. After all, if something were to really happen, it would undoubtedly be a major event affecting the entire Navy, and any major event that could shake the Navy would also cause significant ripples throughout the world. Thus, in most cases, the Marshal remains firmly in Marineford, while the three admirals take on the real responsibilities." Seeing the curious expression on Alteron's face, Bogard continued to explain. "The reserve headquarters is a proposal brought up by Admiral Sengoku 2 years ago to build another naval base outside of Marineford that can perform the functions of Navy headquarters to prevent the Navy from being unable to operate normally in case of any catastrophic events in Marineford, allowing a quick transfer to a second core area. The G1 naval base in the New World, due to its proximity to Mare Geos and its historical significance as a stronghold in the gateway waters of the New World, has become the first choice. Therefore, these past 2 years, G1 has been undergoing renovations, and it should be nearly complete now, which is why the Marshal plans to go take a look." "I see," Alteron said with a dawning realization. Originally in the story, more than 20 years later, the Navy headquarters at Marineford erupted into the Marineford War. Due to the overwhelming power of Whitebeard's fruit abilities, the entire Marineford was turned into shattered islands after the battle, although it had not completely lost its functions as headquarters. However, due to environmental changes and other factors, it was no longer suitable for such an important role. Therefore, after Sakazuki assumed the role of Marshal, they directly moved the Navy headquarters to G1, which, being located in the New World, also better aligned with Sakazuki's strategic deployments as the new Marshal. Alteron had thought this matter was only arranged after the Marineford War ended, but unexpectedly, it had already been in the works at this time. But upon reflection, it was quite normal for the Navy as a centuries-old establishment to possess such long-term strategic vision, so he didn't dwell on it any further. "Has the Marshal not left Marineford in many years?" Alteron casually asked. "Aside from going to Mare Geos since I joined the Navy, it's only been once or twice, and those were all near the headquarters. Don't worry, there won't be any danger," Kazan said casually. "Yeah, after all, the level of confidentiality is very high, and nothing has ever happened," Bogard added with a smile. Alteron nodded, then paused. "Wait a minute. Nothing has ever happened. That means the Red Count Bartholomew Kuma has not yet fought against the Navy Marshal." But thinking it over, Alteron felt this was likely a rumor, and it was possible that the Red Count had never even fought against the Steelbone Marshal. The specifics were unknown, but Alteron inexplicably held a certain expectation for this matter. Protecting the Marshal is a great merit, and perhaps promotion and wealth lay just ahead. If it weren't for the lack of opportunities and the fear of being discovered, he would have wanted to sell information about the Marshal's whereabouts. "Old Red, give me a break. Whether I can make progress depends on whether you dare to give me a first-class merit." At the Doghead warship in Marineford, Carp stood with his hands on his hips and shouted, "Look at you two, do you even resemble the Navy at all now? It's broad daylight and you're reeking of alcohol. Oh, I can't believe I'm embarrassed for you. Is this how I've taught you?" Ortolan and Kazan actually hadn't drunk much, they had just sat down, and this level of alcohol was nothing but water for their physical resilience. Looking at Carp draped in his justice cloak with a flashy beach shirt and shorts underneath, Ortolan suspected that Carp had been joyfully running on the beach with a water gun and hadn't had time to change. The reason he took the initiative must be that he was worried about being mocked by Kazan and himself, truly a cunning old man. Seeing the strange looks from Kazan and Ortolan, Carp seemed a bit embarrassed as he lightly snorted and calmly concluded, "All right, I'll forgive you this time. Pay attention, next time Bogard, get the ship ready." Bogard was taken aback and asked in surprise, "Isn't the Admiral's ship still not moving? Why are we just sitting here in the port?" Carp waved his hand without hesitation and said, "What if he wants to board my ship?" Ortolan was baffled, thinking, what kind of logic is this? "Mr. Carp, don't we need to meet the Admiral? Didn't we just say that our mission this time is to escort the Admiral?" Ortolan quickly asked, No need. It's not like there aren't other warships. I don't want to be on the same ship as the Admiral, he would drive me crazy." Carp immediately shook his head and said firmly. Ortolan was confused while Kazan chuckled, saying, "Every time the Admiral meets Mr. Carp alone, he can't help but preach to him about some grand principles like how our Marine headquarters is still missing a general or something. So Mr. Carp is very wary of meeting the Admiral alone." In that moment, Ortolan felt the malice of society. As a young man eager to advance in the Navy, he had ended up with a middle-aged man who was absolutely against any advancement in the Navy, leaving Ortolan with no chance to get close to the top brass. If you don't maintain a good relationship with your superiors, how can you progress? Mr. Carp might be my lifelong enemy in my career. Ortolan rubbed his chin, speaking with some resignation. "What are you muttering about?" In a moment of distraction, Carp had already pulled out some sanbei and started showing off. Ortolan gave this useless old man an exasperated look and complained, "I was wondering if there are any acquaintances in the personnel department who could help me with some connections." "Connections?" Carp was taken aback, then suddenly reacted, cursing, "So you don't want to work under me anymore, huh?" And so amidst the commotion, Carp's dog-head warship slowly sailed out of the port. On the dock, the Steelbone Admiral was in a discussion with Admiral Sengoku when he suddenly saw someone from his fleet set off, and he was somewhat bewildered, thinking, "I haven't boarded the ship yet. What? Am I not worthy to sit on the flagship? Oh, it's Carp's ship. Then that's fine, he is just a reckless fool." Seeing the stiff expression on the Steelbone Admiral's face, Sengoku couldn't help but laugh, saying, "I told you not to bring him along. He'll drive himself sick sooner or later. It's all right, there will be plenty of opportunities on the way. This time, while I'm out on patrol, you will handle the affairs of the headquarters, which will also help you familiarize yourself with the Admiral's work in advance." Knowing the character and personality of the Steelbone Admiral, otherwise in other circumstances Sengoku would have to seriously consider if his superior was hinting at him. Is there really such a thing as a 60-year-old general in this world? I'll wait, I haven't been a general for that long either. Soon the Steelbone Admiral boarded his warship, and the entire fleet began to move, gradually departing from the military port of Marineford. The fleet of the Steelbone Admiral left, but Sengoku remained standing on the dock waiting. After about 10 minutes, a warship docked, and Borsalino hurriedly disembarked. It had been over 4 months since Sengoku last saw Borsalino, and it had been a year since he assigned Borsalino the task of investigating the MADS research group. Borsalino, clearly exhausted from this matter, immediately complained, "Mr. Sengoku, for future tasks related to intelligence, please assign them to the professional team led by Advisor Aker, or directly subcontract it to the CP agency, okay? I really can't take it anymore. Your lazy personality needs to be thoroughly sharpened." Sengoku shot Borsalino a glare and then asked, "Is there any progress?" "Great progress. Otherwise I wouldn't have delayed this long." Borsalino perked up and continued, "The MADS research group has recently made a new breakthrough, and it took me a lot of effort to figure out this intelligence." As he spoke, Borsalino handed over the prepared documents to Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku took them and immediately opened them, frowning tightly a few minutes later, saying, "Bloodline factors. Exactly, the technology derived from this theory is also called life design blueprint by them. As the name suggests, you can tell the power of this technology. It is well known that life is not truly equal. This has been determined from the genetic level since your birth. For instance, Charlotte Lin, who despite being a pure-blood human possesses a physical prowess that can be considered monstrous. In contrast, many others are just ordinary. However, this technology can adjust genes before a person is born during gestation and thus design life." Borsalino said with a serious expression. Sengoku's eyes widened in astonishment. So if this technology is truly mastered, it can produce life forms with terrifying talents like Charlotte Lin in bulk. Theoretically, yes. However, they are just beginning to explore this technology. Whether it can be successful is still uncertain. But to my knowledge, they have also made significant breakthroughs, which is the cloning acceleration growth technology. Cloning, I want to elaborate on EU and acceleration growth means that a clone template life can grow from embryo to a robust 23 or 24-year-old within 3 to 5 years. Borsalino said, if this is combined with the life design blueprint, you can imagine how terrifying the power of this technology could be. Originally in the story, Vince Smoker, who was also in the MADS research group, combined these two technologies, but he still had a significant capability gap with Vegapunk. Additionally, since the life design blueprint had not been thoroughly researched, Smoker could at most only produce those absolutely loyal, unafraid of sacrifice, and possessing the abilities of elite soldiers, clone warriors. Even so, it allowed Germa to become a warlike nation and secure a place in the dark world. If this technology were to be completely perfected combined with Borsalino's ideas, one could only imagine the terrifying power it would yield, directly mass-producing monsters like Charlotte Lin, while being able to thoroughly remodel their thoughts from birth to be absolutely loyal and unafraid of sacrifice. Mastering such a doomsday weapon would indeed make it easy to pacify the world and unify the seas. Sengoku envisioned this scenario and broke out in a cold sweat. He initially thought the MADS research group was merely a peculiar organization formed by second-hand scientists, but his interest in this group was mainly due to its tendency to leak dangerous taboo weapons to the outside, such as biological viruses and chemical weapons. Additionally, Dr. Vegapunk is renowned in the scientific community, and the Marine headquarters has plans to establish a scientific force. Thus, they intended to requisition Dr. Vegapunk to work for the Navy through these illegal activities. However, the more he investigated, the more shocked he became. The technology developed by this organization was even more terrifying than ancient weapons. No, this cannot be allowed to continue. If previously Sengoku was merely acting on the hope of hitting the jackpot, now he was determined to eradicate the MADS research group and at least nationalize Dr. Vegapunk. Such evil goes against heaven's principles. Investigate thoroughly, or we must eliminate these scientific madmen. Sengoku declared solemnly. Eliminate them? Does that mean I should kill them? No problem, Borsalino nodded immediately. Sengoku was taken aback and patted Borsalino on the shoulder, saying, why are you so bloodthirsty and violent? Is this how I've taught you? Always wanting to kill. Is this the mindset of a Marine? As the emissaries of justice, punishing without education is a crime. We should give them a chance for reform, do you understand? Borsalino thought to himself, no wonder you can be an admiral. This verbal artistry is far superior to mine. If you covet their technology, just say it directly. Why bring in punishment without education? Meanwhile, on Totland Cake Island, Charlotte Lingling was seated on her throne, elegantly savoring her dessert while dressed in a pink queen's gown. After being away from home for so long, that kid didn't even bother to call or anything. It seems the affection has faded. Charlotte Lingling suddenly mumbled. Katakuri, who was sitting below and discussing matters with Perispero, was momentarily taken aback, thinking, is she talking about Ortlan? But it seems he doesn't have any particularly deep feelings for you, does he? Katakuri glanced at his mother and asked, Mom, have you exchanged signals with Ortlan through the Den Mushi? Charlotte Lingling was momentarily stunned, then fell silent. It seems she hadn't. Speaking of which, she didn't even know if that kid had a Den Mushi. In such matters, if he doesn't take the initiative, does he expect me, as his mother, to do so? Who does he think he is? The next time we meet, I will make him understand how profound a mother's love can be delivered with an iron fist. Charlotte Lingling said somewhat angrily. Katakuri chuckled and replied, Ortlan is likely doing well in the Navy. We should minimize our contact with him for everyone's sake. Charlotte Lingling did not respond. She understood that reasoning as well. She had just said that offhandedly. Before long, the Den Mushi on Perispero's person rang, and without any hesitation, he answered it right there. Lord Perispero, we have received new intel. A subordinate from the Big Mom Pirates reported through the Den Mushi. Perispero licked the candy in his hand and calmly asked what intel. In the dark world, there's a scientist named Caesar who seems to be looking for a new partner. The subordinate replied. Perispero, somewhat puzzled, retorted, what's so special about that? This Caesar is the researcher of that chemical weapon we wanted to obtain. I was thinking if we could recruit him, wouldn't we be able to produce those weapons ourselves? Additionally, Caesar has released news in the dark world that their research team seems to have made a significant breakthrough with very impressive technology related to life modification, and it appears they can even create giants. Upon hearing this, Charlotte Lingling's eyes lit up, and she immediately spoke up, forgetting about the pastry in her hand. What does it mean to create giants? Mom. The subordinate exclaimed in surprise, but quickly replied nervously. He didn't elaborate much, but from what he implied, it seems the technology can modify life, including, but not limited to, the giant race. It appears other races can also be modified, but it's not yet mature, and so on. Charlotte Lingling, aside from wanting to become the king of the seas, harbored other dreams, such as creating a utopia that included all races in the world. For others it might just be a dream, but as the Queen of Nations and a great pirate of the New World, she had the resources to pursue it. Since her youth, she had been working towards this goal, which is why she sought out so many peculiar races to marry and reproduce. Now within Totland there indeed lived many intelligent races from various regions. There were fishermen long-armed tribes and fur tribes, all present. Among them she had a particular fondness for the giant race, and had always wanted to find a giant to marry or ally with Elbaf. However, due to past events in her childhood, Charlotte Lingling's relationship with the giant race was quite poor, so there had been no breakthroughs in that regard. Now that she had heard such news, Charlotte Lingling was of course very interested. If conditions allowed, they could form a marriage alliance with the giant race. If not, creating their own giant race would also be an option. This news just spread in the dark world a couple of days ago, and because of the weapons released by their research group, it will likely attract quite a lot of attention, Mom. The subordinate added. Soon after obtaining more detailed intel, Perispero hung up the den mushy, while Charlotte Lingling's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mahaha. Great, this is truly wonderful. Charlotte Lingling laughed heartily, pounding on the armrest of her throne. Kohari, prepare the ship. I want to personally check out their technology. Yes, Mom. Katakuri immediately responded. It wasn't just Charlotte Lingling who received the news. In the New World at Wano Country's Onigashima, Kaido was also scratching his head. So this guy named Queen contacted us proactively. In the Great Hall of Onigashima, Kaido was lounging in his chair, holding a wine gourd, pouring liquor for himself, while asking. Opposite him stood a tall figure with a pair of wings on his back, none other than Kaido's little brother Abel. He should be called King now. Exactly, Big Boss Kaido, didn't you want to find us a business opportunity? The reason we had our sights set on Wano Country was because of its excellent cold weapon forging technology. However, I believe our arms business shouldn't be limited to just cold weapons. We need an expert in firearms and other weapons. This guy named Queen is a scientist who is quite proficient in these areas, and he is also an ancient Zoan devil fruit user. Abel nodded. While Kaido wasn't particularly interested in weapon experts, he perked up at the mention of Zoan and curiously asked ancient type. Then this kid has great potential. He would be suitable to become one of my subordinates. If Charlotte Lingling is an egalitarian racist dreaming of creating a utopia for all races, then Kaido's dream is likely to become a zoo director. Moreover, Queen also mentioned that their MADS research team possesses a new type of technology. If successful, they could even mass-produce Zoan devil fruit users. Abel added. Kaido, who was initially just interested, could no longer sit still and immediately exclaimed, "Where is that guy? I want to see for myself." On the other side, in a certain sea area of the New World on the deck of the Whitebeard pirate's flagship, the Moby Dick, Marco was somewhat amused, saying, "Old man, someone has sent you a letter." A letter? Newgate received the letter from Marco with some confusion and asked from whom. "It's signed by your old flame. I don't know anything else, but it happened to arrive at our base on the island and I was buying liquor there, so I brought it for you," Marco said with a grin. Upon hearing about his old flame, Newgate scratched his head, and after a moment, as if he remembered something, a hint of annoyance flashed in his eyes as he said, "Is it Bakine? That woman always talks nonsense." After that, Newgate tore open the envelope and began to read. Before long, he disdainfully tossed the letter into the sea. "Old man, what did the letter say?" Marco was quite curious about his father's romantic gossip. "Nothing much, just a troublesome woman trying to drag me into a whirlpool, but I have no interest in the nonsense she wrote." Newgate waved his hand. "Etch." Marco looked at his father in surprise, and then asked suspiciously, "Isn't it some kind of tragic story? A woman abandoned in the past who finally found a way to contact you after so many years, this heartless man." The letter detailing the sorrow of being abandoned over the years. "You brat, do you want me to throw you to the bottom of the sea?" Newgate glared at Marco angrily and scolded. "Ha ha ha, just kidding, should we not care about it at all?" Marco laughed heartily, stepping back a bit. Newgate truly had no interest in what Bakine wrote about scientific technology, so he calmly shook his head and said, "No need to pay much attention. By the way, I wonder how Yasui is doing. It is said that he has already left the New World and is heading towards Sky Island or something, but that was over 3 months ago. They might have already come down from the sky," Marco said. Newgate's gaze turned towards the distant sea, softly murmuring, "Raftel. How utterly boring that Roger guy." At the G1 Navy base, it was Ortolan's first visit. As expected of a place designated as a reserve headquarters, it was indeed impressive, exuding an aura rivaling that of Marineford. As for this mission, it was indeed, as Bogard had mentioned, lacking any significant meaning. Admiral Steelbone's fleet smoothly departed from Marineford, then seamlessly entered Mariawa, eventually crossing the Red Line and reaching the New World. In this treacherous sea area, they encountered no enemies and safely arrived at the G1 Navy base, commencing their patrol. This made Ortolan internally curse that red count truly disappointing. He had no understanding of the principle of sacrificing oneself for a greater cause. "If you don't attack my boss, how can I get promoted and wealthy? What are you sighing about?" Kazan asked, looking at Ortolan with some confusion at the small table on the deck. Ortolan played his last card and shook his head, saying, "Playing poker with you amateurs brings no joy even when I win." "Did you cheat? I just played one card, and you've already finished all yours." Bogard remarked, his face twitching as he looked at his hand. Indeed, the Admiral was inspecting work on the island while that guy Carp was sleeping on the ship. As a result, Ortolan had no excuse to go on shore to protect the Admiral's safety. With nothing else to do, the three gathered on the deck, basking in the sun and playing poker. Is life in the Navy really that plain and unadorned? Ortolan even thought about storming into Carp's cabin to grab him by the collar and properly question him. Does his loafing around deserve that salary? And what about those taxpayers at sea? Unfortunately, Ortolan was still no match for Carp. "Once I become an admiral, the first to be dismissed will be slouches like Mr. Carp. Only then can we purify the current lazy environment and ethos of the Navy." Ortolan suddenly spoke up. Kazan paused for a moment before saying, "I haven't even dared to think about becoming an admiral as a major, and you're already plotting how to dismiss your superior as a brigadier. A Navy that doesn't aspire to be an admiral is not a good Navy." Ortolan declared earnestly, "Hey, let's play another round. This time I will definitely win." Bogard, noticing the topic had strayed, quickly interjected. Initially, Ortolan thought Bogard should be a very serious person, but after going on a mission with him, Ortolan now believed he had a serious gambling addiction. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Going out to sea sounds romantic, but for those of them who drift at sea for years, it becomes a tedious affair. Every day they wake to see the endless blue ocean, and after a while, everything becomes monotonous. The Navy also has its rules, with many things prohibited on the ship, so they can only find ways to entertain themselves, like playing cards. "I'm done playing and going fishing. This will help stabilize my emotions and is good for my mental and physical health," Ortolan said, shaking his head and standing up. Upon hearing this, Bogard grabbed Ortolan's cloak and said earnestly, "Listen to me, Ortolan. As someone who's been through it, I advise you, fishing is definitely not a good option for stabilizing your emotions. Just play cards with me instead." Ortolan looked at Bogard puzzled and asked, "But I read that fishing is a great way to cultivate one's character." "If you catch fish, then it cultivates your character. If you don't, I fear you might end up throwing yourself into the sea out of despair," Bogard advised. "Huh, that extreme? Are fishermen really that drastic?" Ortolan asked, incredulous. Just as Bogard was about to say something else, his transponder snail suddenly rang. Bogard had no choice but to let go of Ortolan and took out the transponder snail from his pocket, while Ortolan, intrigued, stayed behind in case something interesting happened. "Is it Admiral Sengoku?" Bogard said with some surprise as he took out the transponder snail and quickly answered, "Admiral Sengoku." "Is this Bogard? Finally got in touch with you. Why isn't that guy Carp answering the transponder snail?" Sengoku asked, his tone somewhat impatient. "Mr. Carp should be sleeping right now." Bogard hesitated before replying. Sengoku, in his office at Marineford, glanced out the window. The sun was shining brightly, and the weather was clear. Logically, one shouldn't have much time difference from Marineford, right? As a vice admiral, how could one possibly sleep during the day? Aren't you on a mission? However, Sengoku was too lazy to argue with Carp about this at the moment, and sternly asked, "The admiral has arrived at G1. "Yes, he arrived this morning, and is currently inspecting G1. He is expected to stay for about a week." Bogard quickly answered Sengoku's inquiry, displaying his quality as an aide. "That's good. The escort mission can be temporarily halted now. I have an urgent situation that requires Carp and you to take action," Sengoku immediately stated. At that moment, Carp pushed open the hatch on deck, stepping out while yawning and grumbling. "What's up with Sengoku? He always disturbs others when they're sleeping. I couldn't get through to him on the transponder snail, and when I called back it was busy. Carp, you idiot, you almost delayed a major event." Sengoku clearly heard him and cursed back. "What's the matter? Is it something about Roger?" Carp asked, a bit startled. "It has nothing to do with Roger. In the New World on Ringi Island, there's a scientific base called the MADS Research Group. They possess a very dangerous technology, and now it seems there's a serious rift within the group. The members want to disband, and this news has been circulating in the underworld for some time. Their technology has attracted the attention of some dangerous individuals, including the likes of Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, both of whom are heading to Ringi Island," Sengoku said in a deep voice. Carp, now fully awake, wore a serious expression that matched his status as a high-ranking officer in the Navy, replacing his usual lighthearted demeanor. "So what's the plan?" Carp asked. "Our plan is to detain the entire MADS research group. We'll apprehend them first. The task was assigned to Borisolino, which shouldn't be an issue. However, Borisolino hasn't yet reached Ringi Island. Both Kaido and Charlotte Linlin are fast, and I'm worried Borisolino won't be able to handle it. Since you're in the New World and G1 isn't too far, I hope you can set sail quickly to assist Borisolino." Sengoku laid out all his thoughts in one breath. "Understood, I'll depart immediately," Carp agreed without hesitation. Just as Kazan said, despite Carp's usual idleness, whenever something significant happened at sea, he always showed up. All right, you handle the communication with Borsalino. I won't interfere with your real-time exchanges. However, I must emphasize one point: everyone else is inconsequential, but that scientist named Vegapunk must not fall into anyone else's hands. Sengoku immediately responded. From his tone, he seemed to feel a bit more at ease. This also showed that while Sengoku found Carp unreliable at times, he still trusted Carp's abilities during crucial moments. Such complex trust is truly hard to decipher. After hanging up the transponder snail, Carp stretched his shoulders and smirked. After being idle for so long, I bet you all are eager for action now. Well, here it comes. Without needing any instructions from Carp, Bogard had already risen to rally the Navy's soldiers on the ship to hoist the anchor and set sail. Ortolan stretched lazily and said, "Finally, is it my turn to take the stage?" Previously, Kazan was unaware of Ortolan's background, but after a year of acquaintance, Ortolan naturally wouldn't hide it from him. So Kazan chuckled and teased, "This time you might meet your family, Ortolan. Don't hold back when the time comes. Don't worry, my big hammer is already eager to strike." Ortolan replied with a raised eyebrow. At that moment, Ortolan was unaware that his mother's iron fist was also getting restless. Although Carp's dog-headed warship appears somewhat peculiar, its performance ranks among the best of naval vessels, and as a standard equipment of the Navy it excels in all aspects, particularly in speed. After receiving the mission for assistance from the General of the Warring States, Ortolan and his companions traveled day and night for nearly 10 days, finally arriving near the waters of Lanky Island. So far, according to the intelligence relayed by the Navy's personnel stationed on Lanky Island, there have been no issues reported on the island. On the deck, Ortolan was also reading related intelligence materials. This Lanky Island is the territory of Lu Field, right? That's correct. Lu Field has significant influence in the dark world with astonishing financial resources and is known as the King of Usury. Kazan remarked from the side. From this guy's investment in the MADS research group, it is evident that he possesses great insight. However, intelligence indicates that he has suffered a severe blow in his investment ventures, resulting in a tight financial situation over the past year, leading to significant cuts in many of his projects. Based on the timeline, Lu Field's business troubles are likely closely related to Shiki's defeat in the battle at Edver, as Shiki's failure might have triggered a chain reaction affecting his business, ultimately resulting in this predicament. However, Ortolan recalls that this guy remained quite resilient even 20 years later, suggesting he must have weathered this storm. Unfortunately, it is some of his projects like the MADS research project that have faced significant cuts in funding support. Consequently, internal discord erupted within this illegal civilian research group, with several scientists wanting to disband. This led to the intelligence that Borsalino had painstakingly gathered being sold to the dark world by insiders of MADS merely to raise their own value. This in turn triggered the current situation, with Kaido and Charlotte Lin both setting their sights on this place. Report: Rear Admiral Borsalino has transmitted the latest news. He has arrived at Lanky Island and is preparing to land. No special circumstances have been discovered so far. A Navy officer approached Kazan and Ortolan to relay this information. Kazan sighed with relief upon hearing this, smiling as he said, "It seems our speed is indeed faster. As long as we can evacuate the personnel from the MADS research group before those pirates arrive, we should be able to avoid this conflict." Upon hearing Kazan's words, Ortolan was taken aback, rushing to cover his upward curving mouth, thinking starting to set a flag before the battle is no different from saying you'll get married after this fight. Sure enough, the moment Kazan finished speaking, problems immediately arose at Lanky Island, which could already be seen from the horizon. As evening approached, and the sun had already dipped halfway, the sky grew dim. At that moment, a golden beam of light shot up from Lanky Island, and then a wave of scorching flames erupted from the thick clouds above, revealing a massive dragon-like figure rolling amidst the clouds. "It's Borsalino's ability," Kazan exclaimed, his expression shifting. "Kaido has already arrived," Carp roared, pulling open the cabin door. "Accelerate, hurry up, and activate the external power," Kazan urgently instructed. Ortolan, with a flash of brilliance in his eyes, said, "You all hurry up, or I'll go ahead." As soon as he finished speaking, he hoisted his war hammer onto his shoulder, electric sparks flashing around him, his eyes glowing with dazzling lightning. With a swish, he instantly vanished from the ship. Meanwhile, on Lanky Island, Borsalino donned a suit with yellow stripes draped in the Navy's justice cloak, his expression gravely serious, as golden elemental energy flickered in his hands, transforming into streams of light directed toward the sky. "Is it coming?" Borsalino's heart sank, but he was not overly anxious. He had just communicated with Rear Admiral Carp, whose ships were nearby. As long as he could delay for a bit, reinforcements would arrive. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, it was as if the clouds had consumed some power, causing a shockwave to erupt from the high altitude, instantly collapsing the clouds. It was Kaido, his massive figure descending from the sky, like a meteor gripping a hefty kanabo crackling with electricity, charging directly at Porcellino. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Kaido roared. Porcellino reacted swiftly. He clasped his hands together, then pulled them apart, conjuring a long sword of light, which he named Tengaku no Amatsuke's Heavenly Wind Sword. Before becoming an ability user, Porcellino was also a master of the sword. How terrifying, he muttered as he swung the Tengaku no Amatsuke's. In an instant, Kaido's kanabo crashed down hard, striking Porcellino's Tengaku no Amatsuke's. Porcellino had indeed encountered Kaido before, having mingled with the Warring States General and clashed with Kaido previously. Moreover, Kaido in his youth had often been captured by the Navy, making him a somewhat familiar figure to those officers with considerable experience, such as Ordelin. However, while he had seen him, this was truly the first time he had engaged in a serious fight. The reason Porcellino did not dodge and opted to meet Kaido's blow head-on was to test his strength. He wanted to see just how powerful this so-called monster of the New World was. Indeed, he was strong. When the Tengaku no Amatsuke's met the kanabo known as the Hachi Zaikai, the overwhelming force nearly shattered Porcellino's haki and the condensed light element. Such immense strength. Porcellino's heart sank as he withdrew some of his strength, realizing he would not continue the struggle. He was aware of his own limitations. Although he possessed strong physical qualities, he was still not quite a match for Kaido's raw power. Kaido also keenly sensed the change in Porcellino's strength, his eyes flashing with fierce light as he said, "Is that all you've got?" As soon as he spoke, the already crude force in his hands unexpectedly erupted again in that instant. Caught off guard, Porcellino's Tengaku no Amatsuke's shattered into countless particles of light. Porcellino's expression reflected his astonishment, as he had not anticipated Kaido would still have the strength to unleash such a blow. In fact, this sudden burst during a stalemate certainly tested both technique and explosive power, and it was clear that Kaido was at ease. The Hachi Zaikai imbued with haki shattered the Tengaku no Amatsuke's. While Porcellino was surprised he was not made of clay, his advantage was not in sheer power. Thus, Kaido's originally assured strike fell short just before making contact with Porcellino's head. In a flash of golden light, Porcellino had already distanced himself from Kaido by 30 to 40 meters. At the same time, he crossed his arms before him, gathering a large amount of golden light energy ready for a counterattack. This rapid change showcased his incredible speed. "Kaido, you're truly ferocious," Porcellino quipped with a calm demeanor. Then a torrent of light particles surged forth like a storm, instantly engulfing Kaido, and the collision of light energy sparked a series of violent explosions. But in the next instant, a fierce gust of wind surged forth from the relentless explosions, charging directly towards Porcellino. It was Kaido's wicked wind infused with powerful haki. Porcellino, lacking any resilient qualities, could not withstand such an attack. With a flash of golden light at his feet, he refracted a beam of light and swiftly vanished. Meanwhile, Kaido seemed to have anticipated Porcellino's position. Before Porcellino's light-concentrated figure fully manifested from the explosion's dust, Kaido shot forward like an arrow, swinging down his Hachi Zaikai. This left Porcellino feeling somewhat helpless, forcing him to adjust his position once again. At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed in the ears of the two fighters, causing Porcellino to smile wryly and think to himself, "Here they come." Kaido, initially surprised, thought, "Thunder. I haven't even unleashed the thunderous 8 trigrams yet." Then he looked up to see a similarly massive figure with horns descending from the sky. If it weren't for the fact that the figure was draped in the Navy's justice cloak, wielding a heavy hammer, Kaido might have thought he was hallucinating and seeing a younger version of himself. Who was that? Kaido wondered in surprise, instinctively raising his Hachi Zaikai to meet the impending blow. Thunderous might. Ordelin roared, and in the next moment Kaido's towering figure was sent flying by the incredible force of the strike. Kaido never expected that this suddenly appeared foe wielded such formidable power with his hammer, sending him flying directly with a single blow. His sturdy figure was propelled backward over 100 meters, crashing heavily to the ground, creating a massive pit around him. Lying in the pit, Kaido felt somewhat dazed. Ordelin was naturally endowed with immense strength. Facing Kaido, he had not held back in his previous strike, exerting all his might. Coupled with the incredible weight of his hammer, it was a blow that few could withstand solely by physical strength. In contrast, Kaido had merely reacted instinctively by raising his hand to block. One could only say that he had used a conventional amount of strength. Thus, within the pit, Kaido felt a tingling in his arm, and he struggled to maintain his grip on his Hachizai. After sending Kaido flying, Ordelin turned to Porcellino and said, "I'll keep this guy occupied. You handle Dr. Vegapunk." Poliusolino did not think Ortolan could defeat Kaido. In fact, he felt he himself was still lacking. However, he understood that Ortolan was born with extraordinary strength and an unyielding physique, making him more difficult to deal with than himself. While he might not win, he could certainly engage Kaido. Consequently, Poliusolino nodded in agreement, saying, "Then it's up to you." On the other side, after a brief moment of confusion, Kaido's eyes sparked with excitement as he climbed out of the pit and looked at Ortolan in the distance. "What is your name?" "Bane Ortolan, Rear Admiral of the Navy." Ortolan replied with a grin, his expression mirroring Kaido's enthusiasm. From the moment he set sail, aside from Shanks and his fellow Navy comrades, Ortolan had faced nothing but the pinnacle of battles. His opponents were either his monstrous mother or legendary figures like Roger and Rayleigh. As a result, he had suffered setbacks and had never truly managed to showcase his strength. Although Kaido was indeed strong and could be said to be on the threshold of the pinnacle, he still paled in comparison to Rayleigh and Roger and even fell short of his mother. It was precisely suitable for Ortolan to face such an opponent. Thus, Ortolan felt a surge of excitement. "I haven't heard your name before. Are you a newcomer in the Navy?" Kaido's eyes sparkled with a fierce smile as he moved his shoulders, saying, "Your strength isn't small. Oh, I hope you won't disappoint me in other aspects." As soon as he finished speaking, Kaido exerted a tremendous force with his feet, shattering the already cracked ground beneath him into dust. In the same instant, his imposing figure charged toward Ortolan at an astonishing speed. His hachizai emanated a rich hue of armament haki as he swung it down towards Ortolan. Ortolan could have dodged. His rumble fruit granted him incredible speed to evade this attack. However, at this moment, Ortolan had no intention of retreating. Excitement gleamed in his eyes as he gripped his hammer, tightly swinging it to meet Kaido's club Hiden. With a resounding bang, the clash of heavy weapons was both violent and romantic. It was visibly clear that both Kaido and Ortolan's arms trembled from the overwhelming force of their clash. The muscles in their arms bulged almost simultaneously, and the sheer pressure caused their hair to billow in the wind. Following this, in terms of strength, Ortolan held a slight advantage, yet in terms of haki, Kaido clearly surpassed him, resulting in a bizarre balance in this mighty struggle. The stalemate lasted only 3 to 5 seconds before both men changed their tactics. To the onlookers, the supposed slow and cumbersome weapons became fluid and agile in the hands of these two titans. Though they wielded two heavy weapons, it felt as if two supreme swordsmen were dueling, exchanging rapid blows and generating a flurry of sparks in the air. For no particular reason, it seemed they shared an unspoken understanding. Ortolan did not utilize the power of his rumble fruit, nor did Kaido make use of his Azure Dragon powers. The ultimate and pure violence unfolded here. In a twisting motion, Kaido and Ortolan both unleashed their full fury, disregarding each other's weapons and opting instead to strike hard. In the next instant, Kaido's club slammed brutally against Ortolan's neck, the sharp spikes piercing through Ortolan's haki defenses and into his flesh. It was evident that Kaido's strength could easily breach Ortolan's ironclad body. Yet that was where it ended. It could not penetrate further. At the same time Ortolan was struck, his hammer swung down forcefully onto Kaido's arm, visibly causing Kaido's taut muscles to cave in. There was no struggle this time. Ortolan sent Kaido flying with a single blow, and Kaido was also unable to stand firm, being hurled away. Both were tough as nails, and after flying backward over 10 meters, they landed, their feet carving deep trenches in the ground as they came to a halt. Ortolan raised his hand to wipe the blood from the wound on his neck. He felt no pain, instead a surge of violent energy welled up within him. This was exactly the violence and thrill he had long sought. The sense of equal footing where every punch landed with force filled him with exhilaration. In an instant, the faint fog and confusion that had lingered in Ortolan's heart dissipated. It was as if he had finally found his dream. He did not aspire to be a king, but rather, in this era of heroes and fierce rivals, he wished to battle each of these champions, heat and defeat them and conquer them. He yearned to become the strongest of this era. "I want to fight you for 10 days. Ortolan shouted excitedly at Kaido. Kaido, who initially came to observe Queen and that scientist's technology, had now cast all those thoughts aside, focusing solely on Ortolan. "Huh." Kaido laughed heartily, rubbing his bruised muscles. "Finally, amidst that bunch of soft, weak women in the Navy, there's someone like you whom I can appreciate." After a brief pause, Kaido disregarded the occasion and directly invited, "A person like you should not be stuck in that quagmire. Come aboard my ship. Become my companion." Previously, when Kaido spoke of Queen, he merely referred to him as a subordinate when discussing joining. However, upon seeing Ortolan, he directly used the term companion, indicating that even after a simple skirmish, Kaido held Ortolan in high regard. "I must decline," Ortolan replied without hesitation. Why would he not prefer to return to the Big Mom pirates if he were to be a pirate? "Staying with you in Wano country is utterly meaningless." "Why? I can see it in your eyes. They are filled with a thirst for violence." The blood that flows in your veins is that of violence. Oh, we are of the same kind. We both glorify violence, and a place like the Navy is not suited for you. Kaido, facing Ortolan's refusal, still felt somewhat reluctant. That's exactly why I must refuse. If I join you, how can we continue to enjoy this pure violence as opponents and enemies like we do now? Ortolan smirked, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes as he asked. Kaido paused for a moment, then his eyes lit up. You make a fair point. What you say is indeed reasonable. With that, Kaido ceased the small talk, his tone growing serious. In the face of someone I admire, this strike will be delivered with full force. As his words fell, Kaido's haki surged. This time, it was no longer armament haki, but the power of Conqueror's haki. His Hachizai became enveloped in the power of Conqueror's haki. Ortolan, wielding his hammer, twisted his neck, bones cracking audibly, and with a serious expression, he replied, "Then I won't hold back." With that, Ortolan's aura surged, as well, wielding Conqueror's haki. As one of the rare natural-born kings among millions, Ortolan's Conqueror's haki was not weak, and during his time in the Navy, he had also learned to wield this power. His instructor had been the Navy headquarters, Admiral Sengoku. As expected, a man like you couldn't possibly lack Conqueror's haki. Kaido was not surprised. Instead, he felt even more exhilarated. Ortolan did not respond, twisting his foot, shattering the ground beneath him. He still refrained from using any abilities, relying solely on his physical strength to unleash incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye, he charged toward Kaido. There were no fancy moves, it was just a simple and direct hammer strike. Kaido was the same. Moves like Thunder Bagua or Raijin's Fall were irrelevant to him. He simply wanted to unleash his full power and deliver that blow. This time, neither Ortolan's hammer nor Kaido's Hachizai could touch each other. Where they clashed, it felt as if an indestructible wall of air was blocking them. It was the clash of Conqueror's haki. The clash of their haki erupted into black lightning and spatial rifts. Both could feel the pure battle intent from each other. The confrontation of these two Conquerors' haki also altered the heavens, tearing apart the clouds in the sky. A tremendous wave of energy radiated from the two, forming a circular shockwave that spread in all directions, even lifting the ground beneath them 3 feet high. Soon this shockwave obliterated everything around them, spreading across the surrounding seas and stirring up tumultuous waves. Ortolan's mind was filled with just 2 words: exhilarating. He even felt that his ailments had improved significantly. Indeed, violence was his true remedy. Borsellino stormed into the MADS research base, intending to find Dr. Vegapunk, the primary target of this mission. However, feeling the fierce battle between Kaido and Ortoran outside, he felt a sense of foreboding. He believed he had overestimated Ortoran as much as possible, but unexpectedly, he still underestimated him. How could this situation be about entangling Kaido? This was clearly a battle against Kaido on equal footing. Are the newcomers this terrifying nowadays? Borsellino thought, his emotions complex. However, he did not know that Kaido had not yet used his abilities, and the same went for Ortoran. Meanwhile, on the other side of the sea near Lanky Island, the Big Mom pirates' ship, the Queen Mama, was rapidly approaching Lanky Island. On this ship, Charlotte Lin gazed at the sky, where the Conqueror's haki clashed, a smile forming on her face as she said, "It's that kid Kaido's Conqueror's haki. It has been many years since I've seen him." Although there had been some cooperation between the Big Mom pirates and the Beast pirates after the Adverse Sea battle, this cooperation did not allow Charlotte Lin and Kaido to meet. At most, they had only communicated a few times through a den mushi. It's an unspoken agreement among pirates that kings do not meet each other. After all, they are all rebellious individuals. When not meeting, many things can be discussed easily, but once they meet, one never knows if a trivial matter could lead to a fight, spoiling any prospects of cooperation. Charlotte Lin first recognized Kaido's Conqueror's haki, then her expression changed, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Another haki." It was Ortoran. After confirming that familiar feeling again, Charlotte Lin became even more excited, laughing as she said, "Ha ha, as expected of my son." In fact, she was not surprised. Katakuri, as her son, also possessed Conqueror's haki, and Ortoran's extraordinary talent in awakening this power was not surprising at all. But at this moment, Charlotte Lin was clearly more anxious. She unleashed her emerald green soul energy and forcefully infused it into her ship, commanding, "Accelerate, increase the speed." The Queen Mama was a ship imbued with a soul powered by soul energy, moving at high speed. Despite its large size, it broke through the waves like a speedboat, rapidly advancing towards Lanky Island. Yet even this could not quell the anxiety in Charlotte Lin's heart. She longed to go to the island now and see what her beloved son had accomplished over the past year, and to see what Kaido, that little brother, had become. She even imagined what Kaido's reaction would be when he realized that the person he was battling was his own son. Thus she could no longer contain herself and shouted, "Zeus." As her voice fell, Charlotte Lin leaped into the air, and suddenly, like the nimbus cloud of Sun Wukong, a thundercloud appeared beneath her feet, carrying her away from the ship, flying towards the island at great speed. On the island, the fierce battle between Ortoran and Kaido continued. The confrontation of Conqueror's Haki had ended, and now it was a heated fight. Though only a few minutes had passed, both appeared as if they had endured days of battle. Kaido's body was covered with unnatural muscle swellings, bruised and bleeding, while Ortoran looked even worse. After all, Kaido fought without honor, using barbed weapons that had inflicted many wounds on Ortoran. Despite their disheveled appearances, both were visibly full of energy, ready for hundreds more rounds of combat. After another exchange, a heavy thud echoed as Ortoran struck Kaido, and at the same time Kaido grabbed Ortoran's hammer handle. As he loosened his left hand, the spiked club fell to the ground, and his palm transformed into a fist, striking Ortoran fiercely on the nose. This punch ignited Ortoran's fury as he also loosened his grip on the hammer, letting Kaido take it, and unleashed a swift uppercut directly at Kaido's chin. Kaido's towering figure was forcefully lifted from the ground by Ortoran's punch, leaning back, almost toppling over. Then neither of them wanted weapons anymore, standing there without any evasion, their fists moving so quickly that they left countless afterimages in the air, the sounds of blows echoing like a drumbeat, urgent yet heavy. The ground shattered continuously, with huge chunks of earth and stone flying from beneath their feet, yet they stood firm as if rooted, muscles trembling and bulging as dark bruises and blood welled up on both of them. With a resounding punch, Ortoran was struck on the eye, and as Kaido's fist withdrew, Ortoran's eye socket was swollen and bruised, blood seeping out, with visible blood vessels in his pupils. In the next moment, Ortoran's fist broke Kaido's nose, blood gushed forth into the air, only to be instantly consumed by the flurry of punches. After 3 to 5 seconds, neither side knew how many punches they had thrown or received. Despite the pain coursing through their bodies, their spirits were exceptionally exhilarated. In a twist, Kaido seized Ortoran's right fist while Ortoran grasped Kaido's left arm. Both were momentarily stunned. Then, without a word, Ortoran thrust his knee towards Kaido's groin, but Kaido reacted swiftly, raising his leg to block the vicious strike. At this moment, neither of them showed any intention of letting go. Taking advantage of his slight strength, Ortoran initiated the attack, pushing off the ground to forcefully shove Kaido to the ground, then sitting on Kaido's abdomen. Pressing down on Kaido, he unleashed a flurry of heavy punches, causing Kaido's head to sink into the ground. Kaido struggled, thrusting his knee upwards, slamming into Ortoran's lower back, staggering Ortoran. Seizing the opportunity, Kaido pulled Ortoran off him and delivered an elbow strike to Ortoran's ear, causing a ringing sensation and dizziness. Following this, Kaido rolled over to take control, pinning Ortoran to the ground and launching another series of heavy punches. At this moment, there was no more technique to speak of. Even though both were powerful fighters, they had devolved into a street brawl. Although Kaido was slightly weaker than Ortoran in strength, he relied on his robust physique, nearly twice Ortoran's size, to overpower him, pinning Ortoran down and delivering blows. After dozens of heavy strikes, Ortoran was left bloodied and battered, struggling to escape, but completely trapped in a disadvantageous position. Just when Kaido thought he had already secured the victory, he suddenly noticed that Ortoran's brown hair was gradually turning white from the roots. What's happening? Kaido was somewhat surprised, but his fists did not stop. He soon realized that every punch he threw seemed to accelerate Ortoran's transformation. At the moment Ortoran's brown hair turned completely white, Kaido's fist suddenly halted. Upon closer inspection, he saw Ortoran had grabbed his wrist. The next second, a force far more violent than Ortoran's previous outburst surged through his hands. Caught off guard, Kaido was thrown to the ground. Before Kaido even landed, Ortoran let out a beast-like roar, his eyes bloodshot, fully entering the state of the Moon Lion. With a speed like lightning, he pounced on Kaido in midair, unleashing a flurry of punches that left Kaido dazed. At this moment, the static electricity of the Fur tribe activated the power of Ortoran's Thunder Fruit. As the last punch was thrown, Ortoran struck Kaido with a fist infused with dense lightning energy, sending him flying with an explosive hairstyle over 100 meters away, crashing into the mountainside of the island and causing a landslide. Buried under the rubble, Kaido, feeling dizzy for a moment, shouted angrily, "Despicable scoundrel! You said we would fight fair, no abilities allowed, yet you suddenly break the rules." But Kaido keenly sensed that Ortoran's recent change seemed to indicate he had lost his senses. Did he cause such a flaw? Before Kaido could think further, the rubble was abruptly tossed aside. Ortoran, like a predator seeking prey, hurled the debris away. Upon spotting Kaido, a savage light ignited in his eyes, raising his hand to unleash lightning. This time Kaido confirmed that Ortoran had indeed gone berserk, naturally disregarding any notions of honor. He opened his mouth to unleash a blast of heat, instantly engulfing the irrational Ortoran and sending him flying. Crawling out from the ruins, Kaido's observation haki had already locked onto the location of Ortolan. The heat wave indeed did not cause Ortolan any harm. Not far away, Ortolan was on all fours like a beast, ready to hunt, crouched on the ground, his long silver hair cascading down eyes bloodshot, and fierce, exuding an overwhelming aura. What is going on? Kaido felt a bit puzzled. He sensed that this state felt somewhat familiar like the moon lion of the fur tribe, but the problem was that the fur tribe didn't go mad in this state, did they? Moreover, it wasn't even a full moon now. Before Kaido had time to think, Ortolan's gaze locked onto him, and with a flash of lightning he disappeared. Kaido's reaction speed was also quick. With his conqueror's haki wrapped around his fist, he struck forward. Almost at the same time, he threw the punch. Ortolan appeared right in front of him. Based on his trajectory, the punch was aimed precisely at Ortolan, but the terrifying aspect of the thunder fruit manifested at that moment. It could be said that Kaido's fist was already pressed against Ortolan's nose. The force of the punch sent Ortolan's silver hair fluttering, yet at this extreme distance Ortolan's ability activated, and amidst the sparks he dodged Kaido's punch, while executing a short-range flash. In an instant Kaido's punch missed, and Ortolan was already right in front of him. Dense lightning elements erupted instantly, engulfing both of their figures in dazzling electric light. Shortly after, Kaido was sent flying amidst black smoke, letting out an angry roar. Kaido was struck by Ortolan and sent flying several dozen meters away, his feet hitting the ground hard, plowing 2 deep trenches in the earth to stop himself. As soon as he steadied himself, Kaido used his observation haki to foresee the future. He reached out one hand towards the air in front of him, while pulling back the other fist, directly maxing out his strength. Immediately after, Ortolan's figure suddenly appeared before him. As if it was calculated perfectly, Kaido grabbed Ortolan's shoulder, pinning him in place for a brief moment. But that brief moment was enough. A punch wrapped in the fierce conqueror's haki was hurled out fiercely. This time, without any surprises, it struck Ortolan's forehead with a muffled thud. Ortolan's figure was slammed into the ground by the overwhelming force, rebounding and rolling away for several circles. Dragon Roar Cannon. Kaido did not pursue Ortolan. He knew he could not match Ortolan in speed, so he chose to release his energy. The violent heat wave gathered in Kaido's mouth, and at the moment of explosion, he spat out the energy ball of heat, directly engulfing Ortolan, who had just gotten up from the ground. But at the moment before the explosion, Kaido clearly captured Ortolan's lightning-fast figure, leaving the spot. Kaido initially thought Ortolan would launch another surprise attack on him, so he tensed his muscles, covering himself with haki, and prepared for a defensive counterattack. But in an instant he relaxed his brow. Ortolan did not come. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, Kaido saw Ortolan standing not far away on a broken boulder. At this moment Ortolan returned to his initial state, his gaze clear. His long silver hair that had draped down to his waist was now pulled back, reverting to a short, sharp brown. "Have you come to your senses, eh?" Kaido said with a smile. Sorry, my family's hereditary condition acted up just now. But speaking of which, this is the first time I've entered that state without it being a full moon. It's a bit strange. It seems that the main cause of my problem is not the full moon, but the bloodlust," Ortolan said apologetically, while covering his swollen forehead from Kaido's punch. Although Ortolan had regained his senses, it was evident that both he and Kaido could never return to the past. The intense battle of fists had now come to a close. The two of them tacitly agreed not to mention continuing that kind of battle. Ortolan took a deep breath and said, "Next we need to get serious and have a proper fight." As his words fell, the black of his pupils gradually changed, revealing a spark of lightning-like indigo. Following that, Kaido watched as a layer of condensed lightning elements slowly emerged around Ortolan's body, like armor adhering to him. "Lightning armor," Ortolan exclaimed. In developing his abilities, Ortolan roughly categorized them into 2 attack modes. One is long-range attacks, relying on the Thunder Fruit's super amplification of observation haki, allowing for large-scale energy assaults that can be initiated beyond the enemy's foresight. Combined with the mobility provided by the Thunder Fruit, it can be considered an unbeatable state. However, it was clear that Kaido, with his tough skin and strong physique, would not be easily taken down by Ortolan even in this mode. That large-scale energy outpouring might not pose any trouble for Kaido. Thus, Ortolan directly chose the second attack mode, which was close combat. Since obtaining the Thunder Fruit, Ortolan has consistently included the option of stimulating and training his body through electric currents in developing this ability. Comparatively, Ortolan's physical attributes were actually stronger than when he solely relied on his monstrous innate talent. And now this lightning armor state fully harnessed the stimulation from electric currents to enhance his physicality, providing significant boosts to strength, reflexes, speed, and more. Seeing Ortolan's serious expression, Kaido didn't waste words. Energy surged within him, and a series of azure blue scales began to appear on his surface, making him appear even more robust and muscular. This is a unique form of transformation for Zoan-type Devil Fruit users, which can be called Beast Human form, but Kaido prefers to refer to it as Dragon Human form. Ortolan had the opportunity to strike before Kaido completely transitioned into this state, but he didn't. Instead, he silently waited from a distance. After a brief few seconds, Kaido said, Then let's have a serious fight. As soon as Kaido finished speaking, both of their figures moved simultaneously with the same target rushing towards each other. Thus in the blink of an eye the two were face to face, nearly pressed together. Kaido's fist wrapped in Conqueror's haki smashed towards Ortolan's arm, but Ortolan did not take the punch heed as before. At that moment his reflexes were extraordinarily sharp. He effortlessly dodged Kaido's punch, like a piece of paper caught in the airflow. This was a technique from the 6th style paper drawing, but not entirely. It combined his own reaction speed from the Thunder Fruit to create an active dodge. Swiftly evading Kaido's punch, Ortolan was already at Kaido's chest. Due to their height difference, Ortolan targeted Kaido's abdomen. Elbow strike. Heavy flow blast. Ortolan shouted angrily. The lightning armor attached to Ortolan's elbow slammed into Kaido's abdomen. Kaido was thrust upwards, bending at the waist, contorting like a shrimp, his expression showing pain. Clearly, Ortolan's fierce blow was much stronger than before. Kaido was already slightly inferior in strength as it was, and with Ortolan possessing immense strength from his innate abilities, not to mention Ortolan forcibly raising his limits with the power of lightning at this point. Thus this strike directly lifted Kaido's feet off the ground, causing him to fly backward. However, Ortolan did not halt his offensive after landing that blow. Instead, he unleashed a second attack like a storm. The power of thunder roared, and Ortolan executed a thunder instant, directly catching up to the flying Kaido. With a bent arm, he slashed towards Kaido's neck, shouting, "Thunder Plow Heat Blade." Not only did Kaido fall short in strength compared to Ortolan, but he also could not match Ortolan in speed. Plus, being in a state of being knocked back, he could not evade this strike. With a furious expression, but feeling helpless, Kaido was directly caught by Ortolan's arm against his throat, feeling as if his Adam's apple had shattered, while he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of foul blood. It wasn't over yet. In the blink of an eye, Ortolan delivered an uppercut that struck Kaido's chin, sending him flying into the air. Clearly, this was merely a preparatory skill. As Kaido's form ascended, a bolt of lightning appeared behind him at a speed several times faster than his own. Despite the disparity in stature, Ortolan could still lock onto Kaido from behind. Ortolan's arms slipped under Kaido's armpits, bending back, and his hands locked around Kaido's neck. Bastard. Kaido was alarmed and struggled with all his might, but he could not break free from Ortolan, who was stronger than him. The power of lightning, like the frost of winter, swiftly invaded and enveloped Kaido in the rich lightning elements in an instant. And the moment Kaido was completely enveloped, a fierce glint flashed in Ortolan's eyes as he shouted, "Thunder Blast." The powerful lightning energy wrapping both Ortolan and Kaido descended from the sky, crashing down onto the ground with a speed that one could not react to. In an instant, the ground was stained blue and white, and then the surface within a radius of hundreds of meters shattered instantaneously, with a massive surge of lightning elements bursting forth, engulfing everything. At the sea nearing the island, Captain Carp stood atop the ship's mainmast, a monocular telescope in hand, staring in stunned silence at the spectacle unfolding on land. After a brief moment of shock, Carp turned to his companion Kazan, standing beside him in identical posture, and asked, "You're close with him. Have you ever sparred?" "Never." He feared losing control, so back at headquarters, he was unfailingly gentle, reluctant even to raise a hand in conflict. Kazan swallowed hard as he spoke. Indeed, since that campus assault incident, Ortolan had not engaged anyone in combat at headquarters, save for occasional perfunctory sparring sessions with instructor Zephyr undertaken solely to fulfill academic credit requirements, never with true seriousness. Thus Kazan was profoundly shaken. So too was Carp. Though both recognized Ortolan's extraordinary talent, relentless diligence, and immense latent potential, clearly destined to ascend among the world's elite martial masters. That destiny remained firmly rooted in the future. Their present perception of Ortolan still lingered frozen in time around the memory of that schoolyard violence. In fact, Kazan privately believed that were he to fight Ortolan seriously, he could still subdue him utterly. Not until just now, perched together atop the mast witnessing those dozen minutes of battle, did reality shatter their assumptions. Though fleeting, Ortolan's displayed power, especially in his final lightning armor state, was nothing short of astonishing. Kazan mentally simulated the scenario. If he faced Ortolan in that very state, could he prevail? The answer surfaced instantly. No, he'd likely be overwhelmed, perhaps even humiliated beyond recovery. The Goro Goro no Mi, truly one of the devil fruits, hailed as invincible. Carp murmured inwardly. He reflected further. The Goro Goro no Mi was a perfect symbiosis with Ortolan, a match so rare it bordered on preordained. With any other devil fruit, such staggering rapid ascension would have been unthinkable. Ortolan already possessed exceptional innate talent, immense strength, unparalleled physical constitution, surpassing even most Zoan types, including ancient Zoans. Were one to classify him as a devil fruit user, calling him a mythical Zoan would hardly be an exaggeration. His sole apparent deficiencies lay in speed and reflexes, deficits the Goro Goro no Mi elevated with flawless precision, harmonizing them fully with his otherwise prodigious physique. And thus upon reflection Orderin emerged, not as a warrior with strengths and weaknesses, but as a perfectly balanced six-sided combatant without flaw or vulnerability. Precisely because he had now bridged those gaps in velocity and reaction, his monstrous strength, indomitable constitution, and lightning-based powers coalesced into a force capable of, at least temporarily, overwhelming Kaido himself. As these thoughts crossed Carp's mind, his gaze suddenly snapped toward the sky on the island's far side, where a lone figure hovered. At the same instant, that figure seemed to sense his attention and lifted her eyes directly toward him. Their gazes locked. Carp's expression hardened. Damn it. It's Charlotte Lin. Without hesitation, Carp leapt from the mast, sprinted across the deck, and launched himself off the bow into open air. Then midair he activated Moon Walk repeatedly, no longer concerned with grace or decorum, propelling himself toward the island at blinding speed. Meanwhile on the island, Orderin knelt half-crouched, his skin flushed crimson as if boiled alive. With each labored breath, wisps of black smoke mingled with white vapor escaped his lips and nostrils. Clearly sustaining this extreme state, subjecting his flesh to relentless high-intensity lightning stimulation, placed tremendous strain upon him. First he had to suppress his Logia intangibility, were he to fully elementize his body would become pure lightning, rendering self-stimulation meaningless. Once elementization was suspended, channeling such immense lightning energy internally amounted to continuous controlled electrocution, albeit delivered with deliberate steadiness. Even with his iron-hard frame, his internal organs remained vulnerable, hence the overwhelming physiological pressure. Yet Orderin sensed progress. Each full immersion into this state enhanced his body's tolerance to lightning energy, suggesting future iterations would endure longer. After 2 deep, steadying breaths, he rose slowly from the scorched earth and gazed toward the deep crater nearby. There Kaido lay supine, motionless, wreathed in acrid black smoke. Is it over? Orderin hesitated, uncertain. Truth be told, that barrage had been devastating, so fierce he doubted anyone in the Grand Line could withstand it unscathed. Yet Kaido was thick-skinned, resilient, mythical Zoan incarnate, unharmed, impossible, but defeated outright by a single onslaught. That felt absurdly improbable. As if on cue, the motionless Kaido abruptly executed a sit-up, rising upright from the crater's depths. A torrent of black smoke erupted from his mouth. Gradually his ragged breathing settled. He fixed his gaze upon Orderin and rasped, that hit hard. I can't even recall the last time I blacked out like that. His voice was hoarse, blood trickling steadily from the corners of his mouth. Undoubtedly grievously wounded. Yet, as he himself declared, it was precisely that intensity which invigorated him. His combat capability remained undiminished. Orderin's face twitched faintly. So you do sit-ups too, huh? Just as Orderin parted his lips to speak, both he and Kaido flinched simultaneously, leaping away from their positions in unison. Orderin vanished in a streak of lightning, graceful, instantaneous. Kaido, by contrast, scrambled frantically, hands and feet churning, rolling wildly to evade. The next instant, a searing column of flame descended from the heavens, slamming with cataclysmic force onto the exact spot they'd occupied moments before. The ground vaporized on contact, melted instantly into blackened magma and glassy crystalline shards, testament to the inferno's savage heat. Timon Mahadeva no Kane. That unmistakable voice pierced Orderin's ears. Hundreds of meters away atop rubble and shattered stone, Orderin brushed dust from his justice cloak, retrieved his fallen warhammer from the ground, and slung it effortlessly over his shoulder. In another direction, equally distant, Kaido seized his kanashibari staff, gripping it tightly, his expression grave as he stared into the heart of the blazing inferno. There within the conflagration stood a tall, lithe figure, neither bulky nor massive, yet radiating sovereign presence, her silhouette flickering amid the flames. She stepped forth from the fire, and the raging blaze, as if recognizing its sovereign, recoiled instinctively, parting like a living entity to forge a path of molten light. First emerged a long, leather-booted leg. Then, with regal poise, Charlotte Lin, the Big Mom herself, strode into view. Over a year had passed since their last meeting. Had she undergone some kind of rejuvenation? Orderin recalled that in his original timeline, his adoptive mother's beauty and form had begun declining after her 40s. Yet here she stood, still formidable, still radiant. Could his mere presence have subtly altered her trajectory? Unlikely. Lin wore her signature white-brimmed captain's hat adorned with a pale yellow polka-dot pink scarf. Her lips gleamed with vivid crimson gloss. Over her shoulders draped a grand captain's coat, reminiscent in majesty if not in color of the Marine Admiral's cloak. Embers still clung to her fists, but as she emerged from the inferno, they faded swiftly into ash. A confident, imperious smile played upon her lips. She surveyed Kaido and Orderin, then burst into thunderous laughter. Mwahaha. Why the silence? Did my greeting lack flair? Did I fail to announce myself properly? Watching his mother, Orderin reaffirmed a quiet certainty. Compared to Kaido of this era, she was unquestionably stronger, and the disparity was glaring, evident even in sheer aura alone. Kaido's expression seemed to be under immense pressure. His brows furrowed as he said, "Lingling, it's been a long time. You still look the same." Charlotte Lingling laughed heartily, looking at Kaido with a teasing glint in her eyes. "It has been a while, Kaido, but you've matured quite a bit, looking more like a real man." "Bastard." Kaido glared at Charlotte Lingling as if she had touched a nerve. From a distance, Ortron watched the scene with great interest, his mind recalling the book written by Rox, Haki from Introduction to Immersion, which vaguely mentioned Kaido's secret crush. It further mentioned that Kaido had once confessed to Charlotte Lingling while on the ship, only to be rejected with the excuse of "I don't like little boys." Combining that with her current remark of looking more like a real man, it was easy to guess what she was teasing about, and no wonder Kaido looked so miserable. After teasing Kaido, Charlotte Lingling's expression turned serious as she said, "You understand me, right? Kaido, the technology in the hands of these scientists can fulfill my dream of becoming a giant. So don't try to snatch it from me." Kaido replied without hesitation, "Being a pirate means stealing, and that's a lesson you taught me, Lingling. My beasts pirates need them too." Kaido firmly rejected her. Kaido was not skilled in managing territory, while Charlotte Lingling clearly excelled in that regard. Totland, although a pirate nation, required its citizens to pay soul taxes periodically. However, apart from that, Charlotte Lingling surprisingly did not mistreat her citizens. There were no chaotic issues, nor did she often massacre the islands under her control, unless she was struck by a craving or if offerings of desserts due to her were not delivered. Ortron had studied various investigations and assessments of the Navy regarding Totland, discovering that its economic development was quite good, with stable public order and relatively safe waters. There were even instances where people traveled great distances to join Totland despite the soul tax, leading the Navy to gradually increase the threat index of the Big Mom pirates over the years. With good territory management, Charlotte Lingling naturally had money while Kaido was left with none and could only rely on the nobility of Wano to exploit his citizens to maintain a decent living. Thus, Kaido sought ways to secure a stable source of income for his pirate crew, such as arms dealing. And it turned out that Kaido was quite successful in this regard. In the original story, his arms business grew to the point of becoming a covert supplier for the world government. Theoretically, every cannonball fired by the Navy contained Kaido's effort. "So there's nothing to discuss then," Charlotte Lingling said with a smile, but her eyes grew increasingly dangerous. Though Kaido felt a bit at a loss, he was not intimidated if he were afraid of this, and that how could he be a pirate captain? Therefore, Kaido hefted his kanabo onto his shoulder and said in a deep voice, "There's nothing to discuss." "Oomph." Charlotte Lingling snorted coldly. "Then let me see how much you've progressed over the years." As her voice fell, Charlotte Lingling suddenly stomped her foot, shattering the charred, crystallized ground, and her figure abruptly vanished from the spot. Kaido felt a sinking sensation in his heart, the Haki power surging through his kanabo, his observation, Haki, fully activated. He knew very well how terrifying Charlotte Lingling's strength was, so he had to go all out from the very beginning, otherwise defeat was inevitable. In that moment, Kaido thought of many scenarios and even devised various responses. Over the years, he had always considered Charlotte Lingling, once the leader, as his imaginary enemy, and had envisioned countless battles in his mind. He was confident that no matter what move Charlotte Lingling made first, he could handle it. But in the next moment, Kaido was left dumbfounded. Not only was Kaido dumbfounded, but Ortron was as well, because in the previous second, Charlotte Lingling had been fiercely confronting Kaido, but at the moment of attack, her target was not Kaido, but her own rebellious son. Kaido was not particularly fast, and Ortron was well aware of this from their previous encounters. In his impression, Charlotte Lingling's speed should not have been that terrifying. At least, she had not shown remarkable speed during the Yonko era. Yet at this moment, Ortron, as a user of the Rumble fruit, nearly fell victim to Charlotte Lingling's surprise attack. There were no flames, no lightning, and nothing of Charlotte Lingling's proud soul power. It was just a simple, pure punch infused with an overwhelming and oppressive conqueror's Haki. "Mommy misses you so much, my precious son," Charlotte Lingling said with a vicious smile. Ortron managed to react. He could keep up with Charlotte Lingling's speed, and even thought that if he dodged now, he could completely evade her punch. But for some reason, he did not want to dodge. He wanted to test just how much of a gap existed between his inherited power and that of Charlotte Lingling. Thus, facing this sudden punch, Ortron roared, "Don't underestimate me." Then, without hesitation, he also wrapped his conqueror's Haki around his hand and threw a punch back at Charlotte Lingling's fist. Against Kaido, Ortron had held his own and even had the advantage in strength. But facing Charlotte Lingling, he immediately felt the terrifying pressure. After merely 2 seconds of stalemate, his conqueror's haki was utterly crushed by Charlotte Lingling, and shortly after her fist collided with Ortron's. All along, Ortron's pride in his absolute strength was rendered utterly insufficient before Charlotte Lingling. The ground beneath them first shattered under the pressure, then the fragmented ground was crushed into dust by the overwhelming force, and soon Ortron's legs were embedded into the ground, as if nailed down. Yet he still managed to withstand that punch, preventing Charlotte Lingling from breaking through. But before Ortron could finish this thought, Charlotte Lingling grinned and said, "Looks like the Navy has trained you well. You're definitely much stronger than you were over a year ago, little brat." As soon as she finished speaking, the muscles in her arms bulged, destroying her beautiful image, giving an awkward sense of disproportion with her overly prominent muscles. Yet even though her appearance had become less graceful, the explosive power she unleashed was astounding. With a crack, Ortron's haki was completely shattered, and then his arm could not withstand the force, and was forcibly pushed down by Charlotte Lingling's punch pressing against his chest. Following that, his legs, which were originally planted in the ground, could no longer hold, causing Ortron's body to lean back. Finally, with a loud bang, Charlotte Lingling landed on the ground, her waist sinking, adopting a bowing stance, her arm piercing into the ground, her fist pressing down on Ortron. With just one strike in a pure contest of strength, Charlotte Lingling's brute force utterly crushed Ortron. Ortron's arm was pressed against his ribs by Charlotte Lingling's fist, and he could feel his ribs had likely fractured. Simultaneously, a tidal wave of pain surged through his organs, clearly a result of the previous electric shock combined with the current heavy blow. As a result, he felt a tickle in his throat, and a mouthful of filthy blood mixed with chunks of internal organs was spat out, causing his spirit to quickly wither. "With just this level of skill, you have no reason to be proud, Ortron." Charlotte Lingling said, her eyes carrying a hint of amusement. And just as her words fell, a shadow flickered and appeared before Charlotte Lingling, followed by a steel fist striking like a cannonball, hitting her squarely in the face before she could react. "Do you have a problem with my subordinates, you bastard pirate?" It was Carp. Carp's iron fist was still powerful enough. With one hit, Charlotte Lingling's face was bruised, and her tall figure could not withstand the force, being blown away and crashing into the cliff that Kaido had previously shattered, finally coming to a stop. From the ruins, a hand quickly emerged, and Charlotte Lingling climbed up, casually wiping the blood from her face, looking at Carp and saying, "Still so rude, Carp." Kapu adjusted his shoulders and said in a deep voice, "What courtesy is needed when dealing with you pirates?" Meanwhile, Aolcharan also got up from the ground. Although he felt a few ribs had cracked and his internal organs were somewhat damaged, it wasn't too serious. It was just the blood oozing from the corner of his mouth that made him look somewhat disheveled. "Are you all right?" Kapu inquired. Aolcharan shook his head and replied, "It's just a minor injury." Kapu thought to himself, after fighting fiercely with Kaido and taking a heavy punch from Charlotte Lingling, he could still stubbornly claim it was just a minor injury. Truly, he is a monster. On the other side, Kaido's mind was somewhat confused as he looked at the 3 people across from him with an incredulous gaze. Kapu, the Navy hero, was unquestionable. It seemed that the one called Bane Aolcharan was indeed his subordinate, which was also fine. But why did Lin refer to herself as the mother of that Bane Aolcharan? "Is that guy your son?" Lin. Kaido could not help but voice his confusion. "I almost thought of making him my sworn brother, and you say he is your son." Charlotte Lin smirked and said with a hint of a smile, "That's right, my son is quite impressive, isn't he? And you, Kapu, the Navy, is truly bold. Did he not tell you about his origins? Don't you Navy ever investigate? How could you allow a descendant of my bloodline to be admitted into the Navy? Don't you fear that it might lead to a great disaster in the future?" "Ha ha ha." Aolcharan sneered and said, "What does this count as? If you want as a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, I can arrange for you to live in the living quarters of Marineford. If that doesn't work, I can scrape together some money to open a cake shop for you as a token of filial piety." "Ah." Kapu laughed heartily at Aolcharan's words and said, "You're right. If you want, you can also come back to the Navy headquarters with me." Kapu had long known Aolcharan's identity, so whatever Charlotte Lin said here was of little significance to him. On the contrary, the more Charlotte Lin spoke such divisive words, the more it made Kapu trust Aolcharan. Of course, Kapu also knew that there might be some acting involved, but as long as Aolcharan did not do anything harmful to the Navy, he was worth trusting. It was impossible for him to develop any grievances against Aolcharan over such trivial words, especially since Aolcharan was increasingly proving his strength and potential. How long had it been since he started training at Marineford? Just a little over a year, and he could already contend with Kaido. Such talent, how could it not be properly courted? After confirming that Aolcharan was indeed a bloodline of Charlotte Lin, Kaido couldn't help but laugh and said, "Lin, you are truly incomprehensible. Such a good seedling could fall into the hands of the Navy from your side. I don't even know how to describe you, ahaha." Kaido's words caused Kapu to ponder. Indeed, if Charlotte Linlin truly intended to plant a mole in the Navy, she would not have let Aolcheron such a talent go free. She could have just sent a more average one. If he were Charlotte Linlin, he would definitely want to keep Aolcheron by his side to conquer the world, as that would align more with his own interests. Idiot, how can the grudges between us be resolved in just a few words? Charlotte Linlin glared at Kaido and said, let's put our disputes aside for now and deal with these Navy people first. If Kapu hadn't shown up, Kaido would not have teamed up with Charlotte Linlin on this matter. But now that the Navy was here as pirates, it was only reasonable for them to join forces against the Navy. Thus Kaido took a deep breath and said, then let us coexist well. At that moment, a violent explosion suddenly occurred at the distant research base, and then Borsalino emerged from the explosion, holding a guy who looked like Einstein. Aolcheron recognized him at a glance. That guy was the infamous Dr. Vegapunk, and Kapu had seen the operational materials before coming, so he naturally recognized that this was their target. Almost simultaneously at the moment Borsalino burst out from the explosion, 3 figures chased after him. One was Quinn, who had already transformed into a hybrid form of a Brachiosaurus, looking severely injured with many charred spots on his body, presumably from being hit by Borsalino. The other 2 were Germa's Vinsmoke Sanji and the disheveled, yet unharmed natural-type user M. Caesar Clown. Vinsmoke Sanji reacted the fastest. Upon seeing Kapu, the Navy, and Charlotte Linlin along with Kaido, he was momentarily stunned, then, without a word, turned and fled. As the king of Germa, at least on the surface, his identity was still part of the world government's allied royal family. The Navy would normally not make things difficult for him, but now he couldn't ascertain the stance of the world government. At this moment, Sanji had no intention of leveraging the power of pirates. He was still thinking of returning to the North Sea to continue his research and strengthen Germa, so he naturally wouldn't consider joining Kaido and Charlotte Linlin to be their tool. After Sanji ran off, Quinn reacted as well. Without saying a word, he rushed towards Kaido, shouting, "Boss Kaido, it's me, Quinn. You said you would treat me to a meal." Quinn and Sanji's escape left Caesar a bit dumbfounded. Wait, I haven't even gotten on the vehicle. How can I choose? Caesar immediately ruled out the Navy, not because he was wary of them, but because he simply didn't want to continue working with Vegapunk, whom he regarded as a bastard. That guy had too many rules forbidding him from doing this, and that often scolding his research as inhumane, which was simply disgusting. In Caesar's view as a scientist, if he were restrained by worldly morals, how could he become a top scientist? One must have a heart free of taboos to achieve results beyond others' expectations. Since that bastard Quinn had joined Kaido and Vegapunk had been captured by the Navy to maintain competitiveness, Caesar immediately set his sights on Charlotte Linlin, flying towards her saying, "Big Mom, save me. I am willing to join the Big Mom pirates." As Caesar flew towards Charlotte Linlin, Kapu said in a deep voice, "Dr. Vegapunk is our primary target already achieved. That guy named Caesar is very dangerous. According to our investigation, he often develops large-scale destructive weapons, making him the second target of this mission. Get him." Understood. Aolcheron immediately responded. Originally, Aolcheron did not know what was happening here, but he still had some impression of the final outcome, which was that both Caesar and Dr. Vegapunk were captured by the Navy. Both of them likely joined the scientific unit established by the Navy afterwards, but Caesar was imprisoned after causing a major leak during forbidden experiments at Punk Hazard, leading to the destruction of the entire Punk Hazard. To be honest, Caesar's forbidden experiments were not the problem. For the world government and the Navy, if he truly developed any powerful large-scale destructive weapons from a certain perspective, it wouldn't be a bad thing. But the problem was that Caesar's experiments went awry, destroying Punk Hazard, which was a major issue. What kind of place was Punk Hazard? It was a research base, and if all went well, it should have been the most advanced research base in the world. Just by thinking about it, one could imagine how much money the Navy and the world government had invested, and how many cutting-edge research facilities had been set up there. If Caesar wiped this place out, how could the world government and the Navy not be furious? Yet in such a situation, the world government and the Navy did not directly eliminate Caesar, but chose to imprison him, which shows how high his treatment was. Normally speaking, if Caesar were imprisoned for a year or two, it would just be a formality, and he might even be reinstated. However, later, with the intervention of Don Quixote, Doflamingo, the ship that was supposed to take Caesar to Impel Down, was hijacked, resulting in Caesar being taken under Doflamingo's wing, which led to a series of chaotic events. At the moment he received the order, Aolcheron's body flashed with lightning, and he disappeared in an instant, appearing behind Caesar in the blink of an eye. As Aolcheron moved, Charlotte Linlin's eyes darkened, and her figure quickly chased after him. Without saying a word, Kapu wrapped himself in haki, stomped the ground to shatter it, and launched himself like a cannonball, intending to block Charlotte Linlin. Originally, Kaido could have directly retreated here. He came just to take Quinn away, and now that things were in chaos, and Quinn was already in hand, it would be the best choice to leave. But looking at Charlotte Linlin's figure, a hint of reluctance flashed in Kaido's eyes. Finally gritting his teeth, he said, "With Linlin's temperament, if she returns empty-handed, she will surely vent her anger on me. It's better to help her a bit." After finding a flimsy reason to convince himself, Kaido opened his mouth and released a blast of hot breath towards Kapu, then brandished the kanabo and charged towards Kapu, blocking him. Although Kaido was not Kapu's opponent at this time, and he was aware of this, just as Altoran could entangle Kaido, he had no problem annoying Kapu at this moment. Altoran firmly grasped Caesar's shoulder and said, "Come back to the Navy with me. The benefits are good with social insurance and housing fund. It's a public institution. The current job market at sea is quite grim. This is a great opportunity." Before Altoran could finish his sentence, Charlotte Lingling brandished the Emperor's sword and shouted, "You treacherous son, betraying your mother is one thing, but do you also want to take my subordinates who have sided with me?" Facing Charlotte Lingling, Altoran did not dare to underestimate her. He immediately released Caesar and wielded his hammer, striking against Charlotte Lingling's slash. The slash, imbued with violent flames, struck Altoran's war hammer with a thunderous boom. The force was so tremendous that it made Altoran question whether his innate divine power was not in its full form. After repelling Altoran with one blow, Charlotte Lingling shielded Caesar behind her and said, "That human gigantification technique, that's your doing, isn't it?" "Yes, yes," Caesar hurriedly replied, "but that technique is still not quite mature." However, Charlotte Lingling no longer had time to listen to his nonsense. Altoran raised his hand and unleashed a lightning cannon. Charlotte Lingling retaliated with a fiery punch, shattering the lightning power while simultaneously raising her sword. As expected, Altoran's figure flickered and appeared above Charlotte Lingling, swinging his hammer down from above. With a loud bang, the fierce shockwave sent Caesar flying from behind Charlotte Lingling. At the same moment, Altoran transformed into lightning again and rushed to Caesar's back, reaching out to grab him, but Charlotte Lingling reacted quickly, roaring soul incantation. A strange, eerie green light erupted from Charlotte Lingling, and the moment it touched Altoran, it caused a brief halt in his thoughts, as if his soul wanted to break free from his body and leave freely. Before Altoran could escape this state, Charlotte Lingling struck him on the back with her sword, severing his flesh and sending him flying hundreds of meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. "If you want to challenge me, you are still a million years away," Charlotte Lingling sneered. Looking back at Caesar, he was now gaping wide, as if the eerie green soul was about to escape from his mouth due to the effect of the soul incantation. Charlotte Lingling directly grabbed Caesar's soul and forced it back into his mouth, cursing spineless waste. The power of the soul incantation could indeed seize the opponent's soul, but it was also related to willpower. This power was ineffective against strong individuals like Carp. Even Altoran, who was still inexperienced, only experienced a momentary halt in his thoughts. In contrast, Caesar's performance was quite pathetic. He was only slightly affected by the shockwave and nearly lost his soul. This also reflected how bizarrely powerful Charlotte Lingling's abilities were. For ordinary minions, even the slightest fear of her would mean they wouldn't live to see another day. Altoran got up from the ground, feeling a burning pain in his back, secretly cursing that his mother was indeed merciless. However, at this moment, he could not afford to delay. With lightning flashing in his eyes, he once again emanated a dense aura of lightning elements, clearly preparing to forcibly enter the lightning escape armor state and fight Charlotte Lingling. Just then, a blood-red firework suddenly exploded on the sea surface in the direction of the distant port. That was in the direction of the warship where Kazan was. Seeing the firework, Altoran was startled. This was the highest-level retreat signal, indicating that a major event had occurred and the current mission must be abandoned. Carp had just punched Kaido flying and was preparing to support Altoran when he saw the firework. His expression tensed, and without saying a word, he called out, "Altoran, retreat. Though we couldn't take Caesar away, we have already captured Dr. Vegapunk. For the Navy, the minimum objective has been achieved, so it's not considered a failure. Now that there is an emergency situation, Carp, despite his usual carelessness, still knows how to prioritize." With the order from the superior, Altoran did not hesitate. He glanced at Charlotte Lingling with a meaningful look, and then with a flash of lightning quickly evacuated the island. On the other side, the warships that had not yet reached the island had already started to turn back. Kazan and Borisolino both looked extremely tense, as it seemed that a major incident had indeed occurred. Altoran's speed was incredibly fast. With a flash of lightning, he landed on the deck and asked in a deep voice what happened. After inspecting G1, the Marshal was supposed to return to Marineford according to the original plan. However, he encountered a tsunami midway and was forced to stop and rest at Fellini's Island. There he ran into the Red Count Baroque Leadfield, who attacked the Marshal. Currently, both sides are engaged in fierce battle, but there are no elite guards around the Marshal. We must rush to support him as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if any embarrassing outcome occurs, it would be a major blow to our entire Navy. Kazan immediately responded. Altoran was taken aback. "It's you again, Old Red." At that moment, Altoron finally connected the dots. Why would the Marine Admiral Steelbone have no choice but to face off against the Red Count alone, nearly facing defeat, only to rely on Carp's timely arrival to subdue him? This was what Altoron had previously found incomprehensible, as the Marine Admiral Steelbone must have formidable guards. How could he be ambushed by the Red Count? Now it seemed that in the original story either Carp had to execute a mission halfway like now, or due to the tsunami he lost contact with the Steelbone's fleet, which ultimately led to the Admiral having to face the Red Count alone. While Altoron was contemplating this, the ship's doctor had already arrived, quickly bandaging his wounds and assessing his condition. However, apart from superficial injuries and internal tremors, Altoron had no major issues, and the doctor merely advised him to rest. However, this suggestion was as good as useless. The Admiral was in trouble. How could they as guards afford to rest? At that moment, Carp, stepping lightly, landed on the deck and immediately inquired about what had happened. After Kazan finished explaining, Carp's expression darkened. Though the Red Count may not have the influence of Whitebeard Roger or Shiki, his strength should not be underestimated. Isn't Steelbone's strength also formidable? Borsalino hesitated to ask. He was once. The Admiral is indeed very strong, but think about it, how long has it been since the Admiral has fought anyone? Carp countered directly. As soon as Carp said this, Borsalino, Kazan, Altrin, and the others all fell silent. Steelbone had been the Marine Admiral for many years, and as an Admiral, he naturally wouldn't be on the front lines, let alone fight for his life in battle. Living in comfort was inevitable. Regardless of whether he wanted to go to the front lines or not, the higher-ups of the Navy would never allow it and would stop him. Thus, no matter how strong he was back then, his strength must have declined now. In comparison, the Red Count was roaming the seas alone, making a name for himself. His strength was evident. Regardless, we must be prepared for the worst. If we sail to Fellini's Island continuously at full speed, how long will it take? Carp asked solemnly. 10 days at the fastest. It will take 10 days, and that's under calm weather without any disastrous conditions, Kazan immediately replied. 10 days. That's a bit too long. Isn't Sakaski nearby? Carp's mind raced as he quickly asked. Sakaski is nearby carrying out a mission, but he is at the center of the tsunami. In the current situation, he can't set sail. Kazan shook his head and replied. The climate in the New World is terrifying. Once a large-scale catastrophic weather phenomenon occurs, don't think about setting sail. Otherwise, it would be sending yourself to death. Didn't you see how Shiki was so overconfident, yet still capsized in the storm? Give me the permanent record pointer for Fellini's Island. I will go. My speed is fast enough and I can fly for a long time. I will arrive in at most 2 days. Altoron suddenly spoke up. Carp hesitated for a moment and said, but this is too dangerous. Even if you have the Thunder Fruit ability, you still can't escape the realm of the ability user. What if you encounter uncontrollable factors midway and fall into the sea? You would be done for. Kazan also expressed his concerns. There would be no one to rescue you. Altoron responded resolutely, what's more important, my safety or the Admiral's safety? Don't joke, the great achievement of protecting the Admiral is a great opportunity for my promotion. Anyone who obstructs me is obstructing my progress. 2 days later, near the waters approaching Fellini's Island, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, and the figure of Aaltolan hovered in midair. He then took out a mirror from his hand and shook it casually. Shortly after, a beam of golden light shot from a distance beyond sight and struck the mirror, which then refracted, revealing the figure of Borsalino. How's it going, little monkey? Aaltolan teased as Borsalino's figure appeared. I've told you countless times, don't shake the mirror when you raise it. What if I miss and you fall straight into the sea? I told you not to shake it. Borsalino replied, slightly annoyed. Haha, don't worry. With me watching, how could I let you fall into the sea? Aaltolan laughed heartily. 2 days prior on the warship, the Navy ultimately decided to have Aaltolan rush to Fellini's Island to provide the fastest support to Marshal Steelbone. However, Carp still had some concerns about Aaltolan's safety, so he arranged for Borsalino to accompany Aaltolan. With one possessing the light fruit and the other the thunder fruit, their speeds matched, providing mutual support on the sea. Yet Borsalino's ability wasn't as convenient for traveling as Aaltolan's thunder. He needed to constantly refract, so Aaltolan had to take on the role of guide, clearing the path in front, while providing Borsalino with a mirror for easy transmission. The two did not delay for long. The next moment, Aaltolan transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished into the air. Shortly after Borsalino's observation, Haki locked onto the target, a flash of gold shimmered, and his figure vanished. They were not far from Fellini's Island now. After 5 or 6 such long-distance flickers, Aaltolan and Borsalino saw the island at the horizon of the sea. They also observed the situation on the island. Although it was hard to see clearly, there was indeed a lot of commotion. A half of the town on the island had collapsed, and in the harbor there were the wrecks of warships clearly sunken and resting on the seabed. Aaltolan and Borsalino exchanged glances, nodded to each other, and without a word activated their abilities, vanishing in an instant. On the island, the casualties among the Navy were severe. The town was filled with fallen soldiers. However, upon closer inspection, many of them had not lost their lives, but were mostly in a state of unconsciousness, likely due to the effects of Conqueror's haki. Amidst the ruins of the town, Marshal Steelbone was panting heavily, blood flowing from his forehead, and a deep wound on his muscular arm exposed the bone, with blood gushing from the injury clearly inflicted by a sharp weapon. In stark contrast to Marshal Steelbone's disheveled state, Baloric Raidfield, standing not too far opposite him, appeared to be in much better condition, even showing a hint of elegance. Shaking the blood off the sword in his hand, Raidfield spoke. "How arrogant, empty. If you hadn't chosen to protect those useless subordinates, you wouldn't be in this state now. What use is it to protect burdens that can't keep up with your pace?" Marshal Steelbone tore a piece of his cape and wrapped it around his arm's wound, replying in a deep voice, "Arrogant. You are the arrogant one. Someone like you will never understand this. As a marshal of the Navy, I must protect my men. Moreover, my subordinates are not useless burdens. They are warriors who dare to face blood and battle. I hope you don't regret this after losing to me," Raidfield said with a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. "Huh?" Marshal Steelbone scoffed. "If you don't flee now, once my subordinates arrive for support, there will be no chance left. I calculated before I struck. According to the meteorologist's predictions, the range of this tsunami encompasses all nearby Navy bases. Even the route from Mariewa to here has been blocked. To wait for your Navy support will take at least 10 days, and now there are still 8 days left. That's enough time for me to slay you here." Raidfield spoke with great confidence. Marshal Steelbone's heart sank. Whether he could be slain or not was one matter, but Raidfield's estimation of time was indeed quite similar to his own. But just then Marshal Steelbone seemed to see a flash of lightning on the distant sea, and suddenly seemed to recall something. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Being overly confident isn't a good thing, Red Count. Raidfield's brow furrowed. Just as he was about to speak, a resounding thunder rolled above him. The deafening sound of thunder echoed, causing him to look up in surprise. Then amidst the lightning, a figure clad in the Navy's justice cape, wielding a war hammer, descended with a powerful strike. Although he only caught a glimpse, Raidfield still saw the insignia on the figure's shoulder: Navy Rear Admiral. What kind of riffraff dares to intervene in my battle, Red Count? While feeling disdain in his heart, Raidfield raised his sword and prepared to block. Though it was in the blink of an eye, Altalin's thoughts were also racing. This surprise attack was indeed abrupt, but given the strength of the Red Count and his formidable observation haki, he should be able to dodge it. In fact, Altalin was already contemplating how to pursue further once Raidfield dodged. In terms of results, the Red Count indeed noticed Altalin's surprise attack immediately and even observed him, but he actually attempted to block it with his sword. "Who do you think you're looking down on?" Altalin felt a surge of anger. Even Kaido wouldn't dare to look down on him like this. Furious in his heart, he summoned even greater strength and swung the hammer down at Raidfield. Because he lacked notoriety, Raidfield looked down on Altalin, a mere rear admiral. Meanwhile, like his reputation, he was also aloof and arrogant. And it was precisely this arrogance that made him careless in the face of Altalin. Even when attempting to block the obviously heavy weapon of the war hammer, he merely released a thin layer of haki, acting as if it were only a formality. But in this vast sea, there is a way for tigers and a way for dogs. Being weak is never a barrier to survival. It's arrogance that is. It was this arrogance that led Raidfield to suffer a severe blow. When Altalin's war hammer struck the sword held in his hands, Raidfield's eyes widened in disbelief. How could it be so powerful? Aren't you a rear admiral? By appearance, you're not particularly formidable, are you? At this moment, Raidfield tried to summon strength, but it was already too late. Altalin had given no chance. Righteous Thunder Fury Hammer. Altalin roared, and at the same time a dazzling and violent thunderous power erupted from the hammer in his hand. The shallow layer of haki on Raidfield's sword was immediately shattered. Without haki's protection, the delicate sword turned bright red from Altalin's lightning power and then deformed under the heavy pressure of the hammer, no longer able to resist. Immediately after, in this critical moment, Raidfield unleashed his haki, hoping to save his arm. However, it was already too late. Altalin's unstoppable hammer struck hard against Raidfield's arm. With a crack sound, his arm twisted in an unnatural and bizarre manner. Blood gushed forth, the broken bone piercing through the flesh, grotesquely exposed to the air, yet the still powerful momentum sent Raidfield flying. In that moment, Raidfield also suffered a severe injury from the unimaginable blow, spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, Raidfield was indeed a powerful individual. He quickly rolled to dissipate the force, trying to stop the trend. But in the blink of an eye, Borisolino's figure appeared next to him like a flash of light, softly saying, "Lightspeed kick." Another kick landed directly on Raidfield's abdomen, sending the out-of-control Raidfield flying again. Then, as the lightning flickered, Talisman and Borisolino, who had never cooperated before, displayed an extraordinary synergy. Almost the moment Whitebeard flew up, Talisman had already appeared behind him. Just as he had locked onto Kaido, he slipped his arms under Whitebeard's armpits and curved around his neck, completing the choking maneuver. Thunder explosion. With a bang, dazzling lightning engulfed all vision, swallowing everything around, as if the entire town trembled in response. Many already damaged buildings collapsed under the shockwave of this strike. At this moment, in the center of this lightning explosion, Talisman felt that Whitebeard, locked in his embrace and lying on the ground, had already fainted. Is that it? Red count. Talisman felt somewhat surprised. But soon he realized this was quite normal. Although Whitebeard was also exceptionally gifted, his strength lay in observation hockey. His physical condition was merely average. In the original story, he had to seek the vampire fruit to restore his body after escaping prison. Although age might play a part, just look at Douglas Barrett, his cellmate, and the gap in this aspect is quite clear. In contrast, even the monstrous Kaido needed a brief moment of unconsciousness after taking the thunder explosion to perform a sit-up. A Whitebeard, of course, couldn't withstand such a blow. Indeed, weakness is not a barrier to survival. Arrogance is. Talisman sighed as he released his grip. It was this careless arrogance that led the once formidable Red Count to be taken down in an instant. Not only was Talisman shocked, but after the dazzling thunderstorm dissipated, Marshal Gangu looked at Talisman, who was holding the unconscious Whitebeard with one hand, standing there with an expression of utter disbelief. No way. What is going on? In the year that I haven't paid attention to this newcomer, has he already grown from a sapling to the strongest in the world? Impossible. That was the Red Count. I had just fought him for over 2 days, and Gangu was very clear about how powerful Whitebeard was. Even if it were Roger or Whitebeard here, it wouldn't be possible for them to defeat Whitebeard in an instant. In fact, Genga's thoughts were not wrong at all. If top experts like Roger or Carp had appeared just now, he would certainly not have been careless. In that case, with the strength of the Red Count, it would have been impossible to be defeated so quickly. Standing beside the Marshal, Borisolino was also somewhat bewildered. If you had told me you were this impressive, why did I even come? I traveled 2 days just to come and kick him right. The scene fell into silence for a moment. The three of them didn't know what to say. As a result, Talisman felt somewhat annoyed internally. He thought to himself, Old Han, your performance makes it difficult for me. I had anticipated that when I and Borisolino arrived, we would join forces with the Marshal to engage in a great battle against the Red Count. In this process, the three of us would go through hardships and finally defeat the formidable foe Whitebeard. Thus, he would not only establish a great merit in defending the Marshal, but also forge a camaraderie of fighting side by side with the Marshal. Wouldn't that relationship elevate quickly within the Navy headquarters? Even without Carp leading the way, occasionally visiting the Marshal's office for tea and conversation would be entirely reasonable, right? Given enough time, wouldn't the path for promotion open up in the future? Wouldn't the overall situation also broaden? But now it's good that the Marshal has fought with Old Han for 2 days, clearly falling into a disadvantageous position, looking rather disheveled, and here I am, this newcomer, directly taking down Old Han. There was no fierce battle, which seemed so abrupt. This made the Marshal's efforts over the past 2 days appear rather awkward, like a monkey performing tricks. At this moment you fell down, leaving me and the Marshal in a difficult position. Damn Red Count, what a despicable pirate to use such schemes to undermine the fervent friendship between the Marshal and me. The first rule of workplace promotion is to appear very capable, but not more capable than your superior. However, now Talisman has essentially put the Marshal on the hot seat. If word gets out, it would be even more awkward. Everyone would say the Marshal of the Navy is useless, almost defeated by a pirate, and it was that newcomer from the Navy who took down an opponent that the Marshal couldn't handle after 2 days of fighting. A strange silence hung in the air, but eventually Marshal Gangu, with enough magnanimity, was the first to speak. Thanks to you for arriving in time. Otherwise, I would have been in big trouble. Thank you for your hard work along the way. Upon hearing the Marshal speak, Borisolino and Talisman felt much more relaxed. Borisolino cheerfully said, I didn't do much. It was all Talisman's credit. When I learned about your situation on the warship, he immediately wanted to risk his life, crossing the sea to come to your aid. As Borisolino finished speaking, he also shot a glance at Talisman. After a brief pause, Talisman quickly reacted and said, I was a bit anxious at that time. Looking back now, there was really no need to be so urgent. It's still my fault too. I'm the newcomer and don't know much about the Marshal. I didn't expect the Marshal's strength to be so formidable. No wonder Mr. Carp told me not to worry. I was puzzled at first, but now I realized that Whitebeard, who looked so imposing before, was actually already at the end of his rope. I just happened to pick up a bargain. Even though it was a bargain, the Marshal must reward me for my achievement. This speech raised the Marshal's status significantly. Originally somewhat awkward after hearing Talisman's words, Marshal Gangu felt his breath ease, his waist pain fade, and even the injuries on his body felt lighter. I'm thinking about it, this young man's words are not wrong at all. I must be too strong. That Red Count was trying to deceive me, and he was already at the end of his strength, so one touch from Aotrelin exposed him. That makes sense. Otherwise wouldn't I look like a monkey? Realizing this, Marshal Gangu's gaze toward Aotrelin became much friendlier. After all, this was his first face-to-face communication with Aotrelin. Although he had heard from Carp and Zephyr about this young man's excellence, now Marshal Gangu felt he was indeed more outstanding than he had imagined. What qualities does an excellent naval officer need? For a martial combat type, being able to fight is definitely the first requirement, and Aotrelin has no issues in this regard. Secondly, one must have sufficient military knowledge. From what Zephyr said, Aotrelin was the first in the training camp to graduate with full credits, so that aspect should also be fine. Possessing these two qualities indicates that he already has the potential to become a senior officer in the Navy, which is to say, a rear admiral level Navy. To progress to the level of an admiral, however, he needs to achieve combat power that can serve as the Navy's emblem. Through multiple wars, he must be recognized as having top combat power both within and outside the Navy before he can bear that title. This step is essentially the limit. Beyond this, the position of marshal requires not only combat ability and military knowledge, but also certain political awareness and political skills. In Ganga's view, the recent actions of both Palyasalino and Aotrelin, while somewhat rough and rigid, did show that they both possess a certain level of political awareness and acumen. This is something Carp is unwilling to do. Indeed, in Ganga's eyes, Carp understands these principles, but he is unwilling to bow down, which demonstrates a lack of political awareness. It also proves that Carp may be suited to be an admiral of the Navy, but he can never serve as the marshal. Because the art of politics is compromise, and Carp can never compromise in certain aspects. In comparison, the one performing the best right now is Admiral Zhangguo, and Gangu early on recognized this, and has been cultivating Zhangguo toward the direction of marshal. Therefore, Marshal Gangu's gaze toward Aotrelin became much friendlier. This young man is energetic and motivated. Upon hearing that something happened to me, he braved the danger of falling into the sea to come and support. This shows his loyalty to me and the Navy. Perhaps there is some self-interest involved, but who doesn't have some self-interest when doing things? As a marshal, I cannot judge the hearts of my subordinates based on such thoughts. Oh, what matters is what my subordinates have done. With capability, outstanding talent being the top of the officer training camp, strength to take down the Red Count with a single blow, and awareness to maintain the atmosphere and relationships with colleagues and superiors and subordinates. This is truly a potential stock of an excellent naval officer. At this moment, Marshal Gangu rated Aotrelin very highly in his heart. Such a young man should be given more opportunities. Giving him opportunities may very well be giving the Navy opportunities. As for whether his identity is pure or not, that is not something to consider right now. There will be plenty of time to verify in the future. I am already old. The Red Count may be at the end of his strength, but I am also exhausted. Without your support, the outcome is hard to say, so do not underestimate yourself. It is certainly your achievement, and that cannot be escaped. Marshal Gangu said with a smile. After finishing these formalities, the three quickly began organizing the remaining naval members for rescue operations and sent a message to the Navy headquarters informing them that the crisis here had been resolved and that everyone need not rush. This should be Aotrolin's first time participating in the Navy's aftermath work. Indeed, handling aftermath is more laborious than fighting. Even the marshal was busy running around due to a lack of manpower. Naturally, Aotrelin could not slack off actively participating in rescuing buried comrades from the rubble or digging out fallen naval soldiers. After working hard for about 6 or 7 days, Carp and Kazan finally arrived with the warships strengthening the manpower. After another 2 days, Sakazuki also arrived with his crew, and only then did this matter truly come to an end. However, during these days, due to spending time together, the relationship between him, the marshal, and Palyasalino progressed quite well. He believed that once they returned, he should be able to get promoted and prosper. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. In the living area of a tavern called Naval Club, a large group of naval officers is gathered drinking and boasting. The one leading the charge was none other than the loudmouth Ortolan. With a mug of malt liquor in hand, Ortolan boasted, at that time the Red Count was fearsome. As the Navy, it was our duty to take down such a pirate, so I bravely stepped up. You have no idea how strong the Red Count is. I fought him for 300 rounds, and half an island was destroyed. Before Ortolan could finish his boast, Squirrel interrupted. Hold on a second, you're taking advantage of us not being there, aren't you? We heard all about it before. What, 300 rounds? Ortolan shot Squirrel a glare and said, do you understand artistic embellishment? If I just stated the situation plainly, how would you enjoy your drinks? How can executing justice be considered bragging? Then came the incomprehensible phrases like justice is inherently poor and what of it, which amused the Navy personnel in the tavern, filling the air with joy. After wrapping up that topic, Squirrel expressed a hint of regret, saying, originally, we wanted to show off a little since you returned. See this? The the shoulder insignia of a rear admiral. Indeed, since Ortolan returned, he found that Squirrel and the others had graduated from the officer training camp. They entered as junior officers and came out as brigadiers, while Squirrel and the others graduated directly as rear admirals. Theoretically, Squirrel had now become Ortolan's superior, but he felt no excitement. The reason was simple. Recently, with the news of the arrest of the Red Count Baroric Redfield, Ortolan had truly made a name for himself in this world for the first time. It must be said that the Marshal was quite generous, perhaps out of care and cultivation for Ortolan, or perhaps he no longer needed the embellishment of fame. In any case, this incident, which should have been his moment, did not take up much space in the news. On the contrary, Bane Ortolan, the rising star of the Navy, became a hot topic in public opinion, boasting about fierce battles with Kaido and Charlotte Lin, and then defeating the Red Count, filling the newspapers with praise. If Ortolan were a pirate, he would easily have a bounty of 300 to 500 million berries by now. It's possible that the Navy had already begun meetings discussing him internally. Previously circulating notions within the Navy, like the 4 great nature types and 4 great monsters, finally broke through this barrier, spreading across the seas. As a user of the Rumble fruit, Ortolan was held in even higher regard than Sakazuki and the others. Thus, Squirrel and the others' promotions felt completely void of any satisfaction to Ortolan. A mere rear admiral, I can catch up in no time, Ortolan proclaimed with great confidence. On the way back, Garp had already spoken with him, saying that his achievements were significant and Ortolan's performance was quite remarkable. The Marshal had privately expressed optimism about him, so it was clear he would be promoted. Ortolan thought about it. This should be a sure thing. After all, he had no enemies in the Navy, being a disciple of Admiral Zifa and part of the legendary Garp's crew. Once he had tangible achievements, it would be smooth sailing. After all, he was just being promoted to Rear Admiral. It wasn't like he was a Vice Admiral or an Admiral candidate where seniority would need to be considered. Especially now that he was so popular, the Navy, even considering public opinion and promotion, would certainly not hinder him. Otherwise, it would dishearten many aspiring Navy officers. If Ortolan can't get promoted with such achievements, what are we even striving for? Just slack off, right? Yes, your ambition is to become an Admiral and a Marshal, we all know that. Work hard. Fire Mountain patted Ortolan's shoulder and laughed heartily. Gue Spider and the others also joined in the laughter, cheering Ortolan on. However, just then the tavern door swung open and Guion, draped in a Rear Admiral's Justice cloak, peeked in and rolled her eyes, saying, "Sure enough, you guys just gather here to drink when you have a moment of leisure. Although we've just graduated, we're probably about to be assigned to our respective posts, and soon there won't be any more leisure time like this. Isn't it better to gather before taking office?" Squirrel chuckled. Yeah. Gue Spider also expressed his sentiments, saying, "Since joining the Navy, we rarely have time to relax like we did this past year. Soon we will face the iron and fire of the seas again." Guion shrugged and said, "I'm not here to chat with you guys. Ortolan, come with me. The Marshal wants to see you. It should be regarding your promotion." So soon? Ortolan was taken aback. He had just returned to Marineford yesterday, and today the matter was already settled. Just a Rear Admiral, is that a big deal in the eyes of those big shots? Do they really need to hold a meeting to discuss it? Guion said with a smile. Ortolan thought about it. After all, it was just a Rear Admiral. In the Navy headquarters, there were plenty of them. While it was a big deal to him, to those big shots, it was probably just a routine matter. Thus, Ortolan stood up, a heavy expression mixed with a hint of regret as he patted Fire Mountain, Squirrel, and the others on the shoulder, saying, "Alas, after today, when we meet again, our relationship won't be the same as it is now." Huh. Squirrel was a bit confused, not understanding what he meant. "I originally wanted to relate to you as a brigadier, but that results in alienation. Fine, I won't pretend anymore. I'll lay my cards on the table. I'm set to be promoted to Rear Admiral, so we will be equals from now on." Huh. Ortolan laughed arrogantly and then left. After Ortolan exited the tavern, Squirrel slammed the table and said, "Did you all see that nasty, arrogant look he had just now? Honestly, if he hadn't run off so quickly, I would have taught him a lesson." Just as he finished speaking, Ortolan poked his head back through the door and said, "By the way, this round is on me. Just put it on my tab, consider it an early celebration for my promotion. Also, Squirrel, did you call for me just now?" Squirrel, with a bright smile, replied, "No. You must have heard wrong. You should hurry and get that promotion. It'll make sure everyone here eats and drinks well." "Oh, then thank you." Ortolan nodded and quickly left. After waiting a few seconds, when everyone saw that Ortolan was really gone, they all burst into laughter. "Wait, why didn't our Rear Admiral Squirrel go teach that brigadier a lesson?" "Exactly, he needs to know the authority of a superior. He ran off quickly, huh? No problem, I'll call him back right now and let him listen to the teachings of Rear Admiral Squirrel." Squirrel slammed the table, looking annoyed, and said, "That's enough. I can't handle Ortolan. I can't handle Ortolan, and I can't handle you guys either." As soon as Squirrel finished speaking, Fire Mountain, Daberman, Gue Spider, and others exchanged glances, each wearing a sinister smile, saying, "This kid must be tipsy. We need to sober him up." Not long after, Ortolan, who had already walked out onto the street, looked back at the tavern with some confusion furrowing his brows, and saying, "Guillaume, did you hear that? I think I heard squirrels' wails. It could just be my imagination." Guillaume also said, a bit perplexed. "Yeah, it must be imagination, or that guy lost at cards again." Ortolan nodded, pondering for a moment, and then stopped focusing on it. After walking a few steps, Guillaume suddenly spoke up, "By the way, my birthday is in a couple of days." "Oh really?" Ortolan said casually, "Then happy early birthday to you." After saying that, he continued walking forward, and Guillaume's delicate features twitched slightly as she silently cursed the boring man, choosing not to speak further. When Ortolan followed Shuan to the marshal's office, he saw that Carp, Zifa, Sengoku, and Chief Advisor Ahe were all present. Seeing this situation, Ortolan thought to himself that everyone seemed quite idle lately with no special matters at hand. "You're here? Come in and have a seat, no need to be so formal." Before Ortolan could greet them, Marshal Steelbone cheerfully called him over. "Then I'll disturb you. I won't be polite." Ortolan walked in with a smile and sat down between Teacher Zifa and Carp. They did not directly mention Ortolan's affairs. The big shots continued to discuss the previous topics they had exchanged. "We have received the latest eyewitness reports confirming that the Roger pirates who had previously left the New World have now returned. I hope they won't cause any trouble." "Where were they sighted? Am I still in time to go?" Carp inquired. "It's too late. The eyewitness information came in just as you returned." Chief Advisor Ahe shook his head and said. Ortolan listened to this and calculated the time. It is now the end of 1496, and in about a month, it will be 1497. This year will mark a significant turning point that will influence the following 2 decades. The year the Roger pirates successfully found the legendary Raftel, thus becoming widely recognized as the Pirate King. To delve further into the timeline, Roger was executed in 1498, thus initiating the Great Pirate Era. Considering his return to the South Sea to court and marry Luffy, if things go quickly, it's very likely that he will create a major news story about Raftel early next year, just in a month or so. The topic of Roger did not last long. After a brief discussion, the big shots moved on. They then began talking about the Navy's scientific unit, a project promoted by the Marshal with the formal approval already granted. Dr. Vegapunk is now on board. As an emerging department still in its initial phase, it does not require any major figures to oversee it. Admiral Sengoku directly recommended Borsalino to serve as the commander of the scientific unit. Everyone had no objections. Borsalino was still trustworthy, and once he built up the scientific unit, many would be ready for promotion to Rear Admiral. At that time, he could continue overseeing the scientific unit, seamlessly saving everyone the trouble of finding a replacement later. The end of the year has arrived, and it's time to discuss next year's matters. According to this year's military budget report, we still have quite a surplus. For next year, I would like to propose that we build 2 more naval bases of a patrol type in the gateway waters of the New World to form a flanking position with G1. That's not impossible, but once this base begins construction, it will incur ongoing expenses. We shouldn't take too large a step just because 1 year's military budget has a surplus, Admiral Sengoku interjected. Marshal Steelbone instructed. If you have money this year and establish a few naval bases, that will certainly require additional manpower, right? In the future, the bases will need maintenance, right? The supporting facilities must keep up, right? All of these will be expenses down the line. If we cannot ensure stable military funding, these newly established bases might end up being a burden. Thus, having more military bases isn't necessarily better, as long as we can secure critical waters, ensuring navigation safety is sufficient. These matters evidently cannot be resolved in just a few sentences. Admiral Sengoku merely made a suggestion to keep everyone informed, allowing them time to ponder it. When the time comes to act, he will naturally provide a relevant plan. There's another task assigned by higher-ups. Suddenly remembering something, Marshal Steelbone took a document from the drawer of his desk and handed it to Sengoku, saying, "I think this matter is more suitable for you. The others should assist as much as possible." "What is it?" Sengoku asked, somewhat puzzled as he opened the folder. After reading for a moment, he passed it to Zifa beside him for review, and then said, "No clues at all. Is CP just sitting around?" These scholars are very cautious. Although CP has caught a few traces, they unexpectedly possess strong willpower, even choosing to commit suicide rather than be captured. The research vessel contains no traceable information about their origins, clearly indicating that they were well prepared in advance. Marshal Steelbone shook his head. Although the document had not yet reached Ortolan, just from the information elements like scholars and research vessels, Ortolan had already started to think of some things. The historical text, the blank century, and the scholars from O'Hara. It's not necessarily about researching ancient weapons, right? After reading, Teacher Zifa handed the document to Ortolan, casually remarking. Ortolan quickly read through it, and then passed it to Carp. Sure enough, it was as he had guessed. It was about a mysterious team of scholars investigating historical texts around the world. The purpose of these scholars is still unknown, but their actions have already violated relevant laws. Our world government has explicitly prohibited any research on historical texts. Regardless of their true intentions, historical texts are akin to a Pandora's box of disasters. Once their findings fall into the hands of ill-intentioned individuals, it could lead to global catastrophe, a point no one can deny, right? Marshal Steelbone said solemnly. Listening to this, Zifa couldn't help but nod. There are too many mysterious powers in this world, just like the recently captured Red Count Barolik Leadfield, who possesses the ability to listen to people's hearts. If the scholars truly make progress on ancient weapons, and that information falls into his hands, even if he keeps his mouth shut, with a little inducement, Leadfield could obtain relevant information, potentially reviving ancient weapons and posing a threat to the entire world. And that's just Leadfield. It's manageable for him alone, but what if it falls into the hands of more ambitious individuals like Shiki, Charlotte, Lin, or Kaido? They might not possess the means to read hearts, but there are many ways to extract information from scholars. Hypnosis, specific devil fruit abilities, or even particular racial abilities. With their influence, acquiring these methods isn't a difficult task. Therefore, we must not allow these scholars to engage in such dangerous research. For various reasons, the higher-ups require our Navy to fully cooperate with CP on this matter, striving to eliminate them before any major disaster occurs. Marshal Steelbone spoke coldly. When faced with scholars, he used the word eliminate, which indicates the severity of the situation. I'll do my best, Admiral Sengoku shrugged. He actually wasn't very keen on getting involved in such matters because regardless of the eventual decision, once entangled with individuals from the cultural world, he would surely end up with a tarnished reputation. If he couldn't handle them, they could indeed create some troublesome situations for him. Just as the Marshal said, if one day they couldn't hold themselves and were controlled by ambitious individuals, reviving ancient weapons would lead to an unknown number of deaths before peace could be restored. But if he were to handle them, using violence against those from the cultural world would inevitably imply oppression of the weak. The Marshal had used the word eliminate, indicating a need for a thorough solution. Even if the Marshal didn't use that term, Sengoku understood that if action was to be taken, it had to be decisive, otherwise it would amount to nothing. At that time, something that would severely damage his reputation would surely arise. Taking action against unarmed scholars would inevitably lead to titles like executioner or butcher. But at the same time, Sengoku understood that since this task was assigned from above, it must involve the political higher-ups of Mariawa. The Marshal entrusted him with this, perhaps as an implicit instruction from above, testing Sengoku politically. As an admiral of the Navy, he was also the only one currently considered a Marshal candidate. Whether the higher-ups would ultimately recognize him as the Navy's Marshal would depend on whether he could make political compromises at such critical moments. In simpler terms, if you are unwilling to obey orders, unwilling to take the blame, and unwilling to help us solve problems, while putting personal reputation as your top priority, how can we trust you to become our loyal Navy Marshal? Although Ortolan was just a rookie about to become a rear admiral, he could see through the intricacies of the situation and couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. If he followed Admiral Sengoku's path, he might one day become the Navy's Marshal, but he would also be bound by the reins from Mariawa. And Bane Ortolan did not wish to put a rein around his neck, so he was destined not to walk the same path of promotion as Sengoku. While thinking about this, Ortolan inadvertently glanced at Teacher Zifa and thought, if something truly happens in the future, your concept of a new Navy might not be without potential. To establish a new faction and start afresh is not impossible, but one must have enough prestige to do so. Ortolan didn't have it. Even if he became an admiral in the future, it wouldn't be enough. However, Zifa, as the nurturer of the Navy, precisely had that influence. Simultaneously, he must shake the fundamental beliefs of the Navy. Otherwise, even if he has enough prestige to start a faction, there wouldn't be a compelling reason for everyone to support him. However, this can be easily resolved. Once the darkness is revealed, the Navy will inevitably stir up a storm. There will certainly be hardliners who firmly uphold the position of the world government, but there will also be no shortage of aspirants pursuing true justice. However, sufficient funding will be necessary to support this endeavor. If you can't provide the money, it's hard to expect everyone to serve you. Of course, this isn't something he should worry about right now. As a prospective rear admiral, why should he concern himself with such matters? He should first focus on becoming a rear admiral, and then consider these issues. General Steelbone understood that Admiral Sengoku was an intelligent man who could not be unaware of the special implications of this mission. However, since he agreed to it, it implied his acceptance of those implications. The world is already chaotic enough, and these scholars want to stir things up. After reviewing the documents, Karp muttered and then asked, "Is there no suspected target?" "O'Hara and Alabasta," General Steelbone said calmly. Admiral Sengoku nodded in agreement, saying, "They were also my first suspects." After all, to form such a specialized team of scholars with exceptional qualities and unwavering beliefs, it would be impossible without a mature and large-scale organization behind them. Exactly, Teacher Zephyr also nodded in agreement. Ortolan did not interject, but the speculation among the bigwigs was quite normal. O'Hara is the holy land of scholars, the base for historians renowned throughout the cultural world, and holds significant influence. As for Alabasta, if it were before his studies at the officer training camp, Ortolan might have found it strange why there would be suspicions about that country. However, after graduating there with the top grades in cultural studies, Ortolan naturally gained a deeper understanding of many aspects of the world. For instance, Alabasta, known as the oldest country of mankind, was once considered by the scholarly community to be the birthplace of human civilization. Its history is very ancient, and it possesses a vast scientific research system, having never experienced a cultural interruption over thousands of years. Such a historical nation indeed has the capability to assemble a team of scholars. Excluding O'Hara and Alabasta, perhaps there are other scholarly organizations in the world capable of this, but none carry the same level of suspicion as the two of them. After a brief pause, Teacher Zephyr continued, however, both O'Hara and Alabasta are very special. Without solid evidence, we cannot easily take action against them. Especially against Alabasta. The ruling class of Alabasta is the Nefertari family. Although they are nominally one of the royal families under the world government, in reality, no one dares to treat them as ordinary royalty. The world government has been established for over 800 years, during which the members of the allied countries have changed countless times. Every year there are those expelled for various reasons, as well as new members joining, yet Alabasta has never encountered such issues. The reason is that the Nefertari family is descended from the 20 kings. Theoretically, they also possess the aura of the celestial dragons, only they chose to forego going to Meriewa. Although there have been various conflicts between Meriewa and Alabasta over the past few centuries, Ortolan has heard that the royal family of Nefertari has criticized the world government at world conferences on multiple occasions, even calling for the abolition of the celestial gold system. Of course, no one stood up to support these proposals. It's a joke. When their own people raise such issues, the folks on the Meriewa side grit their teeth and accept it. Due to historical reasons, they cannot easily turn against Alabasta. Doing so would undermine the legitimacy of their own rule to some extent. But if an outsider meddles, let's see if the world government will deal with you. Not wanting to pay the celestial gold, huh? Next year you'll have to kneel to pay, and Meriewa won't even accept it. They might even throw a party for the celestial dragons in your country, and the next 3 years of study trips will be set in your home. Because of these complex historical reasons and relationships, Alabasta is indeed a very special country, and everyone must give them some respect. Aside from these reasons, Alabasta also possesses a strong military force, being a top military power in the world. The standing army in its capital Alyabarna boasts a strength of 600,000. What does 600,000 mean? Many small countries don't even have a population that matches their military size. Maintaining such a large army also requires a robust economic development and a sufficiently strong population base. Currently, Alabasta can sustain this, so any action against them would have severe negative repercussions. That would be a significant issue affecting at least several million, if not tens of millions of people. How could the Navy dare to act carelessly against Alabasta? The world government must have considered all these factors, which is why they have to reluctantly accept the unruly Nefertari family, who always challenge them. Moreover, thinking in a darker way, in the original story, Crocodile's ability to create chaos in Alabasta and nearly wipe out the Nefertari family. Was he really not in collusion with the world government, given that he was one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Setting aside Alabasta, let's talk about O'Hara. O'Hara has a very long historical heritage, regarded as a benchmark in the cultural world, a holy land for archaeologists, and holds significant influence in public opinion. However, for many years O'Hara has maintained a good relationship with the world government. Sometimes when the world government needs some positive publicity, O'Hara also cooperates. They indeed do not have the solid strength of Alabasta, but in matters of culture, even a slight stir can lead to difficulties, and various scornful voices will arise. If any mistakes occur, it would severely impact the world government's prestige and reputation. Therefore, without solid evidence, it is indeed not easy to take action against O'Hara. Listening to Teacher Zephyr's words, Chief Advisor Ahe sighed, saying, if they didn't have some backing, how would these scholars dare to do such things? In any case, let's investigate these 2 leads first. There hasn't been much progress on the CP side. If there are any issues, it's primarily their responsibility. We just need to do our best here. From this statement, one can tell that General Steelbone, as the Admiral of the Navy, does not have a good impression of the CP agency. Ortolan also observed the expressions of the other bigwigs. They appeared very calm, even somewhat disdainful. Clearly, the relationship between the Navy and the CP agency is not harmonious, at least among the higher-ups. However, this is normal. If the strongest intelligence agency under the world government were to get along too closely with the strongest military force, it would be the elders who would feel uneasy. These two agencies need to maintain a balance while maintaining a tense relationship without breaking, which aligns more with the interests of the nobles in Mariawa. Originally, Ortolan had sympathy and regret for the incident in O'Hara. He thought that the scholars were merely pursuing the truth of history, wanting to pass on the voices of the past to the future. It was a bright and noble endeavor that allowed humanity to understand what had once happened. Even now, knowing the scholars' intentions, Ortolan still does not deny that their spirit indeed shines and possesses greatness to a certain extent. However, listening to the analyses and discussions of these Navy bigwigs, he gradually understood why Sengoku later dealt so harshly with the O'Hara incident. Does he not know who Sakazuki is? He does. Was it really necessary for someone like Sakazuki to take action against a group of scholars? Does the Navy headquarters not have any other available vice admirals? No, they do, but they still chose to send Sakazuki. From the very beginning, any notion of a refugee ship was meaningless. Admiral Sengoku was determined to eliminate the root of the problem. Now Ortolan can also understand the reasoning behind it. While you scholars pursue these things for noble reasons, the risks they entail cannot be underestimated. If you're not careful and expose ancient weapons, it could lead to disaster for the entire world. The Navy has to follow a process and gather evidence, and the world government is the same. Although they suspect O'Hara and Alabasta, they still need to find solid evidence before taking action due to various pressures. But pirates and those ambitious individuals do not behave this way. If you scholars conduct your activities covertly hoping no one notices, that's one thing. But now that it's become such a big issue that the world government can't cover it up, what if some ambitious individual disregards evidence and directly troubles O'Hara out of suspicion, inadvertently uncovering ancient weapons? Who would be responsible for that? It can only be said that both sides bear their own responsibilities and have their own stances. In the end, when it escalated to that extent, no one can be blamed. One must wear pants that fit their own backside. If you lack the capability, but insist on taking on this task, the consequences are on you. In this discussion among the big shots, Ortolan hardly interjected, fully embodying the demeanor expected of a newcomer. Yet he understood very well that the big shots discussing such matters in his presence was to some extent a clear signal the door to their circle was opening for him. From now on, they would be comrades. After this topic concluded, Marshal Steelbone looked at Ortolan with a smile and asked, "Are you anxious yet?" "Ha ha ha, a little bit. I've been wanting to ask if we could discuss our promotion and wealth a bit earlier. For you marshals, it may be a trivial matter, but for me, this is a significant step into the ranks of naval officers." Ortolan laughed heartily and spoke boldly. His attitude made the big shots chuckle. The desire for promotion and wealth is not a bad thing. Having goals breeds motivation. A navy that does not aspire to become a marshal is not a good navy. "Kapu, if you had half the ambition of Ortolan, I wouldn't have to worry so much." Marshal Steelbone chuckled before nodding at Kapu. Kapu nonchalantly replied, "I may lack ambition, but I've brought in such an ambitious talent. Let's call it even, and you can spare me in the future. Perhaps we will have to wait until Ortolan becomes a general to truly let you off the hook." Admiral Sengoku teased from the side. After sharing a few laughs, Marshal Steelbone took a document from his desk drawer and handed it to Ortolan, saying, "Here, this is the official promotion approval. I've signed it, and the personnel department has processed it. From this moment on, Bane, Ortolan, you are officially appointed as a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters." Ortolan received the document with both hands, then stood at attention and saluted. "Yes, everything for justice." This phrase is the official motto of the Navy, perfectly fitting to say at this moment. Though I haven't interacted with you for long, both Kapu and Zifa speak highly of you. Your experiences on Fellini's Island also allowed me to get to know you better. They are right, you are indeed an exceptional talent, and may become the new hope and representative of our Navy in the future. Therefore, I must remind you once again, never forget your position and original intention as a Navy member. Do you understand? Marshal Steelbone stood up and patted Ortolan's shoulder. "I understand." Marshal Ortolan nodded seriously. After discussing the promotion, Marshal Steelbone turned to Kapu and said, "Now that Ortolan is a Rear Admiral, he is no longer suitable to continue serving under you, right? Ortolan is currently under Kapu's direct command, but as a Vice Admiral, Kapu can only have a maximum of 1 Rear Admiral and 2 Commodores under him. Previously, the Rear Admiral was Kazan, and the Commodores were Bogard and Ortolan. Looking at it now, it indeed doesn't comply with regulations. You guys want to take away the precious talent I've just started to nurture, right?" Kapu rolled his eyes, but showed no intention of stopping them. Initially, Kapu wanted Ortolan by his side to provide him with more opportunities to connect with Sengoku, Steelbone, and others. Now that the goal has been achieved, he knows he is a slacker while Ortolan is ambitious. Keeping Ortolan with him wouldn't be giving him opportunities, rather it would be a burden. At this moment, arranging for Ortolan to move on is the best choice. Everyone can see Orderon's talents. Keeping him here seems a bit. Sengoku smiled and continued, let him come work for me. Just right, Poliusolino has been transferred to the scientific corps and am short of a person here. What do you think? Kapu asked Orderon. With Sengoku's words, could Orderon refuse? After all, Sengoku is an admiral who will one day become a marshal. Refusing would be disrespectful to such a prominent figure, wouldn't it? How could he continue to work in the Navy in the future? Thus Orderon immediately nodded and smiled, saying, Mr. Kapu, you already knew this, so I won't say any insincere words. I will always remember your kindness. If there is anything you need my help with, just call me. I knew you wouldn't want to continue working under me. Kapu shot Orderon a glare. That guy Sengoku is not a good boss. You'll have plenty of dirty and tiring work in the future, and then you'll start missing the days under me, ha. I must say, although Orderon has a good impression of Admiral Sengoku, he knows that Sengoku's thoughts are deeper than Kapu's. As someone aspiring to be an ambitious naval admiral and future Navy marshal, his tactics and considerations will be quite different from Kapu's. But it doesn't matter, Orderon can accept this. Thus, in just a few exchanges, Orderon's future was temporarily secured under Admiral Sengoku. Clearly, these were matters that the big shots had already discussed. The evidence lies in the fact that after Orderon agreed, Admiral Sengoku personally draped the rear admiral's coat and insignia he had prepared over Orderon. This also shows that Admiral Sengoku appreciates Orderon, who otherwise he wouldn't bother with such details. Although everyone appeared not too busy today, there were still important matters to attend to. After chatting a bit longer, they prepared to disperse and get back to their own tasks. Upon exiting the office, Orderon greeted the others and followed Admiral Sengoku out. Walking along the corridor of Marineford's Justice Fortress, Sengoku spoke gently, from now on we need to get along well. If there's anything, just give me a shout, Orderon responded with a smile. Admiral Sengoku nodded and then said, you heard what was said in the marshal's office earlier. Do you have any thoughts regarding these scholars? Not at the moment, Orderon honestly shook his head. After all he had just learned about this matter, how could he have thought so quickly? However, after a pause, he continued, clearly this is not the main responsibility of our Navy, so I believe what we should do is to cooperate with the CP agency as much as possible. Let them take the lead. Sengoku raised an eyebrow and inquired with depth, what do you mean by cooperating as much as possible? If there are issues, let them handle it, and they can bear the responsibilities. As for the so-called merits, it's best that we do not claim any. We just need to assist, but this assistance must be performed excellently, though we cannot leave behind any handles. More importantly, if the subsequent clues indeed point to O'Hara and Alabasta, we should minimize our Navy's presence and influence in this operation as much as possible. Orderon stated promptly. Admiral Sengoku looked at Orderon with slight surprise before responding, you are indeed quite clever. I must sigh and say that the matters regarding the scholars are quite troublesome. If we get too involved, regardless of the outcome, it will negatively impact our Navy's image and bring no benefits. Indeed, but CP doesn't care. They never had a good image to begin with, Orderon chuckled. Originally, why did Sengoku as a Navy admiral hand over the golden transponder snail capable of issuing the buster call to Spandam, an agent of the CP agency? Numerous Navy vice admirals were present, including Sakazuki Kazan and Poliusolino, who couldn't press a golden transponder snail. Would Sakazuki hold back? Orderon now thinks that Sengoku deliberately aimed to downplay the Navy's dishonorable role at the last moment. Though I gave the transponder snail, it was to prevent unexpected incidents. If it is truly pressed, it will be your CP agency's inhumane group that did it. It has nothing to do with our Navy. Initially, I planned to hand this matter over to Vice Admiral Saul, but now I feel you are more suitable. If there are no issues, will you take charge of the scholars' matters as our Navy's representative? Sengoku asked. Oh boy, is this going to be intense. No wonder Kapu said working for you is both dirty and exhausting. But Orderon knew that Sengoku was giving him an opportunity. After all, he was new to Sengoku, and if he didn't show his loyalty, how could Sengoku feel at ease using him? Although this task is a bit grim, it is precisely because it is somewhat grim that it is more suitable for building a closer relationship. Plus, it is not particularly troublesome. Therefore, Orderon nodded, saying, understood, no problem. Very good, Admiral Sengoku patted Orderon's shoulder with satisfaction, affirming his loyalty to the Navy. Naval Headquarters Intelligence Department. Many intelligence officers are busy in this office. Although they rarely go out for field work, sifting through vast amounts of information to extract useful intelligence is a laborious task. This can be seen from their generally inadequate hairlines. However, the working atmosphere is quite pleasant, especially since there is a beauty known as the naval flower in the office, making countless naval officers envious of their work environment. At this moment, the beauty is busy handling documents, occasionally furrowing her brows, yet despite this, she possesses a unique charm. While everyone is quietly doing their work, the door to the intelligence department is pushed open and Orderon peeks in, surveying the room. Upon spotting the beauty, he smiles and waves, saying, Ji Yuan, come here, I have something good to show you. Upon hearing this voice, Ji Yuan looks up, and upon seeing Ortolan, a smile graces her lips. She nods and stands up to walk over. After Ji Yuan leaves the office, some naval officers begin to inquire, who is that? They seem to have a close relationship with Ji Yuan. You don't know him. How can you work in intelligence? That is Bane Ortolan, a natural system Thunderfruit user, and together with Vice Admiral Kazan and Vice Admiral Sakazuki, they are referred to as the 4 monster newcomers of our Navy. Just a few days ago, he was all over the newspapers. I see he's the one whose promotion speed is almost catching up to Admiral Zephyr's, right? Yes, he joined our Navy less than 2 years ago and has risen from a newcomer to Vice Admiral. While that speed is enviable, Admiral Zephyr had a remarkable achievement, being the fastest in promotion within the Navy for nearly a century. He joined the Navy at 17, went to the front lines at 18, and served as an ordinary naval soldier until he was 28, when he finally became a petty officer, officially leaving the ranks of ordinary sailors and entering the officer system, even if it was the lowest level of officer. After that, he was unstoppable. Within just 10 years, he went from a petty officer to the position of admiral at 38. It is truly a miracle. One can see how terrifying and formidable Zephyr was during the peak of his youth. The records of nearly a century have all been maintained by him, and now with the appearance of Ortolan, there is a possibility of breaking Zephyr's promotion record. Of course, these are just some gossip within the Navy. Ortolan himself does not hold such hopes. Around 1510, Borisolino was still idling at the rank of Rear Admiral, responsible for capturing Fisher Tiger and others. He, along with Sakazuki and Kazan, should have been promoted to Admiral at the same time. In other words, at least before 1510, there was no possibility for the younger generation to be promoted to Admiral within the Navy. Unless you achieved extraordinary merits, such as completely pacifying the Great Pirate Era, you might be promoted outside the normal criteria. The whispers in the office did not affect Ortolan and Ji Yuan in the hallway. Seeing Ortolan's mysterious demeanor, Ji Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. Just a few days ago, when I told you it was my birthday today, you were so indifferent, but now it seems you actually remembered and prepared a gift for me. Although she is not yet considering romance, given that Ortolan fits her aesthetic as a rugged man combined with his outstanding talent and potential, as well as a compatible personality, Ji Yuan feels she wouldn't mind giving him a chance to pursue her. Thus, Ji Yuan pretends to be somewhat aloof, raising her delicate chin to reveal her perfect jawline, and looks at Ortolan, asking in a leisurely tone, what is it? What do you want to show me? Ortolan smiled, taking out a hand order from his pocket, saying, from today onwards, under the orders of Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Ji Yuan of the Naval Headquarters, is to conduct comprehensive intelligence cooperation with Vice Admiral Bane Ortolan for a secret mission. In other words, we can work together now. What do you think? Impressive, right? I specifically requested you to help. Ji Yuan paused, looking at the hand order in Ortolan's hand, then back at Ortolan's proud expression, her brow slightly furrowing, as she said, is that all you wanted to tell me? Yes. Ortolan nodded naturally, then excitedly continued, although this task is relatively low-key, it concerns the image of our Navy and Admiral Sengoku's reputation. If we do well, then our contributions within the Navy will surely be significant. I thought of you first for this good opportunity. Ji Yuan took a deep breath, trying to calm her tumultuous emotions. But the more she looked at Ortolan's cheerful expression, the angrier she became. My heart has truly been fed to the dogs. You dog of a man, if it weren't for the fact that I couldn't beat you, I'd want to stab you a couple of times to vent my anger. I'm sorry, but I have important intelligence work that is not yet completed, so I cannot cooperate with you immediately. However, we have many talented experts in the intelligence department. Oh, I will arrange for 2 to come and hand over the tasks to you. Ji Yuan said coldly. Oh. Ortolan was taken aback, somewhat surprised. He thought his relationship with Ji Yuan was quite good, and he didn't expect to be rejected so quickly. Does it seem like this woman is a bit angry? Could it be that she's on her period these days? Bad temper. However, seeing Ji Yuan's unwilling expression, Ortolan didn't want to push her too hard, and could only let out a slight sigh of regret, saying, all right, then we can collaborate next time. After a brief pause, Ortolan seemed to remember something and quickly grabbed Ji Yuan, who was about to turn back into the office, saying, by the way, isn't today your birthday? I prepared a small gift for you as a testament to our friendship here. As he spoke, Ortolan took out a tassel-like ornament from his pocket, smiling, as he said, I see that your sword hilt is missing some decoration. If you don't mind, please accept it. Ji Yuan looked at the tassel in her hand, which resembled a hyacinth, symbolizing victory. Although its meaning differed from what she had hoped for, a sweetness coursed through her heart. Her previously reluctant and irritable expression quickly dissipated, replaced by the tender smile she had initially. Cough, I didn't expect you to remember my birthday. Thank you. Ji Yuan said, her tone slightly unnatural. You told me just a few days ago. How could I forget so quickly? Ortolan chuckled, and then said, so happy birthday. Since you are busy, you'll take my leave now. Ortolan finished speaking and was about to turn and leave when Ji Yuan suddenly grabbed his shoulder, saying, "I've thought about it, and since it's Admiral Sengoku's order, I can't refuse any further. He'll hand over my current tasks to others and fully cooperate with you." Oh. Ortolan was puzzled again, wondering why her thoughts seemed to change so suddenly. "All right, wait for me here while I go hand things over." Ji Yuan patted Ortolan's shoulder, wearing a satisfied smile as she turned back into the office. At that moment, around the corner of the hallway, Kaiji clutched his chest in pain, shouting an anguished no. He had arrived earlier than Ortolan and had previously called Ji Yuan out, intending to give her the carefully prepared gift and confess his feelings. However, Ji Yuan told him that she never accepted gifts on her birthday, rejecting him outright. But Kaiji did not give up. He planned to wait for Ji Yuan to finish work and invite her to dinner, and then he witnessed the earlier scene with Ortolan. Suddenly hearing a ghostly scream, Ortolan was startled and turned to see Kaiji kneeling on the ground, howling to the sky, nearly making Ortolan think it was Yuan Hua shouting about not knowing how to do math. "What are you doing?" Suddenly howling like that almost gave me a heart attack, Ortolan glared at Kaiji. Kaiji glared at Ortolan through gritted teeth, then shouted, "Ortolan, I'm going to get even with you." 2 minutes later, Kaiji, covering his eyes, said in a flat tone, "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now." "Well, as someone who's been there, I have to remind you, my good brother, if there's anything unusual with your mental state, make sure to seek treatment early so you can recover sooner and avoid ending up with something serious." Ortolan rubbed his wrist, then kindly patted Kaiji's shoulder, reminding him. Kaiji's mouth twitched slightly, and he nodded, saying, "Got it." As a rear admiral in the Navy, Ortoran was finally free from having to hitch a ride on Captain Karp's warship. Now he had a warship of his own. The warship sailed across the azure sea with Ortoran standing at the forefront of the deck, pacing back and forth constantly, surveying the bow of his ship. Before long, Shiwan approached with a cup of coffee in hand and asked with some curiosity, "What are you looking at?" "I was wondering whether I should add a figurehead to my ship like Mr. Karp does. It would be more distinctive that way." Ortoran stroked his chin and said seriously. Shiwan briefly imagined Karp's ship and then replied, "As long as you don't add a dog head, that little Karp's ship is just too ugly." "Huh." Ortoran paused for a moment, surprised, as he said, "I actually think that dog-headed warship is quite cool." After a moment's thought, he continued, "How about I add a bull's head instead? Isn't that more fitting for me?" "Well, that could work, but those private decorative figureheads aren't covered under warranty. If it gets damaged in battle, you'll have to foot the bill when you go back to Marineford for repairs." Shiwan reminded him. "Is there such a rule? As a rear admiral, I can't even get a figurehead reimbursed." Ortoran was even more astonished. "Aren't the benefits of the Navy supposed to be great? Is it all just a scam? I don't eat senbei, I don't smoke cigars, I don't keep goats, and now I can't even get a figurehead covered. Is there no law for the Navy? Is there even any law?" But upon reflection, he thought that those who eat senbei, smoke cigars, and keep goats are either heroic Navy members or high-ranking commanders. It seems that public spending isn't an issue for them. "I won't bother with a mere shabby figurehead anyway. What do I need it for? If I encounter any enemies in the future, they'll recognize me from afar and run away in fear, forcing me to chase after them." Ortoran found a flimsy excuse to brush it off. It wasn't about paying from his own pocket, but rather it hindered him from executing justice. Shiwan found Ortoran's frugal demeanor rather amusing and asked, "Haven't you been in the Navy for almost 2 years now, starting as a colonel in our headquarters? You're already a rear admiral now. I remember you've been living in the headquarters and staying in Little Karp's courtyard. You shouldn't have any unnecessary expenses, right? You should have quite a nice savings by now, so why are you being so stingy? Aside from strength, wealth is also a man's backbone. Oh, do you understand? In the future, I want to dedicate myself more to justice. The little money I save now can barely make a splash. Afterward, I still need to consider how to earn more money." Ortoran shook his head and said seriously, "In such a vast and powerful military system like the Navy, what core control measures does the world government use to control it, forcing the Navy to struggle in the quagmire and obediently comply? The answer is brutally simple: military funding. During the Marineford War, the Navy headquarters summoned 100,000 officers from all over the world to participate in this war. These are the genuine leaders of the military. As a major, you must at least have a 100-man squad under your command, right? Otherwise, where does the Navy's prestige come from? Based on this calculation, the Navy must have military strength in the tens of millions worldwide to suppress the seas. This is not merely a matter of a million chives. Rather, it's about a million mouths eagerly waiting to be fed. Thus, it is clear that the Navy's expenditures on salaries alone amount to astronomical figures each year, not to mention the maintenance costs for various bases across different seas, weapon and ammunition expenditures, ship maintenance and upgrades, and combat casualty compensations and welfare benefits. Currently, only the world government can manage such a colossal entity as the Navy, and it is precisely because they can afford to support the Navy that they can act so freely in Marioa, allowing the celestial dragons to behave so recklessly, for they possess the strongest military. From this perspective, one can understand why the celestial dragons are so arrogant and absurd. They wield the most powerful force in the world through various means, each of them transformed into a national figure, rationalizing their refusal to eat beef. If Ortoran were in their position, he felt he wouldn't be able to resist such temptation. Moreover, if he traced back to the root of his desire to become the embodiment of justice, wouldn't it also stem from a notion of I could take their place? To some extent, yes. Why should you get to refuse beef? As a bull species of the fur tribe, isn't it most reasonable for me to eat beef? If he didn't want to follow the path of a warlord and instead aimed to transform the navy into a military of generals rather than a navy for the celestial dragons of Mariewa, he first had to address the issue of military funding. At present, although it seems unsolvable looking ahead, there are still ways to resolve it. Whether it's the future world's richest man, Golden Emperor Guild Tesoro, who controls a quarter of the world's monetary flow, or the fallen celestial dragon Don Quixote da Flamingo, both have relevant capabilities. Moreover, conveniently, both of them harbor enough hatred towards the celestial dragons, making them potential allies. Just right, they lack the ability to break through limitations through their own strength, thus, they have to rely on others to seek transformative opportunities. In this regard, Ortoran might be able to satisfy them. Moreover, Ortoran has even thought of the initial funding on the Sky Island. That golden land from 400 years ago holds enough gold reserves to fill an entire city. As hard currency, gold also possesses antique value and other specific worth, making it an absolute treasure trove. While it may not sustain the Navy's massive funding requirements for a long time, it is certainly sufficient as initial startup capital. However, these are not matters for a rear admiral like me to consider now. Even if I acquire it, I have no place to store it. There's a risk of it being confiscated if discovered. In the end, I might only get a banner and the honorary title of Excellent Navy, which is too unprofitable. At least I need to wait until I'm reassigned from the Navy headquarters to a specific location as a base commander, and then manage the base like a fortress, all being my own people before it's appropriate to take action. Ortoran pondered to himself. Still the same words, these matters are beyond what a rear admiral can handle. For now, he can only conceive them in his mind, and he can't even write down plans on paper lightly lest others discover them and report them as his achievements. As Ortoran was lost in these random thoughts, the warship slowly docked at a port on an island. The ships moored there all flew the world government's flag, and it was clear that this was a closed-off special island with no outside vessels. This place is not far from the Navy headquarters Marineford. By passing through the Justice Gate and taking a special current, one can quickly reach one of the 3 strongholds of justice, the Nightless Island, Judicial Island. It is also the headquarters of CP9. The Trinity of Justice stronghold system was planned and constructed over 800 years ago, right after the establishment of the world government. The foremost is today's Navy headquarters Marineford, followed by Judicial Island and the Impel Down Prison, which recently welcomed its new resident, the Red Count. The 3 islands are interconnected through artificially manipulated whirlpool currents emerging from the Justice Gate, establishing extremely rapid shipping routes, allowing for mutual access within 30 minutes to an hour. This is the core of the Trinity system. If something happens on one island, the other 2 islands can provide rapid support. For hundreds of years, the Trinity of Justice system has been touted as impregnable, with both Judicial Island and Impel Down claiming never to have been breached. However, Ortoran isn't very impressed by these so-called copper walls and iron bastions, or impregnable claims. Zifa's family was slaughtered by a group of pirates in the residential area of Marineford, and Judicial Island was taken out by the Straw Hat Pirates, who had been at sea for less than a year, while Impel Down is a tale of its own. Thus, it is evident that words like copper walls and iron bastions are just hot air. At the end of the day, it all comes down to the people. As the warship docked, Ortoran noticed a group of well-dressed individuals waiting at the port to welcome him. Huh? Ortoran asked in confusion, wasn't it said that our Navy doesn't have a good relationship with CP? Is there even a welcome ceremony? Well, you can only enjoy such treatment here. After all, Judicial Island, where CP9 is located, has a stationed naval force and is part of a joint defense system with our Navy headquarters. Moreover, the key point is that the newly appointed commander of CP9, Uspandum, is quite a shrewd individual. Shiwan, who was into intelligence, immediately enlightened Ortoran. As soon as Admiral Ben Ortolan disembarked, barely steadying himself on his feet, a shadow rushed before him, and in the next moment his hand was firmly grasped and vigorously shaken twice. This is undoubtedly the renowned Rear Admiral Ben Ortolan of the Navy. I've seen your news in the newspapers before striking Charlotte Lingling, trampling Kaido, and fiercely hammering the Red Count. I thought the photos were lacking, but seeing you in person, it's clear that the heroic aura cannot be captured in pictures. Impressive, impressive. I've long admired you. A series of flattering remarks nearly left Ortolan dazed. To be honest, it was his first encounter with such a situation, and he couldn't deny it. It felt truly delightful. Upon closer inspection, this fellow had a cunning look about him, yet dressed in a black suit, he exuded a sense of sharpness and competence. Ortolan recognized the face. It was Spandam, the commander of CP9, the very same Spandam from the story The Useless Father of the Waste. However, Ortolan remembered that Spandam was supposed to be quite weak. How could he be so adept at flattery, almost dizzying him? Is this what experience brings? No wonder Xiwan called him a clever person. As a member of CP, he was so smooth, when facing the Navy, truly deserving of the term resourceful. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Besides, Ortolan had no grievances with him, so he wore a warm smile, and said, "Flattery, flattery. I am merely a newcomer in the Navy, unworthy of such accolades. But Commander Spandam, you clearly are sharp and outstanding. I hope we can work closely together in future missions, upholding justice, and bringing all evil to justice." Ortolan's words surprised Spandam a bit, as the rigid relationship between the Navy and CP, coupled with the Navy's disdain for CP members, had led him to prepare for some verbal confrontation before Ortolan's arrival. He didn't expect Ortolan to give him such face. His efforts to lower his status to build rapport weren't in vain. Indeed, lowering his status, Spandam was the commander of CP9, and within the bureaucratic structure of the world government, he should enjoy the status akin to a vice admiral in the Navy. In contrast, Ortolan had only just been promoted to rear admiral a few days ago, thus their statuses differed. Certainly. We are all serving the world government, and we should cooperate," Spandam replied, then quickly went to greet Xiwan. However, he was quite measured. He was warm and proactive towards Ortolan, but not as enthusiastic to shake hands with Xiwan. Xiwan was not an overbearing person either. Although he didn't sound as flattering as Ortolan, he still gave Spandam ample respect. Soon after a brief exchange, Spandam led Ortolan and the others towards the interior of the island. He was a man of action, though otherwise he wouldn't have reached the position of CP9 commander at such a young age. He could even continuously rise in rank within CP, eventually leveraging his connections to elevate his useless son to the position of CP9 commander. As they walked, Spandam spoke, "With your Navy's assistance, I believe we will soon resolve this scholar case." Previously, Ortolan listened while walking, occasionally interjecting to inquire about the specifics. In no time, he had a rough understanding of the current progress. Indeed, very difficult, as this progress is essentially non-existent. The CP had been busy for months without catching a single lead or finding any clues. No wonder Spandam was so enthusiastic. Bringing in the Navy could be seen as help or as sharing the responsibility. As they chatted, they quickly entered the internal area of the Judicial Island's CP base. Shortly thereafter, passing a training ground, Ortolan stopped, looking over towards the training area. Inside were a group of children appearing to be around 10 years old, training under the scorching sun. Seeing Ortolan's apparent interest, Spandam introduced, "Those children are the new recruits for CP9 this year, selected from orphans with certain talents from around the world. We nurture them from a young age, instilling our beliefs, and in 5 or 6 years, they will become the next batch of CP9 agents responsible for executing justice in the shadows." Ortolan nodded, but his gaze remained fixated on one particular child, who looked quite young, probably not even 10 years old. Yet that innocent face felt familiar to Ortolan. Rob Lucci, later known as the most talented and strongest individual in CP9 for the past 800 years. As for the strongest claim, it's debatable, likely just a slogan to inspire morale, but that fellow indeed possessed considerable talent and became the strongest enemy encountered by the Straw Hat Pirates as an ordinary Zoan-type user. His later role was also commendable. From his performance, Lucci's strength was not particularly dazzling, but not bad either. This is understandable. Ortolan believed Lucci's life experiences meant his talents and gifts had not been fully realized, leading to a power level that did not match his reputation. As far as he recalled, this kid started undertaking various missions at the age of 13, and CP's tasks were generally espionage-related, so Lucci likely had to infiltrate for extended periods. For instance, during the Water 7 mission, he posed as a shipwright for 7 years, during which he repaired and built ships daily, becoming renowned as the contemporary master shipwright of Water 7. Just imagine, not to mention his earlier missions, if Lucci had been practicing diligently instead of working in a factory, his strength would undoubtedly not be lacking. Thus, upon seeing Lucci, Ortolan found himself unable to move. This was a promising talent. Staying in CP would only waste his gifts, but if he fell into Ortolan's hands, who knows? He might cultivate him into an admiral-level powerhouse, especially since Lucci likely hadn't even consumed a devil fruit yet. Even at the very least, he would undoubtedly be at the level of an elite rear admiral, a guaranteed profitable deal. Moreover, as Spandam mentioned, this batch of recruits had just arrived this year, so they likely hadn't been brainwashed into becoming tools, yet making it the perfect time to act. Wonderful. Seeing this batch of vibrant new recruits, I feel that the future of our world government is bright. Ortolan praised, then said, speaking of which, I felt a connection with that child. Just as I was promoted to Rear Admiral, I could use a little assistant to serve me tea and water. If Lord Spandam is willing to part with him, could that little fellow come with me? Spandam was somewhat stunned. Wait, the Navy recruits far more than we do each year. Do you really need to try to poach someone on your first meeting? Doesn't it seem abrupt? However, as an intelligence officer, he had done thorough research on Ortolan before his arrival and understood the young man's background well. He was very close to Navy hero Garp, a direct disciple of Admiral Zephyr, now a subordinate of Admiral Sengoku, and even had ties with Admiral Steelbone on Felini's Island. Coupled with his astonishing talent and the formidable strength he had already demonstrated, in just a few years, he would likely become a significant figure in the Navy. Whether considering him personally or his network, he was definitely worth investing in. As the saying goes, it's better to add flowers to a brocade than to send charcoal in the snow. Ortolan was just beginning to take off. If he established a connection with him now, it would be the perfect time for maximizing investment returns. Spandam had managed to navigate the world government partly due to his abilities, but primarily because he was adept at speculation. The rigid relationship between the Navy and CP is indeed the main theme, but at the same time it requires a lubricant to maintain a smooth interaction, which is crucial. Spandam recognized this lubricant role and was striving to progress in that direction. After all, there are plenty of CP members with a rigid relationship with the Navy, but CP members with a smooth relationship are rare. Isn't the significance and function of being rare different from that of being ordinary? Therefore, after contemplating briefly, Spandam smiled and said, we are all serving the world government. We are one big family. What's the point of talking about two families? Whether Navy or CP, we all fight for justice. Isn't it evident that Rear Admiral Ben Ortolan values our recruits? This is not a problem. I will take charge. Which one do you fancy? Seeing that Spandine had agreed, Ortolan pointed to the distant Rob Lucci, who was training, and said, it's that little guy with a pigeon standing on his hat, right? No problem. Spandine looked at Ortolan with some surprise, and then said, Major General Bane really has a good eye. That kid is currently the most outstanding among our new recruits. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't be willing to part with him, but since it's you, Major General, speaking, then it's no problem. This batch of newcomers indeed just arrived not long ago. Although Lucci's performance is the best, he hasn't yet been labeled as the strongest. His talents and abilities have not been fully recognized by the CP organization. This is why Spandine agreed so readily, otherwise there might have been some disturbances. As he spoke, Spandine gave a few instructions to a subordinate beside him. The subordinate quickly left the group and headed to the training ground. After a while, Lucci was brought over with a confused expression. Rob Lucci. Spandine squatted down with a friendly expression, patted Lucci's shoulder, and pointed to Ortolan, saying, today you are quite lucky. This important figure from the Navy, Major General Bane, has taken a liking to you. From today onward, you will assist this esteemed gentleman. Lucci looked confused, saying, we agreed I'd be an agent. How did I end up in the Navy? He looked at Ortolan, who also smiled kindly, and said, I really like your pigeon, kid. It seemed Lucci finally reacted from his confusion and immediately responded yes. For the young Lucci at that moment, terms like CP or Navy didn't make much difference. He was just an orphan who had been adopted, and he was quite intelligent and mature for his age, understanding that he had no say in the matter. Whether it was the Navy or CP, he had no choice. All right, let's save the rest for later. You go pack your things and get ready. We will call you when it's time to leave. Ortolan added. After sorting out the matters regarding Lucci, Spandine continued with Ortolan and the others to the CP9 office building, where they officially began discussions on the scholar's mission and exchanged intelligence. Due to the suspects, we have already conducted some undercover investigations in Alabasta and O'Hara. The progress in Alabasta is quite good, but the scholars' organization in O'Hara is a bit troublesome. After all, to join them, one needs solid knowledge and qualifications, which cannot be cultivated in a short time. Spandine said, sitting in front of a pile of documents with a somewhat helpless expression. Ortolan, browsing through the documents in his hands, also expressed some sentiment, saying, moreover, for such a significant matter, it is likely that only a select few trusted individuals in the O'Hara Scholars Organization can participate. Yes, therefore, in the short term, the possibility of making internal breakthroughs from these two suspect targets is low. In fact, it might not even be them responsible for this. Thus, we still need to focus on those illegal research vessels operating outside. Our CP personnel indeed do not have as many as your Navy. Often intelligence arises, but we cannot quickly assemble a team to capture them locally. That is why we ultimately decided to collaborate with you, the Navy. Spandine nodded. After a brief pause, he lowered his voice and said, moreover, based on our investigations, it is very likely. At this point, Spandine appeared somewhat hesitant, causing Ortolan to frown and ask, what's wrong? Spandine deliberately appeared troubled and said, It's not that I want to slander or incite anything, but we have indeed found out that the Revolutionary Army is very likely also searching for these mysterious scholars. As you know, the situation with the Revolutionary Army is quite special. Previously it wasn't much, but last year they attacked the Allied nations and are now recognized as an illegal organization. The leader of the Revolutionary Army is that guy Dragon. Ortolan is also connected to Carp, which explains why Spandine needed to act coy before saying this. Although Ortolan was somewhat surprised that Dragon wanted to get involved in this matter, he did not find it particularly unexpected. He had left the Navy because he had seen the darkness, and now wanting to investigate the hidden darkness seemed reasonable. In which area is the Revolutionary Army currently most active? Ortolan asked. The South Sea. Currently our tracking of the scholars has also basically been locked in the South Sea. Of course, it doesn't rule out their activities in other seas, as the historical texts they are investigating are scattered around the world. Spandine said immediately. The South Sea, huh? Ortolan rubbed his chin, pondering. The South Sea is bound to be quite tumultuous over the next 2 years, changing the fate of many people. Take Bartolomeo Kuma, for example. He should currently be in the South Sea's Sorbet Kingdom becoming a priest. And in about a year's time, Dragon and Ivankov will lead the Revolutionary Army to attack Sorbet Kingdom. Such an attack on a nation, given the current scale of the Revolutionary Army, must not be initiated hastily. There will certainly be various preparations in advance, probably taking about a year to be ready. It's no wonder the Revolutionary Army has been active in the South Sea lately. Similarly, Ortolan estimated that it had only been a matter of the last month or two. He believed that Roger should have found Laugh-Tale by now and become the Pirate King. After disbanding the Roger Pirates, he went alone to Bartolomeo Island in the South Sea to marry and have children with Port Gasti Rouge. Looking at it this way, the South Sea is indeed a good place. It may be possible to encounter Dragon, that rebellious son of Carp, or investigate the scholars team from O'Hara. For Ortolan, these are secondary. What matters most is that wandering around the South Sea could likely lead to capturing Roger, serving as a stepping stone for his next promotion. As a Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters, he had already stepped into the ranks of officers. Thus, whatever he does, or wherever he goes, he cannot act recklessly. For instance, he must have a suitable excuse to go to the South Sea. Otherwise, if he suddenly went there and unexpectedly found Roger, that would be strange. No matter how you think about it, it's odd. If it were just a normal kind of oddity, that would be fine. There wouldn't be much to it, and it could be managed. But then again, before his execution, Roger made a Great Pirate Era declaration, directly ushering in the era of great pirates. If this matter happens to coincide with your strange behavior, what if people suspect you are in cahoots with Roger? By using the investigation into the scholars as an excuse, he could obtain a reason to go to the South Sea, wander around, and accidentally find Roger without any issues. In terms of logic and details, there wouldn't be any flaws to scrutinize. However, it may be a bit early to go now. Ortolan spoke. From these documents, it is clear that the South Sea is indeed a place that requires close attention. So let's first investigate the clues we have at hand to see if any new leads arise. If progress remains slow, I will personally lead a team to the South Sea and see if there are any breakthroughs there. That sounds good. Spandine did not find anything odd about this and continued, the higher-ups are aware that this mission is quite complex and difficult, so they haven't pressured us to provide results within a limited time. Therefore, you don't need to rush. Understood. Ortolan replied, then took out his Den Mushi and said, let's exchange contact information. This way, if anything comes up, we won't have to go around in circles. We can communicate directly and keep each other updated. Spandine happily responded, I was thinking the same thing. Come on. For about a week afterward, Ortolan and Guion stayed on Judicial Island working with Spandine to analyze and summarize various intelligence related to their mission. As the year drew to a close, Ortolan and Guion took Rob Lucci aboard a warship and returned to the Navy headquarters Marineford to celebrate the new year. During these days, even this serious and violent institution of the Navy headquarters was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Everyone was bidding farewell to the tumultuous year of 1496 and was full of hope, preparing to welcome the new year of 1497. But Ortolan knew that in 1497, due to Roger's rise to power, it would not be peaceful, and soon the wave of the Great Pirate Era, that turbulent 20-year epoch, would be upon them. Even though the new year had just passed a couple of days ago, the naval headquarters was still filled with a bustling atmosphere. Such a violent institution could hardly grant a holiday to all its personnel. At that moment in the office of the warlord, Ortolan was sitting on the sofa chatting with the warlord. So based on the information provided by CP, the focus of the next task will be in the South China Sea. I'm afraid I need to head there for some investigation. Ortolan was saying this, but his eyes were fixed on the goat beside the desk, which was frantically munching on documents. Is that so? At that moment, the warlord had just finished processing a document in his hand and casually passed it to his little goat, which calmly ate the paper, while the warlord added, this should be your first time going so far from the headquarters for a mission. While the South China Sea isn't as perilous as the Grand Line, you still need to be cautious. I understand, Ortolan nodded and replied softly. The warlord glanced at Ortolan and curiously asked, "Why do you keep staring at my goat?" Ahem. Ortolan cleared his throat awkwardly and said, "I heard that you raised it since you were a vice admiral." The warlord reminisced with a hint of nostalgia. "Yes, it has been so many years. It has consumed quite a bit of our naval confidential documents, haha. But isn't the lifespan of a goat around 12 years or so? It's almost there, right?" Ortolan hesitated. The warlord was taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" he asked, confused. "The older it gets, the tougher it becomes to eat. I know a cooking method specifically for mutton called hot pot." Ortolan slapped his thigh and said earnestly. The warlord was momentarily stunned and then angrily replied, "Strictly speaking, it is your predecessor in the Navy. How could you think of eating it? Doesn't the Admiral want to taste what meat raised on medicinal herbs and high-quality naval paper tastes like? It could be an unparalleled delicacy." Ortolan said with anticipation. The warlord, who was initially a bit annoyed, looked at his little goat again and stroked his braided beard, saying, "This does not seem appropriate, does it? Utilizing resources to their fullest as Navy personnel, we must preserve our useful bodies to uphold justice. Nourishing ourselves with food is more beneficial to our health. Only when we are healthy can we better maintain justice. As a veteran of the Navy, I believe that when the time is right, it would certainly be willing to contribute itself to our righteous cause." Ortolan spoke earnestly. The warlord fell silent for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, the office door was suddenly pushed open and the serious-faced chief of staff, Ahi, walked in. This situation interrupted Ortolan and the warlord's discussion about how to cook the goat. Seeing Ahi's expression, the warlord frowned and asked, "What happened? Why the serious face?" "The Roger Pirates," Ahi said solemnly. "The Roger Pirates have found the legendary final island Raftel. This news has already begun circulating in the New World, and it is said that they spread it themselves. Additionally, we have observed their movements. It seems they are meeting up with the Whitebeard pirates. At this point, it's unlikely that these two pirate crews will remain dormant." "What?" The warlord stood up from his chair in surprise, exclaiming, "Raftel? What is the situation regarding Raftel?" Ortolan promptly inquired. The warlord remained silent for a moment before saying, "I don't know. In fact, before Roger and the others arrived at Water 7 Island a few years ago, we all thought that Water 7 Island was the so-called final island. But when the Roger Pirates confirmed this Water 7 Island, there was also an island shrouded in a mysterious magnetic field, and the Mary Geo side immediately raised the threat level of the Roger Pirates to the highest. It was then that we learned that there was indeed another island named Raftel afterward." Chief of Staff Ahi also began to explain, "We don't know much about Raftel either. Related information has been tightly sealed by the highest levels of Mary Geos, perhaps related to the war over 800 years ago. According to the higher-ups, once certain news about Raftel spreads, it will definitely bring chaos to the entire world. Although we are unclear whether this matter is true or not, you should understand that maintaining the status quo is better than probing into the unknown chaos. So this situation with the Roger Pirates is quite serious. If they reveal the location of Raftel or certain dangerous information concealed there, it could potentially cause a worldwide uproar." Ortolan said with a glimmer of understanding in his eyes. "Exactly." The warlord nodded solemnly and then looked at Chief of Staff Ahi, asking, "What about Mary Geos?" Just as Chief of Staff Ahi was about to speak, the telephone bug on the warlord's desk rang. Everyone turned their gaze toward it, and indeed it was a call from Mary Geos. The warlord grimaced in discomfort and then answered the telephone bug, saying, "It's me." "Is it you, warlord?" The voice of Admiral Steelbone came through the telephone bug. "I'm currently in the office of the Gorosei. Have you received any information regarding the Roger Pirates and the legendary final island?" "Chief of Staff Ahi is currently discussing with me. I was just about to contact you," the warlord reported immediately. "The Gorosei have several requests." Admiral Steelbone paused and then said, "First, eliminate the Roger Pirates as swiftly as possible. Second, never allow any precise information related to Raftel to spread to the seas. If any is found, it must be dealt with no matter who it is. Thirdly, considering the situation may spiral out of control, the Navy must begin preparations for war." Just as Admiral Steelbone finished speaking, a voice that sounded authoritative and somewhat aged came through the telephone bug, saying, "Warlord, the Navy is about to issue the latest bounty notice, increasing the bounty for all members of the Roger Pirates and designating Roger as the Pirate King to eliminate any possibility of collaboration with other great pirates." From the tone, it seemed to be one of the Gorosei, but Ortolan couldn't tell which one was speaking. The warlord didn't ask further and quickly agreed. Listening to the term Pirate King, Ortolan's thoughts turned, and he understood why Roger was crowned Pirate King after finding Raftel the critical point of the world government. Initially, Ortolan was somewhat confused about the logic behind this. Shouldn't the focus be on quickly downplaying the impact of this situation? Making everyone believe Raftel is not a big deal would allow for better control of the situation. Giving Roger a crown only highlights the significance of the Raftel issue, doesn't it? It now seemed that the Gorosei were not unaware of this situation, rather they were forced to take such measures to prevent the Roger pirates from collaborating with other ambitious pirates. It was a form of a double-edged sword as top pirates are all incredibly proud. Suddenly, the world government gave Roger the title of Pirate King. Would the others be willing to accept that? Of course, it was impossible to completely prevent other pirates from collaborating with Roger. It was likely that the world government would introduce a series of measures to thoroughly eliminate this possibility. However, at this moment, no one expected that after the Roger pirates met with the Whitebeard pirates, they would disband completely, leaving the world government with nothing to show for their efforts. Once the title was given, the importance of Raftel was exposed, and the Roger pirates were out of the game. Wasn't that just giving it away? From a certain perspective, Roger and his crew had once again outsmarted the world government. Although Ortolan had deduced all this, he had no intention of interjecting. They could continue their operations. After all, if they didn't act, how would he rise through the ranks? After hanging up the telephone bug from Mary Geos, the warlord sighed, saying, "Right at the beginning of the year, and already we can't catch a break. This is truly not a good omen." Who says otherwise? Chief of Staff. He also shook his head, speaking with a hint of helplessness. In the following days, the Navy headquarters was extremely busy, holding various meetings consecutively. All generals above the rank of Major General stationed at the headquarters were required to attend these meetings incessantly. As the Navy's meetings continued without pause, numerous updates regarding the Roger pirates were released to the public every day. For instance, Roger's bounty skyrocketed to an astonishing amount, 5,648,000,000 berries. What level of terror does this figure represent? Comparing this to the current situation makes it clear 20 years later during the Marineford War, the highest bounty belonged to Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, who had a bounty of 5,460,000,000 berries. Now, with about 20 years until he reached that level of bounty, Newgate's current bounty was barely over 2 billion. Roger's bounty was more than double that of Whitebeard. He truly was a unique figure among pirates. Even the previous pirate overlord Shiki had only a bounty of 2,600,000,000 berries at his peak. Nowadays, no pirate could match Roger's bounty. Even when the entire pirate crew combined, they still couldn't surpass Roger alone. This is the worth of the Pirate King. This outrageous bounty left many pirates feeling disgruntled. What qualifications did that guy Roger have? Just for finding Laugh-Tale. To earn the respect of the great pirates, it wouldn't suffice to rely on mere adventures. The pirate world is brutally simple. You must rely on strength. Only by defeating and overwhelming them can one be considered a man sitting on the throne. Not only did the pirate world have many grievances against Roger, but with his bounty skyrocketing, various intelligence organizations, bounty hunters, and skilled individuals from the public began to take notice of Roger. Finding him would equate to striking it rich, for the world government offered a high reward for information. If one could capture Roger, that would be even more impressive. At this moment, on a remote island in the New World, the Roger pirates were having a gathering with the Whitebeard pirates. Under a cherry blossom tree, Roger and Newgate sat on the ground. "You took Odin away and now aren't returning him," Newgate said somewhat discontentedly to Roger. Roger smiled as he poured a bowl of wine for Newgate and replied, "He said he needed to return to Wano first to handle some matters. Once he's done, he'll meet up with you." "I certainly know that." Newgate shot Roger a glance and continued, "But now Kaido is occupying Wano, which worries me a little. Odin is quite strong. What are you worried about?" Roger waved his hand dismissively. Not dwelling on that topic, Roger smiled and asked, "Have you seen the recent newspapers? I'm now the Pirate King. It seems you've struck a nerve with those people in the world government." Newgate said calmly, not harboring any jealousy. "Laugh-Tale is indeed an interesting place. Do you want to know what I discovered there?" "If you want to know, I can tell you." Not at all interested, Newgate waved his hand and added, "Perhaps there are treasures hidden there, but I arrived there long before you did after all." As he spoke, Newgate looked at his crew not far away with a smile. Those companions he regarded as family were joyfully celebrating. Regardless of what Roger was searching for, Whitebeard had already found the answer he sought on this sea. He had reached his destination. Roger followed Newgate's gaze, and after a moment nodded with a smile. "That's true, you're always one step ahead of us." "Ha ha ha." Newgate laughed heartily, his expression full of pride. After laughing, he appeared somewhat puzzled, and said, "By the way, your name always seems a bit strange in the newspapers." "Gold. Roger is not Joel Gold. The world government wants to conceal the existence of D, and that was the answer I got from Laugh-Tale." Roger chuckled and said, "One day the D family will stir this world upside down." Newgate. But soon a hint of regret appeared in Roger's eyes as he said, "It's a pity that I won't be able to see that day, though I arrived at Laugh-Tale too early." Huh? Newgate murmured softly, recalling the figure of Teach. Was that kid a member of the D family? However, Newgate quickly shook his head and said, such claims are baseless. Can only you so-called DS change this world? I may not have those thoughts, but I certainly do not agree with your absurd claims. Roger paused momentarily, then smiled and said, that may be true. Is it only the DS that can change the world? That notion is rather arrogant. What do you plan to do next? Newgate asked again. I won't be doing anything anymore. Roger shook his head and spoke. You know my body is like this and my time is running short. As for my dreams as a pirate, I have already achieved them. Next, let me quietly spend the last moments of my life. After finishing this drink with you, the Roger Pirates will disband, and I plan to head to the South Blue. The South Blue? Newgate asked, somewhat puzzled. If I remember correctly, you're from the East Blue, right? Don't you plan to return to your hometown during your final moments? The sea is my hometown. Don't be so narrow-minded, Newgate. Roger laughed heartily, then with a touch of gentleness in his eyes said, I want to go to the South Blue because someone is waiting for me there. Seeing the tenderness on Roger's face, Newgate disdainfully remarked, love. How very boring. You wouldn't understand someone like me. Roger shot a glare at Newgate, took a big gulp from his wine bowl, and then curiously asked, by the way, I heard you have a secret lover. It seems to be a story from the Rock's ship. Is it true? Nonsense. Newgate replied angrily. I stand tall and straight. How could there be such ridiculous matters? I have no idea who spread such rumors. Rumors? Roger stroked his chin, looking at Newgate's serious expression, and believed him. If only Newgate had read the books written by Rocks, he would have discovered that the source of the rumors lay with that rascal. A gentle sea breeze blew, scattering the petals from the cherry blossom tree, like rain showering Roger and Newgate. A cherry blossom fell into Roger's wine bowl, and he looked at the bowl in his hand, smiled, and said, I don't have time to waste with you any longer, Newgate. Are you leaving? There was a hint of reluctance in Newgate's eyes, but it soon faded. He knew that this might be the last time he saw Roger, the last time they would drink together. This parting was indeed a farewell forever. The two had never been companions, and had even been enemies for a time, battling on this sea for so long. Yet at this moment of parting, Newgate could still feel his reluctance. Perhaps it was mutual admiration, perhaps they had already become friends. Yes, I am leaving. There is a beautiful and gentle woman who must be standing at the port, gazing into the distance, waiting for my return. And I have been late for far too long, so I must hurry there. Roger laughed heartily. He felt a sense of reluctance too. He knew that this farewell was indeed forever, yet he still had to leave. At this point in his life, he had no regrets regarding his identity as a pirate. Next, he would live the last moments as an ordinary person. After speaking, Roger raised his wine bowl along with the parting cherry blossom and drank it all in one go. Newgate silently lifted his wine bowl and followed suit. Standing up, brushing off his captain's coat, Roger smiled and waved to Newgate, saying, farewell, Whitebeard. Oh, Newgate replied, not getting up, still sitting in place, quietly saying farewell. Thus Roger left, and with that the Roger Pirates disbanded. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. In Zifa's yard, Ortolan was busy watering the flowers and plants. Not far from him, Zifa, dressed in coarse linen, resembled an old farmer turning the soil. The master and disciple were engrossed in their work. After formulating so many plans, it turns out the Roger Pirate crew was disbanded. All those meetings were for nothing. As Ortolan watered the plants, he chuckled and complained. Indeed, no one expected this. There must be some unforeseen circumstances at play. Zifa planted a small sapling and expressed his thoughts. The Roger Pirate crew was difficult to catch in the first place, and now that they have split up, they are even harder to find. As for the changes, who knows? Ortolan shook his head while holding a bucket of water. Let's not talk about them, it has nothing to do with you. Zifa smiled. Indeed, it had nothing to do with Ortolan, as none of the tasks related to Roger fell on him. After sharing a laugh, Zifa asked, I heard you're going to the South Sea soon. Yes, it's about the scholars. Intelligence suggests their traces might appear in the South Sea, Ortolan replied. While I trust your abilities, the South Sea isn't without its dangers, so be cautious. Before taking action, think carefully about any oversights. Dealing with the scholars is tricky, but if successful, it will be a significant achievement. Zifa patiently reminded him. Understood, Ortolan replied with a smile. He poured the water from the bucket under a camellia tree, marveling. This tree grows so well, it's evident you've taken good care of it, master. Zifa turned to glance at the camellia tree, his expression slightly dimmed. He softly said, I planted this tree with Mick 2 years ago. I had hoped he would grow up strong like this tree. If those events hadn't occurred back, then he would probably be helping me water it now. Ortolan paused, a hint of sadness in his eyes. Mick was Zifa's son who had tragically passed away. Ortolan had known about this for a long time, but at the time he and Zifa had no emotional bond, so it didn't affect him much. Now, hearing Zifa's words, he felt a twinge of sorrow. I'm sorry, master, Ortolan said with some guilt. Why are you apologizing? It has nothing to do with you. I've dealt with those pirates already. Zifa shook his head and said softly. However, after a brief pause, Zifa's eyes still bore a hint of shadow as he continued, but perhaps. He did not finish his sentence, and Ortolan did not press for details. In fact, Zifa's situation was quite puzzling. The living quarters of the naval headquarters were attacked by pirates, which sounded absurd. Even the likes of Gold Lion and Whitebeard met their end there, yet a random group of pirates could infiltrate the living area and precisely eliminate Zifa's family. Wasn't that ridiculous? It seemed improbable that there were no issues behind this. However, over the years, Sengoku Garp and others had conducted thorough investigations for Zifa, but found nothing, which was very strange. There were some things hard to say, but Ortolan suspected that the world government might be behind it. Zifa likely harbored some doubts as well, but without any evidence, he feared it might be a setup. His baseless suspicions could lead to a fallout with the world government playing into the hands of those conspirators. Perhaps this was one reason why Zifa had begun to work half-heartedly in the Navy since then. He neither trusted the world government nor turned against them, but took a middle ground. Ortolan thought to himself that when the opportunity arose, he would help Zifa investigate this matter and see if he could find any clues. Not only would it repay Zifa's teachings and care, but if there were indeed some peculiar matters involving the world government, it could also serve as a pretext to establish a new faction with Zifa at the right moment. Not wanting to dwell on the somber topic, the two quickly shifted their focus and began discussing other naval matters. How are the new students this year? They are all right, but they can't compare to your cohort. I think it will take another 3 to 5 years to cultivate another batch of elites like you. After a pause, Zifa added, but that's fine. I had anticipated this. It's the norm. If every year produced talents like you, Jiyuan and Gaki, that would be strange. Even having a bunch of elites like the Weasel is quite unlikely. The reason for holding a few more sessions is to accumulate more experience so that one day we can officially establish this training camp as a military academy. I see that the Marshal is quite supportive of this plan. Ortolan nodded. Zifa had accumulated considerable experience himself. Before the training camp opened, he had run tutorial classes, and Sakazuki Paliasolino and Kazan were all trained by him. Now with Ortolan, Jiyuan, Gaki, and Weasel among the elite, after holding 2 to 3 more sessions, they should be ready to open the military school. By then, Zifa's prestige would gradually rise within the Navy, which would also be a good thing for Ortolan. After quickly finishing up in Zifa's yard, Ortolan expressed his intention to leave. Zifa did not hold him back, giving his shoulder a pat as he saw him off. Exiting the living quarters and returning to Fort Justice, Ortolan soon arrived at Paliasolino's office. As he pushed the door open, he saw Paliasolino packing his things, looking as if he was moving. In fact, he was indeed moving. After this, Paliasolino would settle in Punk Hazard to oversee the formation of the Naval Scientific Unit. It seemed he would be staying there for quite a while unless something significant happened. Seeing his eager expression, it was clear he had long wanted to go there to slack off. Why are you smiling so happily? Ortolan teased as he walked in. Once I leave the headquarters, you'll be the head of the scientific unit, no more being ordered around. Plus, with someone as capable as you taking over my duties under Admiral Sengoku, he probably won't come to assign me tasks often. I can finally relax. Of course I'm happy. Paliasolino unabashedly expressed his laziness. TSK. Ortolan clicked his tongue, casting an annoyed glance at Paliasolino. Then he said, there's something I need you to look into for me. Go ahead. Paliasolino readily agreed. Remember when we were on a mission and mentioned it? Dr. Vegapunk and his team are working on some life blueprint and bloodline factor technology, Ortolan began. That's correct, but just to be clear, if you're asking me to help you with something dangerous, don't come crying to me later, Paliasolino replied, slightly taken aback. No, you know about my health issues. What I mean is, when you have the time, could you ask Dr. Vegapunk if his technology can help with my condition? If it can solve my problem, that would be fantastic. Ortolan shot Paliasolino an annoyed look. Paliasolino had no problem with that, smiling. He said, sure, I'll ask him when I get the chance and see if there's a solution. Thank you. When you have time, I'll treat you to a meal, Ortolan said with a smile. Don't wait, come help me pack my things instead. I need to hurry to the ship. Paliasolino immediately recruited Ortolan as a laborer. Ortolan did not refuse and stepped up to help pack the documents on the table, jokingly saying, I see you're eager to embark on your wonderful life. The two laughed and chatted about amusing topics, quickly finishing their tasks. Ortolan then saw Paliasolino off. For nearly 2 months, the various plans devised by the world government against the Roger Pirates yielded no results. Since the dissolution of the Roger Pirates, no one has been able to find any trace of them, not even a hair, so how could anyone be captured? As for the task regarding the scholars in Ortolan's hands, there has been little progress in this department, and the intelligence department provided some vague and ambiguous intelligence that upon verification proved to be of little significance. In this situation, Ortolan finally decided to set sail to the South Sea to conduct an on-site investigation searching for traces of the scholars. Of course, he still intended to achieve little regarding the events in O'Hara. His trip to the South Sea was merely a pretext to ultimately claim credit for Roger's accomplishments. The journey to the South Sea was relatively convenient. Ortolan's warship first departed from the naval headquarters, then arrived at the Holy Land Mariawa, where they boarded a cable lift to ascend to the Red Earth continent, before finally descending into the waters of the South Sea. As the warship slowly entered the waters of the South Sea, Shiwan looked back at the Red Earth continent and suddenly asked, "Speaking of which, you've passed through Mariawa several times. Haven't you ever gone up to take a look?" "No, mister. Carp told me it was a terrible place, advising me not to go there to avoid any unpleasant situations." Ortolan sat at the edge of the warship's deck, placing a small bucket down, and immediately cast out his fishing rod. Shiwan pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, "That does sound like something little Carp would say, but Mariawa is indeed quite a troubling place. So besides the Marshal occasionally reporting work at Mariawa, it seems that our Navy's upper echelons tend to avoid it." Ortolan smiled. "Yeah, but one could only say it's a form of self-deception. Our Navy carries the banner of justice, yet whenever there is too much contact with Mariawa, one inevitably encounters unpleasant matters. Unfortunately, both position and identity leave one helpless, ultimately choosing to turn a blind eye for the sake of the greater good." Shiwan lamented. The older generation of naval leaders, including Carp, had never complained to Ortolan about these issues. They merely advised him to have less contact with Mariawa. It seems only the new generation of the Navy, like Shiwan, who harbor a sense of justice, but have not yet grown accustomed to the occasional darkness, would openly criticize Mariawa and its so-called justice. "What you're talking about are the absurd and unruly things of the celestial dragons, right?" Ortolan shook his head and then smiled, saying, "But I believe that one day we will resolve this issue. Indeed, you haven't felt that sense of powerlessness yet, so you can say such things. I was just like you back then, believing that these problems would eventually be resolved. Now well." "Heh." Shiwan smiled slightly and chose not to elaborate further. Ortolan continued to fish in silence, and the warship quietly sailed away from that area, heading towards the depths of the South Sea. Meanwhile, at the port of Bardalara in the South Sea, after more than 2 months, a figure disembarked from an ordinary merchant ship. This figure looked quite ordinary, unkempt, with a face etched with the marks of time and dust, holding a nearly empty bottle of alcohol and sporting a drunken smile. "Aren't you going to keep going, Rod? I quite like you. Aren't you considering continuing to be my sailor?" the captain of the merchant ship said reluctantly as he watched the figure. The man named Rod waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "I've said it before, my hometown is here. I'm going back to get married. If in a few years you still happen to pass by Bardalara, maybe I'll get back on board. That's truly a pity. But remember, if in 2 years I pass by here again, you must come back to be my sailor, but you need to quit your drinking habit, or who would want to marry a drunkard like you?" The captain chuckled and reminded him, "Ha ha, quitting drinking is impossible. I'll never quit drinking in this lifetime." Rod laughed heartily a couple of times and then wobbled away from the port. Watching his retreating figure, the captain shook his head helplessly. Rod was good in every way. Over the past 2 months, he had displayed excellent sailor qualities, weathering several storms without any issues for the merchant ship. The only downside was that he was a bit scruffy, having gone over 2 months without a bath, constantly getting drunk and reeking of alcohol, with a thick beard that obscured his face. Because of this, the other sailors on the ship were reluctant to interact with him. Soon after picking up a few more passengers, the merchant ship set sail once again, leaving Bardalara Island. As for the man named Rod, upon entering the town of Bardalara, the drunken look in his eyes vanished. Though his hair was disheveled and his beard thick, making it difficult to see his face, there was no doubt that this man was the pirate king Joel D. Roger, whom the world government had been desperately searching for over the past 2 months with no progress. "It really hasn't changed a bit, Bardalara." Roger stood in the shadow of an alley in the town, gazing at the small town, which was not particularly prosperous and even somewhat impoverished, softly clicking his tongue. From his position, he could clearly see the main road leading from the town toward the port. Roger stood there motionless, as if waiting for someone, anticipating something. As the sun rose high in the sky, approximately 2 hours later, a figure approached gracefully. She had a very beautiful face with long wavy hair that was light pinkish golden, a slender figure, and a gentle smile that suggested familiarity, with many people on the street greeting them warmly. She held a vegetable basket in her hand, looking as if she was going to the commercial street at the port to buy some fresh vegetables and fruits. No matter how one looked at her, she seemed like a beautiful yet ordinary girl from the town named Port Gasti Rouge. As this girl passed by the entrance of the dark alley, Roger, who had been waiting there, trembled with excitement and took 2 steps forward, but his eyes revealed a hint of fear. It was as if he was afraid of disturbing the girl before him. The sight of a pirate king displaying such a fearful gaze was indeed surprising. Roger certainly knew where Rouge's home was, but he lacked the courage to check. He feared that if he went there and saw that Rouge had already married, had children, and was living a peaceful life, he wouldn't know how to feel. Perhaps he would feel happy for her. But he also thought of himself as a petty man who would undoubtedly feel jealousy. So he didn't dare to go. He quietly waited there hoping for such a meeting. Rouge seemed not to have noticed the figure in the shadow of the alley walking a few steps past, but just as she was about to leave his sight, she suddenly seemed to sense something stopping in her tracks, then slowly turning her head to look toward the shadow of the alley. The Navy's intelligence department and the world government's intelligence agency CP had not recognized Roger's disheveled figure during this time. But at this moment the light was insufficient, visibility was obstructed, and the distance was not very close. When their gazes met for that brief moment, the vegetable basket in Rouge's hand fell to the ground, and a complex expression of surprise and worry appeared on her face. In the next moment, it was as if everything had gained meaning, as if the dark alley was filled with the gentle sunlight of noon. Rouge could no longer care about any thoughts. She lifted her skirt and rushed into the alley with an unladylike abandon. Even if the person before her looked filthy and smelled awful, the feelings of longing always overshadowed all of that. The two figures embraced tightly in that dark corner, warmly holding each other. "You're back," Rouge choked up, speaking excitedly. Roger gently patted Rouge's back and said softly, "Sorry to have kept you waiting."